feeling a little sleepy, and then I saw that intro, and now I'm pumped up and ready.
It's another gorgeous day here in Winter Park, Florida.
Right on our beautiful campus.
And we are pumped up because today is the day.
It's the day. What day? Wait, what's happening?
Hi, one person on the back. Oh, he went away.
Oh, look
my goodness,
cool
look at that hair. Oh, hi. I still see you. Anyway, it's us. We're here in the lobby of 3B, known as the Fishbowl.
The Fishbowl. We're not fish today.
No. Today we will be cows. Anyway.
False.
No? Moo. Hello, and welcome back to Hall of Fame Live. My name's Tracy Wu.
And I'm Jess Ryder.
And we are back again this year to bring the Hall of Fame experience to our online viewers like never before.
It's day 3, our last day. The induction ceremony is tonight, and so far it's been an amazing week full of professional development, networking, and of course, a ton of fun. And you're getting inside access.
How special do you feel? But before we get too into what Hall of Fame is all about for any of our new viewers, let's introduce our lovely roaming host, Shay Ryan.
Hi, Shay. Oh, she's at the Fortress.
Hi, my name is Shay, and I'm still here on the Full Sail University backlot. But today is Thursday, so that means it's ceremony day, and I am so excited. But first, we're going to make sure we check out more creative experience, talk to more alumni and grads. But for now, back to my friends at the desk. Enjoy, ladies.
Aw, I love that girl.
Me too.
Anyway, so we keep mentioning Hall of Fame. Most of you, I'm sure, know what it is. But for those who don't know, care to explain, Jess?
I'll give it a shot.
All right.
Every year, we celebrate Full Sail's graduates' accomplishments in art, entertainment, media, and technology through a week-long event complete with educational panels, entertainment, and more. 6 new graduates are chosen for the Hall of Fame each year, an honor that serves as a tribute to the creative inspiration, technical brilliance, and determination of each inductee. But you know what? Let's let everyone's buddy and Full Sail president, Gary Jones, explain.
Every year, we induct 6 Full Sail graduates into our Hall of Fame.
Can I just, take a minute and soak this in?
If any of you students reach this point, it's going to kind of hit you like a brick wall, and you're like, wow, how did I get here?
Friends, families, and mentors all come together to honor these extraordinary individuals as they reach this milestone in their careers and in their lives. These are alumni who have graduated 10 or more years ago and have made noteworthy contributions to their industries.
This is the coolest club of people.
And I'm really happy for you because as kids, we always wanted this.
I love working with you. I look forward to the next picture with you. Congratulations, Mark.
You're in my Hall of Fame and my heart. Peace and love.
Dave is an absolute genius at this, and I've loved the times that we've worked together.
Couldn't happen to a nicer, more talented guy. Proud to call you a friend. It was an honor being directed by you.
Hey, Bob. It's the boys Metallica here.
Hey, Bob.
Well deserved. He does my sound. When he's not out doing Metallica sound, he is one of the greatest.
Dylan's he's part of my creative family. One of the best engineers I've ever worked with.
Hey there, Brian, or as we all like to call you, Sweet Pea. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
But most importantly, Hall of Fame members are recognized for what they give back to the Full Sail community.
Again, I'm honored, and I promise I will use this to give back as much as I can to Full Sail students and alumni in the future.
I just want to help, I really just want to share a little bit of passion, a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of insight maybe as to what you will experience out in the world and how maybe that might be integrated into the project that you have right in front of you.
It's not just about what we share up there, it's the fact that we're people that students can come up and talk to and ask questions of, and we actually absolutely love doing it. That's the biggest takeaway.
And this is the place where I got my second chance to become the man that I am today. You've had so many chapters in my life. To now be a chapter in your book means more than you could ever imagine. So thank you.
For a lot of us, this is like Christmas. We compare this week to Christmas. It's Christmas not because we get things, it's because what we come to give.
We spoke to a few students attending Hall of Fame 12 to understand this event through their eyes and see just what it's like to experience this week as a student.
Hall of Fame, I feel, is just the best embodiment of what Full Sail is, just networking, really learning and growing from each other and getting to experience new technology, new innovative ways of doing all these different things. Everyone here wants you to succeed, and I genuinely feel like that. So it's just such a welcoming, it almost makes me tear up. It's almost like I feel so welcome, you know, so.
Well, for me, it's all of like the events here for gaming and seeing all the alumni talk about their stories. I find that is really inspirational and it kind of gives you everything you need to go forward.
My favorite to work on this week was Hall of Game because we got to see all the Armada kids bring in people from out of state that are online, as well as just see some alumni that stopped by.
Silent disco is very fun. Everyone's super friendly here and very open to help you with whatever you need. So I found that like really, really helpful.
I made a cosplay, so I'm entering the cosplay contest. I'm not fully dressed because it would be a hazard. I am going to dress as Chainsaw Man, where he has a giant chainsaw as a head.
So far, I'm just like loving seeing everybody, you know, getting to connect with each other and, you know, meeting different people and engaging in like the stuff that they really like love and want to do as a career. So it's fun.
My favorite part so far has just been honestly doing all the stuff around campus, like networking. Yesterday I did the career fair, got to pass off my resume to some companies like Cirque du Soleil and Warner Media, so it was really cool. So I'm actually an online student, I just live locally, so I don't get many chances to come here except for like big events, so it's nice to like actually get to experience campus and like everything it offers.
Having our community here, because we're all here for the same thing, like to be creative, and it's just really amazing to have that community back.
The networking that we've been doing all around Hall of Fame and campus, and helping each other as friends, because me and my friends have been helping each other building resumes and doing portfolios. We've been even doing business cards just to help each other out, and it's been like a cool experience for everyone.
I brought business cards today just in case. You never know. You never know who you're going to run into at Hall of Fame, so.
Woo! Good times. Do you know what Hall of Fame is now?
Now I know.
Do you know who this guy is?
Wait, are you a Hall of Famer?
I think so.
It's Hall of Fame 9 inductee Tremaine Williams, of course.
Hey,
Silly me.
Nobody's clapping.
You're
That's better.
amazing.
That's better.
So the best
Thank you.
part about this is we are on a riser and on chairs, and he's still taller than both of us. Oh, yes. Tremaine, you're here.
I am.
Today's the last day. It's ceremony day. How are you feeling about today?
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Especially Jeff. Jeff was the first person I met when I started coming back to campus.
Oh, really?
He actually picked me up from the airport.
Oh.
And when he picked me up, he was like, I'm Jeff. I'll be, I was like, Jeff Villanueva, the engineer. Like, I knew his credits. So I was like, what? Why are you picking me up? Most humble guy ever. I'm like really excited for him.
That's awesome.
And Brandon as well. I randomly met Brandon when he was mixing Lizzo. I just happened to be at the show, and somebody was like, "There's a Full Sail grad."
Just randomly met him mixing.
But I love that. I love that it's like, oh, Full Sail? Oh, okay.
He was mixing Lizzo. I just went to the show to watch. And somebody was like, "Hey, you know he's a Full Sail grad," and that's how we
Oh, that's
got introduced.
crazy.
That is really cool.
I'm just so fascinated that it's like normal conversation. Like, yeah, I was with Mariah yesterday.
Yeah, right.
Tremaine hangs with Mariah. Like, they're like this.
It's life.
I know. I just wish that was my life, too. But I don't know anything about audio.
We're just living vicariously through Tremaine, so
I'm
it's not a
okay
big
with
deal.
Yeah. So any advice for your friends who are getting inducted this year? It's a lot of pressure being up there on stage and receiving it.
It is. Take it all in. It only happens once. And just, it's okay to be nervous. We were all nervous. Me and Sean Spuler were talking about this last night. It's like you can't enjoy the party last night because you're thinking about your speech the next day. But it's like the year after you're inducted. Oh my God, biggest relief ever. You can
So
put
that's
me
what
on
you're telling
5
me, right? Just
panels,
wait till
50
next year,
panels.
yeah.
It's all cool now. But
Oh.
yeah, enjoy it, take it in, take as many pictures as possible.
So I like to take bets on what former Hall of Famers are going to cry tonight.
Oh,
Are
Brandon
you,
for sure.
You think Brandon's going to cry?
Oh,
Brandon's
yeah,
gonna
100%.
cry? Okay. Will you cry at anyone's speech, you think, or no?
Maybe Jeff or Brandon, because I have like a really personal connection with them. So maybe we'll see.
I cry during every single. I've never watched a Hall of Fame speech that didn't make me cry. I kid you not. They always make me cry.
Oh,
I've only cried once, Jack Eckler's speech.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I wasn't here for Geckler.
Well, it's on YouTube, on
It
Full
is.
Sail University's YouTube channel
need
if
to
you want
watch.
to check it out.
I heard Geckler's was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was very good. But anyway, well, Tremaine, we have to, do things.
I have to go
You have to do
the
things.
stream.
Yes.
You've got to do important
So-
stuff too.
We're probably going to plug you're awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for having
Coming
me.
by. Yeah, we'll see
Y'all
you
look
later.
great.
We're all going to look really
This is
sharp
hard work
tonight.
every day.
Oh.
Yeah, sitting here in air conditioning.
No, it really
so
is.
Difficult. Really difficult.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing.
You're amazing.
Thank you for everything you
And
do.
tell Mariah we said hello.
I absolutely will not. All right, I'll see you guys.
She's going to say, I don't know her.
She'll be like,
so-
what?
That is literally what she will say. I don't know her.
She'll be like, why are you talking to me? Anyway, bye, Tremaine. Anyway, whew, we already talked to Hall of Fame 10 inductee. 10?
9.
I keep looking
There's
up here.
so many of them, it's
many.
hard for us to keep
I can't
track.
even count how many.
78 inductees after tonight's
My
ceremony.
head just
That's how
went
many
6
there will
times
be.
13, and then I stopped right there. But anyway, we haven't talked about this year's inductees.
Ooh, that's
So we
who we're
should.
here for, right?
Should I start?
Yeah, go for it.
Why not? Well, you know what? Let's start with a senior technical artist at Unity Technologies. Karis Baker is a 2013 Game Art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who has made incredible contributions to the industry in spaces including indie game development, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and much more. Look how cute she looks.
I know, right? Love Karis. We've also got CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions. Brandon Blackwell is a 2013 show production grad, author, and front of house monitor and broadcast mixer who has worked with some of the industry's biggest names, including Beyonce, like Tremaine just mentioned, Lizzo, Shaka Khan, and the Isley Brothers.
Can you imagine? Hey, what are you doing tomorrow? Oh, mixing Lizzo. I'd be like, what? How do you mix? Air Force veteran and dual degree grad Aaron Hamilton Cook currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare. Graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013, Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit.
Aaron is such a sweet guy. We had a conversation with him yesterday, and he was just the nicest in the morning before the show started. We've also got Victor Herrera da Silva, the CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder and managing partner of Ready Ant Studios. Victor is a 2007 game development and 2019 entertainment business grad whose work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America.
These videos are so cool. A 3-time graduate, Devin Renee is a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television in conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Boss Up Productions. Graduating from film in 2012, education, media design, and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015, Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike.
They should let me name movies. We've also got sound designer and recording engineer at Ti-Fi Studios, Super Jeff Villanueva. Jeff is a 1998 recording arts graduate and 4-time Grammy winner who has lent his expertise to projects in games, theme parks, and film, including the recording of Encanto's hit, We Don't Talk About Bruno. And fun fact about Jeff, he actually clipped our mics for us this morning because he's the sweetest, kindest, most helpful man.
Well, and I asked.
And we asked.
But throughout the day, we'll be giving you a glimpse into Hall of Fame as well as streaming some of the day's biggest panels. So let's take a look at the schedule. At 10 a.m., we'll head into our first panel, Design Concepts to Execution in Television, the production design of Yellowstone and 1883. In this session, production designer Yvonne Boudreau will explore case studies on the development of visual themes and strategies for execution on the 2 popular drama series. Now at 12 p.m., we'll learn a little bit more about the metaverse and what it means to the entertainment industry with Cully Bunker, Albert Perez, Chance Glasgow, and Wes Loker.
And then at 2 p.m., we'll see game development grads and Hall of Famers Jameson Durrell, Sean McCabe, and Grant Schonkweiler share their perspectives on leadership in game development and how the industry has evolved over the last 15 years. And then after the show, because that will be our last panel that we'll stream today, we'll head over to the induction ceremony to see our 6 new inductees take their rightful places as the 13th class of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame. That'll be groovy.
Yeah, and don't forget, folks, just because we're going to go into a certain panel doesn't mean there's other panels that are being
For
streamed.
sure,
So check it
out
out.
the app.
There's a lot of stuff.
And make sure you're using the hashtag FullSailHOF throughout the week to see your post featured right here on Hall of Fame Live. I can't wait to see how you hop on campus, how you hop from home. Take a look at this post playing on Karis's arcade machine.
Troy Duvall posted that.
Oh, how fun, Troy. But it's
was,
so cool to see students interacting with stuff that our grads made. And
also,
look at
Troy
the
is
smile on
promoting
this young man's
Karis.
face. I can't take it. Cesar, this is my friend Cesar. He is the greatest, an incredible grad, and hanging out with Phil Palin.
Brilliant. makeup artist.
Brilliant makeup artist. Turned Gary Jones into a White Walker. I don't know if anyone has ever seen that video, but
if you haven't, just scroll on our YouTube. It's in there. It's actually pretty cool. Brandon and Ariel.
I got a signed copy of this book made by this wonderfully melanated authors. Oh, I love that. We love to see representation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is so fun. I love the concept of this project that Brandon wanted to be able to communicate with kids who maybe had dreams like him or visions like him and wanted to be able to kind of put that in a way that would speak to them. And I just think that this is so beautiful. It was so cool. They did a book signing on campus yesterday, gave out free copies of the book to everyone who came. So we really, really love Brandon and his wonderful wife, Ariel. They are fantastic. So shout out to the Blackwells for being here on campus and giving back to our community this way.
Let's see. Oh my goodness, famous people. That's Jay Harris.
Oh, I would have been intimidated.
From Sports Center.
Yeah, I
I
couldn't handle that.
Sports Center. I met Jay a couple years ago, and I was like, oh my goodness. Can you imagine for our Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting kids to meet professional sportscasters?
It's insane.
Right here on our campus.
And because our faculty are all people who have experience in the industry, and they come and they bring that to Full Sail, and they have these incredible connections and can help our students make. I know during the pandemic, we had, students were online, and Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting did a ton of incredible Zoom sessions with some really, really great people from the industry. And what a great way to pivot from, okay, we can't be in class, we can't sit down and really get into this, but here you can hear from some of the biggest people in the industry.
Let's go from a Zoom and now turn on your TV, and there they are. What just miraculously appeared on the desk?
It's Florida Juice.
These guys get so much press from us.
I know.
They don't even pay it. We pay them.
And I know you're thinking, you're not starting your day with coffee. We've been here for a while, okay? This is drink 2.
No, I've had 3 cups of espresso already.
Oh, this juice is so good. Sorry, I'm not supposed to eat or drink while you're actually live.
But yeah, it's really fun. We have a bunch of food trucks.
Yeah.
Coffee trucks, juice trucks, all these wonderful things. And
So check them out on the back lot, and then tweet photos of your juice.
You know who we should check
I
out?
know your favorite juice.
You know who we should check out?
Who's that?
One of my favorite Hall of Famers, Fernando Delgado.
I want to learn about him.
Let's.
I never wanted a real job. That's the one thing I do remember about myself in high school, is that I never wanted a real job. I never wanted to wear a uniform, and I never wanted to wear a name tag. But I didn't believe for a second that people made a living in entertainment. I thought they went and they did whatever they did during the day, and then at night, they'd all run home, get showered up, put on their show blacks, and let's go put on a show. John Morris was my technical theater teacher at the Las Vegas Academy, and he came up to me one day and he asked me what I was going to do when I got out of school. And I told him that I was probably just going to get a criminal justice degree like my dad. And he just kind of shook his head and he's like, I don't know about that. He was like, you're here in the theater every night till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, building sets, hanging lights, PA systems going in, whatever needs to happen. And he handed me a brochure to Full Sail. And he said, I just learned about this school. I think you ought to check it out. And I walked into Studio A for the tour, and that was it. I was just like, oh man, this is real. People actually do this. When I was younger, one of the things that I started doing is taking a look at all of the people that I was working with, and I was, okay, who is living better? And I don't mean financially, like who's driving the nicer car or anything like that, just in general, who seems to be happier and stuff like that when they show up to work. And it seemed like overwhelmingly the common denominator is always community. Stickman Sound is a company that provides audio services. We mentor people, we sell equipment, we rent equipment, we offer advice. We're a community. When you have a high sense of community and you're not selfish with information and stuff like that, the stronger our community is, the better the work we put out as a community, the better we look, the more work it's going to bring into our community, and it, turns into this very organic cycle. Las Vegas has a very large and pretty fantastic production community. It takes a little while to get in, but the thing that was really cool, I think, is once, especially the sound community in Las Vegas, once they saw that I was serious and that I wasn't going anywhere, it was like getting accepted into a family. I've worked on Top Chef, I've worked on Project Runway, I did a season of The Apprentice, and I did a season of Hell's Kitchen, and I was having a good time, but I think you have to work to get there. There's a lot of competition, but what ends up happening is the people that are serious, they show up 15 minutes early, and they're always the last people to leave. And I call that grit. You know, you sleep for just a couple hours because you can't wait to get back. And that's what it was for me.
Good morning. I'm on the back lot with Fernando. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. So I want to walk and talk as we get all juiced up for the day, get our energy in, a little orange juice. How has your week been?
This has been a fantastic week. It's been amazing interacting with students, catching up with old friends, and chatting with the staff. You know, all of it's great. Good stuff.
What has been your highlights so far?
I think so far the best moment for me is this year we started a scholarship.
Oh, yeah?
That we are, I don't even know, we didn't announce it. We just kind of gave some students some money.
Okay. What details can you give me about this scholarship?
So basically what I wanted to do is I wanted to honor the people that work at the school who helped me start my career and inspired me and motivated me to keep on going. So what I did is I created a scholarship that the Career Development Department is going to be deciding who gets these funds, but it's always going to be named in what I call Full Sail Lifer.
A Full Sail Lifer, I love that.
So somebody that has worked at the school and dedicated their life to the students, we're going to honor them by naming them as the people that are giving this money to the students.
So it's giving back while also recognizing people who have given back throughout all of their time here at Full Sail.
It's kind of the trifecta.
It really is. It's very meta.
I get to feel good about it. I get to honor somebody that deserves it, and they get to give somebody money so that they can get their career started. Just a little extra cash to help them along the way.
And I know that this week is all about giving back to students, not just through scholarships, but through connections and mentorships and just those little moments in between panels. Can you talk about what that's like coming back and, as you mentioned earlier, filling your bucket?
Yeah, so it's always really interesting. You know, you meet somebody, they ask you a question, you don't really think too much of it, you give them your advice in that moment. And then you come back to campus a couple years later and they say, hey, you probably don't remember this, but you said something that took, and now things are better because of it. And 9 times out of 10, I will tell them, you're absolutely right. I do not remember that conversation. But that also fills my bucket, right? It's the best. It's the best feeling to give somebody some advice, somebody you don't know. You just hope that they succeed. And then they come back and drop on you that, yeah, that little tidbit worked. Thank you.
What's some advice that maybe you received as a student that's honestly just stuck with you for your whole career?
I think the biggest thing, actually, that I learned from Full Sail is to just be gritty.
Gritty, okay.
Just don't stop. Don't quit. Everybody is going to make mistakes and fail.
True.
And if those failures cause you to stop, then you know, there's no benefit there.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the only way to move forward is to fail forward. You learn from all of your mistakes, and you might, you know, get really caught up in the failure, but the failure is something that you learn from, and I think that's one thing that I love learning about from Full Sail is that every single part of your life has meaning to it, and everything is taking you in a certain direction.
Absolutely.
And just make sure it's forward.
Absolutely. If it's only a failure if you don't learn something from it and correct.
Can someone please clip that out and put this on the TikTok so the kids can learn? What? Because that was good.
Oh, thank you.
All right, and we are at the Paint by Numbers mural. What did you think of it?
This is actually the first time I've seen it. This is amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is awesome.
Well, you know what's also amazing? Today's Thursday. The ceremony is tonight.
Oh, I can't wait.
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. I can't wait.
What was it like when you were inducted?
It's all a blur. Really? You just receive so much love from so many different directions. It's just completely overwhelming. Everybody that was a Hall of Fame member before my induction told me that I'll enjoy the year after more, and they couldn't have been more right because I don't remember a lot of what I did. It was just so overwhelming. There's just so much going on that year.
Do you have any advice for all of our friends who are getting inducted tonight?
Hold on.
Just hold
Just
on.
hold on.
Just
Enjoy
hold on
it.
in general. All right, thank you so much for talking with us this morning.
Cheers.
We're going to enjoy our Florida juice, and I will catch up with you later.
All right, everybody have a good day.
See you ladies at the desk now.
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Fernando. Fernando has like such a big heart, such a sweet grad.
He just oozes positivity, you know, like you want to hang out with him.
Yeah, that was a great like coffee, great like got me going for the day. I'm like feeling so positive and looking forward to everything that we'll see today.
Yeah. You're always so positive.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're already on the last day of Hall of Fame. Bittersweet. I can't believe how quickly it's gone.
I know. I feel like we just started rehearsals on Monday and now all of a sudden we're at the end. But let's take a look at everything that has already happened this week. Over the weekend, Hall of Fame kicked off with the Hall of Game Paragon, the latest installment of our annual esports exhibition. The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress welcomed students, alumni, faculty, and staff to watch Armada varsity teams compete against returning alumni in games of Valorant, Smite, and Overwatch, while audience members cheered on their favorite players from the crowd. The event also featured free play gaming stations courtesy of MSI, Red Bull Racing Simulators, live streamers, and a community Smash Brothers tournament. And outside the venue, students enjoyed giveaways, additional free play gaming stations, and of course, food trucks.
Food trucks.
Back in the venue, Armada teams commanded the stage, taking the win in all 3 main stage face-offs. And during the show, 5 Armada athletes and community members were awarded a total of $50,000 in scholarships on behalf of Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute. You can catch a replay of the stream by heading to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. It was such a good day. We had so much fun. Look at those prizes.
That girl who hosted the event.
I know. She has the best blazers at Hall of Fame.
Seriously. But not only that, the ever popular Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney, Milwaukee Bucks, Murphy Lighting Systems, Claire Global, Hearst Television, and many more. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers. Now, Full Sail's career networking events happen all over the country in cities including Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, just to name a few. So keep on the lookout for the next event happening near you. We also do it on Zoom on occasion.
Ooh, how fun. That's so nice for people who maybe can't get to a big city. I know we have grads and students all over the country, recent grads all over the country, so that's fantastic.
And you get to network with this new way where we're all just on the internets.
Love the
Or the
internet.
metaverse.
And the TikToks.
The TikToks.
On Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of the Full Sail Tech Expo presented by Sennheiser and Dell. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most creative and cutting-edge spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Adobe, Sony, MSI, Avid, Focusrite, Sennheiser, and many, many more. I wish I was better with tech. It's nice. I just sit down here and a bunch of other people do the tech stuff, and I just go, "Hi, I'm Jess."
Guess what, Jess? You're here at Full Sail University. You can take a degree that will teach you all the tech things.
Whoa!
Just
who'd
a
have
thought.
thunk it?
I mean, it's right here. There are people that you could talk to who could
I'm pretty
teach
sure
you.
I can do like continuing education too, right? Can I
Absolutely, you
return to
can.
some of my courses from media communications if I need a refresher
And
on audio or
you
video?
also work here. If you just walked into a classroom and be like, we're learning about
some questions.
Lighting things.
What's
today.
this button do? That's what I'll come
Exactly.
in.
Yeah, our audio engineer earlier, I'm like, I can't hear the director. He goes, did you turn up the knob? Yes, that just happened. Anyway, make sure you download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app to keep up with panels, presentations, special events, and everything happening on campus. And if you can't figure out, make sure you turn on your phone, just like I had to turn the knob. Yep.
Turn it on.
Yeah, that's how it works. And
Full Sail's Hall of Fame Companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration.
Well, let's get ready to head into today's first panel.
What is it, Jess?
A must-watch for any TV buff. Today's first panel features production designer Yvonne Boudreau, who will discuss the development of visual themes and strategies for execution using Yellowstone and 1883 as case studies.
Let's check it out.
Let's check it out.
And now, everyone, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to your host, Shane Reese.
Good morning, everybody. How are you guys? I see a lot of familiar faces out here. That's great. Thank you for spending your last morning of Hall of Fame with us. We have a representative of the art department. We don't always get a lot of art department people here. It's very camera heavy, it seems like sometimes. So very excited. For those of you I don't know, my name is Shane Reese. I'm a art department lab instructor for the advanced production and the film department. And I think I'll just get into it. Let's get our production designer that's up here. She's a production designer for Yellowstone and 1883, Yvonne Bordeaux.
Hey. Hi, my name is Yvonne Boudreau. I'm the production designer for a show called Yellowstone. And in conjunction, I've also was the art director, supervising art director on 1883, which is the prequel to Yellowstone. So today I was going to just show you both projects, like in-depth detail of what is a production designer, what it takes to do all of this, and some really fun behind-the-scene moments. So I thought it would be interesting. Okay, I'm just going to get into it. So my background is, can you guys hear me? Is everything? Yeah. Okay. My background is in architecture. I started in architecture school. This is a final project that actually got me a job 10 years later in set design, which is just, you never know. You never know where things are going to take you. So in architecture, I was able to understand space and sort of choreography in space. And I was also a dancer. And so I started making dance installations and using, again, space and objects, and I was doing it all. I was the producer, the dancer, the choreographer, so it got to be a lot. So I went to school at the University of Texas in Austin and got my master's in set design. And they let me do wild things. This is where I put the floor on the wall, and we got to fly. And so shocked that they let me do this. And while I was at school, getting my master's, the film program sort of opened up and needed designers. And, oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. This is, here's what I was doing. I was supposed to be getting my master's in set design. And so I was building sets for the theater program and also doing dance things. And then that's when we got to do a film set. And that is when I felt like I was at home. Just the building and the designing and sort of all of the tools I gathered up to this point with dance and architecture brought me here. So right after school, I was recommended by a professor to go to Portland, Oregon, and work on this movie, a stop-motion animation film called Paranorman. And in my interview, they said, "Can you draw buildings that are not straight lines?" And I was like, actually, I have the perfect example. And so I showed them that project from architecture school. And I got to do Neil's neighborhood. So that was Paranorman's best friend. And it was a blast. But it was drafting every day. But again, all the skills I had kind of accumulated up to this point was extremely beneficial. So here are some of my drawings compared to like what was built. They would give us renderings, and then we would need to figure out how to make it to fruition. This was really fun. This was really fun. This was a theater set. So that was, you know, theater nerds. We love to get to do the theater sets. So this was the drawing, and then there it is, sort of a work in progress photo. So then I came back to Austin, Texas, and I worked on Machete. And this was my first live action, union, sort of all the things. Technically, we were low budget, but well, let me tell you, we had a lot of fun. So you had to make, you still had to think of things. There was a shootout in a church, so obviously you can't do that. So we built a portion of a church. We got to blow up stuff, and they had like low riders, and we got to outfit all of that. So it was a lot of fun. And luckily, again, at the right place at the right time, I was able to work on a television show called Revolution. And oh my gosh, back then we did I can't even believe it, but we did 22 episodes in one season, which is absolutely insanity, in 11 months. And so that was great, though. All of this was really great because it got my experience started to grow. So Machete was a really big step. Paranorman was a great step. This television show, then I learned how to do television because television is a different beast than film. And a big beast. You know, we landed huge sets. And then I also was juggling independent films. So this was a really beautiful film called Little Woods, and it was an independent film shot in and around Austin, Texas. And I luckily had this big skill set, so these were all empty spaces that we dressed for the different sets that were called out. And then I got to land on another very large television show called The Sun, and this was great because it was a Western, a period Western. So I got my first dose of Western towns and working in a time period, 1920s. We did a little bit of Mexico. These are all sets built from scratch. This was just taking the concrete floor of the warehouse we were shooting in, and you painted the lines, you know, to make it look like tile. You know, there's all these cheats that you can do. And this was my first experience we'd worked with the Comanches in Texas, and so we had an advisor to help us with this scene, especially because it was a period in the this was actually in the 1800s, and we also wanted to work with the Comanches, so we had a Comanche advisor. And all of this package landed me on Yellowstone. But we started Yellowstone, just a small group of people up in Utah and Montana. So, what is a production designer? We are responsible for basically the entire visual concept of the movie, the film, the show, whatever it is that you're creating. And it requires managing a humongous team. You'll see my breakdown in a minute of the amount of crew that we work with. Everybody asks me, how many people do you have on your crew? And I'm like, I don't know. I made 100 shirts for the art department and they were all gone. So I don't know. And it's just a huge vision, massive communication with the directors, the cinematographers, the grip, the electric, you know, everyone across the board. And that's what's been so lovely on Yellowstone, is we've been there for over 5 years and working with the same people, and we're family. You know, we take care of each other, and we're in the middle of nowhere. So if you don't have something and you need something, we all help each other. So again, there's the multitasking and teamwork, obviously, and time management is huge, and you'll get to kind of see how that plays. Here's a breakdown, because I teach this sometimes, and I started writing on a chalkboard, and I ran out of space, so I made a chart. I was like, you want me to make a chart? So as a production designer, I mean, there's many, many, many more elements to a film. This is just sort of the art department. I work very intensely with a location manager. Locations is huge, and they go around and find all these things. So we talk about, what is it that they talk to me. What are you thinking? What does this space feel like? What does this space feel like? So we talk through that. We get direction from the directors and the DPs, and like everybody comes together. They go out and they take photos, massive amount of photos, and they have a website. They have all the locations, and we talk and we talk and we look and we look. So that's my relationship with the location manager. In the art department, you've got the props, set deck, obviously the art department, construction, painting, scenics, and the greens. And then under them, they've got all these people. And then under this all grows. And so we're all sort of working together for a main thing. The art director is sort of the communication liaison between all of these people. And then they bring questions to the production designer. I've art directed a ton as well, so I know the position very well. You communicate with all these people and coordinate kind of the nuts and bolts, but then when there's questions, you bring it to the production designer, because the production designer is communicating with the DP and the directors and the producers and all the things to get all the things made. So it's just this like organism that works, but every single person is so important for the organism to breathe. Okay, here we go. Yellowstone is everything, unique. It's a unique situation. So we have the ranch. And what's interesting is the sets are established. So there's some established sets there. So a producer asked me last week, what if you get a script the day, like a week before shooting? I said, it's okay. I talked to the AD team. We shoot what we have, and then what we need, that gives me time, and I will go and, perform miracles on other locations. So this is technically a location, but it's blurry because it has sets there. Here's sort of the site plan. And it's always great to work with plans. It helps grip and electric know where they're going to put equipment. It helps transpo know what's safe and what's not safe and what we're going to be shooting. It helps catering know where to, everybody needs to know. So we provide plans for every location we're shooting. So you can see here, we've got the stables. That's sort of where we have all of those scenes that involve the barn and the bunkhouse. You can see the bunkhouse. The entrance, Beth and Rip had a house at one point. It's kind of the traveling pants show because they always are moving. And then at the bottom, you can see there's the Dutton house. So, and we shoot all over. This is like a back lot. We shoot all over. We shoot a lot of our exteriors here. We fake things. There's woods. There's all these things. So there's, that's the arena. A lot of action happens in the arena. And it's kind of, you don't get to see this angle. I like this angle. It kind of shows, and you see the barn. It's sort of like the hearth of the whole compound. And, just some good smoky arena business. Those are called pre-fert panels, and I know them very well. That's how you we have a lot of cattle moving, so we have to orchestrate. So we work with the wranglers on, they got to tell us how the cattle's going to move. And so we set up pre-fert panels. These are just some fun set photos of the bunkhouse. So the bunkhouse is an established set. It's been there since season 1. So again, that's something I can lean on. There's always something specific, always something different we need to have on the television or et cetera. But it's a set. It's a standing set. And so that they can go shoot the bunkhouse and let me get this other stuff done. There is sort of a close-up of the Dutton house. This is where the family lives. But there's the exterior. We shoot in that house. We do shoot the great room. So this has been dressed for Yellowstone, and he allows us, Shane is the owner, and he allows us to leave it, thank goodness, when we're not shooting anymore, between seasons. This is the kitchen, which is also on location, and this is sort of a nice little stairway that leads from the great room to their bedrooms. Where here's the stage. So this is on a stage about an hour away from the ranch, and this is the dining room. His office, John Dutton's office and John Dutton's bedroom. I'm just giving you glimpses of, you can see the continuity between the sets that are, the home that we shoot in, and then the sets that we built to kind of bring it all. We don't need to be, thank goodness this guy did not allow us to shoot in his bedroom, because it would have been 5 years later, we would have still been there. So this is what it's massive. This is what it looks like on stage. And I remember when I walked in and I started on season 2, I was like, oh, okay, you guys got some money. All the toilets flush, all the showers work, all the sinks run. I was like, okay, I can do this. That's the biggest backing I've ever seen. Here's sort of a plan of, how massive this is. And believe it or not, we do have backings on rollers that we do move around, because it's just so much. So these are some of our standing sets. We have places all over. So we also work on location, and so I'm going to talk about how you augment a location. Nothing is shoot ready ever, especially on Yellowstone. This was a college dorm gathering room where they had just like couches and stuff, and so we had a custom table, 24-foot table, and all of this. You bring in the curtains and the elements, and you transform it into a Capitol dining room. That's what we did that for. And then the locations are massive. And so we can talk about how you can achieve this look. So I start with the script. Here is a glimpse of just episode 4. This is one of my largest new sets this season, this one. So I'm also shooting episode 3, episode 2, and episode 1, and I get the script. And I think it's about 80%, 75 to 80% new sets. So you start with the script, and it's all about actor availability. So the ADs are able to give me an idea of what they're thinking needs to be first, or what does it need? We have to have this, like, it's almost like a poker game where we're like, okay, what can you do first? What can you do first? What can you do last? Those kinds of things. I go and I look at all these locations, and then I make these work lists. So this is a great way to communicate to my team all the things that need to get accomplished. And then construction sees what paint needs to do, and so they need to get things ready to be able to give to paint. Graphics, this is their way of knowing just specific graphics for the location. They've got to deal with all the graphics that are called out in the script, but in addition to the graphics in the script, they are also, this is like cover the visa sign, all these like specific things that are on the location set deck. This is just, they have their notes. These are just specific notes that were either called out by the director or that I saw that needed to be there. Who knows? And then construction has their work list of this is what they get done. What's amazing about this is my phone doesn't ring because everybody kind of knows what they're doing. Is it hard to put this together? Absolutely. Do I have to stay up late at night doing it? 100%. But it makes it so it's a really good communication tool. And there's all these little details in there that tells locations, I'm going to need 3 weeks prep in this location. So you're going to need to get moving and book it, and that's what we're going to need. So then it's all negotiation, and they come back and say, well, they can only do 2 weeks prep. So then we talk to construction, we talk, it's all communication. But this is great because then locations can go to a homeowner and they can say, these are the things we need to do to your location for the show. So it's a really great communication device. This season in particular, but Taylor called me one night and was like, I want to make sure we hold on to the sunset. The tone of the show needs to be very warm and, have a very aged, warm sunset tone. And, it's Montana. We need to remember we're in Montana because we were doing all of these, the main character, John Dutton, became governor, but he just said, remember, keep those warm tones. So, the work list we were looking at that needed 3 weeks prep. This is the Capitol, the Montana State Capitol hallway and meeting room. So I grabbed a couple clips of the script. This is what I get. I get 2 sentences. They're walking down the hallway, and they're going to pass the room. They're going to look, and then they walk into a room, and then they have a conversation. This was a school we luckily found in Missoula. It was built in the early 1900s, and it was abandoned, as you can see. But I saw it, and I loved it, and I said, it's perfect because we can't shoot at the Capitol. It's about 2.5 hours away, and it's just too much of a location move for a small scene like this. They do shoot at the Capitol for just like juicy, big-time things that you can't fabricate. So Taylor Sheraton is the creator of our show, and he's also our showrunner. He is not on location. He's in Texas when I'm in Montana, and he's probably one of the busiest people alive. So I know I get couple seconds with him in an email. So I put together these boards. This comes from my architecture roots because they always used to say, now, if you pin up and you get hit by a bus, your drawings need to be able to speak for you, which I'm like, is that the best analogy? But it came in great when I'm sending an email to Taylor because I need to walk him through the set, the befores, what we're going to do, here's this, here's that. I just give him sort of an overall collage. Again, when he approves this, it goes to paint, it goes to construction, it goes to set deck. Everybody knows what we're doing. So it's a really great tool to then distribute to my team. I went to Helena, where the Capitol is, and I saw this small meeting room, and so I just pulled the colors that are there. It's not rocket science. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I grabbed the colors there. That conference table that we had for the 24-foot-long conference table in the dining room, repurposed it, brought it in here, found chairs. These are rentable chairs. Found chairs from Los Angeles. We rented those chairs. We've got all these beautiful Russell's art to kind of bring in the Capitol. They have a lot of similar artwork like that in the Capitol. And there's our abandoned location, and there it is dressed. So there's the hallway. We tied those, the lights tie into our set that where the governor's office. So everything, you just have to give little clues and tie everything together. And there's the meeting room. Needed to serve a bigger crowd. That's why the one, well, we weren't going to go to Helena anyway, but a small meeting room wouldn't work. So this, I brought in a wall. I built a wall, so it was a huge sort of auditorium, and we brought in a wall, and then we were able to give texture to that wall. You don't ever just want a flat wall. You want to give pilasters, so the wall has depth and texture. You're always kind of overcompensating, like, we're not a set. See, there's stuff going on, you know? Also, that allows you to build the set in a way where the walls can wild out, and that's so a camera can get behind that. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm like a wild wall advocate. And there's some screen grabs. So there he is walking down the hallway, and then boom, into the meeting room. And you can see that quilt at the back of that, at the end of that hallway. That's called a backing wall, and those are your friends. That was just sort of, again, another abandoned room. Throw a backing wall behind it, bada boom, bada bang, they shoot that hallway. We also went in, the DP was like, oh, there's these boarded up transoms. So we took those transoms down, brought in natural light, you know, all of this artwork. We cleared art. That's a process where you have like, there's some, Library of Congress has artwork in domain. So that means public domain, which means you can use pretty much anything. They have like descriptions on what's available and what's not. But also we have a team, a lawyer team, that we clear art through. So everything you see on the picture, on the frame, has been cleared through all kinds of people. We make our own seals. We're not allowed to use the real seals, so we make our own. So you have to fabricate things. It has to be a certain amount of percentage different than what the existing one is. So it's all complicated, but you grow and you learn. So there's another really great screen grab of the meeting room. So Benny's Bistro got a huge transformation because she's green, and that doesn't follow our color palette. And this is a coffee shop, and the senator and the governor were going to go to lunch. But we liked it because it had, we call it good bones. You know, the architecture is there. And also, it worked because of the place that it was in. So sometimes, that's what I learned the most this season, is sometimes I'm given a lemon and I have to figure out how to make lemonade with it, because it has to do with where it is or how it fits in the schedule or who's gonna be available when. So we took this and I made my boards for Taylor. So I proposed, okay, we're gonna warm it up with this color, and there is an existing back bar. And it's where they're serving, like they serve food. So I said, okay, I have to embrace the bar, but it's a good juicy background for them to shoot the governor and the senator eating. So I found this research. So again, research is massively useful for people to see the direction you're going in, and to give everybody the direction and the vibe that you're trying to achieve. So this is the board I sent to Taylor. Colors, wood, I'm gonna bring in some wood tones. I'm gonna bring up the Montana vibe. And I wanted at this back, where that existing bar was, I made a plug wall. It's literally, you're plugging sort of a big opening. So this was the proposed plug wall. This is it. This is a set photo of the plug wall. And we embraced the bar, we copied that. We just used that research photo. This is sort of a drawing of it. I know it's a lot. And there's the set photo, so they've got really good camera angles. Again, this sort of coffee bar existing thing, they just kind of avoided it. Everything else was in such good shape. We kind of call that the fourth wall, which means don't shoot it. And there's a screen grab, and see, there's that good, juicy back wall. And they've got really great natural light coming in from the windows. Oh, the police station that looks like a doctor's office. I didn't even send Taylor these photos because he would have died. It's white and awful, and he would have said, you can't shoot there. So he's gonna walk through the whole thing. I mean, every hallway, every nook and cranny, that's what was scripted. So I actually prevised a little bit and showed him, this is what it's gonna be. There's this really great material called Belbian, and they make all these amazing different wood grains, and we use it for everything. So it's like almost like a contact paper. It's like a more, you can get like wood grain contact paper at Home Depot. Well, this is like the advanced version that gives you every tone possible and texture. It's amazing. It's temporary. It can be used permanently as well. So we went in and we papered the bottom portion of that. It's called wainscoting. Help warm it up. We repainted the entire police station. They wanted it back to the white. And, I gave Taylor, again, it's hard because I'm making these like really early and I'm trying to get approvals, but we don't have all the information yet, so it's hard. And so I grab either something off the internet or my graphic designer's already made some things, so it's just a collaboration. We were gonna put the police station, this is our cleared name of the police station. Boom, look how warm in Montana that is. Again, time and place, you don't have to kick people over the head with it, but I think, obviously having bear photos and mountain photos kind of help warm the environment, but also say where we are without knocking you over the head with it. And yeah, and then graphics. You don't want blank walls. Especially with Taylor, which will show you how that's very hard sometimes. So it's also just like pamphlets, community organizations, calendars. Where do you need to go to get your check signed? Where do you need to go to get your ticket filled? All those, we just all kind of come up with ideas and we make all these graphics, hours, anything you can possibly think of to help paper the walls, to help add texture so an actor doesn't get a blank wall behind them. These were their photos. They're really great police photos, and we got them cleared through our clearance service to use them. Usually when things are in background and the actor's just kind of flying by, it's okay. Maps are always a good thing. I love using maps. It's easy, it's clearable. The flashback town hall. So this was an enormous room that was completely empty and all white. This is not a before photo. Our set deck team, so it was a flashback to the 1998. Our flashback scene our set deck team had to give this room life. So we decided as an art department, this is like a Legion Hall, so they're gonna have banners and posters and veterans, like things from all the time in Montana. So this was the before. So it's basically just this big white room. Belbian to the rescue. So the Belbian we did on the bottom, the wainscoting on the bottom, and then we painted the whole room this really good warm color, and we age it like a tobacco stain because they probably still smoked indoors back then. Well, before then, you have to think about not 1998, but 70s and 80s and 90s because they haven't obviously remodeled. So we warmed it up with the wooden blinds, we warmed it up with the Belbian, but you'll see Set Deck went in there and made these little moments. And this is just, they went and shopped and got little uniforms and said, these are our local heroes, and they brought in plaques. I mean, who knows what those plaques say, but it's all just kind of these little moments that I thought was trophy case events. And you can see just like a couple of those touches really send you in the time period. In Montana, it could be now, but the clock and the phone on the wall, all these moments kind of help. And of course, wardrobe puts it over the edge and really says where we are. And they filled it up. We have a serious head count with extras. But you can see just that those little moments on the wall really bring the set to life. And it makes it more interesting than just a plain room. And there they are kind of having a confrontation. And, the thermos kind of helps say where we are. They had made this coffee stand, which I was like, that's cute. But thank goodness it had the correct creamer on it because they got a glimpse of it. So I'm going to show you a set that was a full build. It's the first scene of the season. And Kevin Costner has just found out, John Dutton has found out that he is governor. So they are in this hotel room as a war room where they're still working until they work up till they find out. I watched a documentary called Running with Beto because my friend made it, but I was like, they did the same things. I wanted to catch details, maps. Everybody's got the computers. Everybody's got water bottles and snacks. So like, what are all the things, these like details in a war room that I don't want to get off of Getty Images? I want to see like for real. I also wanted, it's just a huge scene. He starts in the bathroom and he's staring in the mirror. So that means we need to build it because we need to wild that wall for a camera to get this really big, big moment in the whole series. And I wanted him to feel like a fish out of water. You saw all those warm log tones at the ranch. I want this to feel completely opposite of the ranch. So still keeping warm. You can see these are one of my first boards. They weren't as good. There's my research, research. I had to figure out, okay, what are these elements in the bathroom? And then how do we make it work with our set? So there's all these specific moments, but mostly Beth is going to walk up and open the door and talk to John in the bathroom. And he's pulled a dining room chair in the bathroom. So I knew I needed to put where the action was, where they're finding out, where they're going to find out the election. I want to see that out the door. I want, when we're looking at her, we're seeing all the business in the back. And you also have to, I think there was scripted like 10 computer laptops. So we have to have surfaces and places for all these laptops. And he's in a suite, so that means you have to have some kind of kitchenette. So there's all these components and all these clues that you have to kind of make. But what's great about doing your own set is you get to have that choreography through the space. I just wanted you to see, this is another, this is actually formerly a beehive, and this is where we put some of our sets. And that big open space is swing sets. We call them swing sets. So it'll be a set just for one pop off, and then we pull it down and we store it. So those are called swing sets. And there it is. So you see how you're going to look through Beth, but you're going to see the campaign. You're going to see everybody celebrating, and he's like, what am I doing? And then I made this brown door is like saying it's the lavatory, the restroom, but it's actually for crew access to get out of that small space. Because what happens is you don't want a one way in, one way out, because I'm always the one that gets stuck. I need an escape route because I'm always like, excuse me. And then I just happened to be on set the day where they did pull the wall, and that was why I had to spend $100,000 building that set. I got a little bit fussed at. But it's because they needed to pull that wall and have that moment to see him, and you can't do that in a bathroom. And this does not exist in Montana, this kind of set. Oh, good, there's more photos. So there's that dining spot so I could have surfaces for laptops. Again, look, surfaces for laptops. We hung us art up, to say where we are. We're in the campaign room. And we've got warm tones, but it definitely feels different than the ranch. And like a cowboy hat doesn't melt in this room like it does on the ranch. Oh, Casey and Monica's house. This was my very artistic vibes of, because we had to basically, it was remodeled on the outside, but the inside looked like this. Yeah. And I had 30 days, and it was going to cost $110,000. They got us down to 100, but it's time, we don't have a lot of time, so we did it. We actually did this on season 4. We did the downstairs on season 4. Season 5, I needed to do the upstairs, so it was like not my first rodeo at Casey and Monica's house. And there's the upstairs. So you saw that picture was in shambles. It didn't even have sheetrock on the wall. So we got in there and we did it. This was at shot day 3. And I think they made the decision, because of course nobody likes to make decisions to spend a lot of money. I think we got 2 weeks in there. So it was a hustle. And construction had to work on the weekends to get it done, but they got it done and they painted it. We put the tile in. Then Set Deck had a couple days to dress it. I think they had 2 days. So it was a tight push. The prison, this is a fun location in terms of an example of showing you shooting at a location and then fabricating it on stage. So we got to And we shot it for 2 characters. So one character gets released from jail, from the Montana Women's Prison, so we made a sign, and they had all this great production value at the prison, and they allowed us to shoot on the yard. But going inside was just gonna be too difficult. Oh, site plan. So these are the photos of that prison interior. So we built a very similar interior. It was scripted for 2 people in a cell. So that was challenging. So we had to, this is sort of the set, and you make walls that wild again for all the different components. And again, a little bit of a, of course they're gonna have a talk in a conference room, which they're all blank in prison. So this is that opportunity that I had to kind of, behind every graphic you can possibly think of, and conduit and microphones, like what is on walls, because they just don't have anything in prison walls. And this is the pet crematorium. So pet crematoriums aren't shootable for so many reasons, but they're very small, and this is scripted to have a big drawer that comes out and a lot of wolves placed on a drawer. So again, our studio had a great warehouse looks, because you saw it previously was an actual pet crematorium that just didn't work for us. So we just shot it on our stage, on our beehive, and I just built 2 walls, and boom, that's it. That's actually the green screen stage, like right behind it. But we just built these 2 walls, and special effects and construction actually built the incinerator because it needed to be big enough, and they wanted to see the flames. So you do your research, and you get your flame bars and all the things. So those are some good shots of that. Okay, so I'm going to show you, I was going to show you the trailer to Yellowstone 5, because now you're a professional and you know everything about it. And then I was going to talk about 1883. So the prequel to Yellowstone, but it takes place, it's a period piece, so it takes place in the 1800s. And then I'll show you that trailer right after Yellowstone, and then I'm going to go into it because I think it'll be useful for you to see the trailer first. Okay. And here we go. Okay.
I, John Dutton, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
You have no friends in this building, John. You're gonna have to bring your own.
What you gonna do first? What do you think I'm gonna do? You're all fired. Beth, you're my new chief of staff.
Back to work.
I love Montana, but I'm doing this for our family. We need to talk.
They will fight you. They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way? Ruin them, starting with her.
Signing this order is a declaration of war.
We're already at war.
I do this for my father. I don't do this.
Fucking family!
I love it when she gets mad. It means I'm gonna make a lot of money.
When I say we give everything to this land, I do mean everything.
So you saw some things, right, that we talked about. So I thought that was a good example. Okay, and now we're gonna talk about 1883. It's the best thing I've ever worked on. And it was a beautiful show and the hardest thing I've ever done.
See, I'll just sit and watch. You look like you had it figured. Thanks for the help. You James Dutton? Yes, sir.
Mind if we speak?
Whatever you're selling, I ain't buying.
Daddy!
My family's meeting me here tonight, and we're heading north. And we'll keep heading north till I find country's worth the journey.
I admire your courage, but in a pick a fight, you can't win before long.
What's that for?
Not sure. But I'd sure hate you don't have it when we find out.
This journey will be dangerous all the way to Oregon.
I believe in you, and I believe in that boy, and I believe in our daughter, and that's all.
You can police yourselves, or I can do it.
You don't control them. It's a free country.
That is a free country. That is no man's land, and that's where we're heading.
Anybody else want to fuck with my family? Anybody?
There's only one killer in Fort Worth, and that's me.
New series streaming December 19th, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Okay. Dramatic. Oops, so sorry. All right. So the Dutton family, this prequel explains how they found the ranch in Montana, and they are going to Oregon. And so it's a really beautiful story about traveling across from Texas to Oregon and how they ended up in Montana. I'm just going to give you a quick overview. So this is, we start off in Fort Worth, and I had to convert this street to the 1800s. It's right up from the stockyards in Fort Worth. So it's modern day. So I'm just going to give you the vibe, and then we're going to talk to the nitty-gritty of how we got it done. It's one of my favorite moments. This is a restaurant, bar. He was actually really great, Billy Bob Thornton. And then we went on a wagon train. So we did all of this work in Fort Worth, converting modern day stuff to 1800s / we built some sets. And then we went on a wagon train, and it got grum, and we went to Montana, and we built this city, Doan's Crossing, and we have to light some things on fire. Research. I started with research, and I just pinned it up. And every day somebody would pull a piece of research off the wall. Okay, go do this, go do that. It was pretty crazy. Here's the town research. All of that writing and that text, like what is the text, what is the writing, look at the font, the windows, the details, the awnings, every single thing we got from all of this research. Here is this is called Exchange Avenue, and that's existing. And we started with renderings. Okay, so this is the energy we're going, this is the direction we're going in. And I had to convert this street. And so you can only bite off an apple one bite at a time. So I just said, okay, I started at the top of the street and I went down one building at a time. So we had to go in, first of all, we just had to decide, this is gonna be the sheriff's office, this is gonna be the saloon, this is gonna be the hotel. I mean, you just have to decide. So you make these decisions, and then we just went for it. And we went through every single building, one building at a time. And then you dirt the street, and you add the curbs. Such good moments. That was a bar. We boarded it up because it had tinted windows, We added that colonnade on this overhang. This is just me on set, kind of grabbing some photos. Wait till you see that transformation. And then the in-between of the buildings needed dressing. And I swear we didn't get to that till a couple days before shooting. And it was like, okay, build a fence, get a wagon, maybe some coffins. You have to give characters to all of these spaces like we did in the flashback town hall, And the graphics, and then you need to go and do another layer. It's a layer, so the fences just didn't work. We had to go and do graphics. So, this is hiding a parking lot where the crew is basically based right behind us. All of the cube trucks that's why we made the fence a certain height, so the cube trucks could go behind it. It's all this crazy math equation. And again, communication. Okay. Oh, Tattoo Ranch. So that's Tattoo Ranch, and this is great because it is on an angle, and so we decided this is where the livery is going to be, and that's where it's a horse stable where you store your wagons and your horses. It's a very big moment where John Dutton comes in, parks his wagon, and that's where we're going to have like big moment, the first glimpse in town. Here are the drawings. So in order to be able to do such a big facade, we took shipping containers and we attached the facade to shipping containers. You can see it at the bottom left-hand corner. And we left a big gap in the middle. So that would be where the sliding doors would just be a black hole. And then the shipping containers make it safe to be able to put this big, big, big wall up. And there it is. So Tattoo Ranch is behind. You can still get a tattoo, by the way. And then you bring in, they had these like, these concrete curbs are actually foam that they can put you carve them and then you can put sort of a solution, a plaster on top to kind of help preserve it. But of course, they looked real. People stepped on them all the time. But there's the livery is absolutely gorgeous, and the graphic really sells it. But look, we don't have to do too much. We did have to build the side wall, but if you look in that like left-hand side, that's actually metal roof. We just painted, so you can only do so much. There's only so much time. We had 6 weeks and $5 million, and they only shot there 4 days. I was devastated when I was like, you'll be here a couple weeks, right? There were like 4 days. I was like, what? So here's the rendering looking at another angle of the street. And that's the building that you see kind of right there with the lady in the red dress. So it again, good bones, except the dumpster part. But that long facade is great. Add some little awnings on the windows, kind of give it a three-dimensional element. We don't want anything flat. And then that back wall, you can see this is a picture where I was measuring it like crazy. And then we had the drawings to put this facade on that wall. Boom, there you go. And we had a staircase built so that they can still access the top, and they were able to put ladies up on top because this was supposed to be a brothel. That photo you can kind of see that's a facade, and then you just put window dressing so you don't see that it's empty behind. Oh, this liquor and sport building, well, its original space is called Hookers, and it's not that far off. This is actually a really great burger place, and so we had to embrace it. This was the worst night. I think I got to this last because I was like, I cannot deal with Hookers. It's so bad. So we drew the facade. So we use the existing, and you need the existing because you need that structural element to help you with securing building faces to their faces. And there it is, they ended up, and then there was that sign right there had to go into the ground. They hung somebody from that sign. So of course they want to hang somebody. So you have to make it safe, and you have to make sure, you talk to many different people and make sure that it's safe, and they do it. This was my favorite. So this is again between two buildings. It was a parking lot, and we decided, we were kind of like just so spread thin, making all of these massive renovations to all of these buildings, that we made this little brick under construction site. And I just think it came out great. And actors were able to stand on this like fabricated period correct scaffolding and like look like they're putting bricks on, and those arches move so they could be handing somebody an arch. So it gave us action, it makes it alive, and I think it came out great. There's sort of a little behind the scenes photo. Oh, Pinkerton, it was a big set, and this is the location, and it's divided into like 3 or 4 businesses. So we built it on stage. So there it is, built on stage. And then we had to build it exactly. The facade had to be exact on stage because they were going to shoot on location and on our sets. So, and there was a storeroom in the back where they're going to store all their materials because they can't take all the stuff that they brought on the wagons. Oh, sorry. Here's a set photo. So this is a built set on stage. A lot of texture. They're a detective agency. And if you see right here, there's a staircase. They ended up doing a scene up there, but it gives depth. It's not just so flat because the space was so big, so that helped. And there's a doorway that leads into the storage room. So then we had this storage room we built where they brought too many things, and they were like, Sam Elliott was like, "You can't bring all this in a wagon. Are you crazy?" Oh, such a beautiful moment. I mean, it's like the skills, I mean, the lighting and the camera, everybody, set deck, actors, wardrobe, that's like a moment when it all comes together, you know? It's a really beautiful space. And then we had to shoot at this farmhouse, the interiors. You can see they're a little rough. And then we had to build it to burn it down. Yeah, my architecture professor came to set that day, and she was just like, "You are just, I don't understand what you do." So there it is under construction. I think it's beautiful. It came out great. It's a beautiful scene. It's a heart-wrenching scene. And he throws, all we had to build, because they shot it on the interior on location, but he does go through that doorway. So those first 2 rooms had a little bit of texture, a little bit of some furniture, but then luckily it was mostly exterior, so then it burned. The wagons. So I've also been referred to as the wagon queen because I had to wrangle 29 wagons on a wagon train, and it was very hard. And I got frustrated because I was like, this is not creative. I am supposed to be doing creative things, but I got something out of this because this is basically the rest of the show for me. So I did the most intense flip of a street in like 6 weeks, and then slammed into the wilderness of just like coordinating, telling people to put wagons where. But luckily it was written that they're a hot mess on the beginning of their wagon train, and then they got to like massive, awesome defense circles at the end. That's great because I was a hot mess landing them in the very beginning, so it totally worked. So here's us as a hot mess. It was so great. Thank goodness that we shot it in semi-order. We didn't, but we did. And then look at us getting our wagons together. So we get it together. You saw in the trailer that beautiful wagon train. That was like the first time we did wagons. It was nuts. I mean, that's real. Taylor does not like to CGI anything, try not to do that. So it's all real. So this is when they're on their big wagon train. So we carried like 28 wagons, 29 wagons, and there's some doubles because things happen to them. And so here's when we hit a tornado. So we fabricated a tornado with Ritter fans. And I have this is actually a video. So we fabricated a tornado, and the fans these massive fans definitely help give the grass, realistic that there's a tornado. So the poor wagon train had to cross in front of those fans. And then we built fake wagons to set on fire and to do destruction like this for the tornado. So this is where we took our fake wagon. This is a built stationary wagon that doesn't roll, to be destroyed in the tornado. So special effects rigged it. Yeah, it's crazy. So this is the aftermath. And so this is set dressing a little bit those wagons, but of course we augment everything because a tornado really didn't happen. And then this is the aftermath. So this is them rebuilding. And so they lost a lot, thank God. So I only had to deal with like 9 after that. So yeah, those are some good numbers, 29 to 9. And then this was a hard day. I would have to get up every day around 2 or 3 in the morning, go to set because it's an hour away. And then I'd land all of these things every day in the dark with headlamps and coats, and then at 7 a.m. they would start shooting, and then I would start preparing for tomorrow. It was very challenging. That was 6 weeks of my life. So here we are, patched, on wagon trains, and it gets grim. They go to Montana, and you see how they're all patched. That's all from the tornado damage, and they're very slim down. Okay, this is not at night outside. This is in an arena. So it got to be too cold and too hard for the actors to work those kind of night scenes on location. So in an arena, and I knew this, so I was very careful to document the grass and the ground and the plants and greens. That's why you have a strong greens department. Gathered things, because we didn't shoot this till months later, but we knew it was happening. And so I just had this arena, and we laid out the grass, and then we had the grass clumps, and then I gave it height, because it needed to, because we couldn't build mounds, it just wasn't possible. So you did it with grass, tall grass in the back, medium, flat, clumps. And you see those Ritter fans? There they are, they did them in there. And there we are, shooting a lot of night work in the wagons and outside the wagons, in little fires and all of that. And the Comanche, we work so beautifully. We have a beautiful relationship with Mo Brings Plenty. He's in Yellowstone. He's also my native liaison. And Mo and I had to put these teepees up in one day in 18 inches of snow. And we met a couple days previously, and he just drew it on the ground of what we were going to do. And I thought, that's actually my favorite site plan I've ever made. So I took a picture, and I just typed it and sent it out to the director. And it's incredible. So he is our advisor. We did 3 different tribes on 1883. This is the Lakota. This was in Montana. So the Montanas, this was Comanche. Mo was able to advise for that. This is sort of the impetus of all of the turmoil on 1883, because a tribe's property was all destroyed. He gave us these beautiful moments. He said we needed some height, and he drew us this beautiful diary. Here's the Crow. This is Crow, because this is in Montana. And then this is the last thing I'll show you, is they're seeing she has to walk in the water. This is November in Montana, and you guys, this was so hard just to do the walking barefoot. So we built them a warming pool, because she has to be completely dunked. So they just did that moment on set in Montana. I don't even know, 17 degrees, too much. And then when we were in that arena shooting that night work, we built this warming pool. So the water was, of course, decent. And the DP knew how to do this, because he had worked on something else where he needed to build the water. So he says, you bring in these branches, and then he's able to catch the reflection of the branches with the soft texture light on top of that, and then boom, you don't see any camera equipment. That's it. With 1 minute to spare.
That is hot, Mike. It looks like we got about 10 minutes for a Q&A. If we want to take some questions, that was awesome. That was very cool to see the transformation of those things. We got any questions right down here?
Hey, I'm Ashley. I have a quick question. So I ironically have a theater background too, and I'm here online for creative writing because I didn't live locally when I started. I work at a professional theater here in town, and I've been on here when I've been off of work all week. I took off to come to this today because I wanted to be here for this, and this was exactly why. I looked at the art department, tree that you did. Any suggestions for someone that wants to kind of go from the theater side into this, and what you would recommend doing to get there?
That's a great question. And everybody loves my little diagram. That's a great question, because you have to also find your place. And my rule of thumb is do something, don't do nothing, And having a theater background is a phenomenal prerequisite for anything in this world, I started remember when I was saying I was in the theater program and then I needed some people, and I went over there. I got it on a film, and I was a PA, and they weren't going to pay me any money, and I'm like, oh my God, okay. So I'm like, but you know what? Had a good attitude. I showed up. I did my job. They go, can you come in on Saturday? We need to talk to you. And I was like, for free. Copy that. Showed up with the best attitude, and they want to promote me. So you show up with the best attitude. and you start where you can start. And then I think a lot of people, some people, like with interior design passions, they do the set decorating part and they get to dress sets. And I think you learn by doing. I have done, like we all, when it was quarantined and nobody could get, let out of quarantine or we popped or whatever, we had to do the greens work and it was so hard. We were shoveling all those we call them those grass clumps, But it's like when you do all these things, you find your niche. So it's getting your foot in the door, having a good attitude, working hard, and then you meet people, and then they're like, will you come with me? I need you to come do this. And so it's just doing. And then when you get your feet on the ground, you find what works best for you, because your heart and your body will tell you. Okay.
Thanks, we're done here.
Hi, I'm Kai. I also was going to ask about theater to film, ironically. What was the biggest difference going from working with stage to big film or television sets? Because a stage obviously is only so big, and now you have large, bouts of land and stages, like sound stages or arenas to work with, compared to just a small stage for theater.
I mean, the basics are there, and I was very transparent. I didn't know how to do the wagons. I learned. So you have this skill set, and you just have to apply it to the scenario that you're given. I mean, I didn't know how to do any of this. This was all new territory, but you rely on your experience, your personal experience, your personal journey, and that's what makes you unique. I mean, I hope one day I get to do some fun, cool dance thing, because I've got that background. Hasn't happened yet. But you just pull from your own experience, and when you've got this fire underneath you that you have to get this done, you figure it out. But yeah, my boss would just throw me, because there's always so much to do and not enough time. So he and I would divide. I think he would give me the exteriors, because he's like, there's not much you can mess up. He was going to do the interiors. And I would land these huge things. But you saw all those pieces accumulated and gave me magical skills to do Yellowstone. But again, the wagon trains I know it doesn't look hard, but it was so hard. That's why I had to start doing those diagrams, because they would be like, can we shoot that scene we did on Thursday again? And I'm like, what? Does anybody remember? So finally we started making these diagrams. So I learned constant critiquing myself and just taking all of those things that you have and you apply it to that scenario. So it's just like getting a new play. It's very similar. It translates beautifully. And I think you have the performance, the choreography for me from all of that dance got me to work through buildings. And then I know, understanding, okay, well, she's going to stand here and I want to see that. So, but it's also experience. I didn't go to film school, so I didn't understand camera placements. And so I learned by doing. And learn by making mistakes. Sometimes you're like, yeah, that wasn't the best thing we could have done for there. For Machete, he drove through, he's supposed to barrel down this road and blast through a building. And I just made the most beautiful facade and these double doors. And we get to the day and they shoot it and the doors just opened because I didn't calculate the size of a car and the size of my double doors. So it looked like somebody pressed a button and said, welcome. and then, on the other side of the door, we shot all this aftermath. And I was just like a little bit defeated. I was like, but I learned from that. And then you just apply it and apply it and apply it.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
You got anyone else? On this side? Oh, you got one here? Okay.
Hi, so I'm Allison. My undergrad's actually in history, and then I'm here now doing my master's in film production. So my question is, were there any historical consultants other than just for the natives, for costuming, anything like that?
Absolutely, yes. She had access. She went to archives for the costuming, and especially with all of our native work, that's a really beautiful thing that Taylor implements. And I did it on Yellowstone. I waited to talk about it on 1883 because I had such juicy examples. But everything goes through them, and that's why I was very specific with the tribes. And we got specific consultants for each tribe. We didn't do a general pass, So yes, the costumes on 1883 are absolutely stunning. And yes, she's from Mad Men. I mean, she's done amazing things. And she did research. They go to archives and they meet with people and they look at things. So yes, every single thing, especially with Taylor, has to be accurate and precise. Every spur, every gun, every single thing, we are held to very extreme high standards. It's probably not a television standard, but he thinks of things as a feature. He thinks of 1883 as one movie. He thinks of Yellowstone as a movie. It's just chopped up into 10 parts or 8 parts.
Is it on? Yeah. Awesome. I'm Elissa. I have a question about like your portfolio when you're building it, like a website. I have experience not only in like set design and set deck, but also in a little bit of graphic design and Vectorworks. Should I include that as well with each project, or like in a separate category? How is it best to kind of format that?
I have on my website. It's versions. I just rebuilt my website and I did 2 categories. I did performance, so I looped all of my theater, dance into one category there, and then I did film and TV. And then I had that category. And I've kind of played with that. I used to do dance, theater, film. It's like, depends on how beefy you need to get things to look. Then when you get more stuff, then you kind of have to pare it down and make it clear. But only show your best things. It's interesting. You'll have all these photos when you're done. You're so emotionally attached to every single one of them. And then a year later, you're like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe I put that on the internet. So you get emotionally unattached, and you help condense things. But I think if you have graphic experience, I think that's extreme. I started out doing set design, graphic design, anything I could do to get a job, and then get your foot in the door. And then you meet somebody, and they're like, oh, I need you over here. Wait, I used to call people and say, I can do art department. I know you just need a PA for this chicken commercial. And they'd be like, come on, and so you just accumulate. But yeah, I've played with that, and I think it's just, sometimes it's also specific for the job of whatever you're going for. You want to show them that you can do all these things, but this is what you're going for. So give yourself a primary, secondary, tertiary. This is what you're going for, but look, I also have this experience.
Thank you.
I think we have time for about one more.
Okay.
Oh. We had one, right? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So my name is Nadia. I also have a question about switching from film to theater. How do you prepare yourself mentally?
What a fun panel. They're just finishing up in there, but we thought we'd come back because we got balloon animals. Well, I got a balloon sword.
Don't call it a balloon animal. This is Paco.
He's a parrot.
Paco's my favorite friend. What? Huh? He's very loud. Sorry. A little cranky this morning.
Yeah, I don't think birds are allowed inside the university, but whatever. If you see me on campus and I stab you with this sword, please pretend to die. It's a bit that I'm doing.
Wow. Okay. Part of the cosplay thing, probably. But yeah, we have social stuff. We have giveaways, of course. We have
many giveaways.
It's all our thing. So it's not just campus students that have a chance to win stuff. Everyone has this stuff as well that you can win. But check out our social media tent over at 11:30 over at the back lot. But yeah, you can win amazing things this week. And again, not just our campus students, our online viewers. Just scan the QR code on the screen to enter for a chance to win some amazing prizes, including gift cards, Hall of Fame swag, MSI headphones, and much more. And again, the deadline for this giveaway is at 3 p.m. Eastern Time today.
And here's what we saw yesterday at the Social 10 giveaway, which is happening again at 11:30. If you are a campus student and you're here, head over to the back lot at 11:30, and you can get in on some action like what we saw yesterday. Rock, paper, scissors tournament, pretty sick.
That's a game I will play. Can we have an esports team of that?
A rock, paper, scissors
I would win
team.
like no one's business.
It's a game of chance.
So is Valorant. No, it isn't.
It's not.
I know.
Oh, yeah, but we're having so much fun here at the desk. But next up, let's learn a little bit about a man who is all about sound, audio director at Electronic Arts, and Hall of Fame 12 inductee, Tom Todia.
No one in the family was allowed to touch Uncle Joe's equipment, but one day I got into trouble for playing with his 31 band EQ, and he walked into the room and my aunt said, "Don't touch that stuff, that's Uncle Joe's." And Uncle Joe said, "No, it's okay, Tom can use it." They said, "Why are you gonna let him play with that?" He said, "He's not playing with it, he's using it. Look at what he's doing. He's actually fascinated by it." And since that day, he was right. I love technology almost as much as I love sound. Getting to work in a career where I have access to high-end and new technology all the time that someone else is responsible for paying for is an absolute dream. Even at a young age, I knew that I wanted to revolve my life around sound and technology. It just took a long time to figure out how that was going to work.
Listening to music with Tom is an interesting exercise. You peek behind the curtain. Sometimes it's not as much fun for the listener, I think. But he is an audiophile. Tom likes the sound of sound. He's in the pursuit of audio experience. I've seen him go to a football game, not to enjoy the game, but to capture the audio of the moments or the crowd. He's one of the few people that sometimes is turned backwards to the action on the field. He loves audio, and that was really brought up here and manifested itself during his time at Full Sail University as a student and then eventually as faculty.
So just after I got out of school, my first job was an internship at Crescent Moon Studios in Miami. And I'll never forget that internship. I spent as much time there as I was allowed to until they would basically ask me to leave. And I made a habit of getting there close to an hour early every morning just because I didn't ever want to be late. A little neurotic, but it worked. So when I was just finishing my internship at Crescent Moon Studios, there was an engineer there. His name was Bob Rosa. He told me that he was opening his own recording studio and would I like to come and work for him. He taught me some really important lessons. The first night that I was working with Bob in the studio, and I remember around 8 p.m. asking Bob and saying, "You know, some friends of mine are meeting up. Do you know what time we're going to stay here till?" He stared at me and he turned around to his desk, his back to me, and he didn't answer me. As years went on, I realized how important that lesson was, is that we're part of a project. We're part of a production. We work as a team and we leave as a team, or we wait until the project is done at the end of the night. I was part of a production team that really never stopped. I would get comments from people that I knew like, "This is crazy. How can you work like this?" And I thought, what do you mean? I'm lucky. I know people that are looking for work and I'm so busy I can't do anything but work. So I felt very privileged at the time. After a few years, the hours were just more than I was willing to do. I came to a point where I realized even if I could become as prosperous as someone like Bob was, I would probably still be working those same hours. And although I loved working in the studio, it just wasn't the right thing for me at that point. So I made the decision to move on, which was extremely difficult because I absolutely love working in the recording studio. It was like walking away from a dream. How could you do that? But sometimes you have to recalibrate, and that's what I did. I've been playing video games my entire life, since I was a little kid. Never thought that maybe I could do what I did in the studio on video games, but I realized there was so many connections between the two that it was certainly worth a try. And it's something that I share with people as often as I can that are in our industry, that there are infinite number of ways to recalibrate and reinvent yourself with your prior knowledge and make something new out of it. The old Turkish quote, which is one of my favorite quotes ever, which says, "No matter how far down the wrong road you've traveled, just turn back." And that was what I had to do. But I don't regret anything about it because it taught me so much about working with people and about how you can push yourself further than maybe you had ever realized.
Somebody call Rick Grimes. There's a zombie trying to operate our cameras. Oh, it's just Garrett. Just kidding. But I'm here with Tom Todia. You just met him in the last video. Hi, Tom.
Hello, Jess. How are you?
I'm doing well. How's everything going for you today?
It's a wonderful blur.
Oh,
yeah. It's been great.
What's been the best part of your week so far?
The questions I've been getting this year have been better than ever before.
I love that.
Yeah, so good quality questions from a whole bunch of students.
Awesome, awesome. So last year you were inducted. I've heard that year after induction is like, okay, I get to relax, I get to breathe, I get to hang out.
I can confirm that. It's true, yeah. Much more relaxing this year.
Awesome. And what is some advice you would give to our inductees tonight?
Take a deep breath. You know, everyone in that audience loves you and is rooting for you, and there's nothing you can do that's wrong, and don't be worried about tearing up and crying because you probably will.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And anything you're working on right now you can talk about?
Yeah. I'm currently sound designing and doing mix work for Madden NFL and our college title and a couple of our mobile games that we do. And we're moving into production on a couple of new things I can't talk about. But
Ooh.
Busy.
No, we like that. We like when
Yeah.
you can't talk about it. That means it's good stuff.
Fun stuff, yeah.
So we're going to play a little game with Tom today. Tom is an audio guy, so Tom's got these lovely headphones on, and we're going to feed him a couple of audio clips through the headphones with different sound bites, and he'll have to guess what they are. I'll hear the sound bites too, but I also have a card that tells me what they are, so I don't have to guess.
Oh, wow. Okay, I have not heard these, so
No.
curious.
So we're going to play them for Tom, give him a couple seconds to guess. We'll see how good he really is at sound. So put your Foley hat on, okay?
Yep, no pressure. All right, let's do it.
All right, we're going to play the first sound. We got anything coming through? You got nothing? I got no sounds, guys.
No, I was going to say that's silence, and it's an excellent tool. I use it all the time. Yeah.
There we go. Ding, ding, ding. You got the first one right because there was nothing playing through our ears. But I think we're going to try it again. Okay, let's go. I got James trying again.
You're trying to trick me.
There we go. You look so scared. Okay, let's let Tom guess. This is horrible. Any guesses? You think you know? We cut that? Oh, okay. I'm
Okay.
going to say thanks, Rocco.
Yeah, one of my guesses was going to be scraping of some kind
Okay.
on a surface.
Okay,
And
close.
then the second one was going to be me, someone dropping a microphone down a giant tunnel and watching it just bang around as
It's
it
just
goes
like-
down. But I think it was scraping. It was scraping along a surface of some kind.
Okay, I'm going to give you a hint.
Yes.
Scraping, sports. What sport are you hearing a lot of?
Ice
that sound?
hockey.
Ice hockey. You got it. Good job, Tom. Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to play another sound.
Okay.
Hopefully you're not as scared of this one. I wouldn't be able to guess this. Any guesses?
It sounds like someone's tearing cardboard,
Okay, cardboard. We're in the right realm.
ripping paper.
Boom, nailed it. Okay, we're gonna play another sound for you. This one has to be easy.
It's a humpback whale.
Boom.
Yeah.
He needed 2 seconds of that audio. And my card just says whale, so he had an even
It's
better
one
answer.
of my favorite sounds.
Really?
Yeah, humpback whales and babies laughing are the two best sounds
Oh,
I've
okay.
ever heard.
You
Yeah.
worked for SeaWorld? You did work with SeaWorld?
Yeah, I did a virtual reality project with the orcas that they were turning it into a three-dimensional experience so that as they phased out the orcas entirely, people
Okay.
could still sit and travel underwater
Oh,
and hear
cool.
them. Yeah, it was really cool.
Oh, okay. So that one was a little bit of a throwback sound for you, I guess.
yeah, it
bringing,
was a
bringing
bit.
you back.
I was
Cool,
close to
cool.
that, yeah.
All right, we've got another one.
Okay.
This is going to be our last one.
It's water movement, but it sounds like water lapping up on the shore of a river. No?
Not that, but water.
But water movement.
Yes.
Moving through water. Yeah.
It's swimming in a pool.
Swim-
So I'll take moving through water, I think.
You know what's actually funny is that in that orca thing that we were just talking
Yeah.
about, I was recording the sound of them moving underwater, and as I recorded them, it turns out they don't make any sound at all.
Really?
Well, because they're apex predators, so
Yeah.
they're silent when they move. So the whole experience, if you go to SeaWorld and watch it and hear all of the sounds of them moving,
Yeah.
that's me recording myself in my pool pretending to be a large whale because they don't make any noise, which means if they were right behind you in the ocean, you wouldn't know.
I'm terrified of open water, so I won't be finding out.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have any more sounds for Tom, right? We're done traumatizing him. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Tom, for joining us.
Oh,
if you
thank
see
you.
Tom on campus, say what's up. Ask him some questions about whale noises, maybe. Seems like he's pretty into it.
Come up and make noises for me. I'll tell you what they're.
And he'll guess what they are.
Yeah.
Next up, let's learn a little bit more about Hall of Fame inductee for this year, Karis Baker.
I like to keep very active creatively. It's important for me to stay sharp in those ways, to have an outlet. And something that I've come to enjoy as an adult is something I really enjoy and lean on as I was growing up in my childhood, which was drawing people. It started off as drawing cartoons, and it developed into drawing portraiture. So as it is today, Karis Captures is my own creative venture in which I can enjoy what I enjoy about portraiture art and capturing people. And what I enjoy is being able to show someone how I see them. And, you know, we struggle so much with our sense of self and how we are perceived by others that I want to help others understand how beautiful they are. And action. Hey, you. Yeah, you, right there. I just want to tell you that you can come see me. There's an app in my hand. There's an invisible phone. There's an app. You should come find me. My name is Karis Baker. I'm a game artist. And if you like art, if you like games, I would love to teach you more about what I did in my career that has me on this couch. This is real, and you could be me one day. Well, you can't be me, but you could be the person on this couch. They probably will have a different couch by then. They might not even have a couch. It might be a chair next time. But the point is, you should come see me at Hall of Fame. We'll talk about it. I'm a game artist, and I used my game skills to do real world stuff like space and medicine and like video games and stuff. I don't know. We can talk about it. Attend a panel. Go do something else. Walk faster.
She skips.
She's a cutie. Hey, lovely, beautiful people out there on the back lot. Can I get a hey, yo?
Oh my gosh, is that the Mandalorian?
Are they having a lightsaber fight?
Mando. Look up, Mando.
The Force is with you guys.
No, this is the way.
Oh, this is the way. Okay.
Is that, if it's Pedro Pascal, I'm off the desk, I'm running.
Pedro, is that you? If it is, we're coming outside.
Where's Baby Yoda?
Baby, his name is Grogu.
He's always going to be Baby Yoda.
I know. My nephew does not understand the concept, and I have like a big Yoda in my room, and he goes, "That's Yoda's dad." No, not related.
You never know. We'll wait for Mandalorian 3.
Hi,
but anyway,
everybody, though. Looks like you're having fun out there on the back lot. Watch out! Don't get hit by that cart.
Yeah. Anyway, but I'm really happy to see Karis being inducted this year. Game Arts grad are always up to the coolest stuff.
No kidding.
Actually, all of our grads.
I know. Our grads are the best.
But here we go. A senior technical artist at Unity Technologies, Karis Baker, is a 2013 Game Art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who has made incredible contributions to the industry in spaces including indie game development, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and mucho más. That is much more en español. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good lesson. CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions, Brandon Blackwell is a 2013 show production grad, author, and front of house monitor and broadcast mixer who has worked with some of the industry's biggest names, including Beyonce, Lizzo, Shaka Khan, and the Isley Brothers. Jealous.
I know, seriously.
I want to be friends with Brandon.
Air Force veteran and dual degree grad Aaron Hamilton Cook currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare, graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013. Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit.
Groovy.
Read it like a real reporter, like you were saying, like the news. Do it.
CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder and managing partner of Ready Ant Studios, Victor Herrera da Silva is a 2007 game development and 2019 entertainment business grad whose work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America.
You know, I agree, Jessica. Absolutely, I agree.
Thank you.
That was great. Now, a 3-time graduate, Devin Renee is a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television, conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Bossa Productions. graduating from film in 2012, education, media design, and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015. Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike.
Can you tell she's been doing this way longer than me? You're such a pro, Tracy. Sound designer and recording engineer at Ti-Fi Studios, Jeff Villanueva is a 1998 recording arts graduate and 4-time Grammy winner who has lent his expertise to projects in games, theme parks, and film, including the recording of Encanto's breakaway hit, We Don't Talk About Bruno.
We do not at all. You know, we have almost close to 80 inductees. The Hall of Fame has never been so full of amazingly accomplished grads. Let's take a look at one of our past inductees now. Hall of Fame 8 class member and senior partner engineer at Unity, my buddy, Albert Perez.
Games, what they do is they bring people together, right? Either when you're playing with your siblings when you were young, you know, even if you hot swap controllers, or, you know, you hate your brother, you hate your sister for, you know, not letting you play, it's still a bonding moment, you know. I know so many people who have fond memories of games, and most of them are actually because they played with someone else. In the Philippines, I did play a lot of multiplayer games like Counter-Strike or StarCraft, but they're all on the local area networks and internet cafes. But when I moved to the United States, the internet was a lot better, and there's a lot of players with computers at home. So in the US, I started playing a lot of online games, connected games, and connecting with people who weren't in my neighborhood and all across the US. For me, game design and making games was like the only thing I could really pursue with a passion. I thought about, should I be a doctor? No, I don't like blood. Should I be an engineer? I don't like to be too precise. And I knew I was creative, and I knew from my research that making games required you to be creative and technical at the same time, so that was something like, I could do that. So I started sending out my resume 8 months before graduation. 2 weeks before graduation, I got a call like, hey, you know, we have a contract at Microsoft. Would you want to come? And I said, yeah, I want to interview. So I flew out, got an offer the same day. I went and got an apartment that day, flew back, literally 30 minutes before graduation, drove straight to graduation, got my diploma, I'm gonna head out now, and went back to my apartment and started packing. And, you know, within 2 or 3 days, I was out back in Seattle working. I was in and out of Microsoft for, you know, a few contracts, and then worked for XNA, which is basically what started the indie game revolution, making it so that creating games became easier because you had all the frameworks set up for you. The opportunity came when Windows Phone launched, and I said, you know what? No one knows how to make games for Windows Phone. I know how to do it, and I'm gonna own this market, which I pretty much did for the first year. I pumped out 24 games. I made more than $130,000 in a year just making games that I liked. And for me, that was like, wow, that was awesome. Working in the HTC Vive, I knew that feeling that I was working on something very special is in the early days when we gave demos. And these kits we were using were kind of like, you know, they're very alpha, very prototypey. Every time we gave it to someone, you know, they put on the headset, oh, I'm in VR, oh, I can walk around, oh, that's cool. But when we give them the controllers and they touch it, oh my God, suddenly they just became a little kid. They're just like, oh my God, this is so fun. And they'll be there for like 15 minutes. And it was like the simplest demo, and they were so amazed and happy. So for me, seeing those moments over and over and over again, very consistently, like 100%, you've had every single skeptic turn into a believer. It's like, this technology is real, this is gonna change the world. VR is awesome by itself, but it is magical with other people interacting with you and experiencing it with you. And for me, that's really what drives creating Roomy and Doghead Simulations, is giving the people who are naturally social beings, giving that power to interact in new ways that we haven't even understood or invented yet. And that's really something that drives my passion right now. Even though I know that making a network game or a social game is like, 100 times harder because you have so many things you have to account for versus a single player game. But that challenge is worth it because what you get out of it is like magic. So now that I've said that I've worked on a world-changing technology, I want to continue that. I want to actually change the world, change how people communicate with each other, how people relate to each other, and how people, in the most basic sense, react to the world, and how do they touch things, how do they interact with things. And it's an overarching thing. And VR is just one part of it, right? There's going to be other technologies that come on that I would want to use and play with to change the world. And I have a long path ahead of me, and you know, I'm nowhere near done. I haven't even begun yet.
With 2 Hall of Famers. I have Albert and IK. How are y'all doing? Doing well, doing well. How are you? Doing awesome. How about you, sir?
Doing great.
Now let's talk about these little balloon animals we got. You have, who is this?
This is Michelangelo, and he's my little buddy. And he's got, what did you say? His head's full of ideas.
And what about you, Albert? Who's this?
Take me to your leader. I am Bob.
Just Bob.
Bob the alien.
Well, I have gathered you today and imported you from your outside world because we're going to be playing Family Feud. So during Family Feud, we surveyed 100 people, and you're supposed to guess the most popular answer. It's not about your opinion. It's what you think everybody else would be doing. So, all right, and you have to ring the bell, and then I'll call on you. Okay. Name something a cowboy would hate to have happen.
Fall off his horse.
That's not even on there. Do you got one?
Get bit by a snake?
That is also not on there. Would you like to try again?
Dysentery?
I don't think that's a thing. I mean, that's Oregon Trail, but do you
lose his cowboy hat?
That's the number one answer.
I'm from Texas, y'all.
Yep, lose his cowboy hat, get shot in a gunfight, break a spur, get stepped on by a horse, throw a lasso and miss. Okay, fill in the blank. You're in deep. Oh, can I cuss? You can say the other word.
I'm in deep shoot.
Yep. The number one answer was doo-doo.
Oh, doo-doo.
So yeah. And the number 2 answer was trouble. Number 3, water. Number 4, sleep.
Oh, nice.
Name something you do in the mirror.
Oh, dang it.
Look at yourself.
Look at yourself is on there. What about you?
Check your makeup.
That's both like the number 4 answer. Can someone go for the number 1?
Do your hair.
Yes, brush your hair was number 2. So we'll go ahead and give that to you, unless you want to try for the number 1 spot.
Floss your teeth.
Brushing your teeth was correct. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Albert. It's going to naughty. Name something you did not learn in school.
Yeah. Oh, that's hard.
We learned everything here.
Yeah, we did. Dang it.
Money.
Money. Yeah, that's also what the producer said in my ear. Actually, that's not on here, and I actually want to know why. We did not survey 100 real people, apparently. Okay, let's just skip that one.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
What's something that you can hang up on?
Phone?
That's the number 1 answer. Hey! Phone is the number 1 answer. Followed by clothes, towel. Oh my God, my zombie's coming off. Photo frame, key holder.
Oh, okay.
What's something that will not exist in 35 years?
Humans.
What the? Come on.
I know.
Platypus?
This is getting real dark.
No,
No. Would you like to try again?
Money.
No.
That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice. I was going to say climate.
It's getting real dark.
Florida.
We're just gonna sink under the ocean. Right. Well, the number 1 answer was privacy, cable television, plastic bags, and handheld smartphones.
Okay.
Here's one you guys should know. Name a food that many people dislike.
Kimchi.
Come on! That's
Who doesn't like kimchi?
He wants to fight. That's what he wants to do. We're gonna have like a battle royale after this. That's fighting words. Fighting words.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, why would you say that? I'm gonna say vegetables.
We're gonna have words. We gotta get a little bit more specific. We'll try one more time. Maybe something that Michelangelo wouldn't like on pizza.
Oh, anchovies.
Yeah.
Anchovies.
How did he take that from you?
I was gonna say pineapples.
The number 1 answer is anchovies, then cilantro, olives, tuna, and candy corn. All right, but I think that's good for now. Guess who won? Naughty is the winner. Do you have any final words as a winner?
Thank you. I want to thank my mom and dad. No, it's great being here. Love seeing all the students. Super happy to be back. And I can't wait to contribute more and be back more, hopefully later this year.
Perfect. And we're going to continue the games with Jess, who's going to take it away and give us something fun. What are you doing in there, Jess?
Well, that looked like a good time. Thanks, Shay. I am here with Natalia, who is an entertainment business student. How you doing today, Natalia?
Super cool.
Cool, super cool. You're having a good time so far at Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. So me and Natalia are going to play a fun little game, a little match game. So I'm going to give her these names here, and she's going to match them to the characters here on this board. So Natalia, you go ahead. See if you recognize any. She had mentioned that maybe she wasn't super familiar with all of them, but that's okay. We're going to help her out. Okay, boom. Already got one right. Okay. Whoa, I thought that was going to be a hard one, but she nailed it. She said, this is easy. That's what she just said. She had us thinking she wasn't going to get it right. Okay. So now these two we're not sure, yeah? Okay. I'll give you a hint. She got it. She did it. I didn't have to give her a hint. She nailed it. Wow. Go, Natalia. But I'm glad you're having a great time this week at Hall of Fame. You're an international student, yeah?
Yes.
And where are you from?
I'm from Bolivia.
Oh, shout out Bolivia. Well, I'm so happy. And do you know that you get to win a prize?
No.
Yeah, you're going to win a prize. Are you excited?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what it is. Here you go. Go ahead, open it up.
Yes.
It's a tablet. Oh my goodness. Congratulations, Natalia. A Samsung tablet for you. I hope you enjoy your Hall of Fame. Thank you for playing our game. It was so nice to meet you. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Thank you for all.
Thanks, Full Sail. Now let's get acquainted with one of the Hall of Fame's bravest inductees, 1991 film grad and underwater cinematographer whose credits include Little Miss Sunshine, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and Discovery Channel's Shark Week. It's Hall of Fame 5 inductee Tom Boyd.
I just always have been drawn to the water. Ever since I was little, I loved to be underwater. I swam underwater all the time. I was always curious about what was beneath the surface. For some people, it's like a walk in the park or a walk in the forest or whatever. For me, it's a walk in the ocean. And so I just dived just to go and just be unencumbered and free and just kind of enjoy what it is that basically brought me there to begin with. I started working at the dive shop, working, sales, dive instruction, teaching. Just kind of started the ball rolling and started shooting stills, learning how to do still photography. Video was starting to gain popularity in the underwater world, so I started shooting videos. And then at some point, my brother told me about Full Sail because he was going to go. And I looked into their film, and I decided that it was time to, put up or shut up kind of thing. So I came to Full Sail. I thought that I'd have a better chance in LA. I PA'd on this job, that job, and finally I got a job on Crimson Tide. I was initially hired as a PA, and I ended up operating on the special effects unit because I had more underwater experience than the actual crew. I've been very fortunate. I've been kind of be able to cross all the different paths. Documentary, television, commercial, music video. I've gone to travel around the world. I've swam with pink dolphins and filmed pink dolphins in the Amazon. I've swum with whales, manta rays. I've blown up things, or I haven't blown them up. I got to shoot things get blown up. I was working on a feature film about a year ago, and I'm shooting this thing from underwater, and the explosion went off. The actor dove in, went right by camera, and this big, huge fireball went right over, and it was like everything was perfect. I'm sure even dry operators have the same thing, but every now and again when you're shooting underwater, you sometimes have these shots where you go, whoa, that was cool. I like people to know about the underwater world. Not to get into any kind of environmental theme here, but it's always been something that's been a passion of mine. It's kind of nice to be able to bring images, you know, where people who would never die, maybe for whatever reason, they'll never see that. They'll never see, you know, what goes on under the surface of the water. And so to be able to bring that inspiration maybe that I have for it, maybe it transfers onto them and then they'll pass it on to whomever, you know, it's like the whole ripple effect. You know, so I think that's why I did it. I wanted to, you know, make a difference and show what it is like down there.
Wow, Hall of Fame 5 grad Tom Boyd is joining me at the desk right
Thank
now.
you.
Tom, I remember that day when we shot that interview, and
it was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. We actually had one of our camera operators get scuba certified to shoot your B-roll, which was crazy. So, Tom, you've been doing this underwater cinematography for years.
Yes.
Years.
Long time.
Can you shoot on land is the question. Do you know how to shoot on land?
As long as you have a spritzer bottle nearby,
Okay.
and you can wet me down during, you know, takes.
Okay.
Then I can operate.
Then you okay. I just you know I
I have
didn't
to
know
keep the gills dry, wet. Not dry, wet.
No, but when you went to film school, did you know you wanted to do underwater cinematography?
Yeah, I did. I think that's why I came. I've been in the diving industry for almost 20 years already, and I was starting to shoot stills, and then I moved. I saw I wanted to do the motion picture stuff, so I knew that that's what I wanted to do. I took a couple of classes at NYU when I was living up there, and I found out about the Full Sail program, like I said, and I just thought this is where I want to do because I could get my hands on the gear, and that's all I wanted. I didn't want to do a lot of academics. I wanted to just get on the cameras.
We should add that underwater camera training to one of our labs.
We should. I'd be happy to teach it.
There you go. You heard it live right here. We will talk to Rick Ramsey later about that. So now you're living in Hawaii, I know, which has got to be amazing for you considering what you do.
Yeah.
Are you just, can you go to the beach and just chill, or are you constantly like, what's under there?
I'm not a good beach person at all.
Really?
My wife is like, let's go to the beach. I'm like, you know.
Does it feel like work to you?
No, it's not that. It's just, I don't know. I can't sit still that long, you know, and like, I'm not like somebody lays out on a blanket or anything like that. So it's like, I got to be in the water, and then when she'll go in the water and she's like, come with me. And I'm like, no, I'm in my bathing suit. I need to be in a wetsuit. So
That's hilarious.
yeah, I'm an oddball.
Well, you're amazing.
Yeah.
But Tom, so I am quite terrified of the water, honestly. I've been scuba diving once, and I think I cried.
Really?
Well, because I was scared, and then the gentleman who was running the boat, as soon as I finally got in the water, it took me 20 minutes to get in the water. He started playing the Jaws theme.
Oh, well, I would never do that.
I was like, that's really rude.
I think so.
Do you get scared at all down there? There's video
no.
of you like swimming with a shark who's
Yeah.
like 3 times your size.
Yeah, no, I've never been afraid. I've always been respectful of the animals, and you know, over years of working with the animals or shooting animals and all that, you kind of look for behavior patterns that you think, oh, well, maybe that's not a good idea to be in the water with them. So we just, you know, usually just kind of casually swim out and don't go back in. Like about a month or 2 ago, I was in the water. We were filming oceanic white tips off of Hawaii, and one of the divers had yellow fins, and we always go yum yum yellow because for some reason sharks like that color.
Yet he wore yellow fins on purpose?
I don't think so. I don't think they were even thinking, you know. It was like, for them, it was more of a fashion statement than anything else. So anyway, I knew we had seen a couple of oceanics, but then they were not around for a little bit, and then I kind of had this feeling, you know, you get this kind of sixth sense, I guess. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I looked down, and I've never seen a shark swim that fast, and it was like beelining it to these fins, and I kind of got in front of the fins with my camera and all that. I kind of went like that, and the shark kind of peeled off, and I said,
wait.
time to get out.
So the shark was going towards your coworker, and instead of you swimming away, you went towards the shark.
Because otherwise I think it would have possibly bit their fins.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Wait. Oh, shark's going to attack. Let me just go right towards it.
Yeah.
Speaking of shark attack, I know this conversation's happened a lot, but for those who don't know, you once did punch a shark,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah. Yeah,
you
I
tell
kind of regret doing it now. 'cause
Oh,
it's
good.
like-
Thank goodness. I mean, safety first in the film industry.
Yeah. No, it's because the snout is a really sensitive area for the shark, and way back when, people used to do it, but then as you learn more about the animals, and as we learn more about the animals, then you realize it probably wasn't a good idea to do it for the shark anyway. But yeah, this one shark, I was in the Bahamas and filming, and this one shark just kept coming back. It was a little aggressive, and at some point I just said, I've had enough. And I hit it. So, and it swam away, never came back.
You know, if you did that in like a normal office job and someone was bugging you, you hit it, you would get fired.
Yeah, that's probably why I'm not in an office.
Well, that's hilarious. So, Tom, you've traveled all over the world,
Yeah.
and you've swam with a million fish, species, whatever.
Yeah.
Best place you've ever been to?
Right now, I would have to say Norway. I was there in November. I'd been there before to film orcas, but this time, I don't know, it was a really special trip, and we had some incredible, the last day, like first couple of week or so, we would be out there and we wouldn't, we'd see them, but they didn't want to be with us. So, on the last day, we just had this spectacular, epic encounter with, we had orcas, and they were doing what they call carousel feeding, where they bring, they kind of herd these herring fish into a big ball. So you have this massive amount of fish all balled up, and you'd watch the orcas go in, and they'd do a quick whip with their tail and stun a fish or two, and then they would just delicately go in and grab them, and then they'd share them with like the calves, because there was some calves in there. And I kind of honed in on one particular animal, and I was filming it, and it did this whole thing and came in and fed and shared it with others, and then it sort of moved to the left, from right to left, and I didn't see this other animal, and as I panned over, there was a humpback whale with its mouth wide open taking a gulp of fish, and it was like coming at me, and I was like, oh, this is cool. So I'm getting a shot of this massive mouth and then as it closed, and the humpbacks, they have a pleated throat, so it looked like a big spinnaker, and then they spit all the water out and they keep the fish in. And then it swam like right underneath my stomach, and it kept going. And then this orca that I have been filming, I guess he wasn't too happy with it, and it came in and did a little bite on the tail of the humpback. So that was kind of cool. It was pretty epic. So I think right now Norway is on the top of the list. I've got a lot of other places. I've been to Tonga filming humpbacks, and I've been to Australia, and I've even worked in the Amazon. So I love every place I go.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You really have lived the life. And thank you, because for people like me who's terrified of the ocean, I get to see it on the big screen, and I love watching all the nature stuff, and I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
But I just would never do it.
That's fine, and that's why I do it.
So thank you.
So that people like you who don't want to go in the water, at least you can see it and know that it exists out there. And that's why I do what I do, because I know that there are a lot of people that will go in the water, and there's tons of people, like even in my own family, like, I would never do that.
Right.
You know, they're like, where did this come from?
Yeah. No, I'd rather sit at the beach with a pina colada and call it a day.
That's perfectly fine.
But thank you so much, Tom. It's great having you back. It's always so much fun seeing you.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna throw it to one of your buddies.
Okay.
Our buddy Chance Glasgow.
Nice.
Hall of Fame 4. Let's take a look.
Growing up, there was like a few things I wanted to do. I wanted to either be a Major League Baseball player or an astronaut or make video games. I didn't want to join the Air Force, and I suck at baseball. When Modern Warfare came out, the very first one, it was very innovative. There was a little skepticism from our publisher, like, I'm not sure if this is what gamers want. And we're like, look, we're gonna make a great game. This is what we want to do. We're passionate about it. Let's just put together some sort of prototype and we'll show you. And they loved it. And so that was Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. We have a bunch of weapons that are going to be in the game, and so we have artists that are making those weapons, modeling them, texturing them. We have a rigger who's going to go in and basically allow me to animate everything, add all the bones and joints. And so I go in and I basically try to recreate that weapon as realistic as I can without taking out any of the fun. I do all the reloads, any sort of motion that's basically performing first person for the camera. All these ideas, all these numbers, the amount of people playing, the popularity of the game, when you're inside a studio, you don't really experience that. It really set in when we started breaking box office records. When we beat out Avatar for like the fastest selling entertainment product, that's when you're like, whoa, bigger than Avatar. Avatar was awesome. There's entertainment, right? If you work in film and you're an actor, you go outside and people recognize you and you're like, oh, I must be a really awesome guy. If you're in music, if you're a rock star, you get all these groupies. Working on a huge, famous video game, it's like being that famous rock star if you replace all of the women that are super hot with like 20-year-old boys. So it just didn't have the same effect.
Chance, good guy. But folks, coming up next at 12 p.m., we'll learn a little bit more about the metaverse and what it means to the entertainment industry. In our 2 p.m. session, we'll see game development grads and Hall of Famers Jameson Durrell, Sean McCabe, and Grant Schonkweiler share their perspectives on leadership in game development, and how the industry has evolved over the last 15 years.
And that'll be our last panel we're streaming today. And then after the show, we'll head over to the induction ceremony to see our 6 new inductees take their rightful places as the 13th class of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame. I'm so jazzed for this ceremony. I cannot wait.
It's so much fun.
Yes,
but
my
again,
favorite.
My favorite as well. But yeah, we have stuff to give away, so don't forget, get involved. Go tweet and stuff.
Yeah, it's not just campus students that have the chance to win the amazing giveaways we have happening through the rest of the day. Our social team is here until the backlog closes, and they have some great chances to win. If you're an online viewer, just scan the QR code and enter for a chance to win some amazing prizes, including gift cards, Hall of Fame swag, MSI headphones, and so much more. But the deadline for giveaway entry is today at 3 p.m., so you don't have much time left.
No, that's like 3 hours.
Scan that QR code. Enter to win.
3 hours. 3 hours.
That's not a lot of hours. Wait, how many hours until ceremony? I don't even want to know.
It doesn't matter. It's just going to go so fast because it's so fun. Did you know that? It's fun.
It is fun.
Jess, it's fun. Jess, we're going to have fun.
Are we having fun yet?
I'm having fun. I am absolutely having fun. Everyone, we've been having such a great time this week. Honestly, like our students are having a blast. We're all just really connected. People are networking. And that really is what it's all about. Let's be honest. Don't you think? But yeah, we're gonna do other things. What are we gonna do?
Next up, we're gonna get to know Cully Bunker.
Oh, I know Cully very well.
You know Cully very well? Well, I don't know him too well. So you want to hear something super unreal? Cully and Chance are both appearing in our next panel. Isn't that
Seriously?
insane?
It's almost supernatural.
Let's learn a little bit more about Cully Bunker right now.
I'm a visual effects artist. I get to blow things up and make pretty pictures. I'm a member of the Visual Effects Society. It's kind of like the Academy for Visual Effects. The highlight of that is getting to go to the award shows and seeing all the titans of visual effects. I've gotten to meet George Lucas and Dennis Muren. It's kind of, awe-inspiring and humbling at the same time. I work in Santa Monica, California at my company called Scully Effects. I started the company 5 or 6 years ago. Currently, I have a beauty reel that we've assembled with the top pop artists out there right now. Britney Spears, Gaga, Beyonce, and Katy Perry, Mariah Carey, and the list just keeps going on. And that's kind of what I've become known for, making people beautiful. Some of the projects I'm most proud of, Lady Gaga's Bad Romance. It was a fun video because I had a little input on it. I was working with Francis Lawrence, and he's just an amazing director. Francis had an idea of having raining diamonds in one of the shots, and he just didn't like it. I don't know if it was we were doing a bad job, or he honestly just told us the shot wasn't working for the effect. I've just never had a director give you an out like that, you know? So you just like, no, we got to do something for you. So we came up with a substitute that he really loved. We actually froze the diamonds in the air, and it just really made the shot. It's kind of nice when you have input and it translates to the screen. Justin Timberlake's Cry Me a River, one of the more iconic videos of the last 10 years, too. Justin Timberlake was doing these dance moves that were basically impossible to do. Men in Blue had a harness on the back of his jacket, and they were helping him do these amazing moves that he could never do alone, and we removed all the characters. But I just remember it was a really great experience, and the video result came out amazing. We have over 1 billion hits on those 2 videos alone. It's like you look up in the sky and you think each one of those stars could represent like one hit that somebody's seen my work. So sometimes you think about that, it's kind of awe-inspiring.
Look at that mural. Isn't it so beautiful?
It is so gorgeous. For those online, maybe if you just tuned in today, that was blank, and they had to paint it by numbers.
And they did it, and it looks so good.
Gorgeous. I love Hall of Fame. I'm going to have serious withdrawal when it's over.
Yeah, I'm not ready to say it's been unreal yet, because it's still unreal, because it's not over till it's over.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody on the back lot.
Hi, back lot friends.
Hi.
Hi,
You
back
want to
lot
wave?
friends.
I
What's
see
up?
you scratching your head. You got an itch?
They're like, where's the voice coming?
Hi,
guys.
there we go. You guys see us.
guys.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good wave. Good wave. I like that. Powerful wave.
It's a very robotic wave. Oh, someone's got a
Ooh.
skateboard. Hello, skateboard.
I think, is that called a longboard or a skateboard? I don't know. Don't know the difference. Can you do a trick?
See
Hey,
the
do a
guys-
trick.
There's guys. Oh,
No,
what if
no
you
tricks.
Then you're in trouble. See the guys waving to us? See, these guys are smart.
Hi, guys. Yeah, they're sitting in the
They're
shade.
sitting in the shade,
Mhm.
chilling out, doing a little.
Were you doing like an undersea kind of dance? Yes.
Oh.
I dig it.
Wow.
So into it.
That guy's doing the YMCA.
Are you guys going to panels, or you're just sitting in the shade all day?
Yeah, you need to go to panels.
Go to panels.
Panels. Oh,
It's
look,
the Mandalorian
Pedro
again.
Pascal is back.
Pedro, is it you?
He's like, this is the way to 3B. 3B.
That was funny, Trace.
It's
That
not
was
the way.
that was like an actually really good.
He was going to 3B. Wasn't that funny, but thanks.
I thought it was
I'm
great.
glad you think
I like
it's
a
funny.
corny joke.
Who's that drinking a juice?
Who's that with that juice?
Hey, you drinking that juice?
Who's that with that
Is that
juice?
tasty juice?
Is
How's
that
your
Fernando with that juice?
juice? Yeah, Lola Fernando, but it's not Fernando.
Yes, it
Hello,
is.
juice man. Hi. Is it?
Say hi to
It is
Fernando. That's a Hall of
Fernando.
Famer, guys.
Is that the same juice from earlier? Or is that your second juice? Oh, it is?
Same juice.
He's been
Still rocking that juice.
Wow.
Got to make it last. Stay
I
hydrated.
love talking to people out there. Chris Isles, yesterday we called him out, and he said he was like freaking out. He's like, where's the voice coming from? God. Anyway, I'm done making fun of people out there.
I think we're ready to get into our next panel.
Why not? Let's get ready to step into the metaverse with Chance, Cully, Albert, and Wes Locker as they discuss the evolving virtual world and what it means to the industry.
All right, put your hands together and welcome your host, Jasper. Do it.
Good afternoon, Full Sail University. How you guys doing today? Enjoying Hall of Fame so far? Pretty awesome, right? Had a full action-packed week, and we're going to close out this week with a really interesting discussion. We're going to talk about what the metaverse means to the entertainment industry. You guys been hearing a lot of talk about the metaverse, right? Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Well, we have some really interesting, talented, knowledgeable people in that order in this panel. One of them is very interesting in the center, obviously from the headwear. But by all means, we're going to talk about some stuff that might blow your mind. By all means, if you have any questions, we definitely are going to answer some questions towards the end. But guys, I think we're going to really hop into this conversation. So who would like to kind of, start off in the thought process of this idea of the metaverse? Everybody has different views of what the metaverse is. I would love to kind of hear some thoughts from some of you professionals over here. Elber, what you got going on? You got the power in your head right now.
Yep. So I would say the metaverse really depends on who you talk to. But with my definition is the metaverse is really a layer on top of what we have right now with the internet, right? We have social media with Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, even email, Zoom. And what we're doing with the metaverse, in my view, is that we're adding another layer where there's spatiality, right? When you're in Slack, there's no spatialness. You just have a list of names, you have people, you have Zoom Brady Bunch boxes, right? But with the metaverse, you get that spatial awareness of where people are, where the sound's coming from, how you are relationally connected to that person in real time. And in that metaverse as well, there's a few important components, right? There's your avatar, there's the space that your avatar inhabits, and the things that you do in that space. So for me, that's what the metaverse is. And to wrap that up, that's really what we explain in MMOs, right? In World of Warcraft and the video games that we already play. It's just that the rest of the world has caught up with gaming at this point to try to brand it as the metaverse. But it's already been existing since the 80s, to be honest.
Well, it's definitely. I really love looking at some of the Fortnite players. Anybody in here plays Fortnite? Any Fortnite lovers in here? Kind of, sort of ish. Okay, how do you feel that world Fortnite kind of compares to the metaverse, gentlemen?
Excuse me. I find that the metaverse is kind of almost defined by that, but it has to be extrapolated. It's a place where people come together. They can be different people, different outfits, different weapons. It's a customizable game where you can be what you want to be at any point and interact with other people in creative or competition ways. But I feel the metaverse, there's, as he said, is going to be a layer on top of that. Like when I go to a game, it's very contained. So, and I don't feel the metaverse is here yet. It's just a catch-all at this point. But the metaverse is, to me, is, well, if I'm in this game and I want to bring my digital identity and the stuff that I bought here, how do I get it somewhere else? Because I don't exist only in this plane, and over here I exist at this plane, but how do you bring them together? I feel that's going to be the future of the metaverse myself. How do you keep your digital identity, your items or gear or skins, but how do you keep them with you? How do you keep yourself? So.
And you raise a good point, because metaverse right now is somewhat of an abstract idea. What are some things you guys think would probably be needed to kind of build that infrastructure where people, ourselves as creatives, would, I guess, thrive in the metaverse, in our worlds as creativity?
Well, it's hard because everybody has their own definition of it at the moment, and until we can all agree, and which is going to take a lot of collaboration between myriad different companies to build the world that Cully's talking about, is to make sure that what you collect one place, or what you win, or what you purchase one place, goes to the other place. So it's going to be a difficult, long, arduous process. I think we all have our idea. If you've seen like Ready Player One, I think that kind of ruined a lot of people on what the metaverse is going to be. And we're aspiring, just like we aspired to Star Trek technology once upon a time. You know, how much is dictated by what we've seen in films and how much is dictated by our imagination is still kind of up in the air.
I think the technology-wise, interoperability is the key to the metaverse, right? And that's why we hear a lot of blockchain being thrown around with the metaverse, because of the promise of having ownership in your items, right? When you buy your skin, you buy your NFTs, you want to be able to own that. Before, you know, in Web 1, right, you were able to read a lot of information. In Web 2, you were able to read and write. And then in Web 3, you're able, or at least the promise is read, write, and own the item, right? Because right now, in Web 2, your identity, your items are owned by the network, right? So if you go to Fortnite, and let's say Fortnite closes down, all your items are gone, right? You don't have proof of ownership there. Maybe you have receipts, but that's kind of useless, right? But with blockchain and NFTs, at least you have that ownership there. But even that is not a guarantee that that will persist, because you have to store that data somewhere. And there's all these other technologies that have to kind of come in alignment to make that happen. So it's kind of the interesting part with that.
You got a lot of companies that are going to have to work together that their total interest is to keep you in their spot, not to have you go out. So I think it's users that are going to have to call for this abstract layer on top, where this is you and you can travel almost like Ready Player One. Instead of it all being encompassing one company like it was there, it's multiple companies, and that's the abstract world on top.
Right.
And then you go to these places. You go to Epic, you go to Unity, and then but you also pull it out. So there's some magical API that's going to have to be developed for each of these companies to have that abstract layer on top.
Totally.
I think the modern, I think the biggest reason the term metaverse is so popular now is kind of goes back to like way too much monetary stimulus, making VCs incredibly like wealthy and not knowing what to invest in. So you look at like 2015, there was a VR, AR craze over-invested in, right? Then there was machine learning and all these are very viable technologies that I believe in, but you have these technological trends that show up and you have a bunch of business people that just start throwing stupid loads of money to teams that have no experience, promising a bunch of like smoke and mirrors mostly. And what is frustrating is that, like Albert said, I was part of a metaverse in the 90s on a bulletin board, like pre-internet, where you dial up on a phone with a modem and text would scroll across the screen, and there'd be other people, and it was these things called MUDs, multi-user dungeons. That was like the first metaverse, right? MUDs. And so the modern metaverse, or at least how it's been executed, is 95+% of them are just a bunch of empty chat rooms with nothing to do. It's like you guys took MMOs, you took out all the fun and added a crypto coin. You added crypto to it. There's nothing to do. Why? It's like, imagine in like land sales. Well, land has value because it's near something that you want to be near, something that you do. It's okay, downtown, it's convenient. There's all these restaurants around, stuff to do, or maybe you want to live out in the forest because it's beautiful or something. Well, land sales for most metaverses, it doesn't make any sense. There's nothing there to do. Why would you want digital land? It's not even real land. It's not near anything to do. Most of the metaverse sucks.
No, but to your point, that's very interesting.
And I worked for a metaverse company at some point, so I'm not like it exists, but go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we talk about, like, I work at a video game studio, so we're always talking about this type of stuff. And when I have people they have the next great idea, and what they're wanting to build for a metaverse is just a chat room, and all they want to do is sell people clothing, and like that's just a chat room. That's not what we're building towards. So it's interesting how the definition changes.
Yeah.
But like, why would I want to like log in someplace, walk through a virtual environment with like not even good art, and go into a virtual store and walk around and look for things? No, I'm gonna go on Amazon. I'm gonna type in T-shirt. Buy, done, So like it's a lot of it, and like I said, there are good metaverses, they're just not called metaverses. GTA Online, that's a successful metaverse. Fortnite, successful metaverse.
Roblox.
Roblox, but we don't, I guess we kind of call Roblox a metaverse, but it's like all the good real metaverses that we don't call, they're video games.
Or VR chat's probably the most.
Yeah, VR chat would be one of the exceptions that it's an actual successful.
but you don't need 1,000 VR chats. You need one VR chat.
Rec Room is pretty good.
Yeah, Rec Room.
Rec Room is good. And so, yeah, it's just, I think just a lot of it is just it's too much monetary stimulus over like decades of low interest rates, which usually just makes the very rich richer, and they need to hype something up. And now it's AI, which is probably the most legit out of all of them as far as what we're going to be using, but there's still going to be probably 98% of it's going to be overinvested in and burn, you know, and we'll be left with like 2% of the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what happened with the metaverse is there was a lot of hype, right? And there's a lot of money, like I said, and a lot of people who don't understand what made games fun and why people went there. That's why there's utility. Even with the LAM, it's kind of hard, right? Because you're trying to figure out, is this actually viable, right? That's what we did in a company I work with. And it was hard. It's like you try to sell it, just imagine, right? It's like, but when you try to execute it, it's very expensive, it's very time consuming. And then, you know, the crypto crash happened and then all the money disappeared. But the good thing about that though is all the hype disappears. What's left are the builders, right? What's left are the people who actually believe in the technology other than just trying to hype up the coin or and all that stuff. So hopefully, like in VR, right? VR right now is kind of sustaining, but it's not growing as what people want it to be. But there's a lot of use cases for it. Same thing with the metaverse. We'll figure out what the use case for it is. And, you know, even me and Chance, right? We created Doghead as a light metaverse light area with the spatialness and all that stuff. And it was hard.
Yeah, we had the software called Roomy, and it was like a couple years after the VR investment craze and a couple years before the metaverse investment craze. But it was literally a useful metaverse. You could do stuff, you have business meetings, PowerPoints, load up 3D models. You know, like it was constructive. You could, you know, had a purpose. Unfortunately, just our timing was horrible amongst, you know, some other factors. But that's eventually going to be, you know, something like that will eventually succeed and be very popular and used by a lot of people. To me, the only way that I really enjoy the metaverse is in VR, right? Because at least in VR, I have this sense of feeling that I'm there with other people, hanging out with them. I don't really feel that so much through, you know, desktop mode, right? I mean, I do to an extent, but like VR is so immersive that you store memories about, like if you're gonna play a game like Onward, like which is you know, a VR shooter kind of Ghost Recon-ish. When I play that with a friend, I've got a friend I've been playing video games since 1988 or something. We still play like Warzone, DMZ together and stuff. And when we play VR together, we have these moments in VR that store in my brain like they're actual memories of things that occurred. And I don't get that when I'm looking just at a monitor so much, to an extent, but for the most part, it's almost like a dream that you had that you're recalling, right? And to me, that's if we're gonna have a good metaverse, that's social, shopping, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be when VR becomes very comfortable for the mainstream.
It's shared experience, right?
Yeah.
That's what really the metaverse stands for. You want to have a shared experience. You want to bring yourself to it. I mean, you would think Zoom or even Google Meet would be looking at this because we're all there. We're all sharing an experience. Yeah. Maybe make it deeper.
Well, I mean, Teams have the avatar feature now, right? So we're slowly getting in there.
It's very rudimentary, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, say the space cadet. That's about it. Little pirate. I think I've done the pirate.
All of you raise an interesting question. Like we mentioned, there's some games that already were successful metaverses. So with that, you know, there's obviously cultures and communities attached to each of these games, right? You know, I think, you know, some of these communities do better than others with engaging, you know, everyone within the metaverses. You know, for you guys, you know, what do you feel are probably the signs of, you know, a growing, expanding metaverse, you know, that at least could yield, like you mentioned, you know.
Yeah, it's a sharing of an experience. Like my son plays a game called Gorilla Tag, and he'll be in there for hours, just running all over the place, arms just coming out with sweat, and that's because it's a place where he can hang out with other people. They talk, they taunt each other. It's hilarious, and it's very experiential. So, you know, these individual experiences are the metaverse, these individual games, but as we said, we look at it as the metaverse is combining those. So the next layer is the ultimate. the ultimate goal for them.
At the same time, like if I'm making like a fantasy game, I don't want a cowboy to show up, you know, with like, and how's that going to work for gameplay balance? Oh, you got this gun in this other game, and now you can just come in and just, you know, mow everyone down with your machine gun in my little fantasy world? Like, come on.
I would think it would be a porting, right? It's a translation.
Yeah, but I don't know.
To that
if I
game's
want that.
language.
Like, I want something that feels cohesive and believable, not random.
Well, that would be the API.
Yeah, you could have.
That would be
rules,
the API conversion.
Yeah, I like stuff to be, you know, like it looks like there's an art director behind it, not just a bunch of random ideas.
Yeah, but ultimately what determines the success and growth is player base, right? If you have your player base healthy, engaged, growing, because without a player base, that's when metaverses die, right? I mean, look at VR chat. VR chat has a lot of users. Rec Room has a lot of users. And when you look at it, like what's engaging there is one of that's VR is a common thing, and self-expression. Rec Room is pretty good with that. It's fun. They're mostly driven by activities, right? But VR chat is the ultimate form of expression right now for what's out there in what we call a metaverse. And you can go really wild, and there's so many great things in VR chat, like if you want to go to rave, there's podcasts in there, there's YouTube videos of the VTubers, right? And they use VR chat. And VR chat has been really great at providing the tools for these users through user-generated content. And I don't think VR chat would have been successful if they did not have those user-generated tools to drive that content.
I was I consulted for a metaverse company that raised a lot of money to do like a shopping metaverse, right? And so they brought me in to, you know, find out how to make this fun, like how do we retain users, right? And at the beginning, it was basically just, you know, virtual chat room with shops. You can go in, buy clothes, whatever, right? But people would log in and they would see like no one or one person there, and they'd log out after like a minute or two, right? And no one would come back. Yeah. And so it didn't matter how many accounts signed up, people would never come back because there was nothing to do. So I was like, okay, how do we make this like shopping metaverse interesting? And so I took like the base of The Sims was kind of my starting point, right? You got these, you've got your house and it's full of different objects, and these objects you can interact with to make your character happier in certain, you know, whether it's make them cleaner, make them happier, fill their little their little meters, right? So what I came up with was, and it's obviously would take a very long time to pull this off, but the idea is every single item that you buy from a shop has to have a 3D model NFT with it, right? So if you bought a Samsung television, right, you would get the real television, but you would also get a one-to-one copy of a 3D model that you can now put in your little Sims house, right? And so the idea is that, well, how do you bring people to the metaverse to shop rather than Amazon? Amazon's always going to be the most convenient. Well, if there's now a marketplace for these NFTs, and there's value in the game because your characters, you know, little meters would fill up when you start using them to keep your person happy, then you have an extra item that you can put on a market and make money from. So say you spend $1,000 on the TV, and the NFT might be worth $100, and there's only an NFT minted when someone sells something. So the more people buy the real item, the more the NFT exists. So you have an incentive to get in early, because there's going to be like a few TV NFTs. And then you do that also with your clothes on the character. So you buy a real shirt, you could put that shirt in your character, and then your character's profile will tell you the overall rarity of all your combined NFTs, and it's like prestige, right? And so what happened, the reason you'd want to fill up your meters is because all of your character's XP was actually gained passively, right? And those meters that you're filling up, your hygiene meter, your happy meter, everything, those are multipliers to your passive XP. So when you log off, you're still getting XP, but less and less and less. And you're like, I better log back on, you know, interact with my TV, bump my meter up so I keep getting a higher multiplier. So there was utility behind it, right? There was like, I have this character, I want to level up. These NFTs have a purpose. They're not just 3D art. I can interact with them. And I have a reason to shop here because now I can take an NFT that I bought, I can put it in my house, or I can stick it on the marketplace. And so people that didn't even care about the game would have more value to go there and buy something, just put it on the marketplace, use it as a business rather than like, I want to play the game, right? So I don't think it's ever going to get made, but that's one way I think that you could take a shopping metaverse and make it viable.
Well, I'm also glad you bring that actual use case up because, you know, we bring it into our world as creatives. You know, I could easily see independent filmmakers, you know, or filmmakers on a grander scale kind of tailoring their audiences to the benefits of being engaged with their NFTs, with their world altogether. Thank you for the extra volume, by the way. But yeah, definitely for you guys, like for entertainment, music and stuff, like how would you feel some creatives can kind of, I guess, maximize some of these things that are proving to work with NFTs and with the metaverse?
No? You don't want to answer it?
No. I have to think about this one.
Well, so let's distill down. So your question is like, how does the metaverse and NFTs help out artists?
Correct.
Okay. Well, there's many ways. I mean, Kali should be answering this, but I mean, we have a lot of it right already at this point. Travis Scott did a big concert in Fortnite. It's been a few years at this point, but it proved that people will attend these virtual concerts in the game and generate a ton of sales. Like, you would not imagine how much virtual items is sold in that Fortnite concert. It's a lot. And it made everyone see and go like, that is a lot of money to be had. But that was during the hype, right? And also, Fortnite is a very well-established game. And more importantly, it's a game with a player base, right? It's already established, it's already popular. And that when you announce something like a Travis Scott or some other artist, there's already people that's gonna get hyped, right? Versus like if you have a new metaverse, like the project that we worked on, we had a popular artist that came in. It drove the initial experience because this artist was super popular around the world. But the problem was like, yeah, you get that bump, and then what are you gonna do to retain the users, right? So you can have those spikes, spend a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of time, but if you don't have a reason for these people to stay, it doesn't really have that same effect. But like I said, like we've only scratched a lot of these, and a lot of it has to deal with interoperability, because a lot of the issues is like, it's expensive to make these assets, it's expensive to produce these things. Well, how do we make it cheaper, right? One is interoperability, another one is AI generation, right? Something that can help drive down cost. And all this kind of ties together, right? The metaverse, the VR, AI, computers, games, all these are technologies that are synergistic to each other. So you don't really say just metaverse and exclude VR. You don't just say metaverse, exclude blockchain, right? It's a culmination of all these technologies that really add value.
But you also bring up a good point is, how do we get people to adopt it? As we've seen social media evolve over the past decade, we're always kind of waiting to see which platform catches on. So, if we have multiple companies who are all releasing their version of the metaverse, it's kind of a crapshoot to see kind of which one people latch onto. And then if we're trying to include worlds that already exist, like Chance was talking about, like MUDs and multi-user dungeons and stuff, it's like there are people that are still playing those all these years later. So how do we get them? They're not going to want to leave their comfortable zone. So unless somebody assimilates that, then they're stuck with whatever company gets them. So there's still a lot of feels like we're dealing with rights and people trying to buy stuff up for the highest bidder and on top of it.
Yeah. I think a lot of the problem is that a lot of these companies, they're economy first, right? They build an economy and they're like, how can we wrap a game around this? Mm-hmm. No, you do it the other way around. You build a game, you build something that's fun, and then you can find a use for crypto, right? Like, Blizzard could add, I'm sure it would mess up their economy, but it would still be more fun. They could add, Ethereum or something to World of Warcraft, right, and have a market where people are buying and selling goods for real money. Mm-hmm. And that would probably it would upset, tons of people, but it would work better than 99.9% of what's out there.
I think there was a problem though, right, with Diablo 3, with the auction house.
Yeah.
And with real world money coming in, it upset the balance of the game. Mm-hmm. And as designers, right, we do not like outside forces messing with the fine-tuned balance, because the fun is in a lot of its fairness, mm-hmm, and grinding and all that stuff. So we need to find a way that if you are introducing outside money, if someone pays $10,000 or worth of whatever virtual currency, let them feel good about it, but not ruin other people's experiences, right? Kind of like mobile games, which I think is mostly cosmetic, but I'm sure we can find a way to make it more integrated without ruining the whole system. But it's a hard problem, and that's why game design is hard and making games is hard.
Yeah, last year, so I had gone to this conference in San Diego called the Crypto Business Conference. If you want to see some nerds have some conversations on things, that was the place to go. Virtual currencies, obviously a hot topic, right? You know, because there's governments that are trying to kind of regulate that, try to, you know, move it out of the picture altogether. But do we believe that is probably the centerpiece of a sustainable metaverse economy to trade goods and engage? Do we believe that's the end all be all? What do you guys think?
I'm trying to figure out, is this more of a sustainability question or like a crypto question?
I would say more sustainability.
Like as far as the energy use and whatnot? Yeah, so I am actually a senior fellow with a organization that's part of the Atlantic Council. We focus on climate resilience. So, you know, have a lot of people, very anti-crypto people on my team. I'm like the one person that's open to it. Obviously, proof of work uses way too much energy. But you know, Bitcoin is here to stay. It's kind of the gold standard of crypto. I think I'm very happy that like Ethereum, you know, switched over and is now doing proof of stake, and that's made a huge impact as far as lowering energy use. But I think in the end, the sustainability issues are going to be solved not necessarily because we did something to crypto. It's because we started using more renewables, more solar, more wind. Humans are always building and advancing, right? Like this whole idea of like signing a pledge to stop AI, like come on, like that's not gonna happen. Like humans are, that's what we do. We just create and we build and we move forward, even if it doesn't make sense. We just keep advancing. We're like, okay, we're going to the Mars now. Now we're going to Neptune. All right, went to Neptune. Let's go to Stellaris. Is that a star? That's a game, actually. It's a game. No, I'm just making up planetary areas.
Sorry. Yeah, Alpha.
So I think that ultimately the sustainability issues are going to be solved at the energy end rather than because we passed a bunch of regulations on crypto. But I don't represent most people in the environmental world. So,
well, crypto is also difficult, right? Because like that's its own issue in its current state, and it does kind of scare a lot of businesses, especially if you're dealing with mobile, because those are the biggest platforms, and they're very strict in what they do there. Some less than the others, some more, and that's kind of driving a lot of people to web. But web has its own issues, technology-wise, accessibility. But I think really what we need to do, like Chan said, and what we've been talking here, is build a good game first, and then figure out how to use the virtual currency to augment it. Because without a good game, that's why MUDs are still played, right? Because it's fun, it's socially connecting, and to be honest, you don't really need virtual currency in a lot of games. But really, a lot of it too is like permanence, right? So for example, your gamer score, right, in Xbox, and your achievements, to me, that's value. Not because it makes money for me, but it's more like, hey, it's a record of what I've done. But the problem is like, it's all disconnected. Steam, Sony, PlayStation, and Xbox, they have their own systems. And if one of those goes away, then you lose all of that record, right? So something that we should be doing is like an open standard, which there are a few, but having all these companies agree to work together. And that's where the interoperability is why I keep harping on that, is like, how do we make it connected? How do we make it so that these systems go into one place? But, you know, there's a lot of competing standards and it takes a while. I mean, USB did not show up until decades after we've done a few different communication ports. And even now, as USB kind of coalesces together to USB-C, there's still a lot of disconnect in that standard. So it's really hard to do that, but it's going to happen. It just takes time.
Shifting focus a little bit. Us as users, as human beings, we mentioned, I believe you mentioned earlier, like the rise of social media brought, all of these new ideas, and some companies hit better than others. There was, some of y'all may remember, but there was actually smaller companies trying to compete with Facebook that was trying to create their own social medias. Some of them did well. Obviously, we saw some of the ones that stood the test of time and made it. For us,
the ones that did do well got bought up by the big ones.
Exactly, right? And the resources were used, obviously, to make their platforms better. So with that, I would say for us focusing on, things we need to probably, I guess, look out for. What are some, I guess, practices that we should probably consider, in the years to come as, these worlds start to grow and we're getting more, technologies that's promoting stronger metaverses. I'm throwing some doozies. I'm throwing some hard questions. I know.
Yeah, we would be really rich if we knew the answer.
Yeah.
Is there a moral question to these as well? I mean, these big corporations are sucking all this data down. Where does that end? Where does your relationship with these companies come from? And the data they suck out of you, is used for marketing and psychological manipulation. So in the gaming industry, it's the same. It's to a certain degree the same way. So I don't know where I was going with this, but it's a question for the industry, for themselves, and for the companies that make these games. Where do you draw the line? How much do you pull from this to make you dollar signs?
You were going in a good direction too.
But people don't want to pay for things either. So.
That's true. That's true. So that's the trade-off.
Can't have both.
That is very true.
And that's a problem with the model for cryptocurrencies. Everything has a cost, and that cost is Ethereum, Ether, right? And right now, the only way to get Ether is to actually pay it with real-world money, right? And like you said, like free isn't really free because you're selling your data, right? There's a conversion there of what we were giving away for free versus like something we have to earn. Or privacy is you have it and then you give it away versus something you have to earn to give it away. So that's kind of like a disconnect. But I think technology is really outpacing society right now. And society is kind of slowly catching up, and then technology goes up faster again. So
idea for a game, like if they're taking your data from you, why don't they give you some of that back in Bitcoin or something? And you literally collect real money from playing the game for giving them your data.
I mean, actually a few of them did, but they're not here anymore.
I mean,
the plan didn't work.
Yeah, I actually think that Bitcoin, I mean, outside of its energy use, is way more moral than fiat currency, right? I think and I hope in the semi-near future we're going to look back on central banks the way we look back at a monarchy as a less moral version of doing things, right? Right now we have, every country has a central bank. You've got money that has no backing, and when they need more money, they just print it. And what that does, it extracts your wealth away, the people that hold the dollar. It dilutes the value of it, and then it's handed out at like almost zero interest, or has been, right? With Bitcoin, there's no one controlling that, right? There's an algorithm that's set. And so there's no way for someone to steal your Bitcoin through creating more Bitcoin, right? It's already a set schedule. If you think about the United States, and we've been involved in war after war after war since I've been alive, well, countries like El Salvador they're paying for that, right? Because they use the dollar, and that's why was it El Salvador with the Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Yeah. President Bukele, yeah. And so, like, all the countries that are using the dollar, when we go to war and we have to print more money because we don't have the money, these poor countries are funding our foreign policies, right? Because they use the dollar. We're taking wealth away from poor people in these nations that use the dollar to go bomb other poor countries. And to me, you just can't do that with Bitcoin. Like, imagine if you had to raise taxes to support war. Like, people wouldn't be like, what? I mean, people are getting taxed. They're getting taxed through inflation. It's just another way of taxing people, right? And so I think I mean, this sounds a little utopian, but I think that it would be much harder for countries to go to war if they couldn't just tax people through inflation and then pay for it. They would think hard about actually getting involved in something that costs, hundreds of billions of dollars.
The economic metaverse, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Well, and also that's why Bitcoin is so special, right? Because there's actually no foundation behind it. There's no Satoshi, who knows who that person is? Only he knows. Maybe it's a few people, but the fact that you can't print more than 21 million, 22 million, or produce more, that initial number makes it really special. And that's before even people started looking at it as a means to be greedy or corporate, personal gain, right? That's what makes it so special and being the first one that really kicked everything off. And the fact that it's still around here, and when we say cryptocurrency, you say Bitcoin in the same breath, makes it special. And you would say Ethereum probably is the next special one, and that's why they're coin 1 and coin 2 in terms of popularity, because Ethereum did add smart contracts and the functionality and continues to evolve. However, they do have that foundation, and Vitalik is running it, which is kind of weird because you can corrupt a person, right? But an ideology is a lot harder to change and own. So yeah.
And I probably should have, maybe a better example that's a little more U.S. friendly would be using Russia as an example. They can't afford this war, and they're also paying for it through just inflation. They can print the money up and spend it. And so I think that we need a more moral form of currency. This is maybe too far off the metaverse, but it kind of connects because metaverse is full of crypto. So
That was a lot there. Back to that.
That's true.
That went left, but I love it because here's another thing we're kind of scratching on. There's another reality to executing what's already being executed in this current centralized reality. Right now, you take that and look at the crowds of people, i.e., myself and others that are studying people concerned about the reality that someone may not consider because they're immersed into their world. They're immersed into crypto. They're immersed into their own community. Some of the higher ups and powers that be get concerned about what it could be for a person to enter into a different reality that's not their lifestyle, not their immediate region, and what it could do to people. Like what are some thoughts that you guys may have? Because essentially, if I have an avatar, I can make myself look like I am the king of everything, right? If I'm a crypto millionaire, right? I can obviously have more economical power than if I was a billionaire out here, right?
So I would say, so that Wes can kind of chime in here, is narrative, right? A lot of the metaverse or anything that we do it revolves around narrative, all the way from the caveman era where you have pictograms on the cave. The metaverse is a great medium for narrative, and how that would work. I would like to actually know what Wes thinks about it.
Well, it's just going to depend on the areas and then the experiences that people are there for. If I'm envisioning a metaverse where they can go over here and they can play Fortnite, and then they can go over here and they can play Roblox, and then they can go over here and just be like a chat room or something. The participant is dictating the experience that they want, but we need to have experiences available for everybody. When any type of for MMOs are a great example because they all contain emergent gameplay elements. So as people are going through there, they're having these experiences either with their friends or with their other people, and those are like you were saying, that's what they're going to remember when they log off. So if people want to have that experience from a story standpoint, the options are limitless. I don't even know where to start. You could tell anything, any type of story, especially if you're going to start involving VR and really playing to people's senses. So I think it's just going to be it's going to be limited only by our imagination, but it's exciting in my world since that's what I do. I'm in the narrative side of games. It's how do we use this to create an experience that we haven't yet had? But fortunately, we haven't cracked that either.
Awesome. And real quickly, because I want to open up for questions. Across the board, one by one. This is no right or wrong question. This is either showing how ingenious you are or how crazy you are. So, in your own words, what would you believe, or what would you believe is the perfect metaverse? I know that's a broad question, but just coup de grace of
just a world full of capybaras.
They're cute.
That's all I need. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fluffy
Hilarious.
squirrels.
Fluffy squirrels.
World full of food, I guess. Yeah. No, world hunger because of that. I don't know.
World food, you can't eat it though. You're gonna stare at food you can't eat.
We could 3D print it and then
An
eat it.
AI generative experience that nobody else but you can have at one time.
Yeah, I think for me, it's being able to have what experience they want to have, but being able to do it also in just a safe way. That's one of my biggest concerns is just, how do you keep people from, you have to have those spaces where you don't get harassed. We have a lot of that in the gaming world, unfortunately. So making sure that we're not pushing people away, we're being inclusive.
And that's definitely a good one. We do want to open up the floor for questions. Anybody has any questions? We have the mic. We have one question over here. So.
Hello, my name's Alex. I'm an entertainment business Master of Science student here. And I'm currently focused on making my own video game studio. And one of the things that I've thought about a lot is what you guys have talked about, I refer to as decentralized currency. So that's a lot of what like crypto was all about in the beginning. But thinking about that away from a monetary perspective, but just in a way as it could apply to video games within the metaverse, what do you think that a currency that could be used throughout games that has no monetary value that you can't buy but can be earned throughout various titles would look like, and how do you think it would impact the industry? And a good example would be just imagine like V-Bucks being able to be used throughout something like Rocket League or other things that Epic Games has acquired.
I mean, it does have value then, doesn't it? If it can be traded between games, but can it be traded between people? Can you sell your items? That's the next question. Is it just to buy, or can it actually, you could buy other people's skins or items? Like, I think that would be the next cool step, is if you could do barter or trade, actual trade items, trade, use currency, or barter and trade.
Yeah,
I don't.
Go ahead. Are you done?
No, I was done.
Yeah. When I was going to Full Sail, this is like 2000. I was a computer animation grad. I, had very little money, so I would. My one thing outside of Full Sail that I would do is I'd play this game Asheron's Call, which was an MMO, and I found this way to getting this robe, this like wizard robe, that was like going on eBay for $200 to $300 each, and I paid for a lot of my food by basically putting in-game items on eBay and then meeting up with people in the game world and handing it off. And probably made like $1,000 doing that.
Now, another thing too is like a lot of these currencies still kind of attached to the dollar, right? Because you convert it. Until you have that currency where you don't want to convert it to fiat, it's kind of like a weird, you're always going to attach the US dollar value to it or whatever current local currency is. And same thing with Ethereum and Bitcoin is like, until we all transact in Bitcoin or Ethereum, you're trying to compare it to some US dollar. So that's kind of like where things will kind of flip over, where you just look at that.
As Chance said, it actually had a monetary value outside of the game in a different trading section. So if you create a currency, it's going to have some kind of value if somebody wants it. It's for something outside the game. So you're going to create a secondary market. So make it have value in the first place, then you can keep it in.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Make it Bitcoin based.
I don't think there's any way to create a in-game currency that doesn't have real world value, because the only way to do that is to by having the in-game currency something that zero people want.
Exactly. There you go.
Because as soon as you have something
then it has
cool,
no value.
As soon as someone wants it, one person, it now has value.
Yes, and it has social value above all else too. So as soon as you have something cool, everybody else wants it.
Yeah.
You can't avoid it.
Question over here. We give everyone a chance to somewhere.
That was a good question too.
Oh. All right.
So my question was kind of like, what do you guys think about? Sorry, my question was, what do you guys think about like the metaverse kind of being built into our like realm of reality, kind of like a Westworld type of thing, of where there's this concept of like these kind of like outworldly or otherworldly things. Like we can't bring the concept of Fortnite into our realm, but if we were able to, like, do you guys feel like that would mix up the economy, like that would kind of mash it up, or do you feel like people will still have people who, like, you know, are kind of rich right now would still have the free game to keep on expanding, like, you know, their resources?
Not sure I understand the question.
Well, I'm going to hop in because I kind of get what he's somewhat saying. So actually right now, Snapchat is having a summit. And of course I am here talking about the metaverse, so I can't be there. But they're toying around with the ideas of mixed reality, right? You know, where we have the augmented reality, virtual reality, then a pair of glasses that can have the digital world immersed with the real world that we're living in currently, right? So some of that answer might be in what the Snap Summit is coming in, but I think what he's talking about in regards to, I might be wrong, and if I am wrong, just correct me. I think you're talking about how we can mix the content in this digital space with real world use cases outside, you know, so it's not going into a immersive metaverse.
Yeah.
I think, is that what you're kind of, okay.
Yeah. There's actually a term for that. It's called phygital. So basically when you buy a shoe, like Nike in an NFT, you get the real world equivalent of that Nike shoe. So it's a popular term and really drives a lot of value because like when you buy this, it's like a digital certificate that you own it, but you actually own the real shoe too. But the problem is like, then it's kind of, once it's shipped to you, it's kind of disconnected because the NFT is living somewhere else versus your physical item. So the challenge is how do we connect those, and no one's really kind of figured that out just yet.
When I first saw the Magic Leap, I got really, really excited, at least the demo that you could see in a video. And obviously it wasn't, in practicality, it wasn't practical. But as soon as AR can cross a line, I really believe that the metaverse is gonna, like you said, it's gonna be in the real world. We're gonna be playing games where I'm seeing, you know, set extensions, and you're over there, you got some color on you, and we're playing a game literally in the real world, and that gets me excited. I don't know if that's your question, but I really think AR is, along with Bitcoin and these other technologies, are going to be the future as soon as the technology can get there. And Apple, the big Apple in the building, is threatening their new headset, and I'm really excited to see what that is, because usually when they come out with something, everybody before, you know, was just playing. And then Apple puts something out, and it may not be the best product, but it becomes the most adopted. So when that comes out, I'm really looking forward to it.
And I mean, I share that same excitement too. Like I always, we all remember the boom when Pokemon Go came through. It introduced a whole new realm of engagement, you know, in a digital space. You know, like there's so many. I think if I had the $1 billion coin of Bitcoin right now, I would be willing to invest into those augmented reality use cases that can, you know, kind of bring some of that into that picture. But that was definitely a great question. Any other questions? Oh, we got one.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I really enjoyed everything. I'm from entertainment business, graduated in March. So for my last project, I worked on bringing Coachella to the metaverse and doing kind of like a thing where people from all over the world could attend Coachella, which is something that is seen as very exclusive, very unique. But the main question was, why would somebody choose to attend in the metaverse and not in person? My answer was basically, first of all, money. The headsets are way cheaper than traveling from Europe to the US, having to pay for a hotel, Uber. It adds up. It's a lot of money. And also, there's some people who have anxiety when it comes to going to places. So like it could be like a good way of bringing more people into the experience. But when doing all my research, I found myself, I love marketing. Like I love marketing. I love cryptocurrencies. I love everything. But when it comes to programming, when it comes to the metaverse and all the technical stuff, I'm lost. Where do I start, or who do I go to? I don't know what to do, because
just absorb as much as you can. Just spend time Googling, reading articles, playing games.
I do.
then you must be learning something. So.
You're starting off right saying you love crypto.
Yeah. So you must have some technical knowledge because you are into it. So it's just keep doing what you're doing. Get on some Discord servers.
I'm actually kind of
immerse
curious.
yourself.
How did you get people to Coachella? What was the experience?
So basically, it was literally creating a new Coachella, nothing to do with what the in-person was going to be. So you had a whole new different set of artists, or maybe the same artists but different performances. Funny enough, this was like a month ago, and I was talking a lot about artificial intelligence creating artists' performances or even one-on-one conversations with the people. You know how you talk to artificial intelligence and it comes up with an answer straight away? But making it, I don't know, you want to talk to Justin Bieber, maybe artificial intelligence can make that into a real conversation. So everything legally made, so there's a contract with the artist, but the artist wouldn't have to invest the time into doing the whole performance or even the conversations, and people would feel very like special.
Funny that you mentioned that. Literally in legal talks with a lot of these people that's in the area you're mentioning, and it's the lawyers don't know what to make of it right now.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nuts. It's definitely a thing that's coming. You know, celebrity crossed with digital doubles is going to be a huge thing. It's just a matter of the lawyers figuring it out, them actually understanding it and getting interested in it, and obviously Hollywood loves passive money, so all these entertainers are going to be very interested as soon as the first one does it on a scale that actually works. And I'm hoping to be there.
And to answer your question on how to build it, there's a lot of platforms out there you can use. So something like Sandbox or Decentraland or VR Chat, you can use all those apps to create the worlds. And you start small usually. Don't try to do Coachella as a whole. That's a lot, right? You start with a meeting, a concert, a performance. You can even start with something like Zoom, right? You can do a Zoom performance and create a website or some event around that. A lot of it's there already, and you don't have to go super high tech, because a lot of things about the metaverse, if you go too high tech, too fast, the cost increase, there's a lot of complexity. And what's important really for the metaverse is you need accessibility. You need people to have access to it. And how do you do that? You go through their phones, you go through their to a web browser, what's with you right now, and you need to learn a lot of things before the actual technology part. The technology part, I think, is important, but it's not the central key thing. It's how do you actually organize around that? How do you communicate it? How do you market it? Because it doesn't matter if the technology is best in class. If no one comes to it, then it's kind of useless. So having it start small and then just use these platforms. You don't have to build everything, because you shouldn't, right? And then there's AI, like you said, to help create that content.
There's new technology too, volumetric capture, where you could actually have a system of cameras around the performers, and it literally makes that scene in VR or in 3D. It's really rudimentary right now, but I see that as becoming a huge part of live performance or theater or different experiences where you would want to be there but you can't, and you put on that headset and you could walk on stage and walk around them. So he's saying, I'm saying the technology. I love the technology. He's like, get the marketing around it. So there you go. But I'm really excited about that area of technology too. Is the volumetrics.
And I'm one to preach community, right? Like at the core of it also, like I love to invest in the sneakers, right? And Nike just released Nike.swoosh, which is a community of people that love to look at sneakers. We can invest into our own designs, and I see you looking at. I'm just wearing regular shoes today, so there was a pair of Air Forces that were just released. They were a digital version, in which I have the NFT, and I also have the real shoes at my apartment. And odds are they're probably going to be worth something. But the whole reason why it will grow value is because that community understands the value and the fact that there's only 200 of those shoes ever created, right? So there's a part to where I believe the community is also, we have the tech, we have the marketing, but there's still, I believe, a sense of identity, that people that are interested in the idea or interest kind of plays into, engagement or even into, dabbing into wanting to be a part of something or do something.
Yeah, your Discord server is a community, right? That could be the metaverse itself, and they have their games, and everything kind of revolves. Like there is no metaverse if there's no community, which is a great point that you bring up.
And people want to feel special with what they have, but how do you make it special without expensive? So that's another question to answer in the metaverse. Like, how do we make it the experience fun and equal to a certain degree, but also special without making that monetary value way too high for some people? With 200 shoes, you feel special you bought that, but that's going to be expensive damn shoe, right?
And albeit it was an expensive damn shoe that I find value in, and me and the other Nike heads, and also another point she raises a great, and this is something that I find across the board. There's a lot of people that get it, at least have the whole realm of it in their world, but it's almost like, I like to say it's like a party. Like you see this brand new club built with a nice DJ, a nice bar, and everybody's kind of standing outside like, well, what do we do? Like, how do we do it? So I think there's a part to where she's showing a good point. Like, how do we make this make sense?
Well, and like a club, it'll be popular for a while, but people get bored with it, want a new experience.
Right.
So
Or as soon as you
got to keep it
that
fresh.
experience, nobody's going anymore.
I would like to ask one more question. So maybe this is more of an opinion thing, but social media or the internet kind of started as a way to connect people from anywhere to anywhere, right? So you can talk to your grandparents, your parents, your sister, your brother, whoever you want. But when do we cross that line when we actually stop getting more connected and we actually become less connected in person because we're so merged into that fake reality? And how can we prevent that from happening, kind of?
I think that the pinnacle of disconnected would be, I'd say maybe like, not just Facebook, but say you think like Facebook comment section, right? It's basically people are arguing, it's just my data versus your data, right? And people don't see the human behind that, and that's why they argue and fight a lot on Facebook, because there's nothing really human other than me showing you what I think, my information, your information, and I don't like your information, therefore I don't like you. If you have the same conversation in person, people are probably not going to react that way. They're going to be a lot more like gentle. The good thing about VR is, as it tracks your body language, now it tracks your eyeballs. You can take all these human characteristics and turn them into data and send them over the internet. And now when I'm talking to Albert, talking to his avatar, I know where he's looking. I can see that he's excited based on his body language, all these things. So we're kind of starting to swing back, I think, towards a more human way of interacting in a digital way. Now that we can capture these human characteristics and, put them through the internet on avatars. So I think we're kind of like back swinging towards the upside now. Like things will get better.
Disassociation brings out the worst in humans, right? So if you're disassociated from a human, it took out the human factor, and social media is just people typing, and the algorithm pits you against somebody else so they keep you engaged. So the trick is to get that human factor back in.
I think a big part of it too is the fact that we have a generation of my generation. We have a generation of millennials that made a lot of mistakes because of social media, right? Like some of which went too far off to show a life that wasn't real. Some went, I guess, on the argument of losing some of their life and bullying and stuff. So there's a sense of awareness that at least we have to try to correct some of those mistakes, right? So I think the other part of it is all of us kind of collectively being smarter, right? All of us have cell phones that tells us how long we're on our apps, right? Making an active effort to cut down maybe that 6-hour social media TikTok binge to 3 hours is something that's there, right? So there's a part to where we have that beauty and understanding of it. Real quickly, because we're running low on time, all of you. So if you was to make a projection, each one across the board, because we're running low on time. What do you believe could happen in the next 5 to 10 years with the metaverse, one by one? This is the future statement that you will either be 100% right or 100% wrong or whatever.
Now, what I think is going to happen is already happening. You're going to have it on a smaller scale, but it's going to grow. You're going to have digital celebrities. You're going to have influencers that are created by corporations or people or small people, large people, and it's going to be AI driven. And we're literally bringing the humanity back using computers to a certain degree. So I think it's going to be exciting and scary at the same time, because the nefariousness that can come out of that on the other end can be a wonderful thing, or it can be just so evil. So you're gonna have to develop those skills to be able to weed through that. And like you said, a lot of us didn't have those skills when we were started because we were exploited. So I'm hoping that we can develop those skills and notice when we're being manipulated or we're being entertained, which can be the same thing.
Very true. Albert, what you got?
I would say the creator tools will make it easier to create more content, especially for the metaverse and 3D realm or video. And there's going to be an explosion of creativity, and that's going to drive a lot of the value, utility. And it's exciting because it's not just controlled now by the creators. It's actually, we're creating platforms for everyone else to create and express themselves.
What you got?
I think investors will probably or have learned that you need to start with something that's fun, like a game, to have a successful metaverse rather than just a chat room. Since they've lost a bunch of money, and they should have realized that by now. So.
Any prediction that I try to make is going to be completely incorrect. But what I would just encourage everybody here in this audience to consider is, for me, my day job is in mobile gaming, and I didn't grow up with cell phones, so it was like just not something that existed and not something that I could ever have aspired to. So if this is a field that interests you, you pay attention and really do your homework and stay up to date on what's going on, because what's going to happen is that will benefit you is that there are going to be a lot of jobs created. And they're going to need people who have a foundational knowledge of what the metaverse could be, or have a direction or have a vision. So if that's something you're interested in, you're about to come into within the next 3, 5, 10 years, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff going down that you can be a part of if you want to.
All right. Well, we thank you all for everything. Thank you for coming. We ran a little bit over our time, but let's give a hand clap for our panelists.
Don't die.
And we'll turn it on back to the floor, people.
Don't die.
God, I'm so glad you said that. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Don't forget your
And we're back.
We're back.
We are back again.
What an awesome panel.
Seriously.
I'll be honest, the digital world scares me, but it makes me feel better knowing that such brilliant minds are in it, and they're on our team, the Full Sail team.
You know what makes me happy is knowing that seriously smart people can still be goofy and wear an alien on their head.
I was a little distracted that whole time because it's just a dancing alien on top of Albert's head.
But he's one of the most brilliant people I've ever met, and he's just playing along. You're you're talking about things I don't understand. Yet you're look at me and my alien. Anywho, good times.
Good times.
It's almost over.
Oh, don't remind me.
I know. But you know what, guys? We still have time to connect with us. If you want to be featured here on Hall of Fame Live, just connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and the TikTok.
The TikTok. They're going to rebrand it after they see this. They're going to go, it seems like the TikTok is a better name.
If you're over 30, you need to call it the TikTok. Use hashtag FullSailHOF throughout all day until whenever. And see your post featured live. And we can't wait to show you more of Hall of Fame as we keep doing this. Speaking of social, let's look at some social stuff.
Ooh, it's Marcela.
This is Angel Vernice Music is posting a photo with Marcela Araica, which is class of, let's see.
She's an early one,
4th annual. She is I love powerful, strong, intelligent women.
Yes, and she's always
Go girl.
dressed to the nines.
I know, seriously.
Like,
brilliant recording engineer. Brilliant.
Has worked with some incredible artists.
Let's see the Mix Carlton. What? There's Carlton with a bunch of our students.
Hosting at the Fortress.
Carlton's Hall of Fame 6.
Okay.
Shay, I believe, has turned into the biggest Carlton fan ever.
Yes, after their family feud yesterday, she was like, I think he's my favorite.
Oh, don't tell other people. They're going to get jealous.
It's okay.
Do you have a favorite Hall of Famer?
I'm not.
Yep.
No comment.
Yep.
How's that?
Well, right here is Hall of Famer Nate Howe, as well as Jason Whitmore and Aaron Hamilton Cook, current inductee.
Yeah. I wonder if he's nervous.
6'1" and 13. That's yeah.
That's
I'm
the
just so
coolest thing.
smart. I just know what year they are.
It's cool that they, like, you see all these different years, you know? It's like, it's not just 12 inductees or 11 inductees. We go all the way back to 1, and they're still coming back. They've been coming back now for 12 years to come hang out.
Yep.
Pretty awesome.
Very, very awesome.
The notebook. I have a notebook right in front of me. I think it's so pretty.
It is very
Anastasia seems to like it, too.
I love it. Hashtag proud alum.
Oh, yay.
You and I are both proud alums as well.
She's got an MFA in film production, if I read that hashtag right.
You did. Very proud of you.
Well, yeah, keep sharing your posts online using the hashtag FullSaleHOF. I've said that so many times this week, you'd think I'd stop messing it up. But
it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
This year's inductees are a group of truly inspiring individuals, from taking creative risks to sharing their craft with the world. Their stories are some of our favorites. Isn't that so, Tracy?
I agree.
Let's take a deeper look at the work of one of Hall of Fame 13's class, Victor Herrera da Silva.
The supernatural power that I think I have and that I think everyone can have is the power of being kind to others. I think that is something that within itself has so much power and potential, but that not everyone practices. People try to build positive relationships with people is something that can be incredibly helpful and that can be worked on every day and through every interaction that we have. Practicing that level of kindness, of reciprocity, of trying to build positive momentum and relationships can open doors in ways that you couldn't otherwise. It is so important. It's something that has been here since the beginning of time and that nothing or no one can replace, because it's always going to permeate the things we do and what we do every day and how we communicate and interact with others. Okay, I am so incredibly excited to be here. Love you all. Hey guys, I'm so happy to be here. I hope you're enjoying Hall of Fame Week. Hola a todos, ¿cómo la están pasando? Estoy súper contento de estar aqui em Hall of Fame. Espero estejam passando uma semana de Hall of Fame extraordinária. As you have seen, there's so many things to do. I hope you're catching panels, keynote sessions. Espero que estén haciendo muchísimas cosas, desde los paneles hasta los keynotes, cheia de painéis, keynotes, y tudo que é bom. And if you see me around, don't forget to come say hi. I'd love to meet you guys. No dejen de saludarme, me encantaría conocerlos. Espero verlos pronto. Se vocês me vier por aí, venham dar oi. Gostaria muito de conhecer vocês. Bom, fiquem bem e espero ver vocês proximamente. So I hope you're having a great time. Don't forget to soak in as much as you can, and see you soon.
Whoa.
I know, right? Intense. All that.
Hola, bienvenidos a bordo.
Why are you acting like your Spanish isn't perfect?
Shut up. Here's my Portuguese. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
That's all I got.
Hello, Backlot.
What's up,
Hi,
Backlot?
everybody. What you pushing in that big old cart? Is it garbage? Thanks for keeping the campus clean.
What's the orange cart? Hey, look up, orange cart man. No? All right. Hi, guys.
Hi, yeah,
I
I'm
see
talking to you.
Yes.
Look at you waving at us.
Thank you
Hi.
for waving.
Hi.
Both your backpacks look wicked heavy. What on earth is in there?
We have books at Full Sail? I thought it was just laptops.
It's
What's going on?
online. Look at this guy. Look
Hi.
at these guys. They look like they're
What are you
going
pointing at? Yourself on the screen?
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
hi. I see you. Are you going to a panel?
Where are all these people going? Hi, guys, sitting down in the shade.
Hi.
How's it going?
Having fun yet? No, maybe?
Maybe.
No, you're not? Okay, well, go find a panel and have some fun. Stop standing outside in the sun.
Seriously, man. I kind of wish I was out there.
I know, but also not because there's AC in here.
Why don't you rub it in for the people who are outside sweating? Well done, Jess.
Just kidding, guys.
But action is at CX. Like, you go to a
Yes.
panel, you learn a lot of things, and then you're like, now it's time to play and climb a rock wall.
Oh, don't remind me about the rock wall.
Anyway, let's talk about our grads, inductees again this
Getting
year.
inducted tonight at the ceremony.
Here we go.
CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder and managing partner of Ready Ant Studios, Victor Herrera de Silva is a 2007 game development and 2019 entertainment business grad whose work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America. And he speaks 3 languages, so kind of unstoppable, huh?
Unstoppable. That's what I call it. We also have a senior technical artist at Unity Technologies. Karis Baker is a 2013 game art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who has made incredible contributions to the industry in spaces including indie game development, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and more.
Impressive.
They all are.
Next up, we've got CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions. Brandon Blackwell is a 2013 show production grad, author, and front-of-house monitor and broadcast mixer who has worked with some of the industry's biggest names, including Beyonce, Lizzo, Shaka Khan, and the Isley Brothers. What I'd give to just look at Beyonce.
I wouldn't be able to
room.
work with her. I would just freak
because
out.
I'd freeze.
Yep. Air Force veteran and dual degree grad Aaron Hamilton Cook currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare, graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013. Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, El Hobbit.
El Hobbit.
El Hobbit. Oh, what is uh-oh?
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
A 3-time grad, Devin Renee is a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television in conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Boss Up Productions. Graduating from film in 2012, education, media, design, and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015, Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike.
I want to rename it Michael. Sound designer and recording engineer at Ti-Fi Studios, Jeff Villanueva is a 1998 recording arts graduate and 4-time Grammy winner who has lent his expertise to projects in games, Disney theme parks, and films, including the recording of Encanto's breakaway hit, We Don't Talk About Bruno, no. But I just did.
You just did.
Ugh.
Here we go again.
Ugh. Anyway.
Coming up a little later in our 2 p.m. session, we'll see game development grads and Hall of Famers Jameson Durrell, Sean McCabe, and Grant Schankweiler share their perspectives on leadership in game development and how the industry has evolved over the last 15 years.
And after the show, we'll head on over to the induction ceremony to see our 6 new inductees take their rightful places as the 13th class of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
Oh, I know I'm gonna cry.
Oh, I mean, that's the whole point.
I know.
Yeah. But yeah, it may be Hall of Fame 13, but I feel like Hall of Fame 12 was just right around the corner.
I know, like yesterday,
Yes.
it feels like.
Yeah.
Speaking of Hall of Fame 12, let's take a look at one of last year's inductees, senior producer at Zynga, Nadi K. She was actually Hall of Fame 11, 12?
I don't know.
I'm losing my mind.
I love that I get to work with people and play games. That is like the easiest and simplest way that I can put it, because you mention one game and you can have like 10 people from out of nowhere and they're like, I play that too. And then before you know it, everybody's on the server and we're all playing together. I'm currently a senior producer at Zynga. The fun thing is that we always say that it's cat herding. Because we always have to get a lot of people together and to make sure that we're meeting the deadline at the same time. But we're also the people who are kind of the first line of defense in terms of scheduling and meeting those deadlines. So we are also lovingly called the party poopers. We kind of make sure that everything is getting delivered within a certain scope and on time. I definitely discovered video games when I was very young. The first thing that I remember playing is Snake and Caterpillar when I was like 5. I didn't know what was happening. All I knew is that there were a lot of really bright colors and there's a lot of things that were moving around that was super fun. I used to get Game Informer magazine all the time because I wanted to know, what the latest games were. So I was like, okay, journalism will be my foot in the door for video games. At least I'll be able to work around it. So I did that, and then 2 years in, they closed the program. A majority of us just went into the English program, and I finished out my undergrad as an English major. So I started doing a bunch of research and looking for other schools that had any kind of game program, and I was able to find Full Sail. And since I already had a bachelor's degree, I was more than happy to see that there was a master's program here. So I applied, and I was able to get in, and I couldn't start fast enough. Once that was over, I was able to get my first job at BioWare, working on Star Wars. It was cool because we were basically raiding the whole time, so it was just like a team of 16 of us, and we were all just like raiding all the time. So I did that for quite some time, and then kind of bounced around a little bit. All the different like industries that I've been able to kind of dip my toes into, it's all been very interesting, and I would definitely say that it rounded me out to be the producer that I am today, for sure.
Nadia is always very giving with her time and her experience. She's always willing to help out an intern or a person that's new in their career, give them guidance, help them network.
With Jared Jeffrey, I met him at an IGDA event that was being held at Full Sail, and then he and I just continued to run into each other at all the various different game conferences. Once we both started working in Austin, really connected. He's just such a great human being.
When Nadia said that she was being inducted in the Hall of Fame, I was just like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Through our careers, we've always been trying to help each other with just getting to the next step, getting to the next point. And Nadia is always looking out for me. She's awesome. She's very thoughtful.
So far, my career philosophy has always been to always make sure that you're bettering your career and also your life, right? Because that's very important. When I first started out in the games industry, work-life balance wasn't really a thing, right? But now I'm so happy to see that it is definitely pillars for a lot of big companies and small ones too. So the thing that I did is that I knew my worth and I knew what I wanted and my goals in life, and I knew that either it was going to happen at certain companies or it wasn't. So always with respect and always with grace to try to move and elevate yourself. So the induction into the Hall of Fame, I never thought in a million years that I was going to get it, because I always just generally thought that it was people who worked for, big name companies and things like that. Obviously, like, internal monologue is like, oh, they made a mistake. Like, obviously they're gonna, realize what a fraud I am and take it all back. I love that it's not just about having a successful career, but it's also about giving back to the community. How can I help the students succeed? How can I help them get their foot in the door? It's still surreal to me, but I just feel absolutely honored, and thank you so much.
Hey, Full Sailors, I hope you're enjoying your Hall of Fame week so far. I know it's really hot here on the back lot, and our friends at Red Bull actually dropped an entire crate of Red Bull, sugar-free, the regular kind, and all kinds of good flavors over where all of the student club tents are. So please drop by. There's a whole crate. We need y'all to drink all of these, followed by some water, please. But now I think it's time for things to get unreal. I have a magician here. How are you, Danny?
How's it going, Shay?
I'm doing really well. So tell us about your magician.
So I will tell you about my magician stuff. Here. So look, I have some money here. I hope you like money. You like money?
Yes.
I'm not giving it to you. Don't get too excited. But okay. I will show you. Watch. I have one, I have $2, $3, $4, and $5, right? Shay, I want you to examine it. Make sure it's real money. Just hold it up to the camera.
That is real.
Let's show the camera that the money is absolutely real, right?
It matches my bank account. I like it.
So watch this. I'll show you the money again. Watch very carefully. We got 1, we got 2, 3, 4, and $5. Shay, what would you buy with $5 right now? A Red Bull, maybe?
I would buy a Red Bull, or I go over to Taco Bell.
Oh, you go to Taco Bell? Here's what I'll do with $5. Watch the $5. I'm gonna make some Taco Bell up here. I'm gonna make a burrito for you up here right now. Watch the $5. Watch. If I snap my fingers, I'm kidding. I'm not that good. I'm not that good.
I was like,
No. A burrito would be pretty cool, but I think some more money would be even better. Watch the $5. Keep your eyes on the $5. If I snap, they change. To hundreds.
What?
Check it out. Make sure it's real. Show the camera. Make sure it's real.
I can't touch this legally. I don't think I'm allowed to touch this.
I know, and that's the problem. It looks like real cash, but if I could really do this, I'd be arrested by the FBI. So look, your eyes see 1, 2, 3, 4, $500. Well, look, the whole time, it's actually always been $5 the whole time.
Oh my gosh, a round of applause. Danny, what? What?
I don't know.
This is unreal. Do you got anything else?
Yeah, I'll show you something.
Also, can you help me with my taxes?
I'm contractually obligated to not do that, so I'm sorry.
Totally fair.
But,
So what's this?
I will show you this. Do you know what this is?
It's a Rubik's Cube.
Rubik's Cube, right? Do you know how to solve one or no?
Well, you have to get all the colors on the appropriate side.
Same side, right? Well, there was one day I was able to solve it. I was able to solve 2 entire squares.
Okay, Will Smith.
Just the squares.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah, I'm not that good. What if I tell you, Shay, that you can solve this entire Rubik's Cube right here, right now, in front of the camera without looking? I know it's a lot of pressure, but can you do it?
I really hope my mom is watching because it's going to be really impressive. Yeah, I can do it.
Very good. Shay, I'm going to take the microphone. I want you to face that way. I'm going to have you put your hands behind your back. I want you to grab the Rubik's Cube. I don't want you to see, okay? That's why I have you turn that way. But I want the camera to see as Shay is going to solve the Rubik's Cube. So go ahead, turn it. And I want you to go a little bit slower because I want you to use your intuition, all right? Every single side that you turn.
Well, you know, I can feel with my fingers.
You can feel with your fingers. Very good. So it's like Braille for you, right?
Yeah.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know what, Shay? In case it doesn't work out, I do have another one, so you could try it again. I'll put it right over here.
Okay.
But I think you can do that one, okay? Keep going, Shay. You got this. Oh, my God. You're almost there, right? She's pretty close, right?
Yeah.
Shay, this is amazing. You're almost there. You're just a couple moves away from solving the entire thing. What? Oh, my God.
Can I look? I want to look.
Shay, you got it. You got it. Check it out. I'm just kidding. That would have been awesome, right? Everyone would have lost their minds. That would have been crazy. No, Shay, I'm going to trade you. I'm going to grab the Rubik's Cube. Hold on to that.
All right.
You see, Shay, you did something better than solving it. You put this Rubik's Cube in the exact same position as this one that I set aside at the beginning.
Excuse me.
Look, I don't know if you can see this, but do you see, if you look closely, do you see that these sides match?
Oh my, no.
Square for square, color for color. It's a perfect match. Well, look, this side also matches too. The second side also matches, and look, the third side also matches perfectly. And look, the fourth side also matches.
I can't even hold my microphone right. I'm so amazed.
And the sixth side, right? You did that. You did that, Shay.
James, did you see that? I did that.
But Shay, hold on. I think that's better than solving it, but I still feel like there's a part of you deep down inside that does want to solve it, right?
I do.
We're gonna try it again, Shay, but this time you're gonna face the camera like this. You're gonna do this behind your back, all right? You're gonna do that behind your back. All right, turn it behind your back. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
I'm gonna grab the microphone, all right? And just take one last look for me. Take one last look at the Rubik's Cube. Look straight ahead.
I see.
Close your eyes. I'll give you the cube behind your back. Go ahead, keep turning it just like that. Keep turning it. Whenever you think you solved it, stop turning it, take it out.
1, 2. No! No!
Yes.
My hands were my hands the whole time.
I know, and you did that.
I'm so proud of myself. Will you endorse me on LinkedIn for doing this?
I will. I'll give you a little certificate.
What the heck? This was. Can we get one more?
Sure thing. Let's do one more. Let's see.
My heart is pounding in my chest right now.
So, Shay, I want you to pick any card you want. All right? And these are not regular cards. These are special Hall of Fame cards.
How unreal.
Grab any card. In fact, I don't want you to take it out. I actually want you to just touch it. All right? So go ahead. Touch one card for me.
That one?
That one right there? All right. I'm going to have you take a look.
One.
And actually, I want you to sign your name. I'm going to give you the Sharpie here in a moment. I want you to sign your name on this card. All right? And don't let me see it. Very important. Do not let me see the card.
Never.
Take the Sharpie. Go ahead. Show the camera the card. And that is your card with your signature, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. So I'm going to try to figure it out. I'm not going to look at it, but I'm going to try to figure it out.
I better quickly start to learn what these little symbols mean.
That would be helpful, yeah. So, Shay, you picked one card. You picked the 2 of diamonds, right?
No.
2 of diamonds? You sure? Okay. Usually when I mess up, I'll use the Sharpie that you signed the card with. Watch the Sharpie. Watch the Sharpie logo, right? If I rub the Sharpie logo, watch very carefully. If I rub it like that, you're gonna see the logo slowly starts to change into 6 of clubs. Is that the card you picked?
I'm gonna throw up, sir.
6 of clubs.
That's a club, right? Yeah.
That is a club, right? Thank you so much, Shay.
I'm afraid of you. Thank you so much, Danny. That was amazing.
Absolutely.
Where can we follow you? Where can we promote yourself?
Yeah. So my Instagram is Danny H Magic. And my website is also just DannyHMagic.com, just like that, right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny. Make sure you come out for the rest of the day. Come hang out with Danny. We're gonna do some games over here. I'm gonna let you keep this because I'm a little afraid of this magic. All right, and now I have some students. How you doing today, Jeffrey?
Great. Yes. Doing
And what's
great.
your name, Miss Ma'am? My name is Twinkle. Very nice to meet both of you. Are you ready? I got some
Yes.
trivia cards. So I try to make these fairly easy. So listen to the question, because maybe the answer's in the question. And I'm gonna call on you when you hit the bell. And we got some sweet swag for y'all. All right, Big Bird, Elmo, and friends all live on this street. What street?
Sesame Street.
That's right. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
I do not remember.
No, I don't think they ever actually give instructions. All right. She used to be called Jenny from the Block, but she recently married Ben Affleck. Who is she?
Jennifer Lopez.
That's right. It is Jennifer Lopez. Let's see. Easy? Okay. No, that's fine. What is Full Sail's official color? Orange. That's right. And what state is Full Sail located in? Florida. Okay, now we're 2 for 2. Now we're even. Now I want to go back in it. All right. Oh no, you see a ghost. Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
All right. Let's see. If you were going to steal the Declaration of Independence, what actor would you call to help you steal the Declaration of Independence?
Nick Cage himself.
Nick Cage himself. Let's see. One more just for fun. Okay. Who is Full Sail University's president?
Gary Jones.
That's right. All right, Jeffrey is the winner this time, but don't worry. We still have stuff for you. You want to open it up? Check it out.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, sweet.
Oh, that's the headphone.
Oh, is this
Hey.
a mic?
I don't know. It's in packages.
It's a microphone. Nice. You know what? I needed one too. Oh my God, that's great that I won this.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
And for you, ma'am, check it out. Open it up. So, oh, that's what I wanted. Thank you. All right, everyone, make sure you are sharing your experience all week long using hashtag FullSail, HOF. That's it for here. But I'm going to see you guys later. For now, bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. I miss you. I miss you so much. I wish you were in here with me. But I'm joined by my girl, Cameron. Hi, Cameron. How you doing today?
Great.
Doing good?
Yes.
What degree program are you in?
I'm in music business.
Music business, awesome. And when I asked you what month you were in, you couldn't remember because you work so hard?
Yep. That's exactly it.
Okay, cool. How's your Hall of Fame going? Good?
It's going great.
Yeah, her homies are here. Give it up for your homegirl. Can we get a clap for your friend? Yeah. Awesome, awesome. So what's been your favorite part of Hall of Fame so far?
Honestly, hanging out with them. Our band, the Jailbirds.
Okay, look them up on social, the Jailbirds. We're going to play a little game with Cameron today. It's called Win Big or Win Mid. So Cameron's going to choose from one of these boxes. There are 3 different types of prizes. There's a little prize, there's a medium prize, and there's a big prize. So the boxes may not correlate to the actual size of the prize, right? It's kind of a guessing game. So you're going to pick one of these boxes, and then we'll find out what's inside. So what are you feeling? How are you feeling? Yeah?
You said they don't correlate.
I said they maybe don't correlate. I'm trying to throw you off.
We're going to go with the middle.
Middle? I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? She's picking a box, and there's a mystery inside. Small? I don't think you should go small. I'm going to turn you away from small. Medium? I mean, no. What? Medium or big? Medium or big? Big. They're saying big. Your friends are saying big.
I don't care. I want to do me.
Do big box. Trust us. Wait. Okay, wait. First, before we do big box, let's see what you didn't win. Okay, so open up these boxes for me.
I swear to God.
Okay, good thing we didn't do small box. It's a kind bar. Boring. What else we got? What's in medium? Sunglasses. She was like die hard trying to get the sunglasses. Are you happy that we all peer pressured you into big box? Okay, let's see what's in the big box. Go ahead. A piece of paper? What's it say on the piece of paper, though?
big prize.
Let's find out what the big prize is, huh? Here you go, Cameron. What is it? What's inside? And she was going to pick the sunglasses. Are you kidding me? She got an iPad. But you know what, Cameron? We like you so much. You can take the sunglasses, too. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us. You didn't have lunch here. Give us the box, but you can take the kind bar. We do want you to eat. We need the box. You can have the bar. Nutrition is important. Also, can we get this girl a bottle of water? Because those things are dry. Oh, good. We got a bottle of water right here. Look at this. Happy Hall of Fame. Thank you so much, Cameron, and I hope you have a great week. And shout out to your band. One more plug for the band.
Woo! The Jailbirds.
Jailbirds. Where can we find the Jailbirds?
Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah, Jailbirds. What's up? Come on. Getting a photo up. Yeah, we're in the band. We're all in the band.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of music do we play?
The best music.
Is that a genre?
Yeah.
Funk cover band.
A funk cover band. Awesome. Find them on social. Go listen to their music. Sounds like they rock. Look at their personalities are awesome. All right. Now we're going to take a look at what's happening on the backlot.
Backlot is always fun. Not as much fun as you're having, obviously. Jess, look at that beautiful mural. It is done. Look at the guys in the bottom right corner. Look at their watches. Do you guys need to go anywhere? What is going on? See this little corner of people? They're like, what time is it? Where do I need to be? Hey, guys, look up at the big screen. I'm talking to you. Look up. No one's looking. Hi. There you are. What are you looking at your phone? Are you on the app? Are you guys looking on the app? They're like, what panel should I go to next? Oh, we got a little dancing. Oh, okay. What panel are you guys going to? Stop being on your phones. Like, go interact. Go get a pretzel. Go say hi to the magician. A lot of crazy things happening out there. But you know what? Even crazier things are happening inside. I am here at the news desk with my good friend, Michael LaPlante. What's up, Michael?
Hey, Tracy. How are you doing today?
Oh, you know, I'm great. I'm great. There's a lot of crazy. Oh, sorry. I was just touching your knobs. I have touched my knobs. Michael, do you know what you got yourself into today?
I have no clue. You told me I was coming on here, so I'm
Yeah.
excited for whatever tricks you got for me today. Let's do it.
Well, before we get started with the fun stuff, I'd like you to tell everybody what you do. I don't even ask anymore because you do so much, and it's all very techy, and I don't quite get it.
So hey, everybody. I'm Michael LaPlante, 2010 graduate from our web design and development program here at Full Sail. Nowadays, I'm in charge of every facet of websites, web applications, phone apps. Anything that touches technology, I probably have a hand in at some point in my career.
Must be nice.
It's fun. It's always something new every day, you know?
Oh, there you go.
It's like live television. Something new every day, somebody new popping behind us.
That's very true. But Michael, see, you're super techie and you're super, super smart. We're going to use those skills, but in a different direction.
You're scaring me now.
Okay, we're going to do an interview, but we have to do it with the alphabet.
Okay.
So I'm going to start the interview, and I'm going to have to start my sentence with the letter A. Then you're going to have to respond with the letter B, starting with the letter B, and so on and so forth.
Does that mean I end up with Z?
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, who knows if we'll even get there?
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got it.
Let's see how this smart brain works when it comes to improvisation.
Not going to go well.
No, it'll be great. It'll be great.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Are you a fan of Justin Bieber?
Boy, Tracy, I don't know if I'm a good fan of Justin Bieber or a bad fan, but you know who I really like is a band that starts with C.
Carrie Underwood, perhaps? She's really talented. I think she's great. A little bit country, a little bit pop. What's your favorite genre of movie?
That's a tough one. Down-tempo action movies.
Down-tempo action.
There you go.
Down-tempo action movie.
Yeah.
Example of that, Mike?
Might be an elephant doing some circus dancing.
No. Example. I was E, so now you're F.
Oh, okay.
Example of a down-tempo action movie, Michael.
So I'm F, right?
Uh-huh.
A flying elephant named Dumbo.
Flying elephant named Dumbo?
Yeah, there you go.
Great film. I saw it once in the theater.
Hey, you know, I like to watch films at home. I got a nice little sound system there, so that's where I do it.
Interesting. That's it. That's all I got. Interesting.
Well,
you're up.
Just kidding. You know, this is fun. This is getting worse as we go along.
We're so bad at this.
We're so bad at this.
We're so bad at this.
All right.
Am I? Oh, I'm K now.
You're K.
Killing it, Mike. Good job. You excited for Hall of Fame later this afternoon?
Look, I couldn't be any more ecstatic. I'm so grateful that I get to come back every year and work with the students. It's a humbling experience, and I hear it's going to be quite the party tonight.
Maybe you are correct, but I don't know. Usually every year is a lot of fun.
Not quite like Hall of Fame 13, though. Supernatural fun.
Oh, how do you know if it hasn't happened yet?
Platforms all around the school have been telling me it's supernatural and fun.
Quite an interesting take on that, Mike.
Roger that.
So are you going to drive back to Tampa tomorrow?
Tampa's going to be tomorrow early in the morning. It's going to be quite a fun drive. I-4 makes for interesting times nowadays.
Oh, understandable, definitely. It's tough on I-4.
Variable controls and speeds on cars make for the drive going very, very good.
Wish I was driving with you to Tampa and we could catch a baseball game.
I don't know what I'm going to do for this one.
You got this. You got this.
Could watch X-Rays, which relates with the Tampa Bay Rays.
You know, I think that was a lame attempt at a sentence, but I'll give it to you.
I was going to come up with something that started with zebra, but I don't even know how I relate that to Tampa Bay Rays.
It doesn't have to.
Zebras are cool. It's my wife's favorite animal.
We did it. That was terrible. We're really...
it was fun, though.
It was fun.
It was probably very cringy, but it was fun to do.
You know what would be fun? We should do that some other time when, beverages are involved.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be... Speaking of beverages, have you tried the juice truck in the back lot?
The juice truck is my favorite truck. I think the lady knows me by first name at this point.
Does she?
Oh,
Look,
man, look
see.
at that line. That
Yes.
is fantastic on the back lot today.
Where is Jamie Dillinger? No, I think that's the juice truck lady, and I don't know who's out there. I can't really see, but I see somebody in a robe. They are dressed as a Harry Potter person, maybe.
Ooh, when
Maybe?
was the cosplay contest?
The cosplay contest is today.
Oh.
At 4?
Okay.
Perhaps? I don't know. We should check our magical app.
Oh, there you go.
And the magical app will tell us. But anyway, folks, yeah, look how awesome it is out there. Michael, you're amazing. And yeah, Churro Vision, Florida Juice Company, churros and cream. Check it out, you guys, if you haven't been out to the juice truck. You do not know what you are missing out on. But folks, again, you have till 3 p.m. Eastern, which is like you have an hour and 20 minutes left to get involved with us, our online students as well. Enter and use hashtag Full Sail HOF on any of our social media channels. We've got Instagram. We've got the Twitters, the TikToks. Yes, you are. Thank
Did you
goodness.
miss me?
I did miss you.
I don't know. Michael's pretty cool.
Michael is pretty cool. But you miss Shay. I
Is this
miss
guy playing
Michael.
the guitar?
Who's
Play me a song. Can you play Freebird?
Oh, there's a person in Camp 5. Oh. All right. No, but seriously, guys, yeah, join the conversation. You have till 3 p.m. to win stuff. If you're online, just do that. You can win amazing things. We got gift cards. We got swag. We got MSI headphones. We got a lot of things.
A lot of things.
I just like saying headphones from MSI.
We love MSI.
MSI.
Big fan of MSI.
I've had too much. I'm done. I'm done with the caffeine. No more caffeine.
No, we're strictly on water for the rest of the show.
Yep.
Our segment producer said,
Yep. she
water.
said, no more caffeine for you peoples.
Yeah, she said it just like that. I was a little upset.
Iced coffee in here. Just kidding. Anyway.
So much has already happened this week during Hall of Fame. Can we take a look at some highlights? Is that okay with you, Tracy?
Sure.
Okay, she's the boss. I just work.
I am? Oh, this happened yesterday.
It sure did. During last night's Armada Connects event, Armada students past and present had the opportunity to gather in the treehouse for an evening of networking, food, community, and sweet, sweet Armada swag. Former Armada presidents and current student leadership gathered to celebrate 5 years of collegiate esports at Full Sail, while club members were able to interact with Armada staff members, meet fellow athletes, and connect with grads in the industry, including Call of Duty League caster Landon Lando Sanders and Director of Gaming and Esports at Pivot Agency Matt Burns Podoff. Do you want to get involved with Full Sail Armada? Join us on Discord by heading to discord.gg/Full Sail Armada and keep up with everything happening in the community.
Absolutely. I love Armada. Do you love Armada?
It's kind of my favorite thing in the world.
In the whole world?
Okay, let's be honest. Chocolate cake is number 1,
and then
number
Armada.
2 is Full Sail Armada.
All right, that makes sense.
If there's an event where there's chocolate cake and Full Sail Armada, forget about
That's it.
They didn't have chocolate cake last night. I had a strawberry shortcake.
Oh, it was
little
delish,
cup.
though.
It was so
delish.
good.
But in your career, it is important to develop your personal brand, and no one knows more about personal branding than this next grad. It's Hall of Fame 12 inductee, my dear friend, Phil Pallen. Let's take a look.
My business is such a lifestyle that I've become accustomed to. If I had to go work for someone else, I would be fired. Are you kidding me? I would be the worst employee because I'm so used to doing what I want. I wake up when I want. I mean, I have deadlines. I still have to work, but I do it on my terms. I am a brand strategist, which means I help people position, build, and promote their brands all over the world. I love what I do. If you had asked me, Phil, what's your dream career if you could choose anything, it would probably be what I do now. Because if I had to sum up what I love most about it, it's the fact that in this job, I get unprecedented access to the most fascinating people. All different industries from different countries. I learn so much. I feel like I've worked in what feels like almost every industry at all different levels. I could be working with someone who is just getting started in their industry with lots of enthusiasm and curiosity to learn. And the next minute I'm, advising world leaders or ex-White House staffers that are building their brands. And it's crazy how many people keep me in their orbit, and I feel really humbled by that. Even in high school, I loved drama, which is not a shocker to anyone. As I got to university, I stayed in Canada for my undergraduate degree. I was keen on studying media, broadcast journalism. I started to do radio, and we even created at the university a TV program, actually that still exists to this day. The first day of college, the first day I met my dear friend Lauren.
When Phil tells you this story, he's gonna tell everyone that we met on the first day of college, which sounds great, but in fact, we met on the second day of college at university in Canada.
And I don't know what it was. We were best friends from the minute that we met, and we took a lot of the same classes. We spent a lot of time together as friends, but also it wasn't long after that we started to work together on projects.
It was really the first time that we got to dip our toes in the water of what we'd eventually be doing together for the rest of our careers.
I am so happy to have Lauren as my inductor. Listen, I'll take all the credit for it. I'm the face of the brand, but she's the brains behind this operation, okay? She really runs the show.
He always sees the potential in everyone around him, and really in me. There's something really freeing about being able to work with someone who really sees you for who you are and who embraces it.
Full Sail is probably the closest thing to home that I have, right? I mean, I live out of a suitcase for the most part. To come back here really feels like homecoming. To see familiar faces, friends that, are just so amazing and so accomplished and so humble. I just love the culture that exists at Full Sail. I mean, it's just so important to me to make sure that I'm showing up, that I'm available, and that I can give even a little piece of guidance or affirmation to someone who's maybe not as confident or in those early stages of building a career or a brand. People say, Phil, thank you so much for all you do for Full Sail. I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? I come back here, I'm embraced. Full Sail is so incredible at making me feel special and appreciated that it's the best of all worlds. I'm so humbled to be joining this amazing group of esteemed, accomplished, incredible people. To be in this group Many of them have become close friends. It just feels so good. It feels so good. It feels so good.
Hi, it's me, Shay, and I'm here with Phil Collin. How are you?
I am excellent. How are you?
I'm excellent, a little hot, but we're in the arts and crafts area, which is thankfully shaded. If you're on campus, make sure you come over to the arts and crafts area. You can work with perler beads, make some friendship bracelets. But before we get into all that, you were inducted last year, and this is your first time returning as someone who's been inducted. How does it feel this year compared to last year?
It feels good. It feels good. I'm chilling. I'm relaxed. Last year, I cannot say it was the same. Now, last year was incredible. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. But I'm hanging out this year. All of the chill vibes that I didn't get last year, I'm making up for lost time, and I love it.
Is there anything else that you wanted to get off your chest and shout out to anybody this year?
Well, yeah, we were just saying, my bestie, Lauren, she inducted me last year on stage. It is her birthday today, so we have to say happy birthday, Lauren.
Happy birthday, Lauren! Now, you are the king of social media, so you know the do's and don'ts, what you should do and what you should not do. And I have here some bullet points with things that, you know, got the whole office buzzing. So I want you to tell me, hot or not, do it or don't do it social media. Are you ready?
I am so ready.
Okay. Endorsing your coworkers on LinkedIn.
I think it's a good idea, yeah, especially if you want to get brownie points. That endorsement lives on there forever, so it's a good thing to do.
Absolutely. What about liking your own Facebook status?
Lame. Okay, it's 2023. If you like your own status, you need more friends.
Oh my God, thank you. I agree. Using trending hashtags.
I think it's a good idea, but hashtags are on the way out. Algorithms are changing. Now it's more about keywords in captions. Hashtags don't matter quite as much, unless the exception would be something like this, hashtag Full Sail HOF. We're all here for an event. That's when you would use a hashtag.
Perfect. Creating well-researched Twitter threads.
Oh, I love those. They're actually a lot of work to do, and they're very, very much appreciated nowadays when they are well researched. It's really has huge viral potential if it's something that people find really useful.
Absolutely, I agree. All right, blocking your mom's new boyfriend on Facebook.
I mean, listen, I'm not getting involved with the drama. That sounds like it could be a good idea, but you might get into a lot of trouble. I don't know. I'm not giving my opinion on that one.
How about following Full Sail on all of our platforms?
That's probably the best idea that you've given today. That is a no-brainer.
No-brainer. You got to do it. All right, this is the hot topic one. Posting Minion memes.
Posting Minion memes. I'm not a big meme guy, so I don't know how impressed you're going to be with my answer. I wouldn't do it, but I could maybe appreciate if someone does. I don't know, it's kind of passe.
Yeah, I told my mom, don't stop. You got to stop. You got to stop. Keeping your comments positive.
Yeah, I think positive comments are smart. I mean, we already deal with enough negativity on social media. We don't need more. Keep it positive. I like it.
Sharing photos from your newest project if you're allowed.
If you're allowed is key, absolutely. That'll get people excited about your world.
Sharing your grandmother's top secret lasagna recipe.
She might not be happy with that, but I think a lot of others might appreciate it. It might be a risk willing to take.
Right. What about sharing a meme with your coworker or something special like Lauren on their birthday?
I think it's a great idea. Keep them laughing.
Only changing your profile picture every 8 years.
Well, a case can be made on either side here because keeping the same profile photo is good for brand recognition quickly, but you also change, your looks change and evolve. I, for example, am getting more gray hair. That's why I keep it short.
Never.
Yep, it's getting gray. But I'd say probably more often than 8-year updates. I
would agree.
Probably every 2 years or so.
Sounds like the good way. Only typing in all caps all the time.
No. Bad idea.
Using professional headshots as your profile picture.
I think it's a great idea. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. A lot of times, too, cropping close to your face because that photo is seen by most people in very, very small. So, oh my God, things are falling and flapping.
I think they were angry.
Yeah, I think so, too. There's some supernatural things going on here. Yeah, keep that photo cropped in close. Keep it professional, for sure.
How about posting a picture of your social security card online?
I would not recommend that for obvious reasons.
Okay, that makes sense.
Same with the credit card. Don't post a credit card. Bad idea.
All right, and this is the final one. Cold spamming people links to your new Fire mixtape.
That's going to be a no for me. That's going
Because you want to be able to warm up to them. You don't want to just cold drop a link, right?
Yeah, it's like going up to someone and trying to sell something right away. When you do that, people are like, no thanks. But if you start a conversation, create a relationship, maybe lead with a compliment, that'll grab their attention to open up that conversation and opportunity to pitch.
I love that. And where can people keep up with you, the king of social media?
You're too kind. At Phil Palin on Instagram is where you'll find me probably too often. I'm also posting frequently on YouTube, so youtube.com/PhilPalin. And I'm pretty easy to find on the internet. If you want to find me, you will find me.
Awesome. Well, thank you for giving us all of these tips. I hope everyone was taking notes at home. And for now, I'm going to send it over to a video with our friend Jameson. What do you think he's been up to?
He's awesome. He's one of my favorites.
Well, let's see what he's doing. Hey, Jameson.
My mom was always very supportive as far as whatever I wanted to do, she would let me try it. I remember taking piano lessons for a little while, guitar lessons for a little while, and it was all these things that if I had any inkling that I wanted to try it, like karate, that didn't last long at all. And she always told me, you know, the cliched, you can do anything that you want to do. Little did she know I was actually going to. The original Legend of Zelda was the first game that made me feel like I wanted to make games. I remember playing it and suddenly feeling like I was inside of a world. And it was just like this big story, and I'm like, I want to do this. Like, I want to know how to do that. I had no idea what I could do to actually make video games. Well, I got a call from my cousin Martin, who said, the school that I'm working with is starting up a gaming program. I'm like, what do you mean a gaming program? At first I thought about casino or something like that. Like, no, they're teaching people to make video games. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. The first two companies I'd worked at, my expertise had kind of been around writing. And here, designers did everything. We did write our dialogue, did all of the scripting, we built all the levels out. When we took a level, we owned it entirely. So for me, it was the first time that I went in and kind of used every bit of the knowledge that I had and then learned tons of new things at the same time. And this is where I got my first title in Stranger's Wrath, and it's a title that I'm really most proud of. I think the best professional moment for me is probably the completion of Red Faction Armageddon. The game is at its core built around destruction. Like most of what I would do as a level designer is, you know, have the door open and the guy comes out. In a destructible world, you could have blown everything up before you even get close. So all of those avenues are taken away. I think of it as my biggest challenge that I ever faced in game design, because I had to completely change the way that I thought about levels. I really feel like I've achieved what I always dreamt that I would be able to do, but never thought was actually possible. And I look back and just see all of this stuff across all this time, and just see how it all kind of moved to where I am today. And I feel very lucky to kind of have reached that position that I'm in today.
Shout out to our buddy Jameson.
Hey, he's awesome.
Yeah, he's at Insomniac now.
I
which
know.
is pretty awesome.
I know. He was working on the same game as Aaron Eberhardt, which we can't talk
awesome.
about.
Can't talk about it.
But
just
they're
like
gonna.
Bruno.
It's gonna come out soon. Soon, I tell you.
Keep your eyes on the
Twitters,
on
the Twitters,
and the Twitters and the
TikToks.
Speaking of Insomniac, you know who else works at Insomniac and who's the head of technology at Insomniac?
No. Who?
Sean McCabe.
I did know that. I was just testing you.
In our next panel, we'll hear from Jameson and Sean McCabe along with Grant Schonkweiler as they share their perspectives on leadership and game development, how the industry has evolved over the last 15 years. That should be a good one, huh?
Yeah, but you know what? I'd like to learn more about these panelists. So in our next session, so let's check out this wonderful video, Hall of Fame 11 inductee, and like you said, head of technology at Insomniac Games, my buddy Sean McCabe.
I am a head of technology at Insomniac Games. My team is responsible for engineering and IT across the company. And so really what we see as our mission is to make it easy for them. Let these amazing things that like live in their mind come out into the games, onto the screen. Final Fantasy VII came out for the PlayStation. And that just like really like changed the course of my life. You know, games would give you an adrenaline rush. They would make you excited. But Final Fantasy actually made me sad, and it made me scared. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, gosh, like what in the heck would it take to make something like this? So I ended up picking up this thread, you know, that had been dormant, picking up this thread of making games. The thing that really got me about Full Sail when I first visited was it was an entire, you know, community of people that were like me, that wanted to make things, that wanted to create things. My first job was with Interplay Entertainment Corp. They had just done like extraordinary work, and I was a huge fan, and was, I don't know, fortunate enough to get a job with their new console division. And so I actually started my career working on the PlayStation 2. I applied to Naughty Dog and Insomniac at the same time, which are two of my favorite companies. I just decided to say, like, screw it, I don't know, maybe I am, you know, good enough to do this. Insomniac did give me a shot. And that was in November 2003, and I'm still there. Insomniac had more opportunity than we knew what to do with. From that came this idea of, well, why don't we open a new studio?
Sean and I moved out to Durham, North Carolina in 2008 to start up a brand new Insomniac studio. Because we solved that huge problem together, we got to be very, very close. We lean on each other a lot. In fact, we sit right next to each other, even now.
Chad is one of those few people that will look at something that other people think is done, and he's like, no, wait a second. We can probably do this and this and this. And he can actually execute it. It's staggering.
Sean has had a pretty amazing progression in his career, from a gameplay programmer really working in the trenches to now a chief technical officer at the company. And each one of those involves working with more and more people, solving increasingly huge challenges.
What I love the most about what I do is every day I get to come to work and solve really challenging problems. Games exist at the intersection of technology and creativity. And it's incredibly exciting. It can be nerve-wracking for people, you know, but it's, I don't know, there's no place that I could imagine being as interesting as, you know, doing what I do.
Sean told me that he was going to be inducted into the Full Sail Hall of Fame, and you know, it clearly was huge for him, and I was so happy, so proud to hear it. And then I was blown away when he asked me to induct him. I really wasn't expecting it, and I couldn't feel more honored to talk about Sean. His work has influenced me. His work has taught me a better way to do things, and I can't think of a more worthy person to bestow that honor on.
To be welcomed into this group of Hall of Famers, I don't know, it's insane. The idea of Full Sail honoring me and bringing me into it is, it's amazing. I'm speechless. I'm never speechless.
Hey, party people out on the back lot, what you doing?
Oh,
Hi, Phil Palin.
Phil Palin.
Hi, Phil Palin. Yeah, we can
Oh my
see
God,
you.
yes, it's you. You're so great.
What's going on, everybody? Having fun?
Oh, look, Andy's out there.
It's
Sam's
Nemo.
out there.
I
Nemo's
see all my
out there.
faves. It's Caesar. Hi, Caesar.
Look at all these amazing people.
Oh, I love Full Sail
Can
Hall of
someone do a
Fame.
pirouette for me? Someone do a pirouette.
Come on, come on.
And I'll give you some playing cards.
What is this man's cosplay? He's Mario, but like, you know.
What are you talking about?
This guy who's dressed like, you don't see. There we go. There we go.
That's
there we
not
go.
Mario. That's like.
He's a play on Mario. Yes, he is. But I don't feel comfortable saying what type of Mario he is on
Yeah,
this
I'm not
live
saying
broadcast, but I think we all get it.
Is that my friend Zoe? Hi, Zoe.
Hi, Zoe. We love Zoe.
I met Zoe yesterday.
Yes.
She's so cool. She has the most beautiful voice.
Yes, Zoe does have a beautiful voice.
Oh, but see, I thought Zoe and I were going to be friends, but she has a Yankees hat on.
No, let's go Yankees.
Thank you.
Let's
See?
go Yankees.
See what she did? She turned it-
Derek Jeter.
I'm
Sorry.
going to go now.
We all know I'm a really big Yankee fan.
Well,
What's
we
up,
all
bro?
know-
I like that Full Sail shirt. I like that Ghostface shirt. You just have a plaid shirt on, bro. I don't. I don't have a lot to say
I
about
love how
it.
Sam is just looking up like he's never seen this production before. Yet he's part of this production. He's
Yeah,
like,
you're
oh my
working
God,
on the production,
look how fun
Sam.
it is. Oh, they're giving us heartsies.
Oh, we're not doing it back.
Hi.
Just kidding. We love you, Andy.
Hey guys.
Hi, y'all.
That hat has got to be super hot on your head.
It
my
looks
friend.
dope, though.
That-
No, you look cool.
I like this. It's like live cam. We can
I
make fun of
know.
people. We can love on people. Hi. I do love you.
Yes,
You're amazing.
yes.
You have really nice shoes.
Your drip is on 10, bro. On 10.
Your drip is on 10?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Tracy,
I'm old,
you need to
dude.
get on the TikToks.
Okay, here's the deal with the TikToks. I get on the TikToks at like when I go to bed, which is at like 10:30 because I'm
Sure,
old.
sure.
Suddenly it's 4 in the morning. And I'm like, what did I just learn?
Yeah, that's also why I don't open TikTok. Look at this cosplay. You look so good.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I can't wait to see the cosplay walk. And
Is that the Leslie Brathwaite? Oh no, it's Chris
it's
Isles.
Chris Isles driving the
Wait,
Leslie
why
Brathwaite
is he
golf cart.
driving Leslie's golf
That's
cart?
Leslie's golf cart, Chris. I'm telling, it's his golf cart.
Is that the Swaggin' Wagon on the right?
It's the Swaggin' Wagon. It's Sean and Glow with the Swaggin' Wagon.
What do they have left is the
Oh
question.
my gosh, are you guys going
Oh.
and asking for swag from my buddy Sean and Glow?
Guys,
They've got
they've got
shirts, they've got
shirts,
stuff. There you
they've
go.
got notebooks. What else do you have?
Oh, I like your shoes, girl.
Those are
heels.
sunglasses.
They're like sneaker heels.
So
Sorry,
the best
I'm all
thing about
the
these
fashion.
sunglasses, you put them on, you don't know what color you're gonna get. Some are purple, some are blue.
If you're an online student, you have 1 more hour to go online and sign up for the giveaway.
Yep. How do they do that, Jess?
We've got a QR code. Hopefully we can pull it up on screen really quick for our online viewers so that they can scan it and enter for a chance to win some amazing Hall of Fame swag.
There it is.
There it is. Look at all this cool stuff. The fanny pack is a coveted item this year. I've had so many people go like, where do I get a fanny pack? And I'm like, enter the giveaway. Hashtag Full Sail HOF.
Is that how you talk to them?
Yeah, that's how I answer
Hashtag
everyone.
Full Sail
That's what you gotta do.
Oh my God, you should get that.
So enter the giveaway.
Yeah, you should. I want to be part of the Swaggin' Wagon because I feel like everyone just loves you because you're like a flower delivery person. No one can be mad at you when you're just getting free stuff.
That is super true. Alrighty, let's head into our panel. So excited.
Yeah? Let's do it. And go.
And now, everyone, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to your host and moderator, Sean Kendall.
All right, how you guys doing? Pretty good. I'm gonna sit down immediately, so there you go. All right, I'm gonna bring in the rest of my team here, and in no particular order, because I can't see them at all right now. So we got Grant, Sean, and Jameson.
Oh, I can't see anybody.
Yeah.
There's
nobody there. Yeah, don't even worry about
I can see these 3 people.
How we doing? Good? Good. Yeah. Good. Okay, all right. Did you guys see the earlier session? I'm sure. We had a bunch of these guys in there. Okay. All right, so today's panel is on leadership in game development. And I'm going to start this off by allowing each panelist to introduce themselves completely and give a little background, my style, where you have a few extra minutes. This is how I did it earlier, Sean, so you missed this. And in particular, related to your leadership roles in game development, all right? All right, start off with Jameson.
All right, I'm Jameson Doral. I'm a game design and development grad from 2001. Worked at Oddworld on Stranger's Wrath, at EA on the Godfather games and the Simpsons game. Spent 8 years at Volition on Saints Row and Red Faction. And now I'm working with this guy at Insomniac on Spider-Man 2. So across the time, it was kind of building leadership positions to where, focusing on the level side, then moving into lead level designer to eventually design director. But the truth is that doesn't matter so much. Leadership is in every position that you're in, and it's all about, and a lot of times it's about just leading by example, and I'm sure we're going to talk quite a bit about that.
And I'm Sean. Head of technology at Insomniac Games. I'm also a 2001 graduate, 2 months behind this fine gentleman here. I have been at Insomniac Games for about 20 years now, nearly 20 years this December. I started my career there as an engine programmer, but then in 2007 I transitioned into leadership. So I've been in leadership for about 16 years, starting as a lead programmer, now as head of technology. And as head of technology, I lead the engineering, technical art, IT, and UI/UX teams. It's about 105 folks now. So it is really, my job is to support a gigantic group of exceptionally talented people and help them make great games like the one that this fine gentleman is working on, Spider-Man 2.
Wow. I'm not working on Spider-Man 2, and I work with neither of them, so I just want to get that out of the way. I'm Grant Schonkweiler. I'm a 2008 grad from Game Design and Development, so many moons after these two. Thank you for paving the way, gentlemen. And I have been in leadership roles essentially my entire career. At first, not on purpose, just because there was a void. Then eventually by title, be it lead designer, producer, lead producer, senior producer, executive producer, different things like that. And so for the last 5 years, I've been a leadership coach. So I've been working with leads of all levels, so starting at your first leadership position up to executives, companies as small as 10 people, as big as 200. And so I love talking about leadership and excited to chat about this.
All right. Okay, so here's the first question for you guys. And I'm going to say the question, but I'm going to add a little caveat, which is, how has your leadership style evolved over the years? But I want to drag it all the way back to your time at Full Sail, in case there was a time that you were on campus then and you had a leadership role. So that may not have happened, but if it did, think about that as well, and then bring it all the way to today. And we don't have to go in order, so whoever wants to jump in first.
I mean, that's a big question,
yeah,
right?
It's a long story for sure.
Yeah. I mean, thinking back to my time at Full Sail, that's where I first learned that as a designer, you kind of end up being a de facto leader, right? You end up generally kind of shepherding the design. Here's what we're going to make. Here's what it's going to take. Here's how we're going to work together to accomplish this. And so it's something you kind of had to learn to do right away. And over the course of, the career, there was a whole lot of, I'm a collaborative person. I'm a communicator. So for me, it's a whole lot of empathy and thinking about what the other people need to do their part of the work that we're trying to accomplish. And so there's a whole lot of leadership comes in almost accidentally at times when you're just trying to facilitate and help something, to get to where it needs to be and enabling the others around you to help do that.
I think the biggest change that I've seen over the last 16 years is you could measure it on two continuum. There is I've gone from being highly reactive as a leader to highly proactive, and I have gone from being highly directive to highly supportive. Mm-hmm. Some of it is just the nature of teams expanding. When you have 3 people that you're leading, you can do a lot of stuff. When you have a larger team and then you have management layers, and it becomes different. But I think a lot of it was just me learning and quite frankly, growing as a human being. When I started as a leader, I was 29 years old. I'm 45 now. Just learned a lot. I'm a dad. I have kids, and my life is really different and is taught me a lot of things and adjusted my style, because what I really have gotten to at this point is the stuff that makes me really satisfied and happy isn't Sean figured out the problem. It is more Sean has a team of amazing people that can solve amazing problems. That actually brings a lot of satisfaction to me. And golly, it takes a real long time to get there. But I feel a heck of a lot more effective than I did even when I had my first team, which was just 2 people.
Wow. Yeah. I led teams before I came here, and then while I was here, any opportunity for project lead I took. Most people didn't want to do that anyways; they just wanted to write code. So I would put my hand up and volunteer, and I knew pretty early that that's what I wanted to do, was be a leader in the game industry. I didn't know what that looked like, if that was as a programmer, a designer, a producer, whatever that was going to be. And so quickly at my first job, I was leading from what I call the second chair, which means I didn't have a title. I didn't have any official power or, authority to do anything. But by my actions and by the way that I communicated with the team, I was leading us in a specific direction as an organization, and eventually moved into a more official capacity as a leader. How I've changed is, for those of you who have heard me talk this week, I talk about this a lot. I'm a recovering narcissist, and so at the beginning of my leadership career, I was always right, and I would often tell people that they were not as smart as me. And so I had to learn that that's not useful, it's not helpful, it's not healthy. So I've changed away from that, very similar to you, more proactive than reactive. And then also moving into more of a position, obviously as a leadership coach, but even before that, of building up other leaders, right? So being comfortable understanding that a big part of my job is to build you up to a level where you could do my job, right? And early on in my career, as part of that narcissism, I thought, well, none of these people can do my job, right? So like you said, you grow as a human, you become more patient. I think having a kid makes you more patient, as all three of us can attest to. And so, yeah, it is part of the natural cycle, both as a human being, but also as a leader to evolve and to kind of mellow. I'm also way less intense than I used to be as an individual, so.
That is true.
Yeah, I used to be full on.
Now, you say you're way less intense, so let's talk about that for a second. So you mentioned having kids, but what do you think? What made you less, like, just having more confidence or just having more behind you to rely on? Has it become more of an intuition? You know, does it feel like you're facing less unknowns? What makes you feel less intense as a leader?
I think you learn over time that there's a certain economy of action that you can take as a person, and that there's a lot of power and efficiency in not doing things. And I think that you find yourself being far more tactical about where you apply your effort. And the analogy I use, which really lands like a lead balloon with groups of game developers, but I use a football analogy because we all love these. Does anybody know what a reverse is in football? I love it. I'm gonna let the analogy go out anyhow. But basically, a reverse, you're gonna run, like a wide receiver is gonna go in motion down here and run all the way behind the quarterback, get the handoff from the quarterback, and then come around. The whole thing you're trying to do is to get the defense to bite on a play over here, so there's a lot of room on the other side. The thing is with a reverse, it's the most obnoxious and hated play in football, because a lot of the times people get tackled behind the line of scrimmage, or they get like 2 yards. So they get 2 yards, and what we want is positive yards. But the thing is, they run about 40 yards to get 2 positive yards. I feel like early in my career, I ran a reverse every play.
Yeah, love that.
I was always in motion. Over time, what you learn, again, I'm going to stick with the football analogy. What you learn is that you can read the gaps. It's like running a zone read offense. You can read the gaps, make quick decisions, and pick up quick wins that way. And I just find myself to be 1,000 times more efficient, and part of that is just not being in this perpetual frenzy.
Yeah.
Like, Jameson's known me for, I was an intense human being too. I'm not less. I don't think that I'm a less intense human being. I just think I understand how to channel that intensity in different ways.
Yeah. I think for me, and this is going to be a very, maybe, I don't even know, controversial or just like
a hot take,
a dark statement, but like what we do doesn't matter in the grand cosmos. And I think when I started to realize that like there's so much more in the world to be concerned about, worried about, upset about, frustrated about, then my intensity towards games became, hey, this is like a super cool job. It's super fun to do. The people that I work with are really passionate about this. And me coming in at them at 100 miles per hour when they are also mentally weighed down by the climate or pandemics or all this other stuff is just not effective, right? You can lead in a style that is excited, right? You can be excited, and people are excited by that. But by intensity, I mean going up to somebody and being like, why are we doing this way? Why did you do this way? Why aren't we done with this? You know, like just coming in at 100, not just in an angry way or a questioning way, but just because I need stuff to get done, and that is just not how I lead now. Now I'm very much, like you said, supportive kind of person, and so my intensity is channeled into kind of other things.
Yeah, the big thing for me is experience over time, you know, kind of guides how quickly you solve problems and the way that you solve them. And because a lot of times what I think about is we'll be in a meeting and people will be talking through a particular problem, and I'm sitting and listening for what is it that your discipline cares about here? What is it that the concerns are? And in the back of my head the whole time, I'm thinking, I've solved this problem before. Right? like I know a solution to this problem, right? But instead of jumping out right away and giving that solution, I have to now listen to the problem here, because it's a different group of people. It's a different set of tools. It's so there's this combination of like, when do you come out with, here's a potential solution, and when do you kind of weigh and make sure that you have all the information, and that knowing that and kind of gathering all that as you're thinking through everything is something I couldn't have done 20 years ago, even a little bit, right? And it helps me make better decisions quicker. And allows, you know, at times it's a good opportunity to mentor someone in this situation. Be like, hey, I see why that's bothering you. Let me talk to you about a time that we went through that and we solved it this way. Maybe that would help here.
Yeah. A leader is a communicator and an educator. And I think that when you think about education and teaching someone something, be it through mentorship or action or sitting back and letting them fail or letting them walk through that understanding, right? If you jump in and you offer them an answer, that's the answer forever, and they have no understanding of how they got to that answer, right? And so that's another level of intensity that you pull back on, is like, people need to go through the path of self-discovery sometimes, right? And so where I would just answer questions and be like, no, it's this, go do that. And they're like, how did you arrive at that? Like, what are we? And I'm like, I don't have time for that, go for that. Whereas now, I just kind of sit back and I watch people fumble through stuff and maybe poke in the right direction every once in a while if I think the cost is going to be too high. But that learning through, you know, the journey of failure or whatever it is, as a leader, again, an educator, is so valuable. It's so important.
There's a nuance that occurs to me on this when we talk about being a supportive leader. And then we talk about this idea of intensity. Part of being supportive is making the call and communicating it and being confident in it. So the kind of leader that I am today, it isn't like, I don't want it to sound like some yoga babble thing. I'm not a guru. It's my job. It is my job to make amazing tech for games. And it is my responsibility when we screw up. And it's my responsibility to make those decisions. A lot of the time, and I am very fortunate to have built a team of outstanding advisors. And I would say 9 times out of 10, a win to me is that I say, hey, what do you all think? And then somebody says, we should do this. And I'm like, we cool? Okay, we're doing this. What's next? And so the reason why I say that is I don't want you all to think that you disengage. It's just that your style adapts a little bit. Does that make sense? There's sometimes when I hear people talk about leadership in this way that makes it sound very like, I don't know, like you're a spiritual advisor. And it's not really like that. At the end of the day, your job, the most important thing that you're responsible for as a leader are results. That's why I'm head of technology, because Ted Price, who's the president of Insomniac, expects certain things from technology for our games. And it still is a job, but at the same time, you find that there are more effective ways and, quite frankly, more efficient ways to arrive, at that direction.
Like that.
Like, you have to make decisions all the time. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and sometimes those decisions are micro and sometimes they're macro. Right. And so sometimes they're affecting the whole studio. I was coaching a lead designer, and he said, I said, what's your biggest problem with being a lead? He said, I have to make all the decisions. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I have to come up with all the solutions. I said, no,
that's
not your job.
Those are two.
Right?
Making the decision is very different than coming up with the solution.
Yeah, and that's what I was asking him, is because I knew what he actually meant was he was trying to come up with all the solutions. And I said, you have 6 designers on your team. Don't they have solutions? Don't they have levels of expertise that are different than yours? Yeah. So can't they come up with solutions? And your job is to make the decisions. And decision is, everybody talks about it and you say, yep, that's what we're doing. And he's like, that's what I'm supposed to be doing? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, oh man, that sounds way easier.
Well, how many people here like being told what to do? Oh, wait, we can't.
Oh, come on. Some of you do.
I'm going to assume that there are no hands.
There's a couple over here.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of cool making some calls and being part of the discussion. You kind of learn that as a leader, and it has the added benefit of like less work for me.
Yeah.
Because we're spreading around a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm still a pretty intense dude. I think it's just different.
Yeah. Well, you channel your intensity.
You're still an intense dude, but it's different. I understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Jameson's always been
mellow as.
I don't think you're. I think that you're just very. I think you're very patient. You're a very good listener.
Compliment time for Jameson.
Yeah.
I like.
Intense. I think it takes a certain amount of intensity. Speaking of which, like this guy, you're still at it. I love it. I come back like every year, and we get older and older. And
History
still
of intensity.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm gonna dig into this question from kind of like the side here. So I'm hearing a lot of similarities between you guys, and I'm wondering if this isn't a little generational. So what I want to say is, now think of the question, but frame it in terms of the game industry in general and its evolution. Because, you guys changed, but, did where you work change? Was the work changing, right? So, like, it may have been, I don't want to take away anything you guys did in terms of improving yourselves, but I feel like, you were in the place at the time. Certainly those earlier days, anywhere you went, they would have expected a certain intensity that's not necessarily the same now, right? This is like a quality of life thing that's been going on in the industry forever. And I'm wondering, like, do you think if we had a bunch of different, if we had Nolan up here from Atari, what would he say about that?
Point.
What do you think? Do you think you guys are at good companies where you've managed to do that, or is the whole industry kind of improving, or is it just up and down? I mean, progress isn't linear, but...
I think the industry is improving.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of that improvement is people coming in and saying, you're not going to fuck me. Right? Like, I'm serious. Like, people come in and they say...
You mean the employees, like the employees that are coming in? Yeah.
Students are coming into the industry and they're saying, I believe in workers' rights. I'm going to come in, you're going to pay me my bread, and I'm going to, like, go live my life. Right? And that is definitely not what it was when I joined, right? When I joined, it was you clock in and there's no clocking out. Right, you're 24/7 game dev on this project, and you might work 90 hours in a week, you might work 40 hours in a week. And I quickly arrived at my own journey where I have a chronic health issue and I cannot work like that. And I finally said, I can't do this anymore, and I'm not gonna make my teams do it anymore. And here's how I'm gonna mitigate that problem, and here are the ways that we're gonna go through this conversation. And if I had tried to have that conversation 15 years ago, I would have been fired. And I had that conversation 10 years later, and people were like, yeah. And now people come to me to help solve this problem. And they spend a lot of money on me to solve this problem. And I don't provide any value to the game itself, right? I am not making art. I'm not making code. I'm not doing anything. I am coaching leaders to be better human beings towards other human beings. And so I think, and I have like a lot of business, right? So that to me is an indication that the industry is changing because they're willing to spend money to improve the individuals who are taking care of the individuals on their team. And I want to be very clear. I do think that a big part of that is younger generations coming in and having that passion still, but also understanding that like there's more to life, right?
I think in addition to the generational component, there's an economic component. I can't decide which one is more prominent, but as the industry has expanded, we need more people to come in to make these games. And I don't believe that we've ever lived in a supply economy in games. I don't ever remember one. I believe that we are perpetually, talent is always in demand. And essentially what that means, when talent is demand, it means that people make more money and people will go to the companies that work the way that they want to work. So what I'm saying, there's always a limit to how much you can pay people. The thing that we can do is we can invest a lot in providing the flexibility so you can balance work and life the way that you want. The big reason why we do that, though, is economics, because we need to hire people. because we cannot hire enough people to make the game to meet player and consumer demand. And I think that forcing function has been. I do think that there are like cultural components that have shifted over the generations, but I cannot underscore the fact that, 22 years, like we've been at this for 22 years, I've never reached a point when you're like, oh, it's so easy to hire somebody. Never.
True.
It's never easy. And I work for a reputable company with a great reputation, a very strong brand. It is very hard to hire people still.
So it's almost like a little bit of culture, a little bit of generation, and also capitalism.
Yeah.
I mean, all of that is true, right? Like the industry is clearly evolving and getting better, and we're putting more of an emphasis on work-life balance and those things. But when you're thinking about like just pure leadership, I don't think that's changed very much, right? Like I think the tactics that work and the things that we try to do to be better leaders remain the same, because what really matters is how you're interacting with people, right? And that you're providing people with what they need to do the job that they want to do as in the most efficient way possible. And each person is going to develop their own style, right? And your experiences through the industry are definitely going to impact that. But there are some clear kind of like techniques you can follow that allows you to kind of like get the right foots in place so that you have the right foundation for that you're trying to build.
See, I would agree with you 100% that the leadership hasn't changed because it's still really bad.
Yeah, that's true.
The majority of leadership in the game industry, and I know what your reaction is, but let me be clear here. The majority of leadership in the game industry is bad because they don't know what they're doing, right? You are a craftsperson, right? I am a great game programmer. I'm crushing it as a game programmer. I love what I do. It's so great. I'm the most experienced person. Someone comes over and says, you're the lead game programmer, and then they walk away. And you're like, I don't know what that means. And maybe they'll give you like a John Maxwell book and be like, go read this. And you're like, okay. And you read the book and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing, right? And so the big change that feel like I've been a part of in the industry is understanding that leadership is craft as much as programming, art, whatever that is. Yeah. And my biggest contribution, I think, to the game industry will be that I convinced the Game Developers Conference to stop calling it production and management and start calling it production and leadership, because that is a completely different thing than management, right? We're not going to talk about management or what the differences are, but leaders need to have an understanding that, like, if this is 20 to 50% of your job, you need to be trained. You need to learn, right? You don't have to hire me, but there's all these resources online in different places that you can learn. And, I think that has not changed. I still see the same leadership issues happening that were happening 15 years ago.
It's a skill.
Yeah, right. I mean, as I say, it's like when you're brought in at the bottom, you're really focused on technical ability.
Yeah.
You have specific instructions to execute. And this is really true, and almost like the model for gaming fits a lot of software in general.
Correct.
So you have these great teams who have super in-depth knowledge, and then you say, well, someone has to lead this team, and it's one of you guys. And maybe at the lowest group, you might find someone who's got a natural propensity for it. But the higher you go, you start to go, man, I haven't written a really hardcore piece of code in years now, and that was what I used to do, but now I just manage people, which is a completely different job. You're in the same space, but the different job. So it does happen in other places. But, and to a lot of failure, levels of failures and success in different companies, if they don't acknowledge, maybe we need to have leadership training versus just expecting it to happen.
I mean, natural leaders tend to be, what is the biggest thing that we identify in natural leaders? Anybody have any guesses? No. No, they do have something. They're male.
Yeah.
Second thing. What else do they have? They're Caucasian. Number 3, tall. You're right. Number 4, they're loud. Natural leaders are nonsense brokers. Leadership is a skill that you learn over time. I happen to be Caucasian, male, and loud. I'm not tall. But I got 3 of 4. People used to say, oh yeah, Sean, you're a natural leader. I was loud, white, and male. It took me a long time to learn, like Grant is saying, this is what leadership actually is. And so I will never, ever not take the opportunity to dispel the myth about natural leadership. What they're really talking about is the way things have worked in the Western Hemisphere for the last 10,000 years. It's not. It's not entirely true. There are these things that you learn over time. Same as programming. Same as design. Same as art. Same as anything else. You learn things over time when you devote yourself to it. It's just a really important thing. I hate the natural leader thing.
How many people here? I love that, by the way. How many people here have had a bad boss, like just a bad boss? How many of you? Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. How many of you have? That's the only boss you've ever had, right? So here's the thing about being a leader. You can put your hands down. We learn leadership by the observation of other leaders, right? And it starts with our parents. Those are our first leaders. Maybe we have coaches. Maybe we have bosses. And part of what I do when I start to coach someone is I make them go through their leadership history. And the thing that we learn is we learn by observation. And so if you've only had that bad boss, that's the only way you know how to be, right? And so how do you break out of that? You can read some books, but that doesn't really work super well. You need a good boss to show you how to be a good boss and to come alongside you and show you how to be a good leader, right? And so that's why I've seen it be such a huge lack in the game industry, is because a lot of people that are in leadership positions now came from following the leaders who were the leaders in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and early 90s of the game industry, and they came from people who were bad leaders too. So until we break that cycle of leaders learning from bad leaders, you don't go into a position of good leader. Ted is great.
Yeah, Ted.
Ted is one of, in my opinion, I mean, he speaks about leadership a lot. He has his podcast. Yes. He is a great leader.
I have had the privilege of being close to one of the greatest.
Yeah.
I think Gary Jones is great, and we have the privilege of getting to spend.
Very
time
great.
with him,
So
yeah. One of the things you're talking about, I don't even think you just want one good boss. I think you want to study 100 good bosses, because, and this is a really nuanced thing, but I want to try to get you to wrap your brains around it. The most effective leader that you will be is based on who you are. There's an important authenticity component. And so you might look and say, oh man, I really, really like this person. I want to be like them. Well, it isn't acting, and so it's really nice to not just having a good boss. And what Grant is saying is 100% true. You want to have you want to have exposure to as many leaders as possible, so you can start crafting a profile that sits on top of who you are. It's really hard to change who you are, really hard, unless you're an actor, in which you don't need to be a leader because you're making a shitload of money. Like Meryl Streep doesn't need to do this stuff because she can become different people. The rest of us. It's harder. What was the question?
No.
Have to do that in every single one, right?
All right, so I'm gonna change it up a little bit. We're gonna do some horror stories, because that's always fun to listen to. So tell me, you can kind of think of this different ways. Think about it. It could be a project that you were leading that went wrong and how you dealt with it, or like where you had to make a really tough decision as a leader and how you dealt with it. And probably the more, train wrecky, the better. Like the more horrible it is.
I mean, the one that comes to mind, I won't say the project, but it was the first project that I directed. And I was so determined to make all the calls myself, to the point where somebody that came down. We need to review our cinematics, like our work in progress cinematics, and write notes on them. And I'm directing this, I need to do this. And I remember somebody sat me down and they're like, I want to help you. And I was like, no, it's my job. I need to do it. And they're like, they didn't say you're being an idiot. They were very diplomatic, but they basically said, please let me help you. Please let me help you. And it was, this was in 2012 or something. It was really hard for me to do. And the person that was offering their help is one of the best people I know at this. I really was tied up in this conception that for this to be my baby, I needed to get good at doing this. No. I was doing 9,000 other things. I was directing for the first time. I was probably a disaster at it. But what it taught me later is humble pie is actually pretty nourishing. It is pretty nourishing. Because the alternative is a shit sandwich of your own making.
All right, that's your Twitter quote right there.
Love it.
I'm trying to think back of a specific moment, and the thing that keeps coming back to my mind is a time where I was involved in bad leadership that this time wasn't my fault. I'm sure I've had plenty that were. But I was at a small company early in my career, and the solution to fixing the problem that we were behind on something was mandatory crunch. And it was 12 hours a day, sign in, sign out, 6 days a week, and 8 hours on Sunday. And I did that for 3 months. And there's plenty of research that shows how ineffective that actually is and actually causes things to be less effective overall. But it was just a mandated, like, this is what we're doing. There was no consideration for anything else other than, and there was a time where during that, where I had to share a dev kit with someone and we could not work at the same time. So one of us just had to sit there because there was literally nothing else we could do at the time. So, and so that was like a very frustrating experience on top of all this time. And we were all working so much that a bunch of us got super sick because we were just exhausting ourselves. And now we've lost a decent amount of the studio, right? And so now we're even further behind than we were before. And it's just like there was no thought put into what really needed to happen, which was how do we enable our people to do their job better instead of just saying, just be here because your being here is what's going to work. And that's absolutely not the case.
And that company was? No, I'm kidding.
I have.
I meant to say that earlier, not to mention any company.
No, wait. I'm going to ask him later. Then.
I have more train wreck stories than success stories. It feels like, and some of them are mine.
You notice I answered first because it was like that's easy.
Yeah, some of them are mine, and some of them are others. And I think that one of the ones that really comes to my mind is I was working on a project, and the project was being rebooted, and the guy who took over as director, just like you, first-time director, said, I got to do it all. I'm going to do it all. And I remember talking to him and saying, but that doesn't make sense. You've been making games for 20 years. When have you done it all? And he's like, no, I'm the director. I have to do it all. And so I, as a producer, had to go tell 200 people to sit at their desks for 3 months and do nothing. I read all of Gama Sutra. I think I watched a lot of YouTube. And I learned how to be a better game developer. But you can't tell game devs to stop making games, so they just kept making their own game. And then eventually that guy got fired, and the game that we were all secretly making became the game.
Wow.
So, it was one of those things where I kind of went around to people, and I was like, don't work. Don't work. If you guys want to like go form your own little group, do that, but don't work. And that's just that doesn't make any sense to me as a leadership thing.
I was just thinking that doesn't sound like a train wreck. It sounds like you led that team to success.
Maybe I did, but I wanted to point out the other guy.
It's like a humble brag, man.
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't the only one. It was just like I was just a humble producer. But I think what's really interesting about that story is like that people want to do work and they want to do meaningful work, right? And so part of our job is to enable them to feel that. And so asking a team to stop working, even if the work they're doing is pointless, you can go say, oh, go learn new things, or start playing around with art style, or do these other things. But I think it goes straight back to what you're saying, that like being a leader doesn't mean you have to do everything. Being a director doesn't mean you direct everything, right? We're not really an auteur-based industry, and unless you're working in Japan, some of those studios are very authoritarian, I guess, in the way that they are run, where one guy kind of says, this is everything that we're doing. But that's not any game I've ever worked on. Everything I've ever worked on is entirely collaborative process. Someone said on my GDC panel this year, they said, game devs are a miracle of human endeavor. And I thought that was a really cool way to say it, because it ultimately comes down to, our collaboration, and our ability to, work together.
At our best, we're doing something that only humans can do. It is something that is irreplaceable. It is what humans are designed to do, is to be force multipliers and be non-linearly smarter. The sum is greater than the parts. Is that the thing I'm trying to get to?
Yep.
Yeah, like
you got there.
We are able to achieve that, and that is where like the most beautiful things come from. Getting those wins and creating the conditions for them is unbelievably hard, and thank goodness we're not great at it, or folks like me wouldn't have jobs. folks like Grant wouldn't have people to coach because the stuff would just work. But there is so much truth in what you just said. Is like that the special sauce doesn't come from one person; it comes from 5 people. It comes from 10 people. Comes from groups of people. And I don't know why that's not intuitive. We all have this conception of ourselves of like the person that solves the problem, whether that is making sure that our cinematics look good or making sure that our code is performant. But a lot of the time, the best results really do come from many. Like I remember, I mean, and Sean probably, I don't know if Sean remembers because you've had so many students, but like the amount of time I would bang my head against a problem, and then I would eventually like go to Sean and be like, dude, how do you do this? And he'd be like, oh yeah, just like this. And I would be like, maybe next time I should ask him. And then I would go back to my same old routine.
And then you go back to it, yeah.
Just because every time that you help me out with something, I learn something, and you didn't tell me how to solve it. You helped me learn how to solve it.
So if you're coming from a programmer background, your experience is like this constant fight with your code. There's like this battle, and then there's like this win, right? And there's like a high from the win. But moreover, you're used to this idea of like, I can break this rock if I hit it from every angle. And there is like, just like any kind of craft, there's like a pride in the labor that I think some people don't want to let go of. This is actually one of the things that I see is that when someone's trying to go to their first management tier, they run up against this a lot. Because the pride they got in their life was from the work that they're no longer doing. And it's a kind of a shock to them. But it's a perception thing that you can go like, yeah, I can have that and it can be real, but also I can do these other ways as well.
There's one of our leads, one of our engine leads. I have quarterly one-on-ones with all the leaders on the team, which is about, I think it's 20 people for the different departments. And I was talking to one of the engine leads. There's been something he's been working on for 2 years. His team's been working on for 2 years. He cannot let go of it. And I actually had the talk where I was like, hey, would it make some sense to let go of this? I feel like we might be falling into a sunk cost position. And I just talked it through, and I could tell. And this is somebody who's been making games for 15, 20 years. Like this is a great human being that understands it so utterly hard. And what I ultimately said to him, I said, dude, if you do this, people aren't going to think, oh, you're the person that couldn't solve the problem. Like this is a gangster move. You know, killing your baby that is freaking leadership. We will find another solution, but even he got stuck in it. I'm saying that like all of us can get stuck in this position. It's that same thing. I don't know what is wrong with it. And it's really nice to have people from the outside that can shake you out. You know, if you find and build those relationships, somebody that can just say, yo, we have to take a different direction here.
All right. We are at our question Q&A time. Do you have some online as well? Okay, so yeah, we got questions in here, and do we have somebody with the mic that can hand it to them, or maybe not? I can. All right, I got a lot of hands that went up, and I think saw this one first. So go ahead and speak up nice and loud. Okay. Yeah, are they going to come around? No. Yeah. Okay. All right, they'll come around.
Do I still?
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead and say it. You're close enough. Say it nice and loud.
Okay. So when in a leadership position, you may run into unexpected problems, I think, right? And you may have to deal with fields that you have no understanding. How do you deal with directing someone in something you have no idea about?
Well, hopefully you're not directing in something you have no idea about, right? Like ultimately you should be in a position where the things and people that you're directing are generally in your field of knowledge, but you will find individual problems that you've never solved before, right? And I think for me, leadership is all about facilitating and enabling the people to do the thing they need to do, right? So I would gather a group of people that are experts on this thing and immediately have a conversation about what don't I know, right? Like how do I get up to speed on whatever the potential solutions to this problem are, and lean on the people that are the experts, because that's what they're there for.
Yeah. I mean, asking really good questions and being a good student. One of the interesting things about my role is the portfolio of responsibility of my team is so vast at this point that I am an expert in nothing. But I know a lot of that upper layer, because what I ultimately need to do is think about how things fit together. And so similarly with the director, you don't need to be an expert animator or an expert cinematographer or understand like scene composition and editing. You don't have to be an expert in any of those things, but you need to understand how all the pieces fit. And honestly, the easiest way to do that what Jameson just said is go find an expert. Sit down. I mean, I did that when I was working with some animators on something. I said, like, why is this important to you? What are you trying to do here? Like, what is the goal? And he actually went in and he showed me and he drew some like 2D. Like, this all came from 2D. What he was trying to explain, like breaking a silhouette. And then you learn a couple things about it. And realistically, from a leaders need to be pretty well versed in the thing that they're leading. They don't need to be experts, I don't think. And you become a quick study. Like, for example, like there are people on my team. I'm trying to think of like our network. We have like network engineers in IT. I know barely anything about networking, but I'll tell you, I know a lot more than I did, 4 or 5 years ago, because I've asked them a lot of questions. Anytime something comes up, I'm like, is this the DNS? Is this a subnet problem? And I've actually learned about, like, I don't mean I mean like IT network engineering. And so I've learned about that. Find those people, ask good questions. You become a quick study, because again, you only need to understand how the pieces fit together. You don't actually have to understand how to do that individual piece.
I want to point out a phrase he said under his breath was to ask the question, why is this important to you? And I think that's not totally applicable to your question, but that's a super great leadership way of thinking, for sure.
I just tell people I'm dumb and they need to explain it to me.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about what you're doing.
I do that.
I do. I'm like I'm a 5-year-old. I say that all the time.
I do. Like, I'll just say, somebody will start saying something and I'll like Slack them Eli 5. And then they do that. By the way, that's also useful because in my role, I need to talk to a lot of non-technical people and explain things to them. And so it kind of helps in both ways.
All right, we got the mic all the way in the back right now.
So, considering large projects and deadlines, how do you make a balance between pressuring too much and not pressuring enough your team?
I love this question. I went through this exact thing with a AAA team a couple months ago, and pressure is an interesting way to say it, but I like to say that our goal is to put a sense of urgency in the way that people work. So it's not so much pressure. We want to explain to them why. Like, why is this a big deal? That's the first thing. Okay, so we have a milestone coming up, and if we don't hit the milestone, we're going to lose funding from our publisher, right? So now they understand why. How are we going to go about doing that? We're going to go about doing it this way. What are we going to be doing differently than we've been doing before? And we analyze what that is. And then they now are on board. They have the journey, and then we just give them that sense of urgency, right? I act a little bit urgent, but pressure and urgency are different, because pressure is like me coming up and saying, Sean, are you done with that thing yet? And urgency is like, hey man, I just want to make sure you have everything you need, right? And
yeah, you even talked fast.
Right.
That was an urgent demeanor, and you asked the same question in a different way.
I've been doing this for a while, right?
No, everything he's saying is like very right on here.
Yeah,
but yeah.
So that's really key, right? And when you're putting pressure on people, they have a tendency to fight or flight happens, right? And so they're like, ah, that's the sound that they make. When you're putting a little bit of urgency on people and supporting them through that, it actually builds like this team, like Ultron, just like forms, and everybody's like, yeah, here we go, right? And so, yeah, that's how I usually go about doing it.
There's a certain like solidarity in these challenging situations, and Steve Jobs was kind of a master of that. He was really, somebody have said that he was really, really good at casting any kind of endeavor into an us versus them.
Yep.
It's Macintosh, and then it's the evil empire of IBM, going back to that 1984 ad. And so there is a certain thing where you getting up in front of the team and saying, we have an amazing opportunity ahead of us.
Yep.
There is a lot of work between now and then, but my gosh, what we're going to do when we're done with this is going to blow people's minds. And I believe in you, and I'm happy to be doing this thing with you. Let's go do this. So, right. I've had to do it. Like we both had to do this a couple times. But really what I'm saying is I didn't tell anybody it was going to be okay. I didn't tell anybody that it wasn't going to be hard work. Yep. But what I did is you weave a narrative. Like giant slaying is really compelling. The David versus Goliath is very compelling to people. And so it's a pretty powerful opportunity as a leader to cast it as this like broader, epic struggle.
Love that.
I mean, if you are the person who believes in the urgency, so you're the manager and you totally believe it, you can like First, you said it almost was like just tell them the real situation was one tactic. The Steve Jobs reference reminded me of one that he told. This is a little manipulative, but it's because he believed it. It was like one of the earliest ones. It's one of the earliest Macs that took too long to boot. I'm sure you guys have heard the story. So it's like takes too long to boot, and he wants it to be shorter. And really, in his mind, it's just a user experience issue. But he's trying to convince the BIOS guys to make it shorter, and they're like, we can't. It's as short as possible. And he was like, listen, if you cut off 5 seconds from the boot time, we're going to sell 100 million of these things. That's going to save mankind like millions of man hours of time.
Yeah.
And they, you know, they tell it now, of course. And of course they did, and they did shorten it. They managed to shorten it because maybe they didn't believe that, but maybe they just got in the going, yeah, you know what, you're right. It is worth doing, that kind of thing. So worth doing is one of the ways you get people involved. So. Okay, do we have any online questions? No, okay.
How can someone who's starting out at the bottom of the ladder prepare themselves to be a better leader when the time comes?
Oh my God, I did a whole talk on this like 2 years ago. It's called Everyday Leadership. What did I say?
The link is up top here. Click that.
Yeah, I did a talk at Full Sail on it that you can check. It's exactly on that subject. It is things that you can do now to start preparing for a future in leadership. I'm not going to do the whole thing.
I'll give you
here are these dudes.
I'll give you the spark notes, right? So the first one is read. I think reading and watching videos about leadership of great leaders, John Maxwell, Simon Sinek, those guys.
Get interested in the idea of leadership beyond your technical.
Start thinking of leadership as craft as well, and then just seek out opportunities within your work to lead small groups, right? And express that interest to a boss. I wouldn't say like you start and you're like, oh, it's my first day. Just so you know, boss, I want to lead, right? That's not quite there. But you come in, you prove your worth. And this is almost exactly what happened to me. I came in, I worked for a year. My boss came by and said something to me once. And I said, oh, I think I'm a pretty good game designer. I just haven't had the chance to do it. And he's like, okay. And the creative director came over and was like, I hear you want to do game design. And I pitched this stupid idea to him. He laughed really hard, walked away, came back 20 minutes later and was like, hey, can you take over this whole project? And I was like, what? Okay, cool. And so, expressing that and following, the leaders that you respect at your company, asking them, hey, this is something I still do today. Can I buy you lunch and just ask you some questions? Right? Like everybody likes free lunch, right? I could go to Gary Jones and say, hey, Gary, can I buy you lunch? Like that dude, he doesn't need me to pay for his lunch, but he's like, yeah, free lunch, let's do it, right? And so asking leaders that you respect to spend a little bit of time. So yeah, I love what you said, right? Let's start thinking about leadership as craft on top of the work that you're doing and start to study it.
That talk is on YouTube somewhere. It's called Everyday Leadership. And I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying that.
That's your answer.
I did 50 minutes on it.
I thought it was good. I watched it.
You did? Okay, that's good.
Question from one of our online viewers. I think a couple of you said you were recovering narcissists.
No,
so
just me.
How do you
I'm not recovering.
How do you advise a subordinate to approach their leader when they disagree with a poor decision that has been made?
I tend to start by asking questions. I want to understand. I think that incompetence is misdiagnosed. I think a lot of the times is what I ultimately want, and this happens with Ted. If Ted does something, a lot of times I'll just ask, can you walk me through your thinking on this?
Yeah.
And I'd say that like 50% of the time or more, I'm like, oh. A lot of the things that we identify, that's stupid, that's crazy, like why are they doing that? When you understand, now, it is incumbent on us as leaders, as Grant said earlier, we have to share the why. We need to walk people on that journey, and Ted's great about doing that, but realistically speaking, that is the most effective way.
Yep.
And maybe in the course of asking that, they will realize, oh, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. And then you could say, hey, well, what if we did this? And then you get to the same result. You probably have to do that with design stuff like.
It's all the time. The thing you have to keep in mind is I think every person who makes a decision needs the benefit of the doubt, right? Because they made a decision based on the information they had, right? And when you are presented with a decision that you don't agree with, there's a chance that you're in the minority of that, right? Like maybe it's a good decision for everyone else around you, but it's impacting you a little bit harder. And so you are having that reaction to that. So finding out that information and knowing like, why was this decision made? That is always a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. There's a difference between questioning someone's decision making and asking how they arrived at a decision. So it's really about you just coming in as like, I'm seeking information on this so I can better understand. And like you said, sometimes that conversation can help them understand that their decision was not the best for everything, even though the information they had at the time made it seem like it was the right thing to do.
I would add to that kind of engagement is also a path to management.
Yeah.
So if I'm managing somebody and the group has to do a thing and somebody does this, it sticks in my mind that, well, they wanted to know more about what happened, and it's going to bubble up that like, oh, that guy's naturally digging into the side of the leadership. I'm starting to see some leadership skills. You're actually eliciting by asking about that problem.
Yeah, and what you can't do is you can't come and say, this is wrong, this is a problem, and then I'm out, right? You have to be solution-oriented. So you can come and ask these questions and say, hey, I'm a little bit concerned about this, and maybe here's a solution. Jonathan Haidt is a great writer and social psychologist, and he wrote a book called The Righteous Mind. And in The Righteous Mind, he says, you cannot convince someone to disbelieve something they believe. And he goes, then spends 200 pages explaining how you get someone to disbelieve something that they believe. And the way that you do it is to approach the conversation with trying to understand why that someone believes what they believe. And he's talking about bigger things than game development and believing that they believe it to be true, right? And so, if I came to Sean here and he told me, oh, we're gonna make all the enemies in the game yellow, and I'm like, but colorblind, blah, whatever. I come to him and I say, Sean, why are you so, why is that so important to you? Why is it important that the enemies are yellow? And he starts to explain it to me. And if I'm immediately thinking, yeah, fuck you, man, you're gonna do it this way, we're gonna do this, I'm gonna change you this, and I'm gonna get him into like a logical trap and prove him wrong, then there's no value. So I actively listen, I understand what he's saying, and then I ask again, why? Why are we doing that? Okay, thank you for explaining that to me. Here's my solution-oriented thought on maybe how we should improve that, right? So you're not just coming and saying, you're incompetent, you're doing this wrong, screw you, but you're trying to understand why they're making the decision, understand that they're doing it for the best of intentions probably, and that maybe they just don't fully understand the full scale of everything else going on, and maybe you have some insights to that.
There's a kind of like pithy way, schmaltzy way to remember, but I think it's the why, who, what, how is the order you want to go in.
Always why.
You never start with the what, challenging the rut. You start with like the fundamental values, the people involved, the goal, the strategy. A lot of the times when you do that, it just when you go through that order with problem solving or with trying to offer feedback or whatever, it's 5,000 times more effective.
Correct. It changes it from being adversarial to being like a cooperative exchange.
Correct.
And to where it's more of a conversation. Yeah, so. All right, we are out of time.
Wow.
And we have some hard exits for some people or so. So how about it, guys? Round of applause for our awesome panel.
This is the time. I love that.
All right. All right.
just
back.
happened?
And we're shiny.
We have so much sparkle happening because it is ceremony time. Almost.
Almost. But we're going to have some incredible content to
Oh
bring
my
you
goodness.
between now and ceremony time.
Yep.
The EB lobby is going to start to fill up with incredible grads.
Yep.
And they're going to come talk to us. Can
Which
you believe
is,
it?
I don't know what I'm going to say to these people. I'm going to be like, hi, you've done so much stuff. Can I have a job?
Yeah, can we get a strobe light on us so it's just you can...
James is a little fascinated by all the sparkle, but see, it's all about the supernatural. And I just think that supernatural comes with sparkle, don't you?
Yeah, agreed. It's
Right.
like pixie dust, right? That's a magic thing.
Yes, and I don't know. Anyway, panels have been incredible. Hall of Fame 13 has been incredible. What has been your favorite part of Hall of Fame 13 so far?
Oh my goodness, hanging out with you, Tracy. Are you kidding me? What's been my favorite part? Nah, it was climbing the rock wall.
Was it really? Was it climbing the rock wall?
It was, yeah, yelling at people on the backlot cam.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's got to be a highlight. It's just so fun when they wave at us and I say, do a dance, and then they dance.
I know.
I feel like
you have power.
Like a lot of power, like too much power.
Honestly, one of my favorite things about working this is my first time doing Hall of Fame live. Well, I did it outside.
Yeah, you were our roaming host last year.
So this year being in here and working with a team, we have instructors, grads, current staff, and students working with us in this production. And having it just be pretty much flawless.
And even like the little hiccups that we've had, it's like, okay.
There are no hiccups. What are you
Lesson
talking about?
learned.
There are zero hiccups. No, but seriously, like seeing people like Pinky, our stage manager, like she teaches in entertainment business, yet she's stage managing. Like people are just.
And the coolest thing is so many grads have come up to Pinky to like say hello. And it's like, it doesn't necessarily need to be a Hall of Famer is who you're here to talk to. Sometimes your instructors are the people that you want to connect with the most.
Yep. Well, yeah. I mean, Full Sail, it's all about family. It's all about connection, networking, as we say. But I've made some of the best friends of my life in this place. So
me too.
Chase is looking at me like, I'm your new best friend.
Chase has made us cookies every day this week. Isn't that ridiculous? He's working on set all week, here as many hours as we are earlier than us because they have to set up before we can sit down. Right. And also making us cookies every night.
Yeah.
It's like
So tonight,
insane.
what's exciting is our grads and our alumni are coming in here, and they're going to have a pre-party. Over by the Fortress, we have a student stage where they're going to have a party.
Yeah, the student block party. Make sure you check it out later. There's going to be free pizza.
Yep. We still have food trucks, I believe, but they are going to get free pizza. Cosplay contest happening soon.
It has been so thrilling to see everyone walking around in their cosplay. I saw a girl who was a character from Resident Evil, and she was like on stilts.
What?
And she looked incredible. I really hope that we get to see her when we check in with Shay over there.
Well, yeah, we're going to actually throw to them live at some point today, so that's going to be exciting. These guys are so creative. Our student body is just oozing creativity. So when they come out there with these costumes, you're like, what is happening? Who
Seriously.
are you?
Yeah, some I don't know the costume, but I'm still amazed.
Yeah.
So
all I know is Pedro Pascal is hanging out somewhere on campus.
Can he come find me?
Please come find us. And even if you're not really Pedro Pascal, if you don't take the helmet off,
we don't know.
We don't care.
We'll pretend.
Well, yeah. And then we'll freak out. But anyway, yeah, don't forget to connect with us on social media at Full Sail. Hashtag Full Sail HOF.
Share your posts.
Oh, look, we have the Twitter wall where we see all these posts.
Oh, look at everybody having fun. Are we having fun yet? Yes. Yes, we are.
I sure am. I mean, make sure to go to https://t.co/ too many letters.
I think Phil Pellin might have some advice on how you do that.
How you put out this. I can't talk. Anyway, I don't know. Should we watch a video, maybe?
A video? We've got videos?
A classic video.
Ooh, classic.
Yeah, and all these videos, just so you guys know, created in-house.
By our incredible team, Platinum Creative.
Yes, and most of us are graduates of Full Sail as well. But yeah, with credits on projects including Inception, Dunkirk, Interstellar, and The Dark Knight Rises. 1993 Recording Arts graduate and Hall of Fame 1 inductee Gary Rizzo is an audio master. But how well does he know his own work? Let's find out in this next video.
We have something special for you this morning.
Do you?
How well do you know your films?
I think I know them pretty well. I kind of QC everything after mastering everything, after mixing everything. So I think I'm ready to take on whatever challenge you have.
Little challenge.
Yeah.
Would you be able to pick out your movie in a crowd of other movies just by the sound?
I don't know. That sounds like a challenge for sure.
Well, let's see if you're ready for Sound Off with Gary Rizzo. Are you ready to play?
Somebody give me a print of that.
Yeah. I'm just sad that I don't have the microphone. So the way this is going to work, we have 6 lucky guests in the audience. We have 7 cards of films that you've worked on.
Okay.
We're going to play sound only, and you will choose from these 7 cards what the film is.
Oh, I get to choose?
Yes.
So it's multiple choice.
As well as the audience.
Okay.
And then we're going to compare and keep score.
Okay. I think I'm ready.
All right. Don't show your answer.
Oh, no. I should hide my cards.
Are you ready?
Close to the vest.
Okay. Show us your answer.
I had Tron.
Tron Legacy, without a doubt.
Let's see. Let's go to the tape to see. So let's talk about Tron. What was it like mixing this movie?
This was a whole load of fun to work on. Working for director Joe Kosinski, who is outstanding. I've done probably 2 or 3 films for him, and he's got some other really good projects coming up over the horizon. I don't think we can talk about specifically what they are, but he's a really, really talented filmmaker. He comes from an architecture background, and he's all about these interesting structures of elements, not only within the picture, but within the sound and manipulation of those elements once you get into the mix. So what jumped out to me in that little sonic playback was the filter sweep right at the beginning after the crowds. You hear this huge amount of crowds come in, and then this big filter sweep kind of wipes it all out, so you can very quickly rack your sonic focus into the building of that bike. And then the bikes themselves have a huge vocabulary of when they're moving and they're twisting and they're turning and they're jumping and they're landing, and they have weight and they've got scale, and they also have a whole lot of speed to them as they go out. I always think you need to have, recently I've been using this in all the Dunkirk interviews and things. If every sound has a pace, meaning the amount of momentum it has and the way it is propelling the mix, it has a pulse, meaning the amplitude, the volume, the way that it kind of hits you, and a purpose. Where is the purpose in terms of the story and the carrying of our mix through that story? If it has a pace, a pulse, and a purpose, then you've got a sound that really is going to work in your mix. If it doesn't have really, if it's missing any of those elements, then you got to question, why are we using this sound? Why is it here? But also, Tron Legacy was, I believe, the first Dolby 7.1 mix that went out. 7.1. If it wasn't the first, it was one of the very early ones that was commercially released in Dolby 7.1.
We have another movie, so if you'll grab your cards,
yes,
who's
I'm ready.
in the number 2 spot?
Number 2.
I noticed you didn't grab the cards and shuffle them so knowingly as you did the first.
I was listening, yeah. I think I know what this one is, though. And I hope, yeah. Well,
have you selected?
I have.
All right, let's see your cards, Hunter. Or the one card.
Is it The Incredibles?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see, Gary.
I'm going to go with that was the bong saber sequence from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Let's see who's right.
Yeah.
I remember I was actually hanging out the day that they shot the initial footage of that, and Kevin was so excited that he took the video playbacks and started cutting the video playback footage that night. He was like, I can't believe this. I got Mark Hamill on set, and we're having a bong saber fight in my own movie. This is amazing. He was so excited.
So what is it like to go from a drama to a comedy, and how do you approach
variety is the spice of life, Mike.
I know.
It's every day. This is kind of a big picture answer to that. Every day is a different challenge. Every day is a different puzzle, and you never really know what the solution is going to be. You don't know what the challenges are going to be that morning until you get in there and you figure it out, and you use all your tools and you use all of your experience to try and interpret what your director or picture editor or producer is asking of you, interpret their words, and then use your knowledge and your experience to deliver an answer. And hopefully, you know your tools well enough that the tools are transparent to the filmmakers that you're serving. Just because you have the tools doesn't mean that you have to use all the tools. You just, it's kind of like the dentist. Don't use the drill if you don't need to use the drill, okay? Just kind of scrape away and do what you need to do, but be effective and, be proactive and use your ears and go with your gut instinct. Your gut instinct is almost always right. And the answer is almost always on the screen. Mm-hmm. If you're stuck and you're like, why I can't hear the things that I want to hear in this sequence this quickly, make sure you're looking up versus looking down. It's very easy to get stuck here, but a very wise mixer, Richard Portman, once said, the answer is almost always on the screen.
All right, number 3.
I gotta get my list.
3, he's getting his cards ready,
I know for sure. Yeah.
You know for sure?
Yeah.
All right.
The end was a dead giveaway.
It kind of.
Interstellar.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan, of course.
I'll see your Interstellar.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go. Here's the scene.
That's an excellent choice. Somebody made a picture edit. That was a bold choice. Actually, what happens in the picture edit is one of my favorite moments, and that's why I really recognize it, because it's a practical effect was used with McConaughey, where he was on a rig, a vibrating rig, and his voice was very naturally, emphatically modulating, and it wasn't a flange or a phase or anything, but it was just one of those roller coaster style, and it's frightening if you hear it in the theatrical dynamic of the mix. And this is one of the, I think I'll use grandest as my adjective. It's one of the grandest mixes that we've attempted to do, to go from that ejection sequence, which you're just hanging on that dialogue of eject, which is really the point, to the point where he can barely hear the command. He's barely conscious enough to get that command, which is you're with him in that moment, to go from that very loud to that very quiet, where you go from this very complex, lots of low end, lots of anxiety, lots of overwhelming information, to a single thread of a track where he is just struggling to even catch his own breath, and he's still physically shaking. Incredibly effective. And hats off to Lee Smith, our picture editor, and to Chris for constructing that, being the architect of that. For us, there was no question what needs to happen in that moment. You have to play that anxiety as big as you possibly can. And we have some, I have to say, one of the reasons I love working with this team is because we've developed our own kind of special sauce, for lack of a better term, that we use uniquely with Chris and on Chris's movies when we are doing final mixes that allows us to do some unique, how do I want to put it? It's special sauce. There's something special in Chris's mixes that we just don't do with anybody else's mixes. It allows for a greater dynamic. It allows for a greater frequency response. It allows for a more emotionally effective mix. We have just a couple more tools at our disposal that we just don't always use. That's all I can say about that.
Okay, we have number 4. Where's number 4? All right, your name?
Andre.
Andre, what's up?
Here we go.
You ready?
There's.
So good.
I'm gonna go with The Incredibles. Is that right?
I'll go with The Incredibles as well. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm pretty sure I know every sample of this mix. I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, it's that one's they're all special in their own unique way, but that one is particularly special to me. It was relatively early on in my mixing career, and it was a huge step forward. And I have to give some props to Randy Tom, my mixing partner on that one, for standing up for me and making sure I was, in the ring. And I got to thank Brad. I saw Brad last week. I guess I can say it. This one is really fresh in my mind, even though it was an older mix in this list, because we just did a remaster of it for some future home video release that's happening, so it's very fresh. I just saw Brad, and we knocked out a couple of notes that maybe were some old outstanding notes that we always wanted to do. Not that the mix wasn't great originally. Yeah. We didn't change it. The mix is the same. It really is the same. We just did a couple little fine adjustments.
We're going to go on a little bit of rapid fire. We're moving to number 5.
Oh, here we go.
Your name?
Taylor.
Hi, Taylor.
Hi.
Taylor, where are you? Oh, there you are. I see you.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go.
Well, that's actually one of the harder ones, I think.
It is.
It's harder. Are we going in difficulty sequence? Is that what we're?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Taylor, what do you think?
How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's How to Train Your Dragon.
Let's see if we're right. And we're right.
I love that movie. That's a great one. Dean Dubois is the director on that one, and he's such a sweetheart. He is so, not only a considerate person, but he's such a thorough, thoughtful storyteller. It's a privilege to be able to work for him. I missed the sequel. I was on something else. There was some scheduling conflict, but I'll knock on something wood, marble, whatever it is, for number 3 that I'm going to get onto that one. But yeah, I remember that opening sequence was a very complicated sequence with lots of sound effects, but a beautiful music cue by John Powell, and then there's voiceover on top of it, and Jay Baruchel, I think that's the actor's name, and he's got this very particular voice to play the lead character, and it sits in this funny little frequency range, which is very endearing, but it was a very tricky sequence to kind of get in and out and still understand what he was saying. And the design behind Toothless is great. There's a beautiful musical sequence where they're doing this Black Stallion style, trading off and becoming friends. And that's a special one.
Number 6.
Number 6. Who's up?
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, what's
your
up?
name?
Not much.
There's a special quality to the low frequencies in that one. I'm pretty sure I know what this one is. You want to go first?
I'm going to say The Dark Knight.
Oh. I'm actually going to go with Inception.
Ooh, let's see who's right.
Same filmmaker, though, so it could... The Dark Knight. Oh. It was the bike. I lose.
I was wondering if that
But
was...
there's a magical element of the low end in that bike that is very, very special. And hats off to Richard King, our supervising sound editor. And that's there's some good stuff in that frequency range. There's some good stuff in the low mids. And that oscillation, that's a big one. The Dark Knight.
What scene of Inception?
Well, I thought it was actually the earlier dream, one of the first dream sequences when we were 2 layers in the dream leading up to, before he falls back in the tub, when I thought it was leading up to one of those explosions in there. And again, we were focused in that scene in some similar frequency ranges in there. That's why I thought without the visual, oh, maybe that's... And in those mixes, we're always kind of blurring the line between design and music and what is what. And so similar structure, different scene, but that's the bike. Now that I know, it's like, of course that's the bike. Of course.
That's how it works.
The Bat Pod. That's all right. I lose. You guys win. You win.
Oh, Gary Rizzo.
How fun was that?
Amazingly fun. He also has 2 Oscars. Did you know that?
2?
Yep.
I have none.
Inception and Dunkirk. I have one that says Best Actress, but it's fake.
Oh.
Tom, one of my audio coworkers gave it to me.
Oh, how sweet.
Yeah. But hey, it's not real. But that's okay. What's happening next? We are going to give away some prizes.
Prizes? We're going to talk about cosplay, Tracy.
We don't talk about prizes yet. We're going to talk about cosplay.
The cosplay contest is so exciting. And look, we have online submissions from our online students who wanted to get in on the fun Cobra Commander. That's a pretty cool one.
Is that a comic book?
Isn't that from, I know it. Cobra Commander is that G.I. Joe? I got it. I did it right. James said yes.
Greatest American hero.
There you go. So you know the song.
Yeah, but I don't know the cosplay.
This one I don't know. Kestis? Kestis. What's it from? James, tell me. Oh.
From the latest Star Wars
I got the Star
game.
Wars vibe from the lightsaber,
Yep.
but I wasn't familiar with the character, which is embarrassing because I have 3 Star Wars tattoos, so you'd think. Ooh, Jedi Survivor. Wonder if we had any grabs on that.
This one's my favorite
I
Fern.
know,
Look
I
at that
love
makeup
it.
job.
I love that like pearl and floral headpiece.
Yep.
It's very fun.
And the look on her face too, like she's committed to the character.
She is a deer in the headlights.
Absolutely. Not only do we have online cosplay contests, we have the campus one too. We'll peek at that in a bit. But this one's my favorite, Star-Lord.
And the little baby Groot on his shoulder.
Oh, I didn't even notice
I didn't notice that when we saw this one yesterday. I love that. And the hair is perfectly coiffed.
Yep, and the authentic Walkman, perhaps. Do you remember having a Walkman, or are you too young?
I had a Walkman.
You did? Okay.
I used to go in high school, my first year of high school, I used to ride the train with my binder of CDs, and I would like swap out CDs in my...
And your headphones were like this?
Yes,
They were all
had big headphones.
Very
it was
cool.
so easy for people to leave you alone when you put on headphones like that. Now
Not
the
anymore.
AirPods, I have
Can't
to like
hear.
tuck my hair back and be like, can't hear you.
King Mickey right here.
I love this
Kingdom
one.
Hearts, right?
Kingdom Hearts,
Kingdom
that's right. Tracy Wu.
Look at me pretending I know what I'm talking about. And let's see, this is our last online submission.
I wonder who's gonna win.
I don't know. It's very exciting. We're actually going to see the campus cosplay contest as well in a bit. We were peeking at the cameras earlier in the back lot, and you could see people dressed up in different costumes. It was pretty exciting.
I have seen some fun variations of Mario today.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what that looks like on the stage.
It's amazing that Mario is so popular still. Like, it was popular when I was a kid. And
you know, I think that about Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
It's so cool that, like, kids still go to Disney. You're like, Mickey, even though there's, like, so many other characters, but Mickey Mouse is just synonymous with fun.
Right.
And I guess same thing about Mario, right?
Absolutely. What a great few days, seriously. It has been such an incredible few days. If you
know.
guys are just tuning in, we should share with them who our inductees are yet again.
Yeah, let's talk about our inductees, because soon they're going to be official members of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
All right, let's check it out.
A senior technical artist at Unity Technologies, Karis Baker is a 2013 game art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who has made incredible contributions to the industry in spaces including indie game development, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and more. Let's check out this video about Karis now.
And action. Hey, you. Yeah, you right there. I just want to tell you that you can come see me. There's an app in my hand. There's an invisible phone. There's an app. You should come find me. My name is Karis Baker. I'm a game artist. And if you like art, if you like games, I would love to teach you more about what I did in my career that has me on this couch. This is real, and you could be me one day. Well, you can't be me, but you could be the person on this couch. They probably will have a different couch by then. They might not even have a couch. It might be a chair next time. But the point is, you should come see me at Hall of Fame. We'll talk about it. I'm a game artist, and I used my game skills to do real world stuff like space and medicine and like video games and stuff. I don't know. We can talk about it. Attend a panel. Go do something else. Walk faster. I like to keep very active creatively. It's important for me to stay sharp in those ways, to have an outlet. And something that I've come to enjoy as an adult is something I really enjoy and lean on as I was growing up in my childhood, which was drawing people. It started off as drawing cartoons, and it developed into drawing portraiture. So as it is today, Karis Captures is my own creative venture in which I can enjoy what I enjoy about portraiture art and capturing people. And what I enjoy is being able to show someone how I see them. And, you know, we struggle so much with our sense of self and how we are perceived by others that I want to help others understand how beautiful they are.
Oh, that's a cute sketch.
It's like a self-portrait.
Yeah, I like it.
That's really cute. Well, not only do we have Karis as one of our inductees today, we also have CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions. This is Brandon Blackwell. He is a 2013 show production graduate, author, and front of house monitor and broadcast mixer who has worked with some of the biggest industry names, including Beyonce, Lizzo, Shaka Khan, and the Isley Brothers. Let's check a video about Brandon.
The pandemic was tough for everyone, but during that time, my wife and I, we had brainstormed how to give back to our industry and how to give back to the future generation of sound engineers. And we decided to create a children's book, and that's where the beat in my head, came from. I didn't know how to tell a child what a gate was, what a compressor was, what a microphone was. So we really focused on my journey and how I became a sound engineer. I didn't see the vision, I have to be honest. My wife was the one who really saw it early on.
We are about to start recording the beat in my head. And we have myself and Ariel over here. And we have Mr. Mark Johnson on the other side of these go-go's. He's my mentor.
Yes.
Mark is my mentor in real life as well. So, yeah, exciting, very exciting. Being a live engineer, I don't get many chances to be in the studio that often. So this is, for me, an opportunity to come back to, the beginning of my show production program where, the first 12 months we were doing recording classes. So coming back into Studio 'A, 'A, it's amazing. It's a surreal moment for me.
In terms of the, 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 in
the beat in my head, me as a child sitting in class, beating on the desk, tapping, making songs in my head, getting in trouble, honestly. There are kids out there just like me who, don't know that this is a potential career opportunity. There's a possibility that there's a kid out there where they can walk in the same footsteps that I walked in, tapping on the desk to mixing a concert at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, thanks. Next up, we have Air Force veteran and dual degree grad Aaron Hamilton Cook, who currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare. Graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013, Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit.
I think my favorite project that I've ever gotten to work on has to be Lord of the Rings. I have been so enamored and in love with that IP. Like every Thanksgiving, I put on Lord of the Rings and we watch The Hobbit while we're cooking, and we sit down and watch Lord of the Rings the next day, and we go through both trilogies. And the moment where I realized just asking to be a part of something is a really powerful tool for fast tracking your career. I approached our lead producer, Pat, and was like, hey, I love this franchise. If there's anything I can do, I'll sit in the corner of the room and take notes, whatever you need, I'm there for you. And he was like, yeah, you know what? I could use somebody to do this stuff in Jira and keep this stuff up to date on Confluence. If you can knock that stuff out, that'd be great. A couple weeks later, hey, if you can also do this thing, I don't really have the bandwidth for it. I'm working on these other things. After a very short period of time, it turned into, hey, you're basically running the project. You're just going to run the project now. I'm just giving it to you. So this is what we had done on the old sound chair. So this, we edge lit, and so it just bled in and gave a nice, and we had a light behind here, so it had a nice pop. But we probably went through 20 plus iterations just on the reel strips. Yeah, I love that franchise. So that was a huge honor to work on that.
As CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder and managing partner of Ready Ant Studios, Victor Herrera da Silva is a 2007 game development and 2019 entertainment business graduate, whose work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America.
The supernatural power that I think I have, and that I think everyone can have, is the power of being kind to others. I think that is something that within itself has so much power and potential, but that not everyone practices. People try to build positive relationships with people is something that can be incredibly helpful and that can be worked on every day and through every interaction that we have. Practicing that level of kindness, of reciprocity, of trying to build positive momentum and relationships can open doors in ways that you couldn't otherwise. It is so important. It's something that has been here since the beginning of time, and that nothing or no one can replace, because it's always going to permeate the things we do and what we do every day and how we communicate and interact with others.
A three-time grad, Devin Renee is a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television in conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Boss Up Productions. Graduating from film in 2012, education media design and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015, Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike.
Being co-chair of the Black Employees of Warner Brothers has been so wonderful for me. I love the work that we do. I love trying to spread diversity throughout the lot, throughout the studio, and working with other studios to make sure that we see diversity and inclusion. Whether it's mobility in the workplace, whether it's culturally, whether it's just about networking contacts, whatever it is, we create programming that actually feels like it makes a diversity difference. It gives me hope that the industry is going to continue to be a diverse place to actually work and to grow for those of us that are minorities and for those of us that are looking for opportunities. And it makes me feel like, I'm not just an employee, that there's a place for me outside of the responsibilities of just my work, where I can have the camaraderie of the people that I work with, and I can feel valuable to the company. So I love working with that organization.
Now we have sound designer and recording engineer at Hi-Fi Studios. Jeff Villanueva is a 1998 recording arts graduate and 4-time Grammy winner who has lent his expertise to projects in games, Disney theme parks, and film, including the recording of Encanto's breakaway hit, We Don't Talk About Bruno.
Transcon. It was the biggest boy band studio. Acts like Backstreet Boys, Christina, Britney Spears, all these pop groups were being developed out of this, and it was right in my backyard. There was no other studio that I wanted to be at the time. So I started figuring out, okay, all right, I gotta do something different to kind of stand out of the norm, right? Figured out who the studio manager was. At the time, it was Susan Schilling. I took everything that I had, invested into myself, and rented out the A room. And I told the assistant when she comes in, let her know that the client in A wants to see her. And she comes marching in, and I'm sitting at the Pro Tools rig, and she walks in the room, and she's like, Jeff, she's like, where's your client? And I'm like, right here. I said, I brought myself. I was like, I want a job. She was like, you've been on my radar a lot of times, and I see that you're not only trying to get in here, but you're doing work with other clients. This is the right time for us. And she's like, when can you start? For me to get that experience and understand, what were the different roles in the studio, it couldn't be a better place or a better time for me to start my career.
While Hall of Fame is Full Sail's biggest week of the year, it wasn't always like this. Let's throw it back to 2009 at Full Sail University's very first Hall of Fame.
Jason, it's your buddy Gary Jones.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, my friend. How are you?
All right, what's going on? There is a box. The box is in front of me. I have not opened the box.
I would love for you to grab that for us and go ahead and rip into it and grab the brown envelope that's inside.
You're nervous.
I know. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Okay, what have you guys done?
I'd like for you to read that to us if you don't mind.
In honor of more than a decade of outstanding contributions to the world of entertainment, media, and art,
as well as a heartfelt commitment to the students and graduates of Full Sail, it is our distinct privilege to announce your induction into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
What a moment, what a morning, what a time to pause and just look at all that your hard work and your dedication to our students has allowed us to become.
I want to thank my family, my kids, Nicholas and Gabe, who not too long ago, Nicholas woke me up blasting AC/DC Back in Black on a Sunday morning. I said, yeah, good job. Don't turn it down.
2 reasons that have allowed me to pursue such a rewarding and prosperous career. I have followed my dreams, and I have pursued my passion in the entertainment industry, no matter what obstacles arose.
Do what you love. I don't care. Dancing, singing, bang a drum. Dream big, do what you love. You are destined to be successful if you do that. And I would like to thank Ampex, the maker of the VPR-6. My entire career revolves around the fact that this recorder was so incredibly complicated they had to hire an intern to use it.
I've had the good fortune of working with a lot of very talented individuals over the years. I am the direct result of all the educators' efforts, hard work, and dedication, and I'm just one of many.
Never say you can't. You can do anything you want, and I've taken that with me every step of the way. If you want it bad enough, you can do whatever you want. And take that from me. If you have it, you can do it.
The premiere of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame happens in 3, 2, 1. Each inductee into the Hall of Fame has dedicated more than a decade to the fields of entertainment media and the arts, advancing their careers while consistently giving back to the students and the graduates of Full Sail University. We are proud to honor these 6 graduates as the first inductees into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
About the feels.
I was here for the first Hall of Fame.
Oh my goodness.
I know. When did you join us, Jess?
My first Hall of Fame was 8.
Okay.
So I've been here for a little bit now.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
It's crazy how much it's evolved and how many grads we have inducted and how many amazing people and networks we've created. It's just such a gives me fuzzy feelings.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see even first annual Hall of Fame inductees still coming back all these years later.
And the changes too in their lives. Like when Gary got inducted, he wasn't an Oscar winner yet,
right?
And now he is.
Can we induct him again?
I mean, maybe we'll have like the best of Hall of Fame.
Ooh, okay. We'll do like a greatest hits kind of year.
Like, you know how when they have like TV shows like American Idol, then they bring the best of American Idol from all the different countries.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of reality shows do that. So
never know.
Me and Tracy Wu just came up with a great idea for like a mid Hall of Fame intermission party or something. We just do one day or something, not a whole week.
So we pick like the best of each year.
Yeah.
We would get so in trouble.
And then we do like a face off. Like it's not even.
Oh my gosh. It'll just be challenges at the CX the whole time.
Let's see what's going on outside on the back lot. Hi, party people.
Hi, friends.
Hi. Thanks for waving at us.
I see a
I see
pink
you.
balloon. Hi, guys.
Hi, everybody. You having fun?
Head on over to the student stage for the block party. It's going to be fun.
Free pizza, free pizza. Chances to win
cosplay
prizes.
contest.
Yeah, I think there's a bike you can win, like a bicycle.
What?
Yes.
That's pretty cool prize.
I saw Dave Franco rolling around a bicycle yesterday. So.
The prizes that we get from our sponsors are pretty incredible.
Yes.
Pretty incredible.
Yes.
Just up here, we've given away tablets, iPads, a little
VR headsets, that keyboard.
the keyboard.
Esteban loved that keyboard.
Esteban.
We saw him later, and we were like, oh, and he was like, I'm loving it, tight, and he was doing like air fingers. Oh, you taking pictures of yourself on the screen? Look at the student stage.
Look, there's a student stage.
Is it popping? Is somebody performing right now?
I think they're talking to the audience. They're getting ready.
Getting hyped up.
See, they're waving at us. Hi, friend who waved.
It's going to be popping later, I'm sure.
Oh, my goodness.
Once that free pizza comes out.
See, no, but you got to get up there in the front of the stage before everyone else.
Yeah.
Like if you were at a T Swift concert, would you be waiting to get up front? No.
No.
You'd be running.
I don't think I'd go to a Taylor Swift concert, but that's a different.
Jessica.
Just not a big fan. All props to her, though. Girl power.
Jess, you and I are never, ever, ever getting back together. But you know who's going to get back together?
Who?
Gary Rizzo. Let's look back at his profile video from Hall of Fame 1.
This has been an exciting ride. A really exciting ride. One that I'm not done with. I feel like I wouldn't have been able to have the opportunities that I had if I didn't have the friends and the family that I do. Everybody has been very, very supportive through the years and through tough times and good times. I mean, we've celebrated, Oscar nominations, and we've commiserated when work is really, really slow. I appreciate all of them for everything that they have contributed to me and through all these years. I love them. I grew up in New Jersey, and as a little kid, I clearly remember having seen Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, running around the neighborhood with a big tree branch, swinging it around, making Ben Burt sound effects, as though I were a Jedi myself. I remember hoping and wishing to train with Yoda and to help restore freedom throughout the galaxy with all my Jedi powers. That was just fun for me. I lived in that universe, and it was just a good time. But I do believe that there's something in the childhood playful area that really stuck with me all that time, that kind of encouraged me to kind of keep going. I think that my career has been driven by really perseverance. I found this idea, and I chose to pursue it in my unique way. And I have my unique way of working and my unique way of dealing with people.
When I first met Gary Rizzo, I think the first Skywalker mix we did was on Dogma. Gary changed the game for me. He made it all fantastic, and he made it all good. He brought my game up. He stands for grace. He stands for perfection at what he does. It's also fun to have around. He's a good guy. You're on a line with Gary, all you have to do is play your part, and he's gonna put you in the record books.
I mean, I have been absolutely privileged to work on these projects. This still is all very dreamlike, but it's exciting at the same time. For me, this is the most amazing thing I could ever imagine myself doing. I started out on this path before I even got to Full Sail, and I'm finding myself here, and it's an incredible ride. It really is. Working with a ton of talented people. I mean, this is a dream. I'm living the dream. This is it.
Oh, it is bringing back so many memories, Jess. I wish you were here for half of this stuff.
I know, me too, but I was too young.
I know. But
Young
Hall
for
of Fame
college.
has evolved so much in the 13 years we've had it. Did you know that in Hall of Fame 5, we actually had a music festival in the backlot?
Like a mini
all week.
Coachella?
A mini Coachella.
Here at Full Sail?
Yeah, right in the backlot.
Oh my goodness, you're kidding.
Yeah, and we had a bunch of bands. We had, I remember Beebs and their Moneymakers. Do you know
Okay.
Beebs and their Moneymakers?
No.
They're a local band. They're amazing. We had Soliloquist of Sound. We had all these fantastic bands. So do you want to see the videos?
Yeah, I want to learn more.
All
You're
right,
teasing me, Tracy.
Well, that's what I do. Let's play some videos of that event. It was super fun.
So check this out. We're super pumped to be at Full Sail. We love you guys. Actually, Ducky Reagan and Mr. Brisky graduated from Full Sail. And we've shot a lot of our music videos here, so we love Full Sail. Thank you guys so much for having us. We love you guys. Shoes, 'cause you can have them too. You can have them too. I'm jumping out the front door, didn't even grab my shoes. 'Cause you can have them too. You can have them too. So I got me some new shoes, got some new tattoos, and I'm on the way a positive attitude. 'Cause I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm going harder than I've never ever gone before. I'm smarter, I'm stronger, I'm going harder. So I'm jumping out the front door, didn't even grab my shoe. You can have them too. You can have them. You can have them too. You can have them. You can have them too. So I found me some self-esteem, found my true dreams, know exactly what I'm supposed to be, 'cause I gotta get it together right now so I can let you know it's all going down here. Gotta stand up and fight, we gotta stand up and fight, we ain't getting sleep didn't even grab my shoes. You can have them too. You can have them too. You can have them. You can have them too. You can have them. You can have them too. I think about it all the time. Another day I can't rewind. Find out I've seen so many everywhere. So stupid that they don't care. Find Scenery blocks been mocked, robbed up, lackluster, some doubt, run around her. Routine day, repeat in my block. Walk, rock, this, stop, sock out. Dance to the rhythm of a similar drum. Some never with it, in the better feeling me some. No to the point of popcorn, rock, tip. Punk CD, download, copy, quit. Loop, sit, fat, loose, on ego, just. Guilt decrease, everywhere, emo kid. No plan for the future, leadership. Follow hollow dreams, follow this kilo kid. Stop, go, pace, no destination, go. Beat, they take that mental pace. Stop, move, race, living like hope instead. And the credit from the raw to supposed to get it. We can pose for less. Happen anyway, your penny with the talk with the knack will be. To the enemy, number the friend to be handed on. Stand it, I demand it, man, it's time. Like we demand this. Reset, drop, now they want business. Kids turn tricks like Chris on Christmas. From a little bitches, gunshot. Yo, what is it? Stand still, no joke, push the boat. MCs ain't teaching but push the dope. Coke out us on TV, smoke. Filling up the gap, filling up the rap. Now the world think we on crack. And looking out, I remember what it's all about. Cause I am the new Billy Holiday, Cat Calloway. You need us more. New slang and the family stone. New 88 takes new experience, a new thing. New scenery and update, world renowned. Some of the blizzard sound. New share of town. Y'all know what's up. Yo, D, hit 'em harder. Hit 'em harder. Harder. all your sheets get taken. In the lobby of physician's voice, a needle in the feet, a better blend of distress. Distress language, express line followed by divided relation woes. Early murder, gas, or fires, fake pain, shocking no worm. Hey, this situation, reflecting it like a hand of fate. Grace shouldn't be remaining and waiting in the name of taking blame. Come on! No serious fault with assaulted involvement in every state claim. Case of rape of address, vacate cranium man to the rest. Found best kept property as government settling now. Youth those rent and stress, not much more than horribly present. Sent the notice for removal of the truth. Said was anticipated a basic assimilation. Mental grounds compiled, it ain't never gonna be done. Back on words like worth of current currency. Course like the news and review proof of urgency. Read it now, get it out. No urges where they come from. Understand why hurry. Virtual looking make it fitted. Then with the permissions of a liquid fitted talent with your pain. Separate into the misperspective. Just an indicator to the adjustable to find the system is ready to say. Everybody move, everybody move, if you don't, then you'll never see the revolution never out to be. Everybody move, everybody move, just if you don't, then you'll never see the revolution never out to be. La 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 la. Wow 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 la la la. La 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 la. Wow 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 la la la. New Valley holiday, cat got away, new news and moan, new sly and the family song. New 88 takes new experience, a new fate, new scenery and update, world renowned. Some of the whistle sound, new share in town. Yo, give it up! Yeah!
Hey everyone, my name is Shay and I'm standing outside of the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress where we are about to have our cosplay contest. But before we get into that, I found some friends on campus. I have Kian and Ty here. Now Kian, I heard that you're brand new to Full Sail. This is your first Hall of Fame. What has been your highlight so far?
My highlight so far has been the networking. It's been outstanding. I haven't had an opportunity like this with so many creatives to just talk. It's been brilliant. I'm loving it.
And what about you, Ty?
Honestly, I totally agree with Ken. All the networking has been great. Meeting new people has been fantastic. And also, D20 Deathmatch, amazing. Very, very fun.
If you haven't seen that, you have to check out the replay. I know I'm going to be clipping out and put it on the Full Sail University YouTube channel, so mark that down as a task I need to do for work later, because everybody needs to see it. Did you go to it?
Unfortunately, no, but I'm definitely going to more of those events.
I'll be sending you the link, don't worry.
Oh, yes, thank you.
All right, so now we have some trivia. I tried to come up with the hardest, they're not very hard, questions possible. So in order to be called on, I want you to ring the bell, and whoever rings first gets called on, and if you get it wrong, then I'll try the other person. Does that sound good? Yep. All right. Lord Sauron made 19 rings of power and gave them to elves, dwarves, and men, but then it was like, LOL, JK, one ring to rule them all. What is this series?
The series would be The Lord of the Rings.
That is correct. It is Lord of the Rings. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Keeping up with the nerdiness, can you name the 4 Hogwarts houses?
Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin.
That's right. I see how you put my house last, but it's fine.
I'm also a Slytherin.
All right. Save the best for last. Save the best for last.
Save the best for last.
All right. She is Mother Monster, a Grammy winner, Oscar, Emmy winner, and her song Bloody Mary is trending all over the internet. Who is she?
Lady Gaga.
That's right, our Mother Monster, Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
All right, so we got 2-1 right now. You gotta come back up, Kian. These iconic Disney sisters return to the big screen in the sequel, but honestly, Olaf steals the show.
Elsa and Anna from Frozen.
Mm-hmm. Frozen 2, that's correct. Yeah, we knew what you meant. All right, so now we're tied. Oh, I don't know about this. And so far, very peaceful. No one's broken the bell, so thank you.
Respect the bell.
Respect the bell. Your mom just called in a panic because she just accidentally posted all of your baby photos on her wall. What website is she on?
Probably Facebook.
Yeah, absolutely. Has your mom ever called you and be like, oh my God, can't I put all your baby photos up?
No, she's typically excited about it.
She's like, please look at my beautiful babe I made. All right. So normally, rats in a kitchen are a big no-no. But in this movie, you definitely want this little rat friend to come help you out.
Remy from Ratatouille.
That is correct. It's Remy. And we are tied again. Oh my gosh, this is getting real hot. Her albums include Blackout, Circus, In the Zone, and Baby One More Time. And she's considered the princess of pop. Who is she?
Britney Spears?
That is correct.
Oh, wow. I was
Britney Spears. I don't know if you could tell, but I wrote all these trivia questions. Name one NFL team.
The Miami Dolphins.
Okay, now name a better NFL team.
The Pittsburgh Steelers?
Okay, we'll take it. Oh, you both get a point for that one. That was great. Okay, swords are cool, but they're even cooler when they light up. What franchise features lightsabers?
Maybe the Star Wars franchise.
That is correct. It is a Star Wars franchise. We're 5-5. So this is the last one. Hopefully this will be tiebreaker. In arguably the greatest movie of all time, Bella finally becomes a vampire and gives birth to a half vampire, half CGI baby, and it gives it the dumbest name in cinema history. What is this franchise?
Twilight.
That is correct! I would like to say the best movie of all time. Congratulations, Ty. You are our winner today. If you want to check out your prize and open it up.
What?
Oh.
Whoa!
How about that?
What? Oh my gosh, thank you! Whoa, this is not what I thought would be happening today. I thought you meant like candy.
Happy holidays!
Or like a t-shirt or something. I did not think I would be coming home with an iPad.
Of course. But don't worry, we're not going to leave you out. Can we give Ty a present? Or Kian a present? Oh my gosh.
Thank you, thank you.
Open it up, Kian.
Oh, nice. We got the merch. We got the merch.
I
got the swag. I'm happy.
All right, and that's it for now. I'm gonna send it over to a video called Al Access, where I used to talk about Hall of Fame all the time. So check me out with cooler hair than what I have now. Roll the tape. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, welcome to Full Sail University's 8th Annual Hall of Fame Induction Ceremony. Soon, we are going to have past Hall of Famers walking right here on the red carpet, as well as our 6 new inductees. Hundreds of faculty, staff, students, and alumni filled the seats in front of our stage as we inducted 6 grads into our Hall of Fame. The ceremony was a stunning visual display, and the audience participated with LED wristbands that lit up the night and really brought the ceremony to life. Full Sail University also presented the Industry Icon Award to Al Schlesinger, esteemed entertainment attorney, and Bruce Swedeen, the Grammy Award-winning audio engineer behind many of Michael Jackson's greatest hits. On behalf of everyone here at Full Sail University, thank you for hanging out with us all week as we celebrated our 8th Annual Hall of Fame. From panels about entrepreneurship to live mix sessions of Grammy-winning songs and interactive creative challenges, we spent this week giving back to students while honoring all of our Hall of Famers, including our newest class. We are thankful to each and every Hall of Fame inductee for their involvement this week, as well as throughout the year. Not only do they do incredible things in their industry, but they also take time out of their busy schedules to come to campus and give back to the Full Sail community. And a very special shout out to all of our sponsors who helped make this spectacular week happen, including Adobe, Apple, Google, HP, Murphy Lighting Solutions, Sony, Universal Orlando, and many more. A big congratulations to the 2016 Hall of Fame class. Andrew Coleman, Albert Perez, Jack Geckler, Martin Potosny, Stephen Barris, and Stephen C. Miller. Each Hall of Fame presents an opportunity for us to be bigger and better than ever, so we can't wait to show you what we have in store for Hall of Fame 9. We'll see you next year.
Also, can James hear me?
Hey.
We can hear you.
Hi, James.
Oh my goodness, look at the lobby, so full of wonderful people, including the man joining us on stage right now.
The man himself.
It's Aaron Hamilton Cook.
Oh my goodness.
We all look so good right now. The
Yeah, we
three
do.
best dressed people at Hoff. Just kidding. Karis's outfit is out of control. She looks so good.
Her dress is amazing.
It's amazing.
I haven't seen her yet.
Oh, I saw her I saw her walking past.
Really?
And I just my heart stopped. She looked gorgeous.
She's to the nines. Yeah.
Wow.
But I
Aaron,
mean,
what are you wearing?
I'm wearing a custom suit. I went and
Custom.
found a tailor and was like, I want an emerald green suit. Figure it out. And they did.
Question, why emerald green?
Just thought I'd look good in it.
You do.
I thought it would bring out my eyes.
You thought right.
Gorgeous. Just gorgeous. So, Aaron, the moment is coming. It's 4:08.
It is.
It's almost whatever time the ceremony starts, which I believe is 6 o'clock.
I believe so.
And then your speech happens.
Yes.
Are you ready?
I'm so ready. Speech is in my pocket.
Okay.
Did a couple dry runs in the hotel room. Ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to cry.
Well, so if I do cry, it adds 2 minutes to the speech. So we'll have to see.
Wait, you're gonna have a 2-minute cry break?
Apparently.
Just like break down in the middle of the speech. We'll set a timer on the screen.
I budgeted 2 minutes for tears.
Good call. Good
Aaron,
call.
most of these people have been working like 80 hours this week. Can we just,
Yeah.
I'd like to send them home at some point.
Sure.
Just saying.
Okay. Well, I'll just stop.
I'm just saying that maybe a 30-second cry.
30-second cry.
Yeah.
Okay.
2-minute cry is a little too much,
Sure.
That's just my opinion.
I'm just thinking multiple cries
Oh, that might be good.
coming up to 2
That might be
minutes.
good.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you think we should bring up here next, Aaron?
Karis, you haven't seen her dress.
I have
and you
not
have
seen
to
so
see her
good.
dress.
Where
It's
is
very
she?
good.
Somebody
All
find Karis.
We're going to go find Karis.
Okay.
Anything you want to say to your adoring fans?
Stay classy.
Stay classy,
Stay
San
classy,
Diego.
Winter Park.
That's right. Winter Park.
Thanks, Aaron. I mean,
Thank
unless
you.
you want to hang out.
You can always come
I'll hang
back.
out.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, we're hanging out. We're hanging out. So what's been number one Hoff moment so far?
I think number one Hoff moment. So I was in a panel on AI art.
Okay.
And a student had asked me about how you include emotional intelligence in AI algorithms.
Whoa. These
Incredible
kids' questions
question.
are out
I
of
know.
this world,
I know.
right?
It took us, I think, just a brief pause. Thank goodness Nate Howe jumped in because I was like, okay, thank you. I need a moment to think about this.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that, though. Yeah, I hear that every year that every grad or inductee says, the questions get better every year. Like, what are we putting in the water here? How are these kids getting so smart?
Yeah,
I think
don't know.
technology evolves so fast that the younger generations are learning the things when they're 3 that we were learning when we were 12.
Right. Oh, yeah. I don't like my niece with an iPad is very intimidating to me. She understands it better than I do, and she's 5 years old.
Right.
So.
So by the time they come to college, they're at the level that we were when we got out of college.
Right,
you know,
right. When I
it's-
graduated from
Exactly.
a master's. I don't have a master's. Just kidding.
I do.
Yeah, you got a master's in business intelligence from here?
I
Whoa.
sure did because the pandemic happened, and I go, well, what am I going to do? I'm stuck at home. I might as well get smarter.
Yeah.
So I did. Yay.
Yay. That's a big
Yay.
deal, though. Congrats.
Thank you. It was very, very, very difficult. Every Saturday night I cried.
Yeah.
But it was worth it. But I was just like, I want to get it all done, and I want to do really well. So I studied so hard.
Oh, Tracy, she
But
did.
again, what else are you going to do when you're stuck at home?
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Learn, work on yourself, grow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Aaron, I don't know if you know I'm a big video game nerd.
You are.
I
Okay,
am.
let's
I am.
go.
So I'm curious. If you had to pick to play one type of game for the rest of your life, what would it be? Like open world RPG, first person shooter?
I'd have to say, narrative driven single player game like Dragon Age.
Yes, Dragon Age. Dragon Age Inquisition is like one of my top games. And when I heard like you were from Bio, I was like, oh, cool. Like, oh, okay. Like I get to talk to him. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to let me talk to him? But yeah, I'm a big narrative driven game. That's like my favorite. I love to immerse myself in a world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And nobody does that as well as BioWare does.
Yeah,
so.
BioWare is one of the best, if not the best.
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
You have an amazing career. We're really excited for you tonight. Good luck. We're going to go to Shay back at the Fortress with the cosplay competition. And you'll see Aaron later. Bye, everybody.
Hey everyone, we are here at the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress lobby. The cosplay contest is going on behind us. Can you guys give us a little dance or something? I'm a little afraid of you, honestly. Scared. All right, go inside, have a good time, guys. Thank you so much. I have 2 new friends, victims, 2 new friends for trivia. I'm not going to do that to you. Can you introduce yourself, your name, and your degree program?
I'm Bree, and I'm in music production.
All right, and what about you, Dominic?
I am Dominic, and I am in game design.
All right, so we got Bree, we got Dominic. We have trivia. You have to hit the bell to be called on, and then just give me your best answer. Are you ready? Okay. From Warzone to Vanguard, this popular first-person shooter game series has been worked on by many Full Sail grads. What is the name of this franchise?
Call of Duty.
It is Call of Duty. That is correct. All right. How about this one? After being bitten by a radioactive spider, Peter Parker adopts this alias and becomes a superhero. What is it?
Spider-Man.
It is Spider-Man. Bree was ready. Bree was ready. All right, we're tied right now. All right. I think it's about damn time that we talk about this year's Hall of Fame inductee, Brandon Blackwell, who has worked with this musician who's usually feeling good as hell. Who is this musician? It's about damn time. In a minute, I'm gonna need Lizzo? It is Lizzo. It is Lizzo. Good job, Bree. I had to dance that one out a little bit. I'm sorry, I didn't make that one easy enough. All right. Can you name 2 of the 6 inductees this year for Hall of Fame? Just name 2 of them. Hit the bell if you know. No, it's fine. I know there's a lot of pressure on right now. I did mention someone just a minute ago. Okay. Well, we'll go. We got Brandon, Aaron, Karis, Victor, Devin, and Jeff. But don't worry, we're gonna get another one. So we got one more. It's gonna be our tiebreaker. Hall of Fame inductee Bobby Jones has worked with this television network, which is known for its cartoons like Powerpuff Girls, Adventure Time, and Steven Universe. Who was it?
Cartoon Network.
It is Cartoon Network. All right, so you are a big winner of the day. Thank you so much. Can we get a prize for our winner? Check it out.
My God.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. But we're not going to let you leave empty-handed, Bree. Check it out.
All right. We got some more merch in here, yeah? Yeah.
That's a corksicle water bottle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. So we're going to check it outside the Fortress, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, to see what's going on and check out the latest cosplayers. Let's see how it's going.
Saw you coming in and I was like,
Hi. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. It's Riku from Kingdom Hearts. How cute.
Yeah,
we love cosplay.
This is live from the Fortress right now, the cosplay competition. Looking really good. I see those prizes on the stage. I am so jealous. Look at these guys. What is this? I don't know what this
I'm pretty sure this
character
is another Kingdom Hearts character, but I can't tell because it's dark. But it could be anyone from an RPG if we're going to be super honest.
A lot of detail in those costumes.
Yeah, our
This is my
students.
pixel art panel.
Yeah, their creativity is out of control.
Were you guys this creative when you guys were in school? I'm sure-
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a big part of it, but what I love is how they're even acting the part. You
full
know?
makeup.
Not just walking
Gorgeous.
around, but
Right.
they're acting the part of the character.
Absolutely. So we're back here in the entertainment business lobby. We have our 2 special inductees tonight. I've got Victor Herrera da Silva over here.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Tracy.
Absolutely. And of course, Karis Baker.
Yeah, this is the outfit of the night, everyone. I'm
Outfit
telling
of
everyone
the
this
night.
is the best dressed. We're doing a best dressed, like a Joan Rivers kind of thing, but we're only going to be nice. But Karis wins because this outfit
Karis
is fantastic.
Well, let's Jones Rivers it up. Victor, who are you wearing today?
Well, we're having here a fancy black suit.
Yes.
Just for the honors that we'll be experiencing later today.
Okay.
And
How did you decide on the tie that you were going to wear this evening?
oh my goodness. Well, there's a little bit of symbolism behind the tie with the whole supernatural theme behind it. So it's all about the little details and the patterns and so on and so forth. But I think we're doing good.
I think you look fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much.
What is going on over here, Best Dressed Woman of the Night?
Yes, Karis, who
Oh
are you
my
wearing?
goodness. Well, I guess it's a little bit Elvira. It's a little bit, I've got a palder, a shoulder armor, right, to represent my game students.
Yay.
And I just really wanted to go with it and have fun.
You look fantastic. You killed it.
Thank you. And
Oh
then,
my
of course, there's my shoes.
Yeah, can we get a
I've got
shoe cam
cams.
We got a shoe shot?
Are we going to pan to the shoes, guys? What's going on?
I
Get a
think the
shoe
gym
shot.
is
Get
getting
a
ready.
shoe shot.
Are those red bottoms,
Red bottoms, Karis.
Karis,
Okay.
are those red bottom shoes?
Yes.
Not playing any games. Oh, there we go. We got
Karis,
shoe
Karis.
cam now.
Shoe cam.
So I have a funny story.
Oh, yeah.
I was hanging out with Marcella Araika, and I was like, I just want to know, what kind of shoes are you wearing? And she was like, oh, Manolos. And I was like, oh, that's nice. I really want Christian Louboutins one day. And she was like, oh, you'll get them. And I was like, do you have any Christian Louboutins? She's like, honey, my studio's name is Red Bottom Studios.
I mean, that is so Marcella right
I love
there.
her so much.
That
This
is
is
one
for
of
you,
my
Marcella.
goals. One day. Do you have red bottom shoes, Victor?
No.
What color are the bottom of your shoes today?
Probably just black.
Black. Sometimes you just got to go with the classic black. Absolutely.
All around.
Absolutely.
So Victor, what about your speech? Are you ready?
I think I am. Now, when I'm up there, I'm not sure how things are going to go. But
Okay.
you know, we'll try. I'm just so excited. It's just such a great, amazing moment that I'm just so proud to be able to share with all my fellow inductees. And I'm just really looking forward to it.
Exciting. Karis?
Is my speech ready? So I was practicing in the car. I asked our driver if he would allow me to practice in the car and do a little timer stopwatch. And I might have made it cry. I don't know.
If the
'Cause I haven't
driver
been,
was crying.
I haven't been able to get through it without crying.
Okay.
And I heard that there's like a pool going.
There is a pool going.
Who's gonna cry first?
You're not the first vote, though.
Aaron Hamilton Cook is going to cry first.
No, they're
Think
saying,
so?
didn't they
Oh.
say that I'm Jeff? Jeff's like,
Jeff
we're
Villanueva,
betting on Jeff.
yeah.
I'm betting Jeff will cry the most.
Yeah, so I guess the bets are off.
Yeah, I think we know where everyone's going to cry. It's just who will cry the hardest.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I wonder if they start a stopwatch right when you start your speech, and then it's
How long until that's what we should do? Okay,
they won't
who's-
tell me the rules. I can't game it.
Who's in the control? Yeah, we have to gamify this. Someone in the control room. We need a timer during the live ceremony.
It's going to be
the cry,
Hall
the
of Fame
cry
inductee
timer.
Speech Olympics.
Do you know who has the longest Hall of Fame speech so far?
Oh, I think actually I do. Is it Demo?
Demo
It
is a
is
good
Demo.
guess.
All
Okay.
right, all right.
That tracks.
Do I
That
win
tracks.
anything?
You win a hug from me. And I would, there's an alien balloon animal if you want it.
Oh my God, look at that. It's waiting for me
You
there.
know what? I got some food for you back here.
Yeah,
That's where I'm
just for
going
that
with
one.
Me and Tracy spent a whole day making all this food.
Yeah, we
we
were.
weren't just hosting this show.
Nope, we were making food. So that is what you win, and you win that as well for Best Dressed tonight.
Yes.
Amazing.
But all right, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. We're
Thank
gonna
you
throw
so
it
much.
to a video. All access recap.
Here it is.
Recap.
It's a video.
Let's recap. Go.
Between February 10th through 16th, our campus in Winter Park, Florida completely transformed for Full Sail University's 9th annual Hall of Fame celebration. The Full Sail Live venue hosted a series of events beginning with tryouts for our official esports team Armada, followed by a career expo on Monday and a technology expo on Tuesday. We sectioned off an area of our parking lot for the return of our interactive creative challenges. Students had the opportunity to get their face painted, battle it out in Mario Kart RC, jam out at the silent disco, contribute to the expansive art mural, and catch live musical performances. This week was about honoring graduates while also giving back to students, and several graduates and industry experts came to campus to host educational panels, hands-on workshops, and portfolio reviews for current students. One of the highlights of the week included speaking with Hall of Famer and Oscar winner Gary Rizzo. You just got done playing a game where you had to guess sounds from the movies that you've worked on. How do you think you fared?
I think I did pretty well. I missed one, only because I believe that it used a moment with a little device that we use in a variety of mixes, and there's a little technique that we use that was replicated there, and I actually guess it was one film versus another. But the students did exceptionally well. They were able to pick out some nuances and details that I was really impressed by.
We also caught up with sportscaster Dan Patrick, who recently collaborated with Full Sail to develop the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting.
We're meeting with the students, Q&A, just let them, if they have questions, we're going to simulate doing some highlights, being a sportscaster. It's exciting, and the people who signed up took a chance. We're going to make them great and hopefully get them ready for this crazy business we call sportscasting.
The entire week culminated on Thursday with the induction ceremony, where 6 graduates were inducted into our Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Bob Cohen, Brett Novak, Fernando Delgado, Grant Schonkweiler, Sheena Fowler, and Tremaine Williams.
Again, thank you so much for joining us all week long as we covered everything going on at Full Sail University's Hall of Fame 9 celebrations. But don't forget, we're doing this again next year, and it's going to be big with Hall of Fame 10, so we'll see you there.
We're back, and we're still so shiny. If you've caught our broadcast at any point this week, you might have heard us talk about some ways you can enter our giveaway, right?
Oh, yeah, something about a QR code.
Yeah, I think they were scanning things on screens with their smartphones.
Hashtag something something.
Well, it's time to announce some of our online giveaway winners.
Oh, well, this is exciting. Yes, if you joined us, we have some winners.
Brianna W.
Congratulations,
Brianna. You won.
I don't know what you won, but they'll tell you.
We're going to send you stuff. Can't wait.
Also, we have Chuck P.
Chuck P. Chuck is
like
a cool name.
Is that like friends with Chuck D?
Oh, maybe they're related? I don't think relation works that way.
No, I don't
First
think
name
so.
is the same, last name is totally different.
Right. Who's next?
Johnny T.
What, Johnny T? Congratulations.
Congratulations, Johnny.
We also have winning Janik E.
Janik.
I like that we don't know their last names.
No, have no idea what your last name is.
I'm just going to make them up. No. Janik Essential.
And last but not least, Misty S. Congratulations.
How fun. Thank you, everybody who submitted and played our game, but congratulations to all of your winners. Keep an eye on your inbox. Our social team will be reaching out to you guys now with how you're going to receive your prizes. And stay tuned. We'll be reading a few more winners in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and don't go anywhere at all, even if you're not just waiting to hear if you're a winner, because the induction ceremony is happening in
Very soon.
Like an hour and a half?
Something like that. But yeah, we're going to go back to your bestie.
My best friend in the whole world, Shay Zilla?
In the whole wide world. Let's go back to Shay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shay. I'm on the Full Sail University backlot, and I want friends. And I want to give my friends prizes. So what we're going to do is play rock, paper, scissors, just like we learned with Margaret the other day. So I'm going to start with you. Whoever wins, we're going to join their army, join them, and then we're going to keep going and see who is going to be the final winner. Are you ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh my God, I'm such a huge fan! Oh my God, I love you so much! Oh my God, go again! Go to the next person! You win! Oh my God! Ah! I love you! You need to dominate! Oh, we love you so much! Be the king! Oh my God, I will follow you to the ends of the earth! Oh, yes! Yes! Queen with the red hair! Yes! You are the superior!
W!
You have to be Diva! Okay, Diva!
This for me? Yo! Can I show the camera?
Yeah,
You got some really nice headphones. Oh my, and what else? You got some really nice headphones. I've been looking for these actually, genuinely. And then what is this down here? Is this a microphone? Oh my God, wait, I actually really need these. Oh, let's go. I got my own mic.
Nice, perfect. And everyone, what else? What did you get?
What did you get?
I got a cool supernatural book over here, if I can get it out without dropping it. I got some a nice cool hat.
Slay!
I got gum. Thank you. I actually like that a lot. And I got some pins. Add to my pin collection. Thank you.
All right, yeah, I hope you guys have fun today. Now we're going to take a live look inside the fortress of Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress to check out the cosplay contest. Let's go!
Ooh, more cosplayers up there. I see some. Yeah, I feel like the prizes are like dwindling.
Dwindling because
So
all
we've
these
had-
cosplays are so good.
Yep, so we've obviously have had some winners in there. I cannot wait to see playback of this later.
I know. I'm ready
Yeah.
to get inspired to start
Look-
cosplaying myself.
Also, look at how packed the fortress is right now. Like Hall of
Fills
Fame.
my heart with joy.
It's really for our students, for them to get inspired, to have fun. I want to see someone else on stage. Oh, someone's running up there.
And they can all hang out in there later and watch the ceremony, right?
They sure
it'll be
can.
broadcast right there in the fortress. How
They
awesome.
sure can. They
Oh,
can
so
also-
cute.
Oh my.
I don't know what these characters are, but everyone's so cute.
Apparently that's our third. Oh my goodness. That's our third place winner. Jeff's here with us. Jeff, we're watching the cosplay contest live.
cool.
How cool is it? Do you cosplay, Jeff?
You know, I haven't tried it yet, but I'm pretty open to anything.
If you were going to cosplay, who would you want to dress up as? You have like a favorite TV character right now or movie character?
You know, I'm a classic kind of guy. I think I would have to go something like Mario.
Oh, okay.
Mario's the hot thing right
Yeah,
now.
We've been
Mario's
talking
pretty
about
cool.
Mario.
We've seen a lot of Mario cosplays
This
today.
person just won second place, so I think we're going to bring first place up very shortly.
Ooh.
And then we'll come back here to us with our buddy Jeff. But Jeff, let's see. Maybe it's a Mario that's going to win first place. You
Mario
never
wins
know.
first place.
I don't know. Like, I've been around campus today, and I actually saw some really cool. Like, did the girl come out? She was like on stilts.
On stilts. She was insane.
She had the long nails, right?
I was blown away by that one.
What is this, Jess? You're better at pop culture.
Not super sure because it feels.
Is this first place? I'm not sure.
I don't know, but she had the strut when she came on stage.
She's like, I own this.
Yeah.
You know who else owns the stage? Jeff.
Oh,
Villanueva.
Stop it.
Villanueva. Can we say it that way? We're not
There's no
allowed.
stopping. Jeff, who are you wearing today? You look quite snazzy.
Okay, Hugo Boss suit.
Hugo Boss. He knew the designer. Give it up.
And you got to get the shoes.
Get the shoes.
Oh,
get
we
the
got
shoes. Where's shoe cam?
Jib cam is no shoe
We should
cam.
have this. It should be
Come
a
on.
science by
All right,
now, you
so-
guys.
Tell us about the shoes.
So, all right, we all know at Full Sail it's all about the sneakers, right? But
That's
we
right.
do get cleaned up. Gucci.
Oh my! I didn't know Jeff was so bougie.
We put on Gucci when we're fancy,
Hey, this
okay?
happens one time. I was like, I'm not gonna lie, I might have spent a little bit too much money,
Yeah.
but I had to represent.
I mean, this is coming from the guy who has 4 Grammys. He's like, oh,
4
this
Grammys.
just happens once in a
I
while.
shouldn't get Gucci shoes. Yes, you should, and I'm glad you did.
Jeff, tell us about your Grammys. What are your Grammys for?
So 3 of the Grammys I actually got early on in my career with Rodney Darkchild Jerkins.
Okay.
And this is gonna sound crazy.
Okay.
Okay, so my first one was with Destiny's Child.
Ladies, leave your men.
Writings
at home.
on the Wall, Destiny's Child? Like,
No,
okay.
no. So for
Survivor, Destiny's Child?
Destiny's Fulfilled album. So it was
Okay.
it was Lose My Breath and Cater to You.
I'm geeking out right now. Okay.
My second one was Mariah Carey off the Emancipation of Mimi album.
Oh, that's such a good album.
That was the best album. That was the best album. Third one was Mary J. Blige.
From Yonkers, New York. That's where I'm from. Shout out to Yonkers. Shout out to Mary J. Blige.
And you know, I was hoping to get a guy in there at some point, right? So I got Usher versus Usher Raymond album.
Are you serious?
You know your daddy's home.
That's
you
a
know?
great song. These are all great albums that I listen to all the
You
time.
gotta put some auto tune on me though when you guys sing. When I sing.
Oh, okay.
Can you make that happen?
Put some attitude on you? Is that what you asked me?
Some auto tune.
Oh, auto-tune.
Yeah.
Do we have auto-tune?
No, that's what you
Rocco,
do.
Make
You
it
don't
happen.
know how to do that. That's what you got. You know how to do.
So let me ask you, ladies, how are you all feeling tonight?
I feel great.
I feel great. Do you see how shiny we look?
You should feel. Oh wait. Let me-
What? My feet hurt. This
There you
dress is this dress is from Amazon. Yes, it is.
And then we've got the lovely. We can go this way.
Jess's dress is from Zara.
Yeah.
It's Tracy Woo's.
It's my dress from Zara. And I don't know where these shoes are from, but they hurt.
These
But
are Jeffrey
they look
Campbell.
good.
Jeffrey Campbell
Yeah.
makes my favorite shoes.
Someday. Wow, my feet are really pale.
So
Anyway.
do I have a? You think I have a career in hosting?
I think you're doing well.
Yeah, I think you should leave your current job at Tie-Fi and just come work here and do this with us.
I think, Jeff, we should switch. You host, and I'll go do some moving of the thingies.
Well-
What are those thingies? Faders.
I'll tell you right now. I
Yes.
would do hosting right now because I have to give a speech.
Oh, true.
This is good prep.
This is good prep.
And Well, it's good prep right now. I don't have like the whole world out there, plus 500 people, 600 people. I'm so like, I've been rehearsing. This moment means so much to me. See, like it's gonna come. It's gonna come. and
Okay,
I'm not
so
gonna
new
let it
bet.
happen.
Jeff cries first.
All right.
We have bets that you're gonna cry the
All
most.
right. Since you two are my homegirls, I'm gonna give you the inside secret, okay?
Okay.
Bet on the first minute.
First minute, okay.
And I want 50%.
Somebody put that on the board in the pool. 1 minute one. Jeff is crying. Jess has 50 on that. We don't bet. We're at a university. What are you, silly?
Jeff, you're going to do amazing out there. We're so proud. And as somebody who's been on camera for over 20 years, one piece of advice I will give you about being up there. Don't look at the whole crowd. Just pretend you're talking to one person.
Okay.
And it makes it a lot easier. In my opinion, that's what I do.
So, I love my Hall of Famers. And they've been giving me some advice, but I've been also like, are they setting me up? So I'll definitely take that advice from you, because I know you're phenomenal, Tracy, and you are as well, and the whole Platinum team.
Shout out Platinum Creative.
Well, we're going to give you the test. We're going to throw to Shay. Would you like to take the honors,
Go
sir?
ahead, throw to Shay over
Throw to Shay.
in the back lot.
Okay. Shay, what's up? We're here live at Full Sail University. I almost forgot where we're at.
There you go.
Shay, take it away.
Things are currently changing and transforming. It's about to get unreal because this is where our students are going to be hanging out for the viewing, and we have our stage line right over here. This is where they're going to be watching the Hall of Fame ceremony, and then as soon as the ceremony is over, the block party is starting, and we have pizza, prizes, and all kinds of dance music ready to go. But before we get into that, I think we have one more game. Come over, friend. What's your name? What's your degree program?
My name is Prince, and I'm a recording art student.
Well, hello. We are going to play a game called Win Big or Win Mid. I have here 3 boxes of varying levels of prizes. One is a very big prize, one's a prize, and one's a prize.
Do I get the light?
Yeah, feel them out. Go ahead.
Okay.
Tell me how you feeling. Hold each one.
One at a time?
Yeah. What's the energy? What are you feeling?
Hollow. It's not speaking to me. You know, I'm going to get this one out of here.
Yeah. How's the energy? Let's trade. Try this one. See if this one matches your chi. Does it match
Ooh, okay. You know what? I feel like this would be the go-to.
That would be the go-to?
Like, let's go for the bigger box, so I'm going to move that one to the side. Let's just take a chance on the middle, you know what I'm saying?
Take a chance on me. Okay.
Do we open it now?
Go it.
It's a paper.
It's a paper. What's in the paper?
Big prize.
Big prize! Big prize! What is your big prize?
I'm about to find out. Oh, snap, what is that?
It's a
Oh, it's like the ocular thing for the eyes. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Can I open it? No, right here?
Yeah, of course. You can do whatever you want. We are going to be giving away more prizes at the student blog party. So you gotta be like my friend. You gotta come and hang out all night long with us.
Oh, it got tape on.
It's got tape. We're gonna need some scissors first. We're gonna get to the scissors, but for now, why don't we check out what happened in Hall of Fame 10? Let's take a look.
10 years, 60 inductees, over 100 special guests, countless memories, and endless impact. This is Full Sail University's 10th Annual Hall of Fame. Truly the highlight of our year, this week represents the best of Full Sail, honoring our graduates' accomplishments while also focusing our energy on giving back to those who deserve it most, the students. What are you hoping to give back to students this week?
So I think the students, one thing I'd like for them to understand is that we were all in that position. We were all students once. We all had the same concerns, all had the same fears that they had, and just kind of set their minds at ease and really help them feel comfortable about what they're getting themselves into, and really just go out there and be the best they can.
I hope they take away perspective. I hope they get some great advice from all the Hall of Famers. Hope they get some networking, get a lot of contacts. There's more people here than I've ever seen before, so it's pretty incredible.
I did one with Charity Lomax and Tyke Santos and Leon, and we talked about touring and the touring life, and kind of what to expect and kind of what they've experienced in their years. I think combined we had probably about 80 plus years of touring experience combined. So I think it was well worth it.
How does it feel being back on campus for Hall of Fame?
This is crazy because this is my first time being back for Hall of Fame. I've never been to a Hall of Fame before, but there's no way to describe the feeling I get every time I do come back. It's one of those, anytime I talk to people about it, there's just no way for them to truly understand it unless they've been here and experienced it. It is truly a family environment like I've never seen before.
I always get inspired when I come back to Full Sail. I get like re-energized, seeing all this life and movement around here. Like this whole area just bubbles with creativity and inspiration for me. I honestly learn a lot by just talking to students and talking to other graduates and getting information from them, learning from them, hearing their stories and trying to adapt those into my current story.
You get to meet like amazing alumni every time you come back here and like even more amazing students. And it's like an amusement park for like adults or something, you know, like, or like professionals. You're like, I want to do this thing and it's really fun.
Just as Margaret said, this amusement park for professionals took over every inch of our campus. Creative experiences could be found in our classrooms, sound stages, and the entire length of our backlot. Industry experts visited our campus to provide career insight, including music producer Timbaland. The final event was the highly anticipated induction ceremony, where we welcomed 6 graduates into our Hall of Fame. Our week concluded in true Full Sail style. Fireworks, lasers, and a trip down memory lane. A restored version of the Dream Machine, Full Sail's original mobile recording studio and teaching lab.
Thank you to everyone who made Hall of Fame 10 our best year yet. Looks like we're gonna have to take it up a notch for next year. So make sure you like, subscribe, and hit that bell below to be notified when our next video is ready. We'll see you there.
Back again in the lobby, in the EV lobby. And who are we with now, Tracy?
This is Cully Bunker from Hall of Fame 3. I have to look up here. I'm like, Hall of Fame 3.
Okay, 3.
How's it going, Cully?
Fantastic. How about you, Tracy? Having a good Hoff?
I have, actually. Are we just calling it Hoff?
I think we're calling it a Happy Hoff now.
It's Happy
become
Hoff.
a
Happy
holiday-
Hoff. I like
week.
that. I say it is like Christmas, but a little better, right?
I don't know
That's
when it
how
started,
I feel.
but every time I come, like, Happy Hoff, Happy Hoff.
Oh, I haven't. That's the first
You
time I've
haven't
said that
heard?
all week. No, I don't get out much. How's your week been, Cully? You've come back pretty much every year, I believe, since your induction, correct?
How many is that? Yeah.
It's 13, so minus...
So math.
Is math.
10?
Recording
Math.
arts, it's up
10.
here.
11.
Okay, 11.
Allegedly. recording
Allegedly.
arts.
How has this year been compared to other years?
This year, I mean, the graphic design always is just so impressive. Platinum. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, every
Just
year
wow.
I'm just so impressed with the new designs, the color scheme.
Yes.
The swag.
What's
I
your
love the
favorite piece of swag?
I don't have one.
You don't have one? Mine's
Always
the water
hat.
bottle.
I've got a collection of hats. Oh, the control room is saying, put this in my mouth.
I'm saying it.
Oh, sorry.
It always fascinates me when people who know audio are like,
This is no. I've been keeping it here. This is where I keep my singing mic. right
okay,
here.
but you're not projecting as much when
I'm-
you're talking.
That's
so.
true. That is true.
So, hat, favorite piece of swag?
Yeah, always. You know.
Always the hat.
Okay.
Do you have every hat?
I got 11 of them.
He has 11. He wasn't
Oh.
here for 1 and 2.
Okay.
What about favorite food truck?
Pizza, of course. Classic.
Pizza.
Okay.
Good to go.
Favorite, what else is there to be favorited?
Favorite thing in the creative experience?
Oh,
did
good one.
you do anything? Did you get a caricature, paint by numbers, or anything like that?
I have been too busy to get back there very much, so just
Too busy
trying to
doing
talk to
panels and networking
talking
and
to the
connecting with
kids.
students.
Favorite
yeah.
Trying to
panel.
avoid the metaverse, and it keeps trying to find me. It's
You can't avoid the metaverse. Favorite panel you were on?
oh, goodness. Well, I like me some Tim Naylor, so
We
were in
like
this
us some Tim Naylor, too.
Tim Naylor and I were in a Digital Humans conference or panel, and I really liked speaking about that because it's kind of a new passion. Tim's one of the foremost experts in the world, and I'm
What is a digital? Is that like the Michael Jackson?
like the Michael Jackson or Tupac or
Yeah, yeah.
bringing
Didn't they
people
do that at
back
Coachella?
from neither and putting them back to work.
That's kind of weird, but cool. Technology's cool. I just find it a little strange.
I'm really scared of robots, so.
Cully, we've been
They can't
doing.
touch you yet.
Not
Cully,
yet, exactly, Cully. Not
We've been
yet.
doing shoe cam a lot.
Oh, shoe cam?
Can we check out
yeah.
your
Can
shoes
we get
today?
Cully's kicks? Look at you. Oh, yeah.
I got white socks on, though.
That's okay. Those are
Should have put
fresh.
black, but, you know.
Did your
The
wife not
sneaker
pack them for you
game-
this time again?
No. They were there. I was just too lazy to get them.
So, Kali, you are wearing a tux and sneakers.
Yes.
Tell me about this look. I'm really liking it.
This is the first year this has happened. It actually comes down to space in my suitcase. So the dress shoes are left at home.
Oh.
And I had to up the amount of sneakers to compete with Leslie and Tremaine.
Brandon,
Oh, my
you
God.
hang out?
Okay, I think.
Brandon and Ariel
Oh,
Blackwell looking fantastic.
Kali, we're going to give them the spotlight
What
now.
Of course. I mean, how
If you
can
hand
not?
this to Ariel.
Look at these people. You are amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We'll give it to Ariel. Okay. Holy cow, people. What is going on here?
Looking incredible. Yeah, please tell us, who are you wearing? Do we know?
Saint Laurent.
Yeah. Oh, that's my favorite.
But I think I forgot the dress.
I'm wearing grayscale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Green.
I forgot.
Well, you both look incredible. Did you and Aaron Hamilton Cook coordinate with the green suits?
You know, it's funny, we didn't, but when we both, we talked about it yesterday. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? And he said green. I said, oh, there's no way we're both wearing green together. So amazing that we're
It's
we're 20.
unreal that happened.
Right. It's so crazy.
I will say smart move, though, because on stage with the purple, like, this is going to pop.
look
You guys are going to
good.
look so good when you're doing the speeches. So I don't know if you know, we've been taking kind of like bets on who's going to cry the quickest in their speech. How many minutes in until you start crying?
Well, I'm sorry to say you guys are going minutes. I'm going seconds.
Oh, okay.
It's on.
Yeah, I don't know if the camera will be on me during the pre-roll video of
But you'll
I'll
already be crying
then.
before you get on the stage.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Exactly.
Ariel, will you be crying as well as all this stuff is happening? to your husband?
Absolutely. Like, I'm going to ball. So.
I have to say, I know we're here to celebrate Brandon and his incredible success, but I have heard nothing but fantastic things about Ariel and what a supportive and creative and a great partner she is. So can we just like clap it up? Not only is she gorgeous, but she's brilliant. Yes.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, and you guys were here yesterday giving out copies and signing copies of your
Yep.
children's book. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. Gary came to us and said, hey, I want to get a few copies, purchase some copies for the campus, for the students to hand out, and let's do a book signing. We did our book signing. It turned out amazing. We even met a few authors along the way who are writing children's books as well. So it made us so proud of them, and to see their own journey as well.
Yeah, and it was very nice to give them some real world perspective about the journey of creating a book. The process wasn't easy.
Yeah.
But it was nice to tell them our struggles and our successes, and it just makes it real for them. So
Yeah, I love that it was like kind of like so many of us had pandemic pivots and what can we do and how can we continue to enrich these communities, and I just think that this is such a thoughtful piece of art, and I'm just thrilled that you guys brought it here to campus and shared it with our students. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Very welcome.
What's been your favorite part of Hall of Fame so far?
always being back here is just giving back to the kids. I'm sorry, students. I know they're not kids.
I always
but-
say kids, and some of them are older than me. So
Same. I feel
yeah.
so bad. I'm like, okay, students. That's what I kept telling myself all week. Students.
So they're just like, we had did a live lab over in Live One with the show production students who are usually
Yes.
behind the scenes during Hall of
they
Fame.
work all week. They don't get to go to panels and do stuff.
Exactly. So like we got one-on-one time, and I was at the front of house console with my show file from my current client, and literally a student is just standing next to me like a sponge, just soaking up everything and asking. He said on Instagram that he asked 1,000 questions and he got answers for all of them. So it warms my heart to give them time, and energy.
Yeah, and people think that we're only inducting people because they have these crazy accolades, but it also has a lot to do with your commitment to our student success and giving back. So, obviously you're doing that still, and I'm sure you'll continue to come back
Absolutely.
for future Hall of Fames. Are you feeling nervous at all about tonight, or you feel good?
I'll be honest, a little bit nervous, as a behind-the-scenes worker.
Yeah.
Being on the other side of the production is a little, nerve-wracking.
Right.
I'm very introverted, but I just hope that my speech is, received very well by the students, and again, sharing my perspective and experiences with them that'll make their journey in this career or in their career, in their life, make it easier, at least resist it. So I just hope that speech comes across very well, and
Yeah, well, I'm sure that it will. Is there any relevance to this pin here? Does it have a special meaning for you?
I mean, my stylist picked it out. We saw it together, and it's obviously a honeybee, so Brandon B. That's what they call me. So.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, that's
little
awesome.
good luck charm,
Absolutely.
huh? Love that.
We are so excited for you. We're really proud of you. Thank you so much for everything you've done for this Full Sail community. And we will celebrate your success with you, but more importantly, thank you for sharing your knowledge with our student body. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
And thank you for supporting him.
Absolutely. You don't need to thank me for that.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure behind every great man is an even greater woman.
To the side, to the side, to the side, to the side. Amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we're going to throw it to a video right now from Hall of Fame from 2010, I believe. Ooh.
Let me tell you just a little bit about what it takes to be eligible to become a Hall of Fame inductee or a Hall of Fame member. Full Sail graduates must have been out in the field for 10 years or more. While out there, they must have achieved and accomplished noteworthy and significant things in their industry of choice, meaning whether it's film or recording or gaming, they must have gone on to do stellar things in their career lives. And the third and probably most significant part of the criteria for eligibility is that the Full Sail graduate must have given back to those coming behind her or him. In other words, to the generations of Full Sail coming out and entering the field, whether it's coming back to do guest lectures, taking that phone call for somebody hoping and praying for their first job in the industry, regardless of what it is, these people must have given back to others from the heart in some fantastic way.
Nothing's more gratifying than to be recognized by your peers for something that I truly love to do. And I enjoy the chaos, I enjoy the challenge of it all, and to make sense of it all.
I've really been lucky at being able to live my dreams out on a daily basis. If you put your mind to it, you work hard, never give up and follow your dreams, you can do anything you want in life.
Don't ever give up. You're gonna fail. You're gonna get rejected. Just don't quit. Just keep going. That's the greatest advice I could give to any of you.
To be standing here today with awesome friends, awesome family, this is a way to prove it works.
And anyone who thinks that Hollywood is against you is crazy town bananas. All you have to do is throw a stick and you will hit a mentor. Hopefully nowhere that will make them want to not help you later.
We know that there's a lot of great people out there in the world who help us stretch out and advance ourselves and give opportunities and challenges and compassion. And we are eternally grateful to those people. Thank you very, very much.
And I'm proud to tell you that all 6 of our inductees, every one to the person, is a great example to me of how life should be lived and how the respect and appreciation for others, regardless of title or position in life, is tantamount to this world we live in.
I love you, Leslie, with all my heart, and I'm about to cry. And I'm really happy for you, because as kids, we always wanted this.
I think the thing that sort of sums up Steve for me is that if you ask Steve to do something, that just means it's done. It fell out of my head and onto his desk, and it's done. And that was very, very lovely to work with.
Because to know Troy is to know how humble he is, given the size and talent of the gift that he has. Troy is an amazing, amazing person.
I secretly believe that Mark has a superpower. On the mixed stage, it is my observation that he possesses the innate ability to hear what the director and I are thinking before we utter a word.
I just want to say congratulations. I love working with you. I look forward to the next picture with you, and congratulations, Mark.
I looked around at the people in my life and I think, who has that drive, who has that talent, and who has that strength of character, that integrity that will really take that individual all the way. And Chris is that person.
Today is a very special day for Tyke, and he deserves this so much. And I'd just like to say that he's really part of my family, has been for many years. And I'm so thrilled that people are seeing, you guys out there are seeing how important he is to this industry.
We're back here in the fishbowl with our friend Phil Palin. How are you, Phil?
I'm excellent. This is a fun moment. I'm looking at this room and people are nervous. Those getting inducted, people are
There's
stressed.
creepy things happening.
Okay.
I think they're fixing your fit there.
I don't want to
Phil.
know what they're doing. I'm just gonna pretend they're not back there.
Can you really pretend that they're not back there?
No, because the more you pretend they're not there, the more they're going to make it known that they are there.
Absolutely. So, Phil, I know you've been on E! Entertainment Television, so I kind of want you to take over the stage.
I mean, this is an impressive stage. I think this is more impressive than what the stages look like at some of the big networks and such.
Do you
Wholesale always does it big.
Do you see how not distracted he is by things happening behind
I'm
us?
trying to be a professional. I learned from you, Tracy Wu, not from these two weirdos.
It was in this building when Phil was still a student, and he said to me, teach me how to be on camera, and now he superseded me by like 8,000%.
That's not true.
Come on up.
You're still my leader.
Oh, we're
we
moving
sat
up.
awkwardly
We're
on a
shifting.
park bench together,
did.
and I was
People are
like,
waving
Tracy,
at me.
teach me your ways.
And I said, go get famous, Phil.
Yeah, I tried.
And then
Help
he did
my
it.
social media.
Yeah.
Famous Phil.
Famous Phil. That's his
That was
gamer
Grant,
tag.
everybody. Leslie, here, take over.
Oh.
Oh, hi, hey, how's everybody doing today?
That was a risky move right there.
So, Grant, how's Hall of Fame for you?
It's been good. It's good. I had 3 breakfasts. So it was a good
Like
multiple
in a
breakfasts.
row?
No, just across 3 days. 3
Oh,
breakfasts.
okay.
Wow. Phil, what country do you live in now?
America.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
What
Grant?
state?
America.
What country do you live in?
America.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just making sure. We travel a lot.
For our online viewers, can you explain who everybody is here and introduce yourself?
All right. So, I am Leslie Brathwaite.
You certainly
graduated in 1992. I mix records, and I live in Atlanta. And this is Phil Palin. He's like, I don't even know what to call you. Branding guru.
You call me whatever you want, baby. That sounds great.
You know, internet present guru. I don't even know what to call you.
That's the new title. You just wrote it.
I just wrote it, Internet Presence Guru. That's what you
I like it.
And then we have Grant Schonkweiler. Not only is he a Hall of Famer
and a
brilliant game design developer and all that good stuff,
Stop
he's also a brand new father.
Yes.
Oh, congratulations.
That's the most important thing.
That is
Yeah,
the most
that's
important
absolutely.
thing.
I have to say that, though. You can't
It's
not.
the
If you
law.
don't say that, you get in trouble. 18 years from now, he'll be mad.
Oh, he's also a husband. I don't want to get in trouble with his wife, so
Yeah.
he's that too.
Thank you. I'm stealing this back.
Yeah, we're going now.
But
we're leaving.
It
We're
was
leaving.
nice. It was nice to
We're
see you
leaving.
guys. I'm gonna go back to Phil just
How many
for 1
times did
second.
Grant crash the stage in 1 week is what I want to know.
I knew it was bound to happen at some point.
mean,
We got through it. We survived.
They're like, oh, Phil, he's the young one. Let's treat him like the baby child.
They do it. It was him and Tremaine last year. I was doing my segment with you, and they
Yeah.
did the same thing. It's
Well,
this repeated.
They're bullies. They're big bullies.
Bullies. They need attention, those ones. But Phil, honestly, you've made a brand of yourself. You are living the dream, in my opinion. You are living everywhere. You just bounce from country to country because you can do your job remotely. And I know you do that because you love to travel. Any advice for someone who just wants to travel and make a living?
Yeah, I have lots of advice. I remember graduating Full Sail and thinking entertainment business, bachelor's or master's. This is kind of like, it feels like one of the less exciting degree programs. I don't have the backlot or sets or video games, but honestly, I realize now in retrospect how awesome it was to be able to work remotely with a laptop and a brain. And then a suitcase was also important in my grand scheme of things. So my advice now is that people thought I was weird for a lot of years before COVID, before the pandemic hit. Like, how does he do that? No one thinks I'm weird. Now everyone's like, I do that too. And I think now it's easier than ever before for people to build a lifestyle doing what they love to do, sometimes on the road.
I love it. Well, Phil, since you have all the expertise, we have Shay and Devin Renee out there. Can you throw it to Devin and Shay, please?
Devin and Shay, we're going to you, baby.
Hey everyone, my name is Shay, and I am here with our newest inductee, going to be inducted tonight, Devin. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so good tonight. This whole week has been amazing. Yes, best week of my life. Yeah. Just that we're really a family here at Full Sail. The students are doing great work. The faculty is doing great work. Everybody's so committed. They're so dedicated. I love the energy here so much every time I come back.
Oh, we're going to share. We're going to share. This one? Okay.
My sister actually just got into town this morning and she surprised me. So I'm already crying. Waterworks to come for sure tonight.
Waterproof basket.
I do. I know I'm going to need some tissues later. Yes.
And tonight is your night. How does it feel like knowing that everyone is here to honor you?
It's surreal. It's one of the most surreal moments of my life. You know, today I was asked what was the highlight of my career by the students. And it's not working with some of the top, entertainment professionals in the industry. It has truly been here this week, being here with all of you. It's been one of the best experiences of my entire life and truly the highlight of my career.
Now, I need to know, and I need this cameraman to pan your dress. Can you give us a twirl? Because all of this dress right now, tell us the details. Who is this? What are you wearing?
Oh my God, this is Worth the Runway. I love it. Yes.
Work the one way. We love it because you can rent it and then send it back when you're done.
And then you send it back when you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Every fabulous red carpet occasion, done.
Absolutely. What other red carpets do you like to go to?
In Hollywood, I'm always going to premieres.
Yeah?
I'm always going to parties. I'm always supporting other writers.
I
So
love
every
that.
opportunity that I get, I'm always at a film festival. Always in the streets of LA, is like I like to say. Yeah.
So what's the key to a red carpet? How do you pose? Like, what's the best way to strike a pose?
Confidence, baby.
Confidence.
You gotta strike that pose with confidence.
Ooh, from the inside.
Yes, you gotta fake it till you make it, honey.
Oh, I think you've made it.
Yeah.
We're inducting you tonight. You definitely made it.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Devin, for speaking with us. We're gonna mill around a little bit more. Go get you some meatballs, and there's a whole tray of mashed potatoes over there.
I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna see you later, okay?
Yes, of course. All right, thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. Bye-bye.
You guys been having fun. I've been watching the Megatron.
Marcella, she just said, I've been watching on the Megatron. You're now on the Megatron.
Wow, well, listen, I am now on the Megatron, and here I am in the flesh.
Marcella Arica,
Yes.
4th Annual Hall of Fame. I keep peeking because I don't remember what year.
I am the 4th Annual Hall of Fame.
4th Annual Hoff. Marcella, you always look fantastic.
Thank you.
Who are you wearing today?
Well, today I am actually wearing, it's a two-piece, so my bodysuit is Skims.
Okay.
And the
Kardashian.
this is not leather, but pleather.
Nice,
and
thank
it's just
you.
from a little boutique in Miami.
Okay.
And my shoes are Prada.
Very nice.
Classic vintage Prada. Yes,
Not just
darling.
Prada, vintage Prada.
Vintage Prada.
So I don't know if you know this, but Karis, inductee from this year, looks fantastic.
I haven't seen her yet.
Oh, and she actually said, I'm channeling Marcella.
my
And
girl.
apparently years ago, she said something how she wanted to buy Louboutins, and you said you will get there.
Oh,
and now
yes.
What's she wearing tonight?
Louboutin.
Yes.
No. Yes, girl. I can't wait to see her. Listen, I'm sure she looks fabulous.
Uh-oh.
She is a beautiful girl.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
What do we have behind
They're
here?
trying to crash. They're trying to crash.
That was Sebastian Chris trying to crash the party, but he did not commit. He did not commit. Marcella, what are you doing these days?
These days, I am working full-time and busier than ever, doing a lot of stuff in Atmos. So
Nice.
I'm entered that world and having a lot of fun and being a mom. I mean, literally, I am a 50-50 woman doing it all, trying to do it all. Yes.
How old is your son now?
My son is now 9 years old.
Oh, my
And he
goodness.
is a inspiring future NBA baller. So I am constantly busy
That's
with
awesome.
work and being at tournaments on the weekends. It's a lot of fun.
Uh-oh, what's going on here?
And we have been crashed.
We've got
We decided.
we've got Tom Boyd, who you met earlier. We also have Sebastian Chris.
Eba.
There's so many Hall of Fame. Oh, we're going up so we don't die.
We're moving up. We're
Come
moving
on
up.
What's up, guys? Sebastian, I haven't
Nothing.
seen you
Crashing.
much.
You can always
just wanted to
please,
photobomb
please,
Marcella.
I love this. You guys are family.
Just wanted to make you laugh. Yeah.
And that
Tell
you
her a
did.
joke then.
Oh God, I'm not good at jokes. I don't know any PG-rated ones.
I'm
so.
sure you have jokes.
But not family
you're right. You're right.
entertainment,
Not
yeah.
family. Not family entertainment.
No.
Hilarious. Well, we want the audience to get to know you guys a little bit better, so we're going to throw it to Marcella's Hall of Fame video.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Music has always been something that I've always loved, and early on I started getting into like choir and singing, and I did some performances when I was younger, but that didn't last long because I never got used to the stage. The fright never left. Prior to graduation, I knew exactly where I wanted to work. I knew I wanted to stay in Miami, which is my hometown, and I knew it was the Hit Factory that I wanted to be at. So I called up the studio manager here, Trevor Fletcher, and I said, you know, I'll be graduating in a month or less than a month, and you know, if you have any positions open, you know, I would love to work. I sent my resume in. He called probably a few days after I graduated for the interview, and I thought I completely bombed it because I was so nervous. I was like sweating in it, I was stuttering, and I didn't know what to do, and I was like, this guy looked at me like a complete crazy woman, and I left, and you know, literally I got the call 2 days later that I got the job. I've worked with Timberland, to Danger, to Britney Spears, Madonna, Usher, you name it. I think I might have touched a record or two. You know, I don't have anything whimsical that I do. It's just, you know, I just find comfort. I need to be comfortable when I work, you know. I have to have my pair of socks and some Twizzlers and some wine, if that, and I'm good. And the temperature has to be right. I like a warm room. I don't like to freeze, and these studios, they'll freeze you. I look at what I do is everything that I'm doing, it's always going to be around. Almost like I have a place in history because it's music. And there's, you know, you can always trace back to it. Like, you know, I think when I get older and I'm like 60 or 70 and like my kids or grandkids or, you know, when they want to hear or I'm playing my own records, like I think that's when I'm probably going to be like, oh my gosh, I worked on this. I really live day by day. You know, every day I wake up and I thank God, and I'm very blessed, and I have this record label now, and I really want to, I believe in my artists, and, you know, I believe in what we're doing, and, you know, just continuing to be in the studio and, you know, just making records. Like, that's just what I love to do. I don't think I can find the words to really explain it, except just music is love. And in turn, I love it. Like, I love to do what I do because it's music, and music makes the world go round. That's my philosophy. Like, can you imagine a world without music? It would sound just like that.
We're back.
And we're back with a grad that Tracy and I cannot, we're like geeking out so
I'm freaking out.
hard.
Stop.
It's
Freaking
Justin
out.
Rathbone.
Hi.
12th Annual Hall of Fame. You got inducted last year.
Yes.
Yes.
It's very different this year.
It's a little more chill when it's not your year, right?
Much more chill.
Were you super nervous last year?
It's not that I was super nervous. I had a 21-day-old daughter last year when I came to be inducted, and it was kind of a whirlwind for me. I wasn't even sure whether I was going to make it here or not.
Right.
My wife let me come here at the last minute.
That's sweet.
And so it was very much a whirlwind. I came in on like Wednesday and then flew out on Friday morning. It was nuts.
Well, I remember that they weren't actually sure if you were going to make it.
Yes.
But for those who don't know, the reason Justin and I are geeking out a little bit, Justin is the front of house engineer at a little show on Broadway called Hamilton.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It hasn't won like a ton of Tony Awards or anything.
He's not like, doesn't have like Lin-Manuel on his phone.
Yeah, they're not like friends.
He didn't come to my wedding, right?
Right.
But do you have his phone number?
Of course I do.
Oh my, of course I do.
He wrote the show. I've been before Hamilton started. I also worked with him on In the Heights on Broadway.
Love In the Heights. My mom's from Washington Heights, so that is like a special show in our family. Love that.
So I've been working with him since like 2008. So him and Chris Jackson are two of my best buddies. So.
Well, I went to college with Alex Lacamore.
And he's.
But I don't have his number. You know that?
Brilliant people on the
No,
planet.
I didn't know
Alex,
that.
he arranged the music for Hamilton and In the Heights, and is now doing Sweeney Todd.
Yes.
Well, he went to a different school, but we had shared the same cafeteria.
Okay, weird.
And Berklee College of Music and Boston Conservatory. Now they're the same school. I used to pay him $10.
I didn't know that they were the same school.
Yeah, now they are. It's like the Boston Conservatory of Music at Berklee.
Okay.
And
but
I
we
used to
work
pay
at Full
him.
Sail University, so
I mean,
let's talk about that
I
school.
came here later. I did come here later, and I'm a double major, whatever. Anywho, Justin.
Yes.
So how bad is Hamilton sounding while you're down here then?
I'm not going to say it's sounding bad, but I mean,
Could it be better?
Could it be better,
could
Justin?
It be better while I'm not there? Probably.
What's your favorite song in the show?
Oh, good one.
My favorite song in the show currently is Schuyler Sisters.
Really?
Yes. It is it's a very poppy mix. Shall I say that? It's kind of light and fun and kind of silly.
Do you want to give us a couple lines?
Nope.
Come on.
Nope.
Angelica. Eliza.
And Peggy.
Yes!
Schuyler sister.
We're such dorks.
Work.
You got to do the thing, though. Work. Oh, we did it. Please take a screenshot of that.
Honestly, I need that.
For my Facebook.
Need that.
We need that for... Anyway, we're going to send it over to Shay, who I believe
Thanks,
has
guys.
other Hall of Famers with her. Thank you so much, Justin.
Thanks, Justin.
Welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Shay, obviously, and I have two Hall of Famers here because two is more powerful than one. We got Fela and Michael. How are y'all doing today?
Fantastic.
Doing great. Love the energy at Hall of Fame.
It's a lot of energy in here. What's it like in this room as you get to mingle with everybody before we go into the ceremony?
Oh, it's great. It's just more interacting with family, basically, and finding out more what each other are doing and wishing the best to the inductees. It's a celebration of their hard work.
Yeah, I think it's great getting to meet the new inductees and their families and kind of getting to learn about them and their path and what they're up to.
So y'all have been in this for a minute now. What advice would you have for the new inductees?
Take it all in. Enjoy this moment, and because they'll be like us, just taking it in for them as well.
I'd say enjoy it while it lasts. It's all a big blur, but come back next year and you get to really enjoy it without the crazy schedule.
And what has been your favorite moment this week?
Favorite caricature with you. That was fun, but of course, always the students. Great questions, great things that's making them advance. So, yeah.
I think it was the meet and greets with the different students on campus, getting to sit down and actually talk with them one-on-one as opposed to it being a panel session,
I like that. All right. So I think that's it for here. I'll let y'all go to go mingle and meet more people. I'm going to send it back to the desk. Let's see what those girls are up to in their sparkly dresses.
There's no desk. They got rid of the desk. She said back to the desk. I don't see a desk. Do you see a desk?
No, this is just a stage.
You know what happened? You know why there's no desk?
Why?
Because it's supernatural.
Ooh, we did it with magic. Just kidding.
We're going to actually announce more winners.
More winners for our online giveaway.
Our online giveaway. Yes, it's very exciting. Sorry, folks.
Sunny. It's hard.
There's a lot of
prompter.
talking behind us, so it's kind of difficult. But anyway, if you guys have, what's happening?
Seen our broadcast
Oh,
this
yeah.
week? You know that we have giveaways that we've been doing for online students and anybody here on campus who's been scanning the QR code.
Yep, I love QR codes.
So right now on the screen, you see your name. That means you won.
That's a lot of names.
Can
That's
you
like
believe it? We'll read them. Brianna W., Chuck P., Johnny T., Janik E., Misty S., Felix R., Heather S. You're taking the next
All right, Jennifer G., Daniela R., Kevin M., Isaiah J., Hudson B., Brianna M., Alfredo A.
Ooh, Alfredo A. Love that. I
Yes.
love alliteration in a name.
Agreed.
We've also got
we have to, hang on, we also have Glenn R., Christopher H., Caitlin P., Danny H., Grover P., and Gage U. But congrats to all of our winners out there. Make sure to keep an eye out on your inbox, on your social media, and all, because our social team will be reaching out to you to see how you're going to receive your prizes. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
I'm doing
well. How are you?
I can't hear and hear.
Yeah, I love the sparkly. We're supernatural today.
We are so
Okay, very
supernatural
cool.
today.
Stephanie, how's it going today? I haven't
going
seen you
well.
all week. Did you
I
just
know.
get here?
I know I've been here, but I've seen you interview everybody, and I've been waving at them like through the virtual screen. So I'm happy to have my time to be here.
Awesome.
Stephanie Dawson, what is your year?
12.
12. So
Oh,
second.
you were just
last year. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah. So
I was
I'm
here on stage. I'm pretty sure we talked. So it goes to show how much of a whirlwind this week can be.
This
you know.
it's a bit of a whirlwind. Even though it's the second year and it's not the pressure that I had last year,
Right.
it's still a lot. And there's a lot of sessions. I had some great sessions this week. Like I was next to Stephen C. Miller on this side, Tom Boyd, and Brett
Novak.
Brett Novak, and we were on a How to Succeed in Hollywood panel. And I'm sitting there like I just want to be like, oh, I have to answer questions too because I want to learn from these guys. So it was a really all those experiences are
I
just
love
so
that.
fun.
Do you have any advice for tonight's inductees?
Just be comfortable and confident. Your speech will be fine. No need to stress over your speech. The way that I think about it is everyone in the room is rooting for you, so you can do no wrong. You'll be fine.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
Stephanie, what are you working on these days? Or can you tell us?
Sure, yeah. I work at the PBS affiliate in New York City, and I do a lot of work with live theater. We have a relationship with the Public Theater in New York City. They do a lot of Shakespeare. So I'm going to be filming the latest Shakespeare in the Park, which is going to be Hamlet, and it's going to be a mostly, what I understand is going to be a mostly black cast, which is
represent diversity.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I think the Public Theater is really dynamic in the way that they make sure there's representation. The last show, Richard III, they had a woman of color play Richard III.
That's
They had people with
awesome.
different abilities on the stage rather. And then I'm also working on a documentary about Shakespeare's First Folio, which comes out in November. So that's also been a great experience. I've learned so much.
Yes.
I mean, I know Shakespeare's been around for almost 400 years, or over 400 years.
Yeah.
But I'm still learning about Shakespeare. So it's great to be part of an organization that brings the kinds of quality performances that you can see only in New York to everyone. I think that's another issue of accessibility. We try to make sure that those kinds of experiences can be shared across the world, across the country and across the world, on television and on Passport, which is the streaming service for PBS. So
I love that. Yeah, I grew up in New York City, and my mom did not allow television or anything except for PBS. That was all we were allowed to watch when we were kids. So I have a very special place in my heart for PBS. So I'm so happy you're there doing great things.
It's one of those things where I've done a lot of reality shows, and sometimes in a competition show, I'm like, am I really showing the best of humanity? So now working with the
That's
PBS
very
shows, now I
cool.
can be showing things that I'm happy and excited to share with people.
Yeah, you feel good about the
Feel
work.
good about it, exactly.
Well, let's learn a little bit more about Stephanie in this video.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Have fun today.
Thank you. So I am a producer for Great Performances, which is a long-running show on PBS. We focus on ballet, opera, orchestra. I don't know what's always going to come at me. I have an idea, but I'm dealing with things as they come at me, and that's the growth, that's the experience, that's kind of the joy and the excitement of it. Film and television was not something I felt could be a career. I was doing the thing that my parents wanted me to do. I had a good job. And when I decided to leave that job and go to Full Sail, like Stephanie in movies, like, of course, everyone was very happy for me, but also kind of envious that I had the courage to take that leap and to pursue my dream. Right after I graduated from Full Sail, I thought I should stay. But eventually my dream, my eye was on moving to New York City because I really loved independent film, and that was the mecca for independent film. Then I started gigging, got into the industry in New York, and slowly worked my way through reality TV, through commercials, through feature films, through television series, just kind of gaining new skills with each new job. When I tell my parents or friends and family that I worked in film and television, they had like a vague idea. They like, oh yeah, maybe you do this, maybe you do that. Like no one ever really had a clear idea. But when I said I worked for House Hunters International, suddenly everybody was like, oh, I love that show. And they totally knew what I was talking about. It was a great career experience because Damon Gambudo was the executive producer of the show when I joined the show. And he allowed me to get my first producing credit. He also, when I applied for the producer position of House Hunters International and I did not get it, I shared with him that I was disappointed, and he told me that I didn't need that position. Somewhere else was more worthy of my skills as a producer, and I was so surprised to hear him say that. I don't know what I thought he was gonna say, but when he said that, I immediately called my parents. I was like, Damon said I could do better somewhere else.
The reason I told her no is because I felt like that position was a trap. I hope she understood what my motivation was, which was to say, I believe in you so much that I don't want to give you this thing that feels like, in the short term, career advancement, because I think it's actually going to derail you from becoming your fully expressed self professionally.
It really gave me the courage to leave House Hunters and to be more of an actor in my own journey. Like, I was going from gig to gig, and if somebody called, I would take the gig. Somebody else called, I would take the gig. Realizing that, oh no, you're better than this. Really let me know that, oh wait, I should be doing jobs that allow me to do more than the thing that I know how to do. I should be growing.
Something that's incredibly exciting to me about Stephanie receiving this honor is that it's affirming to see that an award such as this acknowledges somebody so deeply deserving. I'm so proud to know that Full Sail is acknowledging Stephanie and her achievements professionally. It was an honor that I felt like was so deeply deserved by somebody that I think so highly of.
I think being inducted into the Hall of Fame is like a full circle moment for me, because coming to Full Sail was me turning 30, leaving a job that I had for many years, pursuing a dream that I'd had for many years. And now to be recognized by the place that helped me launch that is tremendous.
Oh, we're back.
Ooh, it's clearing out. Everybody's heading over to the venue, but we've got some special guests with us right now.
Hall of Fame 10.
Hello.
And Sweet Pea.
Hello.
Sweet Pea, yeah. I was writing scripting, and I was like, can I call him Sweet Pea in the script?
Absolutely.
And they were like, yes, you can.
Yes, only if you want me to answer. Yes.
Does anyone call you Brian?
My wife.
Okay.
And my mom.
All right. What's your middle name?
Keith.
So when your mom's mad, she's like, Brian Keith.
Often, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make
and
sure.
my wife, for that matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's a daily occurrence.
I'm sorry. So what's been going on, you guys? How's the week been?
You know, it's been really great. I feel like it's been busy, but one of those happy, exhausting kind of busies.
Right.
Super happy to be here. Tonight's our big what? Hoorah, hula,
Yes.
hoorah.
Yes,
All
the
the
big
things.
night.
Why is it a big night? What's going on?
It's a big night. It's great because it's not my induction.
Yeah.
So the eyes are not on me anymore, and I don't have to give an acceptance speech, which makes it great.
Yeah.
But also, it's just great to have a new set of friends and family brought on in.
Mm-hmm.
It's been great to spend the week with them.
I feel like we're actually confused why we dressed up. No one cares about us, you know?
Well, yeah.
Oh, I also care very much.
We're among care here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone cares. Silly goofus.
Well, we dressed up for church, and the EB, I guess, is
misspoke,
the
everyone. I deeply
Church of Full
apologize.
Sail. So, and we're next to the Sound Temple, so it makes sense to dress
Audio
up.
temple.
Yeah.
Audio Temple.
I mean, sound.
You can tell I'm a
audio.
lighting guy, can't you?
Brian, how much work did you do while you were actually here?
Every little bit that I could, honestly. No, I started on Monday, actually. We had a workshop with students.
Okay.
That was about a 4-hour-long workshop. It was great. It involved a live lab. And then I did, I believe it was 3 workshops on Tuesday, 4 on Wednesday, and I did only 1 today.
Okay, but you also ran camera for
I ran camera, yeah. I try my best to be like Aviza. I want to be everywhere you want me to be.
Gotcha. Margaret,
Are you gonna get your overtime check soon?
Oh, yeah. It comes in my rewards at the end of the month. Yeah.
No, I paid him in water bottles. Margaret, how was your week? What did you do all week?
It was fantastic. Monday was busy, back-to-back panels. Tuesday, a little bit lighter. Hung out with Shay on the back lot, which was sensational. We played a little rock, paper, scissors with some of you. And then today, I had one of the, did some panel this morning. I had to do a work interview in the middle of the day, and then came back to my last panel talking about, leading with empathy, which was fantastic. And now we're here.
You're a pro for that. You're a pro for empathy. I love it.
Thank you.
That's the best person in the world right here.
Aw, same to you.
Heard it from me.
Same to you. Oh.
All right, so we're partying it up tonight then.
Absolutely.
All right.
We're not here for a long time, but we're here for a good time, folks.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for coming back and always giving back to our student body. It really means a lot to them, and it means a lot to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
And for everybody out there, let's get to know Margaret just a little bit better. A little bit.
Love that.
Brian.
Brian, we're watching Brian's video. Oh,
We'll do sorry.
Getting to Full Sail was about a 3-year journey for me. I worked about 3 or 4 different jobs just to save the money I could to get here. And those jobs were anything from working security at the arena, because that was the closest thing I could do to get into the business, to recycling carpet padding, because I was so driven and I knew what I wanted to do that I was willing to work the hours to the point where you really debated, do I shower or do I sleep? That really prepared me for the schedule here at Full Sail and for the entertainment industry in general. While I was in school, I loved lighting, and there really wasn't much of it at the time. When I wasn't in school on the weekends, I was doing lighting for other companies on the side, whether it be Tampa or Orlando here locally. By the time it came time for my actual lab for lighting, I was actually the student who was setting it all up for my class. There's been great people who have helped me out along the way, some incredible production managers, people who see where you are and see the drive that you have. Bob Peterson, who I met starting very early in my career. I would find the ways and the opportunities to really ask him questions and try not to be annoying. But he was very gracious in answering the questions I had, and really kind of took me under his wing into anything I wanted to know, he would share with me.
Curiosity and volunteering were characteristics that Brian had very present right away. If we'd be in a programming session where normally the technical crew would be sitting backstage and just waiting it out, Brian would come and watch and ask questions when it was appropriate and involve himself as much as he could to learn every bit of what the whole process was.
He really helped cultivate me from a technician up to a programmer into a designer, and really showed me along the way of how to do things, how to make things look great, not only physically in front of you, but on camera as well.
I think Brian's growth is attributed to his curiosity, but also a desire to always make things better. And he's realized pretty early that you can only do so much on your own. So if you involve yourself through camaraderie and teamwork, you can collectively raise the level of the project. Out on tours, for example, he's not just video directing and switching and calling cameras. He's actually working with the lighting department, the band roadies in terms of where things are placed, even audio, to make sure that they're collectively raising the bar of the entire project. And I think this is what's led him into a director's chair.
Being inducted into the Hall of Fame, when I found out, was quite shocking. Honestly, I felt like I was never at the level that previous inductees were at. I saw other peers of mine be inducted. I saw Dylan Dresdo, who I was in class with, and we worked side by side. And Jeremy Vickery, who was my roommate
going to school here, and Tyke Santos, who I've toured with. So I knew very closely people who have been inducted. To be inducted into that class and that fraternity with peers and friends who I already had was really, really great as well. It's never the motive. It's never to be inducted in the Hall of Fame. It's not why I do what I do. I just do what I do because I love what I do.
Hi, guess who we ran into?
This guy.
Do I have to guess?
9 inductee. Oh, you don't know who you are.
You don't know who you are?
It depends on the day, but hi.
Ninth
We literally
annual.
bullied you onto stage. We screamed, Brett.
I appreciate it very much.
They came up here.
I'm really just,
Novak.
I'm just jealous you guys have platform shoes and heels on, and I have to go like this.
We're actually shorter than Brett Novak in real life,
And
just
that
so
is-
everyone knows.
That's a rare instance, to be completely honest.
So, Brett, are you having a good time this week?
I'm having a great time.
So I have to talk about this moment that happened like a little bit before ceremony, before we came in here and got all fancy. I was outside sitting, just chilling in the sun, getting some vitamin D, and I saw Brett walk by, and I was gonna be like, "Oh, hey, Brett!" And he was so deep in a conversation with a student, like I didn't want to interrupt it, and it just really warmed my heart. So, like, how important is it to you to give back and come talk to the students?
It's cool. I selfishly love the sound of my own voice, but it's great. I love coming back. I love hanging out, and the students are always like super amazing and super grateful, and it's a very just give and take situation, and yeah, I don't know. No one else gives me this kind of attention in my life, so this is wonderful.
Yeah, I love that it like every time we do Hall of Fame, it's all these like industry professionals who work
Behind the scenes.
and then they come here and it's like, no, you're super famous here.
Like we have posters of you everywhere.
I know. I want one in my house.
I mean, we can make that happen.
Yeah.
You know, you can just go to like FedEx and print one.
You're
I
a Hall
know.
of Famer.
I've shopped
You
it
can just
out.
Have whatever you want.
I've shopped. Gary just sends it to my house. I
like, "Here you
appreciate
go."
that. Yeah.
Can you imagine if you woke up and there's a giant poster of you on your own wall? That
I'm
would be slightly creepy.
I most certainly could imagine.
He's in love with his
I'm
own voice.
trying.
I don't think he likes his
Yeah,
face, too.
it's above my bed and everything. Come
Where's
on,
your
what better
Staley?
way to wake up?
Yeah,
My
where do
what?
you keep
Your
your
Staley.
Where do you?
Oh, it's in my office.
Oh,
it's on
of
display in my
course.
office.
Of course.
It is. Of course, I need something to get me through the day. Come on.
Can you see your reflection in it? It's shiny, right?
I need shiny up here and so shiny in there. It's a glare issue back and forth.
Brett, what have you been doing lately? What are you up to?
I'm in the edit right now. I was in Africa shooting a thing for the Smithsonian, and
A little thing from the Smithsonian.
yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm hanging in my driveway gardening.
Seriously?
That's all I want in my life.
What are you growing?
Everything.
Tomatoes, they're real hard.
Absolutely.
Tomatoes
I
are
live in
so
California.
easy.
It's
They're
tomatoes
real
all year
hard.
round.
I have 3 tomato plants.
Oh,
You're better
too.
than me, Poison Ivy.
I just planted a pepper at the beginning of this week.
Peppers
I came
are
home
super
from
easy.
rehearsals. I worked a 10-hour day, and I was like, let's plant a garden.
Yeah.
It was
yeah.
awesome.
Computers and cameras, who cares? But, peppers and tomatoes.
All right. Well, apparently you're supposed to be going next door, so we have to let you go.
Uh-oh.
Get out
But
of
our
here,
audience
Brett.
is super,
Ceremony
super,
time.
super sad.
I'm in trouble.
You're never in trouble.
You're never in
At
trouble.
I'm
least
always
not
in
with us.
trouble.
But because of that, we're going to throw to your video so that everybody can see.
But
Okay.
first we're going to say bye.
Bye from Hall of Fame
Live.
Live.
We had so much fun with you this week, and we can't wait to see you next year.
Goodbye.
I'm only a little
Bye,
bit sunburned, but
everybody.
we'll see you next time.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Wow, that was bad. Good night.
It's like those romantic stories of like, here's the album that like, oh, I remember being handed that album at 15. And for me, it was Darren Aronofsky, Requiem for a Dream, Pi, Tarantino, and they blew my mind. At the same time, I had a completely separate group of friends that were getting into skateboarding. And then I watched one particular video, Rodney Mullen versus Day One Song Round 2, Rodney's part. And my stuff looks nothing like that, but that one video at the right time of my life, being super interested in filmmaking, all of a sudden, that kind of just totally catapulted my life that direction. So my time was me skating all day and then filming my friends any chance I got. My brother was getting into broadcast and basic editing. He had a teacher in high school that he shared that with, and I happened to just walk into that room one day. He happened to pull up, you ever heard of this school? And it was Full Sail. And then literally, fast forward only a few months later, I was signed up to go to Full Sail. There was a degree program that had web design, had a little bit of video, had motion graphics, After Effects. I didn't have this nailed down idea of what I wanted in life, but I had all these interests in digital art and design, especially at the time, was such a, you get to try everything. The reason I got the job with Cully is because one of my teachers, Mac Rutan, showed Cully a video that I made like on my own. Like I would just go back to Chicago on like Christmas break and I would film my friends, and he showed him one of the videos I made during that time. Cully called me up in the lab and we had a funny hangout one time. You know, I didn't apply for a job. And it's those kind of moments that will change your life. It's interesting, a lot of people don't know they follow my YouTube channel. It's very skateboard centric. And it's interesting the questions I get of like, do you ever think that you would go into commercial work or document or this? And I'm like, that's actually usually how I pay my bills. It's such a strange diversity of commercial work. I've done a ton of work with Mercedes. I've done the music videos for Warner Brothers. I do documentary work. I love shooting documentary work. I just have a short attention span apparently. And so it's cool that I get to work on these strange projects because no month is like the next one. The skate stuff is very close to my heart, and it's what I would do even if no money was ever involved. When kids email me saying I started skateboarding because of you, I started filmmaking because of you, that's heavy. Like, my life would not be the same without a skateboard or without a camera, and the idea that something I did can start a possible lifetime journey for somebody, that's crazy, and that's exciting, and that's the beauty of living in, like, the online world, is you have this reach to make a change in somebody's life, that even if it's just that one person, man, to have that connection with that one person, that's so cool. That's just one more person I get to geek out with.
So I remember walking through, I guess it's the hallway outside of the Audio Temple with Gary Jones, I don't know, sometime in the past, a year or two ago, and walking by the photograph of the original Dream Machine, I asked Gary, where is it? Like, what happened to it? And he said, well, I don't know. We donated it to a school in New Jersey, and, we didn't need it anymore.
You know, I've always had this idea of, okay, we got to do something big for Hall of Fame 10 for the 40th anniversary.
Those are big milestones. The Hall of Fame is now 60 plus people. There's 60,000 students now worldwide. It's just such a significant growth over what the original Dream Machine was. A few crazy guys in a motorhome driving around the country teaching people how to make their music sound better.
I don't even remember who said what. I just remember we built the framework for what we're doing now.
I was all in. Without hesitation, I was in.
Absolutely just wanted to be part of it.
You know, I just kept thinking about, wow, we could actually do something really nice, not just for the school to give back, but, for Gary and for John and for Ed and for Bill.
We felt like it would be appropriate to find the Dream Machine. Initially, it was hard for me to kind of figure out, okay, what are all the logistics behind this and how are we going to track this thing down?
The only way to really track it down was to hire a private detective. So I called him and I said, listen, Full Sail University lost this piece of our history and we want to get it back. We want your help finding it.
We realized that the fate of the original Dream Machine was that it had, was no longer something that we could get.
He got the report that in sometime in the late 90s it was shredded. So the actual original Dream Machine doesn't exist anymore.
I think then the wheels start turning about, we can just go find one and restore it.
Let's find a 70s GMC motorhome. How hard can that be?
It was impossible.
We started looking online for all different kinds of vehicles.
We had to search. We had to be diligent about our search, and not everybody has a selection to choose from.
And it has to be the 26-foot version with the windows in the right place, and we found a viable one in Northern California. And so we're gonna send Rizzo up there to check it out, and then we're starting to think about, well, if we get that one, how do we get it back to Florida, and could we do a road trip?
It made us put our dedication into motion. Once we did that, the universe showed us the way.
Right about that time, the one came up in St. Augustine, and it was sitting there just wishing to be returned to its former glory, you could tell. Quickly we realized we probably could not find a better candidate for this project. And it happens to be, less than 2 hours away. We realized we had a lot of work to do.
It's a very aspirational name, right? The Dream Machine. You make dreams in there.
This vehicle started the journey. It's had many representations through time.
The current students who may not know anything about the Dream Machine, it's going to bring back that era of what Full Sail was in the beginning.
This is where it started. This was the dream that someone had. Showing something physical of this is how this school started was in the back of that thing.
The idea of having something on wheels was to take the knowledge to the people.
I remember being a student. I remember being in the actual Dream Machine. And so a whole rush of memories and emotions came back.
What a great symbol of how the whole thing got started.
A dream can start small and bloom into something that changes the world.
The dream that created a million other dreams. The dream that created this place for everybody.
Thank you for this place. It's unlike anything I've ever been a part of.
This is one small way of us telling them how much they mean to us.
You had a dream that helped me realize mine.
This is us now getting to say thank you.
Your decision has affected the trajectory of all of our lives.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you give back, not only to us, but to the community and the students.
Thanks for everything, guys.
To think that that's just an idea, like a seed, to have grown into this giant forest of possibilities and dreams is the monument to me.
Dreams are curious things. What began in 1979 with a GMC motorhome is now a global network of dreamers, a family that stands a testament to the original spark. We thought it was lost, but in the end, we found it right where we left it. In the hearts of those we sought to inspire, who inspired us in turn. This is a dream we all share, one that represents our future and honors our past. So let's keep dreaming together.
right, this is not the show, okay? This is the pre-show show. Make sense? Pre-show show. Let's come on out here, say hi to a few people. Hello. How you doing? Good. Nice to see you. My name's Alex. No, you can have a seat. You relax. Just, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, man. Hi, how you doing? Good. What's your name? Carlos. All right, Carlos. My name's Alex. Alex. Nice to meet you. Here's what's gonna happen. I need some money. No, how much do you need? Oh, I love you. Come on, bring it in. Look at that. I've never had anybody say that. Whenever I ask for money, they go, who are you? You don't even know who I am. He's like, I got you. I appreciate it. He said, I'm a full sailor, so I can trust you. That's what I'm talking about. It's just that I'm not a full sailor, but that's okay. You can just still give me some money. I appreciate it. No, I'm just kidding. No, actually, I have a question for you. Do you want to shuffle some cards? Yes, sir. Shuffle them up, please, Carlos. Shuffle them up. Make sure they're mixed really good, because at this point in the show, no one really trusts me at all. So, this is a good mix. This is a good mix, man. That's good. That's good. All right, that's good. All right, Carlos, look, I want everybody to see that the cards are all different. We have 52 different cards, and you're going to reach in and grab one of them, okay? Anyone you want, reach in, grab the card, anyone you want. Just grab one. Anyone. Yep, grab it. Look at the card. Show the camera. Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. I love it here. I love it here. You know what I'm saying? That's great. Okay, I saw the card. Okay, look, this time. Grab another one, grab another one. This time, don't, I won't look at the screen. Show the camera so everybody can see, but I won't look at the screen. Go, anyone, grab one, just grab one. All right, look, I'll look over here. I'll talk to you. Hi, how you doing? Show the camera, Carlos. What's your name? Ronaldo. Nice to meet you, man. My name's Alex. Did everybody see the card? Yes, remember that. Don't forget, I'm gonna come back. I can come back, yes? Carlos, hold the card like this with the red facing up. That one right there, put it back in your pack anytime you want. Go ahead. Now remember the card. Now everybody remember the card, okay? Don't forget it. So everybody, in your mind, think two of clubs. Think of that card. No, really, think of the card. All right, here, we'll do it again. Is it two of clubs, yes? I think you have another. No, man, I'm not that big of a cheater. Okay. All right, go, grab another one, Carlos, anyone. It does not the two of clubs. Anyone, grab one. Look at the card. Show the camera. I'll cover my eyes. Look, I'll go over here with Ronaldo over here. My eyes are closed. Everybody see the card? Yes, put it back in the pack anywhere you want. Carlos, anywhere. Take the cards out of my hands. Go ahead, take them out. Take the cards, all of them. Shuffle the cards. And remember, just think of your card, okay? Think of your card, 9 of spades. I give you those cards. No, you're great. All right, let's go to the other side, shall we? Let's go to the other side. All right, let's come on over here, and let me see. I wonder if people are going to be as nice as Carlos was, offering me some money. You know what I'm saying? Let's see, and come on over here. Hello, sir. How are you? What's your name? Roger. Nice to meet you, Roger. And hello, how are you? Fine. What is your name? Betsy. Nice to meet you, Betsy. I want to keep coming to the back because everybody thinks that if they sit in the back, I can't get to them. This is not the case. This guy's trying to avoid eye contact. He's like, he doesn't look at me, I can't see him. Okay, again. All right, come on over here. Let's see. Hello. Oh, hello. How are you? You're good? I'm doing great. You're doing great? Still going to be doing great after me, I promise. What is your name? Noel. Would everybody give Noel a big round of applause right now? Hi, Noel. How you doing? Noel. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to have you reach in, and you're going to grab any card, okay? Really, it doesn't matter. It's okay if I know what it is. Okay. I've seen this trick. All right. Okay? All right. Noel, I want you to actually point to anyone that you would like, anyone you want. Go ahead. Which one? The 10 of clubs? The 10 of clubs. Hold that card right there. Show everybody the 10 of clubs. She has the only 10 of clubs in the pack. And actually, what I'm going to have you do, Noel, if you can actually write your name nice and big on the 10. I'll hold it for you. Okay, there you go. You make sure you write in the center because that has
just the center.
What? You know what? Whatever you want. Okay? Whatever you want. Just the center. Okay, now there's a lot of black on that card, but you guys can all clearly see, okay? Noel's name is right there in the center. in the center of the card.
Yes.
Okay. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to rub that card, make sure that it is dry, that actually nothing it comes off from it, okay?
Yeah, see? Yep.
Okay, you got it?
Yep.
Okay, check this out. Check this out. Noel, 10 of clubs. Yes?
Yes.
Look, the Noel card is going to go right in the center of the pack, okay? You can see it goes all the way in. Look. Nothing sneaky.
Uh-huh.
Really? You just, I'm being so fair, and yet you are still suspicious. All right, look. Nothing on the bottom. That's the ace of diamonds. On the top is the 9 of clubs. Oh, really close, 9 of clubs. But Noel, this is the coolest part. If I take that 9 and I wave my hand over the card, snap my fingers, one card jumps off the top. That's the 10 of clubs. That's your card, yes?
It is my card.
I know. But look.
How'd you do that?
How'd I do that? I'm not telling you nothing. How'd you do that?
I'm ready.
Man, have you ever seen one of me before?
No, I'll touch that.
Can't ask that question. Look, here it goes. Look, there's a 10 right here. Look, I'm going to take the card here. I'm going to place it back into the pack here, all the way in, Noel. Looking from that side isn't going to do anything, okay? All right, look, I'm going to snap my fingers, turn over the top card, show everybody the card. All right, here you go. How'd I do it?
Keep this card.
Can I keep it? I just met you. What? Man, I'm going back over to Carlos. All right, here we go. All right, Noel, one more time. Check this out. Look, Alex. There we go. Okay. I heard what she said. Okay, here we go. Look, check it out. Here's the 10 of clubs. This is what's going to happen. We're going to place it into the deck like this, okay? So it's always in there, okay? It's just in the center. Now, I have a question for you. Are you good at math?
Kind of, yes.
What does that mean, kind of?
I can do it.
You can, you can add, okay? Like.
Writing, but I can add.
I'm better at, she said, I'm better at writing. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. Check this out. I want to ask you a question, okay? How many cards in the deck? How many cards?
I don't know how many cards.
Oh my gosh. It's a double deck? I don't even know what that is.
52.
Thank you, sir, you cheater.
52.
52 cards, but I use jokers, so how many cards with two jokers?
2 jokers, 54.
Bring it in, good job.
I can still see, I can add.
But here's the thing though, How many cards did you write your name on?
Only 1.
Just 1, that's right. I want you to notice something, okay? I want everybody, cameras included, I want you to look down at the ground by your feet right here.
I saw that.
There's one card. There's one card that's been folded in a paper clip. You can see there's a little black on the outside. Now I have a question for you, Noel. How many cards did you sign?
1.
One card. It was the what? Hold on to the cards. It was the what?
10 of
The 10 of, way. One card.
No way. I'm like, no
way. Noel, one card is folded. Now you could see that card actually has your name on it. That is a Noel card.
We have to leave now. That's amazing.
That's amazing. And the show hasn't even begun. Here, you get to, you know what? I'm going to give this to you because you deserve it. Give Noel a big hand right now. That's Noel. Noel was amazing. Look, it's not going to get much better than that, okay? All right, Noel was so amazing. We're coming over here. Let's see. Look, now, do you want to play? Oh, my goodness. Hi, what's your name?
Beth.
Hi, Beth. Now, you better be better than her now. You know, she set the standards high. She set the bar high. Okay, what's your name, sir?
How you doing? Fa.
Fa? All right. We got Beth, we got Fa. The two of you are going to help out, okay? All right? Now, I want you to grab a card, anyone you want. Just grab one. Got it? Show the camera. It's okay if I see it. Go ahead. You got it? It's good? Yep. 7 of clubs. Check this out. It's okay if I see. I told you it's okay if I see it, if I know the card. Look, I'm going to place the cards back here in the center of the pack, somewhere in the center so you guys can see it, okay? Right there. Look, all the way in. And now this time, because since nobody trusts me, by now, nobody trusts me, I'm going to try and find your card, but this time with my eyes closed, with one hand. I don't know why you're laughing. You've never seen this before. Check it out, Beth. One hand with my eyes closed, okay? So you can watch the deck, watch my eyes, okay? All right, what are you watching? The deck or my eyes? Watch my eyes? What are you watching? You watch the deck, but you're looking at me. Beth. All right, watch the deck, watch my eyes. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna give the deck 3 cuts with 2 hands. 1 cut with 1 hand. 1 card, eyes open, spins out. What was your card? The Noel, you get to keep this card. I'm just kidding. All right, we're gonna put this on. Beth, you're amazing. Thanks so much for helping out. Fa, you were good too. I mean, you could have been better, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. You could have done more. You could have brought more to the table, but that's okay. All right, very good. Let's come on over this way and let's see. Someone going over here, and they're thinking that they can continue to watch the screen, but that is not what's gonna happen. Hi, how you doing? Good, what's your name?
Russell.
Russell and?
Chris.
Chris and?
Linda.
Linda. Russell, Chris, Linda. I'm gonna change it up for you guys, okay? All right, but really this time I do need some money. My money, not your money, my money, okay? All right, Linda, I have a few coins here. I want you to notice what kind of coins these are. These are American half dollars. 50 cents. Haven't seen these in a minute, right? Look, I'm gonna roll my sleeves up, you guys, okay? I'm gonna roll my sleeves up because, again, magician, no one trusts me. All right, Linda, here, wait, what was that? I saw that, Linda was like, all right, here we go. Look, check it out. Linda, how many coins, this is gonna be very easy, observation test. How many coins do I have in my hand? 4. 4 coins. I want you to notice one thing. The most important thing is the coins have the eagle side up, right? There's a reason for this, Linda, because that symbolizes the coins are gonna fly. Really, they're gonna fly, I promise. They're gonna fly. Okay, you know what? They're gonna fly invisibly. You're not gonna see them fly, but they will fly one by one, okay? From my left hand into my right hand, okay? Here it goes. Linda, 4 coins. Watch, watch. All I do, snap my fingers. When I snap my fingers, 1 coin, Linda, flies into my right hand, leaving just 3 coins in my left. I'll do that again. Linda, hold your hand out, hold your hand out. Look, 1 coin there, Linda, right there. This coin is going to fly. It's going to fly from my right hand, or from my left hand into my right hand, just like that one. Okay, look, Linda, 3 coins. It's okay. 1 coin. What are you doing? What are you looking for? There's like a string that's gonna. What are you? You know, I take that personally. Magicians, oh, they use strings and invisible wires. You know what? I'm going back over here to you guys. Done with you, Linda. All right, look at this, look at this. Look, 1 coin, 3 coins. All I do, look, 1 and 3. All I do, listen. 2 coins and 2 coins. Thank you. Hold your hand out. I'm gonna give you 2 here. Now look, all I have are 2 coins. And this time just at the fingertips, okay? Just at the fingertips. 2 and 2 for the camera. 2 and 2. 2 and 2. Okay, all I do. And now, 3 and 1. That was amazing. All right, here we go. Linda, hold your hand out right here. Hold your hand out right here. Look. How many coins do I have?
4.
How many coins do you have?
None.
That's right. I'm gonna take 1 coin. I'm gonna give you 3. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Don't let go. Keep your hand right there. Don't even move. I have 1 coin. Watch closely, Linda. You haven't blinked since I got over here, man. Bro, blink. I won't do anything, I promise. Go ahead. Look, 1 coin. All I do is I grab that coin and I toss it into your hand. It actually disappears. Open your hand. Count them out, Linda. Show them. Count them. Linda, you don't get to keep these. They're magic. You earned them. You did earn them. No, you earned a hug. Bring it in. Come on, you're amazing too. Awesome. Give Linda a big hand. All right, I'm having fun. You guys have fun so far? And again, the show hasn't even begun. All right, let's come on over here. Hi, sir. How you doing? He said, "Oh no." What? Oh no. Look, I promise it won't. I won't just involve you. I'll involve everybody, okay? Everybody gonna try this with me, okay? Everybody put your hands out in the air. Everybody put your everybody. I can see you. Hands out in the air. Now wiggle your fingers mysteriously. Say ooh. Say ah. This is called doing nothing. Doesn't do anything, okay? But keep it going, keep it going. Hands out in the air, hands out in the air. Now put your thumbs down, everybody. Thumbs down, palms out, thumbs down, palms out. Straighten your elbows up in front of you as far as you can. Keep your elbows straight. Take one hand, put it over the other hand. Interlock your fingers, interlock them like this. Interlock and don't let go for the rest of the day. No, I'm just kidding. Keep your arms straight. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. I saw you, cheater. Now, don't let go. Keep your arms straight. Keep your arms straight. Don't bend at the elbows, okay? Only rotate at your wrists. Only at your wrists until your thumbs point. Now, if you can't do that, go like this. Okay, let's go over here, and let's, you know what, let's go back on the other side. Let's go back on the other side, and you come on over here. Look how suspicious. Yeah, you'll be doing that the rest of the night. Okay, look, any of you guys on your way home, all right, if you're on your way home and you see people going like this, don't worry, they're just trying to do magic. All right, it's okay, it's cool. Okay. All right, there we go. Let's come right over here and let's see. Carlos, remember me? Saw you. All right. Do I need money? Oh, man, love you. Everybody, if anybody needs money, Carlos is the guy to talk to. Full Sail University, we're all family. He's got your back, people. Give Carlos a big hand. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. Right? Right. Okay. Let's start with hi. Like acting like, you know, all slick. What's your name?
Carrie.
Hi, Carrie. Nice to meet you, Carrie. Carrie, I'm gonna give you this marker one more time. Like this marker, and again, I have a few cards here. Now, Carrie, I'm gonna have you grab a card that speaks to you. I want you to grab the card that has room to write your name on it. Not like a court card, because if you use like a king or a queen, it's hard to see, but something with a lot of white. Go ahead. 4 spades, that's good. I'll hold it in place for you. I want you to write your name right here, nice and big. Carrie, C-A-R-R-I-E. In fact, actually, give it to her. Let her sign a name too, because that way we get everybody signing this card. Right name. And what is your name?
Deanna.
This is Deanna. Give Carrie and Deanna a big hand. They're writing the cards. Yeah. 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 Good. Should you show the camera? Show the camera. Make sure it's dry. Make sure it's dry. Good? Yes? Check this out. Carrie and Deanna, 4 spades is going to go into the pack. All the way in. Nothing sneaky, nothing funny. Hold your hand out. I'm going to give you the cards in your hand. I'm going to place. Deanna, would you put your hand on top of mine? Deanna, put your other hand on the bottom. Carrie, put your other hand on top. Full Sail on 3. 1, 2. I'm just kidding. We don't have a sports team here, okay? We don't. Okay. Armada. Oh, that's right, esports. Armada, what's up, Armada? Armada on 3. 1, 2, 3. Armada. There you go. Okay, no, that's no. Keep on. Here's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach in to the pack between our hands and remove your signed card. Now we put that in the middle of the pack. And I'm gonna pull it out with just my fingertips. Are you ready? Here it goes, all the way in. And 1 card right from the center of the pack. Your card was the said, okay, that wasn't it. Okay, but that was, hey, that would have been great. That would have been so good.
They were still clapping though.
They were still clapping. I appreciate it.
So encouraging.
That was Noelle. She's like, can I keep it? Okay, very good. All right, here, you know what? Instead, I'm gonna make the entire deck of cards disappear. You ready? Here goes. Disappear. Ready? 1, 2, 3. You feel the cards? Right? Thank you. They disappeared. No, seriously, they disappeared.
Did they?
They did.
Did they?
Remove this hand. Remove this hand.
What?
Look, they disappeared. Every single card disappeared except for one card. One card in the deck, of course.
Shut up!
The Carrie and Deanna card. That is for you. And I got one question for you. Are you guys now ready to start the show? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the night you've been waiting for all day, all week, all year. Some of you have been waiting your entire lives. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to get unreal.
Welcome. Prepare yourselves for a journey into a realm beyond imagination. A journey set upon by 6 individuals who dare to embrace abilities from another dimension, each represented by a unique symbol. When combined, they form an extraordinary force. A force that defies the laws of nature. A force that will transport all of us beyond the limits of the unknown. Let your imagination soar and explore the extraordinary. As these 6 individuals prove, any dream is possible when you step into the supernatural.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to witness history as we celebrate the exceptional achievements of this year's inductees at the 13th Annual Full Sail University Hall of Fame ceremony.
Presenting our 2023 Full Sail Hall of Fame inductees. She is a senior technical artist at Unity Technologies and an award-winning game artist. A 2013 Game Art graduate, Hall of Fame inductee, Karis Baker. He is a CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions, an award-winning author, a 2013 show production graduate, Hall of Fame inductee, Brandon Blackwell. This United States Air Force veteran is a producer at BioWare, a 2012 Recording Arts graduate, and 2013 Game Design graduate, Hall of Fame inductee, Aaron Hamilton Cook. He is CEO of Nuestra Visión and is the founder and managing partner of Ready Ant Studios, a 2007 game development and 2019 entertainment business graduate, Hall of Fame inductee, Victor Herrera de Silva. She is a staff writer at Warner Brothers Television and founder of Boss Up Productions, a multi-platform production company, a 2012 film graduate, 2013 educational media design and technology graduate, and 2015 creative writing graduate, Hall of Fame inductee, Devin Renee. He is a multi-Grammy Award-winning recording engineer and sound designer, working in TV, film, video games, concert tours, theme parks, and music production. A 1998 Recording Arts graduate, Hall of Fame inductee, Jeff Villanueva. Ladies and gentlemen, your Hall of Fame induction class.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Full Sail University President Gary Jones.
Buddies, oh my gosh. It's the third time I've seen that open, twice in rehearsals and once now, and I cry every ding-blasted time. And it's because of you knuckleheads. You guys are awesome inductees. What a great crew of 6 delightful human hearts. Wow. Speaking of delightful human hearts, look at you in the audience. So many people I love in here. All of you are people I love in here. Welcome to the 13th Annual Full Sail University Hall of Fame. What a night we got started. How about that open? Oh! Platinum Creative Full Sail Show Production Team. You guys are amazing. Woo! Amazing. We have such a special night ahead of us, and it's special because of you, the people in this room. It's special because of the Hall of Fame graduates that have come home. Yes, I said it. They've come home to Full Sail University to give back again and again and again. You do that. And it's special because we have in the fortress right across our campus, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, we have a bunch of students over there dialed in with us right now live. So hi to all of our buddies over there. We'll come to you in just a minute. Good to be with you too. I just wanted to spend a second with you on that note about giving back over and over and over again, our Hall of Fame members. This club is an amazing group of people that have done incredible things in the, you heard them, look at the credits you heard about, right? They've done amazing things in the industries they dreamed about going into and working within. That's wonderful. They've also worked on stuff that you and I watch and listen to and play, and in companies that we hear about every day of our lives because they're massive. That's what our graduates do. It's what these Hall of Famers do. My favorite part tonight that I'll just spend 90 seconds talking about, though, is the heart. The hearts of our Hall of Famers. These people are constantly giving, not money, yes, I know many of them have helped so many other graduates along their early stages. So yes, there's been some financial assistance there, but the beautiful thing about our Hall of Fame members is they give and give and give generously of their hearts, of their time, of their advice, sharing their experiences with those students coming behind them to help them go farther and get there faster than they might without our Hall of Fame members. And that kindness of heart, that generosity of spirit that you have, our 6 inductees and all the others. Matter of fact, time out, just 1 second. The other Hall of Fame members, please stand and be recognized. Who in the world are you? All of those that came back, look. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You people are incredible. The calls I get of you identifying somebody that you want special attention towards because they talk to you as a trusted graduate, mentor. The times you answer the call and say yes for Full Sail University every single time, Hall of Famers. We go to Washington. You represent us in the halls of our nation's capital. You help us understand what the industry is doing. You give and you give so generously. And audience members, you know this. This is the stuff of God. To have generous hearts and be willing to pour yourself into others to make their lives better, different, more advanced. Maybe they're able to learn from your mistakes and not make the same mistakes. That is the work of God. That is divine, Hall of Fame members. You are channeling a love that is beyond you, and I'm the recipient of it over and over again. All of Full Sail is. We adore you. New inductees, what a club you're joining, and for all the right reasons, because I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you too, the latest 6 tonight. Oh my goodness. What? Did I mention there's other students in it? Dave Franco, are you with us?
Yes, Gary. We're over here live.
At the Fortress?
We are at the Fortress here live.
Hot diggity, hot diggity. Woo-hoo!
Yes, we are here live, coming to you from the Fortress with so many great people in here. Some cosplayers are still in here, great students, lots of wonderful guests. And we are just grateful for a wonderful week that we had, enjoying our time with all the alumni as well as all the inductees. And we're going to be giving away great prizes tonight after the ceremony, like this skate deck. Like other, let's get. In fact, who wants a skate deck right now? Anybody want one? Come here. We'll give you this. Oh, I got two skate decks. There. I don't know magic, but I try my best on that, Alex. But I did as best as I could. But we're going to be here all day and night for the ceremony. Then afterwards, we're going to have the block party. We will see you all after the ceremony. And let's give it up for our inductees. Now back to you, Gary.
Awesome, Dave. And by the way, Dave is our Vice President of Academic Affairs, and he is a true mentor for me and so many others here. That guy cares so deeply about his students. They're lucky to have you, Dave. So lucky to have you. Woo! Speaking of fortunate, it's traditional to introduce dignitaries when you have a large formal event like this, right, Brandon? Yeah, we got to do some dignitary work here. The mayor of Winter Park, Mayor Phil Anderson, is in the house with us tonight. Mayor Anderson, would you care to share some words with us? Awesome. So good to have you with us, brother.
Thank you so much. I'm Phil Anderson, mayor of the city of Winter Park. And For a guy who still remembers the excitement of getting his first pocket electronic calculator, this is awesome. Holy cow. So I'm really excited to be here to join you to celebrate Full Sail University and its Hall of Fame. You know, as mayor of the city of Winter Park, a city that encourages and honors the arts, encourages and honors its culture and its education, I'm thrilled to be here to honor your graduates, your honorees, your students, and your leadership. Thank you so much. You are amazing. You know, what I see when I come to Full Sail is that you are fearless in creating original work and pushing boundaries in interactive gaming, on the big screen, and in music and art. And I just want to tell you, thank you very, very much to all of you to create the miracles that we get to enjoy in our everyday life. You really do make a difference and raise the bar for everyone out there. So in recognition of this great event and your honorees, I'm proud to proclaim April 20th, 2023 as Full Sail University Hall of Fame Day. And with that comes a proclamation suitable for framing, which I will read very quickly. Whereas Full Sail University is a tremendous community partner, adding to the vibrant quality of life in Winter Park, celebrating decades of continuously providing a one-of-a-kind, innovative, award-winning education centered on supporting its students while helping to propel its graduates into their careers in the ever-expanding world of entertainment, media, arts, and technology. Whereas Full Sail provides an education like no other institution by offering immersive teaching methods in both real-world production studios and classrooms, as well as an online learning environment. And whereas Full Sail is honoring its most distinguished graduates and Hall of Fame inductees, Karis Baker, Brandon Blackwell, Aaron Hamilton Cook, Victor Herrera da Silva, Devin Renee, and Jeff, Super Jeff, Villanueva. They wrote that. Super Jeff, welcome. Now, therefore, I, Philip Anderson, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Winter Park, do hereby proclaim that Thursday, April 20th, 2023, as Full Sail University Hall of Fame Day in the city of Winter Park, Florida. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you're a good man. I appreciate you so much. My buddies, oh, great to see some new friends arriving. Good to have you here. Lots of great students. Hi, buddies. Future Hall of Fame members in the house tonight. That's amazing. Mayor Anderson, I have to tell you in front of your friends here, you've been such a good friend of Full Sail, for Full Sail, to Full Sail. You've been there for us every time that we called for you. You've led the city in such noble and wonderful ways, and you've always included us in your thoughts and your actions, and we're forever grateful. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. We appreciate you. You, my buddies, you lovely people in the audience, have the great privilege, the great joy of getting to know our 6 inductees tonight. You'll also see some illusions as the night go forward that may help you understand more about the magic of Full Sail, about the supernatural things that happen here. And so let's get started. Meet our very first inductee. Let's go.
My fellow students had this very neat formula of where they wanted to go when they graduated. And it went something like, this is my favorite video game. This is the studio that makes that video game. this is the studio I want to work for. And I was like, that's cool, I can do that too. This is the studio I want to work for. Well, maybe I should identify why I want to work on my favorite video game. I want to make someone feel the way that that video game made me feel when I played it for the first time. And then I realized that I wanted to make impactful change in someone's life. And then I said, well, why stop there? I can make impactful change in more than just one person's life. I can make impactful change to many people. What if I can make a difference with my artwork? I found myself drawn to things that were tangible, that were improving lives in a way that I never thought was possible.
She's just really amazing and brilliant. She is an onion. Peel back the layers. She is a fabulous artist. She creates her own games. You peel a layer back, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, you designed some structural stuff. You peel another layer back, and you're like, oh, you helped write code to make something go in space. Oh, you worked with the medical industry on this? She just has her hands in a little bit of everything. She's super interesting and probably one of the smartest people I've ever met.
I'm a senior technical artist at Unity Technologies, and working for Unity Technologies was far greater than anything that I ever thought was possible for me. We're making real life better with real-time engines. We're saving lives by making sure things go through a simulation first and focusing on the human element in all these things. When I was in my 20s, a doctor notified me that I had a heart condition. They actually told me that this heart condition could spontaneously take my life around 30 years old. I'm 31 now, going on 32, and happy to say that I made the choice to take my life into my own hands and make sure that I was doing what made me feel a sense of purpose. And any contract, anything that came up that I felt strongly about, I would measure it against that sense of purpose that I felt and see if that was truly worth my time or not. And that's why I love working on projects like the ones that I do. Because of my history with my heart condition, I'm very passionate about the medical industry, specifically medical innovation, innovating the medical space in the way that we need to, using real-time 3D technology. And again, saving lives, preventing errors, saving time when time is so precious in those spaces.
She was looking for different solutions to her problem and couldn't really find them. So in her mind, she was like, well, I can do this. Let me see if I can figure out a solution that will help other people and me and grow it into something else. She takes things that are personal to her and she figures out a way to use her talents to further that. And most of the time, she's thinking of other people.
One of the things I'm most excited about is Throwback Highlight Heroes, the indie arcade cabinet. Usually when you release something, you put it on an e-store or a web page where someone can download it. And this is not normal. The entire piece was my own artwork. All the animations, the pixel art, the exterior wrap is just an exciting exercise in color, in theming, but just really diving into it in the way that I would any other subject matter. You know, whether it is a fire safety simulation or it's a indie game about a sport that I didn't know anything about. I've always had this idea of, if not me, then who? And if I really want to see change in the world, then I have to be it.
To induct Karis Baker, please welcome Program Director for Graphic Design Online at the Los Angeles Film School, Holly Tharp.
Hi, I'm Holly Tharp, and it is my pleasure and honor to induct Karis Baker into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame. And I hope she's here somewhere. You coming?
You know, if I were dreaming, this would be when I would wake up. We always seem to wake up right when the good part starts, right? Or the big moment. Or this would be the part of the dream where my words don't make sense anymore, and my speech gets really slow, and my jaw gets really heavy and like crazy, you know? Sometimes I have lucid dreams. You guys have those? Yeah. Where I can control my environment and conjure anything I want out of midair and just play. I wasn't always able to do that. I used to be afraid to fall asleep. I was plagued by night terrors and sleep paralysis. I sought help, but in the end, I had to discover a way out myself. Isn't that just like everything else? You know, when I dream boldly and stubbornly. Now when I'm at work, I do things that I used to only be able to do in my dreams. I control my environment, I conjure things out of midair, and I just play. You know, I must be dreaming because you guys are here. All of you, people who encouraged me, challenged me, loved me, watched me grow. And I'm thankful for every single one of you, especially my parents. And my husband, CJ. I'm certain I wouldn't be standing on this stage today if it weren't for you. I'm happy to share this honor with you today. You know, I come from a long line of dreamers. Whether it was Betty, the opera singer and artist, Bill, the pastor, counselor, and author, Hazel, the community leader and entrepreneur whose birthday is today, or John, the soldier, electrician, and toy collector, who I couldn't have done this without. And if I were dreaming, I would have them appear in seats alongside you, just so that I can see them smiling back at me like all of you are now. But I know they are. You know, 13 years ago, a small-town Virginia girl, a granddaughter that they all knew, left her comfort zone to chase a dream of being an artist. In 2009, I attended the behind-the-scenes tour at Full Sail University. I remember telling my parents that this is a place that felt like home, and I'd never even been here before. 2000 year happens also to be the first year of the Full Sail Hall of Fame. Since then, I've attended, worked, volunteered, or been an invited guest panelist or honored guest like one of you at every single Hall of Fame. Whether I was sitting in your seat or handing out pizza outside, craning my neck, just trying to get a peek. You may have noticed I have a diverse collection of career highlights. My Jackson Pollock path was designed by desire to build something so that I could provide for my family one day. I made a system of taking the work that spoke to my sense of purpose. I'd like to read you all an excerpt from my journal from 2001. Dear Journal, have you ever wondered when you look out the car window, watching all those people go by, what their problems are? And if you knew their problems, don't you wish you could help? And don't you wish that that old serpent didn't tempt poor Adam and Eve? Well, someday, I want to help the world, and you can too, just by helping an old lady cross the street or planting a tree in your backyard. God gave us two wonderful gifts, Jesus and the world we live in, so I think we should give him a gift and help him out the world somewhere. Don't you? That is just, I hadn't read that in a really long time. So this happens to be a journal that my parents gave me, and at the top is a devotional. And it happens to say, and I didn't plan this, Romans 8:28. And we know in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. She said, help, solve, support, assist, other synonyms. 9-year-old Karis was feeling a calling to service while daydreaming on car rides. Throughout all my experiences, we can find a common thread in how they spoke to my sense of purpose, helping. I'm often asked, so what do you do exactly? And now I'll say with confidence, I'm an artist called to make the world a better place. I know this honor is just the beginning of the incredible work that we'll do together. I want to thank all of you for this magical evening. This certainly is a brilliant night to remember, and is my pure joy to be inducted in the Full Sail Hall of Fame 13. I can't begin to properly express my gratitude for being given this role, and especially for being invited into this big, beautiful family. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. And you know, if I'm dreaming, don't wake me up.
The job for me is to give whoever's hearing my mix the best sound experience. Sound is super important to me. When I was younger, I grew up in South Orange, New Jersey. My home life was good. I grew up with my mom and my stepdad. School life wasn't so great. Dealing with being picked on, I didn't see much for myself. Until I found out, what sound engineering was at my church. My eyes opened up a little bit wider, and then out of that, I found Full Sail. I went online and I Googled it, and it was like my dream was on the screen. Once I got down on campus, it was the most exciting time of my life. I was always involved between the Show Pro Club, I was the president, all the live events, BTS weekends, graduations, I did them all. A lot of my audio career, it started here. By the grace of God, my mom's boss meets the musical director of American Idol. He's putting a band together. They're going to perform with multiple guest artists, and you should come. We ended up doing a couple of shows. One of the shows, the local engineer, the band wasn't very happy with. And me being hungry, I just said, hey, I went to school for this. I can mix monitors. We do the show. It was like Shaka Khan, Kiki Wyatt. So there, I met a lot of sound engineers really quickly. I also mixed for a lot of artists really quickly. And it just snowballed from there. And I mean, when I say it snowballed, it was an avalanche. It just went fast. Leading up to Glastonbury, where I was mixing front of house for Kendrick Lamar, 210,000 people, it's a lot of people. So you have to walk really far up and around. It's me, my wife, Ariel, my system engineer, Aaron Tucker, who's actually a Full Sail grad. It felt as if, I was in my own control room by myself. I got my two warriors behind me, my wife videotaping me, because, we want our kids to know what I do, how important it is. It was just a great experience. After the show, it was just an emotional rush, just like, we did it. People were calling the UK office of the company, asking who mixed front of house for Kendrick. I told Ariel, I said, I shook up the United States with Day in Vegas. And I said, but Glastonbury is where I'm gonna shake up the world. And yeah, I definitely did that. So yeah, Glastonbury is important to me. It's very important.
He is so humble, he's so kind, he's such a generous spirit. He uses his time effectively and making sure that people understand that they are included, period.
Noel was looking for, people of color in the industry that can come be mentors for Diversify the Stage, making sure that underrepresented and marginalized people were getting the same knowledge of what our industry is.
He shouts to the rooftop what he does for a living, and he feels that it's really important for people to understand that these careers exist, and also for people to see their reflection, and I just respect that so much.
I remember at graduation, I said, I'm going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame my first year of eligibility. I didn't know what I was saying back then. It was just like, I'm just gonna say this to put this massive goal so I can achieve for something. I would come back on tour and come back to the school. I didn't care if I had 3 hours of time. It was important that I got to be on campus, give back to the students. What's next is just giving more of me to the world, more of my knowledge, my perspective, my experiences.
Induct Brandon Blackwell, please welcome co-lead singer of Fitz and the Tantrums and the founder of Diversify the Stage, Noel Skaggs.
Before I induct my friend, we have a very special message to play.
My dog B, congrats to you, man, on your nomination for the Hall of Fame. They definitely couldn't have picked a better candidate. Continue to keep inspiring us all and do your thing, bro.
Brandon Blackwell personifies what being a Hall of Fame member should be. When Brandon first came into this industry, he decided that being a great engineer just wasn't enough. He wanted to inspire the younger generation. So he started a mentorship program. After that, he became an award-winning author and wrote a children's book to inspire an even younger generation. If that doesn't say Hall of Fame member, I don't know what does. So Brandon, I want to say congratulations. I wish I could be there. I'm proud of you, and I'll see you soon.
Yo, what's up, Brandon? It's your boy Dave, man. It's your boy every day. Congrats, big congrats on being inducted into both of our schools' Hall of Fame. I remember reading about you when I joined show production. I tell this story all the time. It's crazy that now you're my big bro, my mentor. It's crazy enough, I'm actually at Coachella. We were here last year doing a gig together for Big Sean. So now, wishing you a congrats this time around. You deserve it all. You deserve everything that's coming to you. Congrats on the book. Man, you are doing amazing things. I'm glad to call you my big bro. You've motivated me to be a Hall of Famer now too, so I gotta figure out how to get in my bag. But congrats, man, congrats. Love you much.
Congratulations on your Full Sail Hall of Fame honor. You have come a very, very long way from us first meeting in 2014. And we were two young kids that just wanted to make people happy with the power of music. And you've done that for so many people in so many countries, and thousands and thousands of hearts you touched through your sound and your profession and your career. And it's only the beginning. It's only the beginning, okay? So I am so proud of you. Congratulations. There's so much more to come. And just keep killing it.
It is my tremendous honor to induct you, my friend Brandon Blackwell, into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame. Come and get your flowers.
Well, whoever had the bet for who's going to cry fast, I'll let you know I cried 30 seconds into Karis's speech, so I'll take a cut of that win so you can send it on my way. But for all of you who are, getting to know me, I'm an extreme introvert. So being up here right now is mentally challenging. It's a lot for me. So, I appreciate your patience. I'm usually a behind the scenes crew person, so being on this side of the production is very new for me. So just want to warn you now, thank you. First and foremost, before I go any further, I gotta just thank God. For the long time in my career, I took my religion for granted. Walking through the streets of Paris at night, just blindly walking, and was able to, get back to my hotel safely, or all the hundreds and hundreds of thousand miles on an airplane that I took that were all safely. That right there is God, and He watched over me every time I left the house. Every time I got on a plane, bike, train, car, bus, especially those times when my life was in other people's hands, He definitely took care of me. So hand off to God, first and foremost. So as the video said, this all started in church, and I have to give thanks to the first ever sound engineer that I ever worked with, Mr. Carl Davis, God rest his soul. Without him taking a chance on a little kid, I wouldn't be standing here today. He definitely, even though it was a church and doing sound for a church, he took it very seriously, and he poured into me for years, to the point where I took over for him as the sound ministry lead. So, hands off to him. Looking forward to seeing him again one day, and giving him a hug and showing him my Hall of Fame one day soon. So I'm sorry. I'd like to express my gratitude to the talented and hardworking Platinum production team. Round of applause. James, Kevin, Jason, Andy, Eris, Jamie, Alex. If I missed some, I apologize, but just thank you so much for making me feel comfortable and bringing out a side of me that only a few people get a chance to see. So, you guys all hold a special place in my heart. You guys allowed me to see myself in a way that I've never seen myself before. So, hats off to you, and I love you all, really. Before I continue, I would also like to thank the amazing, amazing, amazing event staff around campus who put on all of these amazing productions. As a fellow behind-the-scenes person, I know it's long hours, and Full Sail is unique. You do get praise here, but in the real world, you don't normally get praise. So I just have to say hats off to all of you, the sound engineer, lighting, video directors, this production is amazing. You know, it's on the level, if not better than my clients. So like, hats off to you all. You guys are amazing. So we got a little bit of the teary part out. Let's get into a little bit light-hearted stuff. Now that I'm a Hall of Famer, I think it's the right time to share that before I came to Full Sail, I was at a community college, and my parents weren't ready for me to go away to college. You know, I was young, I wasn't great in school, and to be honest, I wasn't ready to be down here. But working at Staples, I actually photoshopped my grades to convince my parents to come here. And so, now I don't condone lying. That's not good. That's not good. Students, don't lie, please, please, please. But, you know, with that, my parents, you know, invested in my future. They sewed into me. Without them, I wouldn't have gone to school. So, you know, shout out to my parents for investing in my future. I think the return on investment has been great, and you know, I can't wait to give back more. I would like to thank all of my show production teachers, instructors, staff members. You all know who you are. If I forget you again, I'm sorry, my apologies, but I'm going to name a few names: John Sheldon, David Dean, Susan Keller, Adam Bales, Sean McCune, Dave Arias, Stefan Weiler, Matt Burkholder, Dan Fleming, Pam Sigler, Vince Lepore, Wynn Davis. You know, we spent a lot of time together on campus. We spent a lot of time in this venue right here. And, you know, I really learned a lot from you all. Not only just the technical ability, but how to maneuver the industry. You know, one of my favorite people is David Dean. Because at school, he was working as an instructor, and then he would go on the road, you know, with the band and mix front of house. And I just thought it was so cool that he can be in school teaching us, but still living his dream out on the road, you know, away from his family. And that was the life I wanted, and literally, that's the life that I have now. So David Dean, like, I appreciate you wherever you are, my brother. Like, you, John Sheldon, all of you, you know, just, again, just have a special place in my heart, you know. Man, you know, I've been out of school for 10 years, but I'll say this 32-year journey to this Hall of Fame has been filled with many ups and downs. And, you know, it started out when I was young and being a very misunderstood child. You know, dealt with depression, saw a lot of my family members pass away early, great-grandparents. I was blessed to have multiple great-grandparents, but I saw many of them pass away very early. My granddad passed away really early, and, you know, it was one of those things where I've always throughout my career wondered where I got this entrepreneur, you know, bug from, you know, like just why am I so hungry to just be great? So a couple of years ago, I found out that my grandfather owned an aeronautics company called BGA Aeronautics that was purchased by Boeing in the early 80s. And you know, as I look over these last 32 years, the ups and downs that I've gone through, I can't even imagine, you know, a black CEO in the early 80s, dealing with, you know, in such a space, in such an industry that, again, just like mine, show production, there aren't many of us. You know, that's where the black audio engineers do exist. You know, there's a small collection of us, and, you know, we're a tight family, and we go through a lot, you know. Most recently in my career, I've gone through, and this is for the students just to give you some real perspective to take on in your career that I wish someone had told me early. But throughout my career, I've done everything by the book. You know, I'm very legal eagle, as my wife Ariel likes to say. I stop at yellow lights. Like I don't speed. That's not me anymore, you know? So I do everything by the book. I do it the right way. Even if it takes a little bit longer, I do it the right way. And I unfortunately dealt with some slandering of my name last year after leaving a tour, and I'll be honest with you all, I almost lost my passion for mixing. And you know, for the longest, audio and sound was the only thing I had. You know, during the pandemic, a third of our industry didn't return, and that's sound engineers, that's lighting designers, that's, you know, stage hands, people who build these stages. And, you know, I didn't receive a penny from any of the artists that I work for. And that's not just me, that's many, many, many other, you know, engineers and show crew people as well. So, you know, it was almost like a double down of maybe I have to give this up. This just isn't worth it anymore. Which was a tough thing, you know, and my wife, Ariel, she definitely held me down. You know, you don't get a chance to see the behind the scenes, but she was definitely my behind the scenes A2, my A1, you know. You know, so to those, man, get you a good spouse that can rock with you. Like, honestly, she loves sound because I love sound, you know what I mean? And it means the most to me. Ariel, I love you so much. You're my best friend. Man, what can I say about this place? Gary Jones, I don't know where you are. I love you. You make me cry every time I see you. Again, I just want to thank you all for being here. I appreciate you all traveling here to be with us to celebrate my fellow inductees, Jeff, Super Jeff, Victor, Karis, Aaron. Am I missing someone? Oh, Devin, my sister. Like, I just love y'all. Like, honestly, number 13 is an unlucky number, but we something to mess with, all right? And I love y'all. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
That was Karis and Brandon, our first two Hall of Fame inductees. Now, there are going to be more people to impress us and amaze us. And in fact, this next person that's going to amaze us doesn't even know they're going to be part of the show. And that person is you. Hi. She said, great. What's your name? Hi, Amber. It's okay, you'll be fine, okay? Amber, I just want you to verify, obviously we could tell by your reaction that you and I didn't set anything up ahead of time. We didn't meet before. I didn't tell you, hey, you're gonna be on camera and live stream to thousands of people all over the place. Okay, right? Okay, good. And I have something for you. I actually have a Hall of Fame t-shirt for you right here. That is for you from Full Sail, but I also have another one that you're going to throw at someone. No, actually, you are going to just toss it behind you to someone at random, okay? So hold on to that, but before you do, everyone in this section, I want you to put your hands in the air. Everybody hands out in the air. You too, because, you know, I don't know how good she is at throwing. She might throw right next to you, okay. All right, very good. Hands out in the air. Now, Amber's about to throw this t-shirt behind her, and someone catch it. Don't just, like, you know, like dodge it and try not to, okay? Just catch it. Are you guys ready? All right. Hands out in the air. Get ready for it. Amber, on the count of 3, you just toss behind you. Someone grab it. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Go! There it is. Yes, good catch. And you don't hand it off. I saw you try to hand it off. He's like, oh, what's your name, sir? Larry. Give Larry a big round of applause. Larry, stand up, sir. Please stand up. Larry, you can stay right there. You don't have to go anywhere. You can just stay right there. That is Larry. All right, Larry. Thanks for catching it. All right, and everyone in our audience, and including those streaming, I want you to get your phones out. Everybody get your phones out. I know you have them. Get your phones out. Because I'm going to text you a photo. Actually, I'm not going to text you a photo. In fact, we're going to just put up a QR code up on the screen, and I want you to scan that code to a photo. So scan that QR code, and once you get that photo, it should be of me. Once you get that photo, I want you to hold your phones in the air so I can see them. Once you get that photo, let me see. I see them right there. Thank you. Thank you. Just hold them in the air so I can see me. Everybody, I only see a couple. Once you get that photo, hold them up in the air. We should see everyone in the audience holding up a photo. You got it? You got it? There you go. There you go. Everybody. Okay, there I see. Look, I look good. I've never performed for myself before. Keep those photos in the air. Hold on to them. There you go. Wow, look at that. That looks so cool. Okay. All right, Larry. This is what I want you to do, man. Larry, I want you to think of any playing card. Think of the cards. Think of the suit, clubs, hearts, spades, diamonds. Think of a value. Ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king. It could be any card. But first, Larry, look into my eyes. All right, Larry. Larry, are you thinking of a card?
I got one.
You got one? Now, I want you to say that card out loud so everyone can hear you, including those at home watching on the live stream. What card were you thinking of?
I thought of the 3 of hearts.
3 of hearts. Now, I absolutely love that card. That is my favorite card. The 3 of hearts. That's amazing that you thought of that 3 of hearts because you were looking into my eyes. And that's what I want everyone to do. Everyone in the audience, those at home, I want you to look into my eyes. No, seriously, look into my eyes. In the photo, zoom into the photo. Look into my eyes. You should be looking at the 3 of hearts. Three of hearts? Yes, Larry? Come on, that's pretty good. I know, everyone. Everyone, I want you to zoom back out and take a screenshot of that photo. Zoom back out, take a screenshot of that photo because you're gonna story it. Make sure you tag Full Sail. Make sure you tag me. Don't act like you don't know me. Alex Ramon, all right? But most importantly, hashtag Full Sail HOF so we can remember this night forever. Keep the applause going for Larry. You did a great job. Have a seat, Larry. And keep the applause going for Dr. David Franco.
Thank you so much, Alex. That guy never ceases to amaze me. What a wonderful, wonderful evening. Congratulations to our inductees. It's so wonderful to see everyone here and all of our alumni and Hall of Famers back for this amazing week. We've had a wonderful, wonderful week of expos, career fairs. We had workshops and learning for our students. We've had so many great events. In fact, we had over 220 events on campus for our students. Let's give it up for the crew and everybody, alumni, Hall of Famers that put that together. And today we had a wonderful event. We had the cosplay contest. And I bet you can't tell where the cosplay contest winners are a little bit, but can we have the winners stand up for the cosplay contest? Stand up there. Hey! You guys look amazing. It's actually one of the biggest events. We love it. It's fantastic. Thank you guys for joining for that today. this wonderful, glorious, beautiful lead-in music that you hear is all composed by our students here. Can we have those students stand up? Are you in the audience there? Can we get the, let's hear it. Yeah, go ahead, stand up on there. It's kind of like Who to Tell the Truth you guys did there. Can we get a little bit of the sample music? Can we play that? Is that all right? We can play a little bit of that sample music would be great so we can hear that. Some of that lead-in music. And our online students did a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful contest that they put together. And that contest in the online area was why they wanted to come here to Hall of Fame. And so we picked winners out of those online contest winners. Can you stand up, online contest winners? You in there? Hey! So cool. Coming from all parts of the United States, it's just so wonderful to thank you for being here with us. Really appreciate that too. The announcers that you hear here and there, they're from our Dan Patrick School. And did you know we're celebrating our 5th year with the Dan Patrick School? So we have, let's see, we have Colby Sims, Itzel Marquez, Austin Dillingham. Where are you guys? Can you wave to, oh, they're behind you. Everybody look behind.
How is everybody doing?
How does it feel to work like right into school and get to work with one of the heaviest hitters in the business, Dan Patrick? How's that feel, guys?
I think it feels amazing. It's great that he looks at my work and he gives me live feedback, and he's honestly just one of the most amazing people I have ever met.
Wow, that's great to hear. It's just been an honor and joy to work with Dan on that. What are you guys going to do after school?
I'm trying to do some play-by-play commentary or public address announcing, what better way to practice than some live repetition, you know what I mean?
Well, you sure have a great voice for it. I love it. Well, thank you guys for doing this tonight. You sound great. Let's give it up for them. And now also, too, we have the Full Sail received the Apple Distinguished Award for the years 2022 to 2025. And the Apple Distinguished Schools are a center of innovation, leadership, and educational excellence. They use Apple technology, like we do here with our launch boxes, to inspire creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking in learning, teaching, and school environments. Our long-standing relationship with Apple technology has enabled our students, graduates, faculty, and staff to take their craft to the next level. Congratulations, Full Sail, on that wonderful award. Thank you, Heather Torres, too, and Ann Russell for their help getting that award. Don Larson, too. Full Sail University's Healthcare Technology Lab is now powered by Advent Health University, and this is a brand new campus lab here which will engage students across our emerging technology programs. If you get a chance, go over and see that. That's located in Building 4D, and we have a variety of Advent Health University degree programs that are coming to Full Sail, working with our students and grads to innovate technology and come up with healthcare solutions. It's wonderful. Go over there and see it. It's a wonderful collaboration. I also wanted to mention our Echelon Lab. Echelon and Full Sail celebrate the official opening of the Full Sail University Fitness Technology Lab powered by Echelon Fit. This is a new on-campus lab as well that will be working with our emerging technologies, focused degree programs to participate in innovative research initiatives throughout the school. So very, very wonderful on that. This past year, Full Sail teamed up with the Rebel Rally up in sponsoring
Excuse me,
a car.
Dr. Dave.
That sounds like Hall of Famer Stephen Barris. Stephen, give it up for Stephen Barris.
Hey, everybody.
I don't know where he is, but...
What a fabulous night. Dr. Dave, I thought that maybe we could give everybody a little surprise. Can I invite you outside with me for a second
sure. All right.
to see something? Okay. As you know, we've been hard at work over the last year, have come up with an amazing partnership, and I thought what better way to show that off than to actually bring it here.
What do you mean, bring it here? What are you talking? All right, come out here. Wait, Steven's taking us out here. So we have something. Holy cow! Let's get a shot, Jeff. Follow me over here. What is this? Tell me about this.
Well, as you know, Dave, anytime Full Sail does anything with a vehicle where we make dreams come true, that becomes the dream machine. Well, this past year, there was a dream to have an all-women's off-road race team entered in the Rebel Rally, an all-women's navigation rally, the longest one in the United States, and who better to power that dream than Full Sail University. So I'm incredibly thrilled to unveil, if you will, the Full Sail University Off-Road Rally Dream Machine.
Holy cow, let's get a real big shot of that. And oh my gosh, who is this lovely lady over here? I believe this is Liza Barris. Liza, how are you? Now wait a second, were you the driver of this vehicle?
No, I was the navigator. It's my car, but I was the navigator, and a dear friend of mine drove.
And the beautiful wrap all over this car, how was that created?
So that was designed by Full Sail students who are here tonight in the Fortress. We're going to hang out afterwards. I can't wait to meet them. But they gave us a whole bunch of designs that we got to choose from, and this was the one that made our car stand out on the rally, and we were so proud of it.
And did you guys finish the race?
We did amazingly. We came, first year, we wanted to learn as much as we could. We came right in the middle of the pack, and we've got really, really high hopes for 2023.
Oh, that's great. Maybe I see a 2024 in the future?
I certainly hope so, Dave. And I'll say this to end off. How many other universities have an all-women's off-road race team? Full Sail, this is for you. Let's hear the Fortress go crazy for the Dream Machine.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you so much, Liza. Beautiful, beautiful car. I'm going to give it back to our announcers right now to show the video of our next inductee.
Please turn your attention to the screen for this next inductee.
It was interesting for me growing up in a small, mainly rural farming community, and being the kid who was really interested in theater and liked video games and tabletop games. Honestly, it was really hard, and I don't feel like I found any sort of home or felt like I belonged until I arrived at Full Sail. The thing that informed my decision to come to Full Sail was really just looking at the kinds of things that I would get to be a part of and get to do. I thought I wanted to be a tracking engineer. It was this form of creative expression that I felt like unlocked a lot of things for me to be able to sort of navigate my own feelings and process stuff. But I'm extremely analytical. And so the more I got into it, the more I was breaking down how frequencies interact with each other and, sort of the science behind how a cue works on an EQ. And I had a hard time connecting with my heart with music. I think that was why I ended up sort of steering clear of working in music. There's something sacred there that I wanted to preserve. I had a class here at Full Sail. Tom Todia taught advanced interactive audio, and just messing around in Unreal 3 and implementing things and creating new sounds. And it was just a new technical experience that I hadn't really had. With games, it was immediately clear to me that like, oh, this is a behemoth of a thing that like you can just deep dive for weeks and still find things to unravel. And that just scratched a particular itch in my brain that I just dove headlong into that. So when I got to the end of my bachelor's in recording arts and I was still had some of my GI Bill left, I was looking at opportunities, what should I do? And the game design masters just really made a lot of sense. I was really motivated by just this fear of not being good enough. And so I was looking at opportunities based on job title or salary and using that to sort of weigh the direction that I was taking my career. That was effective to a point, but once I started focusing on what do I want to be doing at the end of my career, what supports that endeavor, you know, when an opportunity comes along, the question is, does this take me closer or further from my goals? And then it becomes a really binary, easy decision. I have had not as many mentors as I would have liked. I wanted to be that for others, and I found very quickly that there's a lot of net positives for you as a mentor. They're gonna ask questions and look at things from a different perspective than you do on a typical daily basis. You're not in the trenches in the problems that they're facing, but you're also able to learn a lot from the things that they bring to you and seeing them grow and flourish.
Aaron will listen, he understands, and he can totally help you just figure almost any problem out, it feels like. And that's such a rare skill and something that those of us that know Aaron are blessed to have in our lives.
I've had a few folks that have been great for my support network. Will Fitzgerald, my inductor. He has just been a reliable person. Anytime I need help with anything, he's always there to help out.
So Aaron incorporates his passion for games into his work really by caring about every other individual around him. And that's truly like his greatest strength. I'm just ecstatic to be here, getting to talk about him at all right now. He motivates me and shows me what a better version of myself could be. And that's priceless.
I love that it is my role to solve problems, and in solving those problems, I help people. I love that I get to make everybody's life just a little bit easier. Let's make something fans are gonna enjoy and love and celebrate. Those are the things that I love about production. I don't know, there's nothing like it.
To induct Aaron Hamilton Cook, please welcome the lead game designer at Paddle Creek Games, Will Fitzgerald.
Hi, my name is Will Fitzgerald, and it is my deepest honor to induct Aaron Hamilton Cook into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
First of all, Will, how dare you do that to me before I give a speech? Just, whew. I appreciate that other people were able to sort of riff and speak from the heart. I prepared something, because I can't do that, and I don't trust my abilities, so I'm just gonna read from cards. So, a decade has passed between completing my master's and standing here today. I never could have imagined all the things I would accomplish, and I wouldn't have been able to achieve half as much as I've done without an incredible support network. This is the thank you section. It's very necessary. Everyone deserves it, but first and foremost, Julie. Hey, you have been my rock, my root, my sunset. Your support and encouragement means more to me than I'll ever be able to express. So who won? To the adventuring company of the Wizards of the Coast. You have been the dearest friends anyone could ever ask for. Thank you for being so authentically you. Love you too, Chris. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the various fantastic teams that I have had the privilege to work alongside. And without their incredible efforts, nothing I do would matter. Thank you all for all of your hard work. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to my fellow inductees, past and present and future. You have been the most fantastic found family I have ever been able to be a part of. Additionally, I want to thank the Career Development Department, the education staff, everybody who is a part of Full Sail. Thank you. You have all been an incredible support network. I have had some difficult moments in my career, and you have always been there for me, no matter when I come, no matter when I ask. Thank you so much. And finally, Gary Jones and John Phelps. And the rest of the board, thank you for cultivating and growing an institution such as this, a place for misfits with dreams where ambition is encouraged. Conventional wisdom dictates that we should hold long-term goals. We should have in our minds a vision of who we will be in 10 or 20 years. We're told to model others and follow a similar path. I have found that while this is a helpful exercise when weighing available options, it is not really the best way to operate. This thinking asks someone, especially someone green and junior in their career, to make choices for a person they don't yet know, who works in a world they cannot yet conceive. In my admittedly limited experience, this creates situations where we compare ourselves to others, where we feel behind and enraptured by imposter syndrome. It has a tendency to become aimless, pursuing the dreams of others, to pursue a climb of a ladder that we're supposed to just run up. I'm sure there are individual exceptions to this. However, I find a far better metric is to measure yourself today against who you were yesterday. There is a place, oh, go ahead. There is a place for you as you are. I promise if you embrace your journey, if you embrace your weird, you will find success. I want to leave with a final thought. There's this notion, I think it should be attributed to Neil deGrasse Tyson. It might be another astrophysicist, but there's this notion in astrophysics that the universe is ambitious. It is ever expanding, ever changing, ever growing. I would encourage us all to seek to share in that ambition while also holding in your heart that you are good enough and you are worth it. Thank you.
My mother is Brazilian and my father is Mexican. I grew up in Mexico City. I had that opportunity to grow with and go with my father to the productions. I even had the opportunity to act on a couple of movies of my father's as a child actor. I didn't pursue that anymore. I am the 5th generation in my family devoted to entertainment industry. All of, from my great-great-grandfather to my father now, myself, enjoyed, entertainment as a whole. And so it came the time that I had to decide what I wanted to do. And I was very focused into wanting to learn video games and technology. This came really early, and it was always a part of my childhood and growing up, at which certain point in time, I really wanted to learn how to make them. I never even thought about the possibility of studying abroad. Hispanic families, we tend to be very tight-knit. Through having different talks, they spurred that little spark into my head, like, what if? And that what if became like, why not? I came to a place as a student, to an unknown place where, knowing no one, I came to find a place that had that new family.
I think that Victor's supernatural power is that he's very organized and meticulous. Me as a creative, I have my ideas floating around, and he always helps me to put them on paper, land them, and make them work.
Carlos is a person that I hold very dear and close to my heart. For those that don't know, he's actually a Full Sail graduate as well. I came to meet him way past when I was already living in Miami, Florida, and we clicked right away.
The first project we worked on together, it was a gaming application called Yumi's. And then we started making music for his programs on his TV channel called Nuestra Visión.
For Nuestra Visión, I'm the CEO. The decision to launch the network was very close related to my family background, which has been a multi-generational achievement through the vision and dream that my father had to create a television channel here in the United States that would serve the Mexican and Mexican-American audience as well as the US Hispanic audience, and cater directly to them as a first segment demographic. At Radiant Studios, I'm the founder and managing partner for the studio. This means I get to oversee all the different operations that we have, and the studio has been a very personal and passionate project of mine because it's given me the ability to continue staying in touch with the things that I care and I'm most passionate about in the worlds of technology and entertainment. This induction to me means everything. It's the culmination of so many things. While I'm receiving greatly and I'm so humbled and honored to be receiving, I truly believe that the people surrounding me are the people that are worthy of having such a recognition. I wouldn't be no one if it wasn't for the support that I've received from each one of the angels that have come across my path. I'm just grateful. We meet someone that have a way of positively impacting your journey and who you will become. It always surrounds to that concept of dream. We take your dream seriously, and that's why I express so much gratitude.
To induct Victor Herrera de Silva, please welcome producer and content creator, Carlos Chavira.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carlos Chavira, and it's my honor to induct Victor Herrera da Silva to the Full Sail University Hall of Fame. Come over here, bro. Congratulations.
Well, I definitely broke the record, so. Ooh, my gosh, wow. Well, hello everyone. Hola a todos. ¿Dónde están mis latinos? E onde estão os meus brasileiros? Valeu. What an honor. What an honor to be in the same place where so many talented and successful people are. Where our most, like so many of our industry's leaders and future leaders are here. I'm so grateful to be here with you. Maybe I'll be able to go through this. I'll try. I want to share with you something that I once read. The people who fly and people who create art through media have one fundamental thing in common: passion. And that passion began as a dream to make a film, a love of music, a playful obsession with video games, a fascination for computers, a burning desire to be in the cockpit. The Douglas DC-3 represents the golden age of aviation, a time when those who dreamed of moving about the planet could and would. Welcome to Full Sail. And those were some of the first words that I read from a place far from home that promised to teach me everything that I wish to learn from an industry that I longed to be a part of. A place that knew that dreams were not just dreams, but the dreams were the very first step for creative minds into realizing our wildest goals. A place that not only would end up teaching me everything I learned and knew and was seeking to learn, but that would offer me so much more than I could possibly imagine. Gary Jones and John Phelps, you've really done something here. And I thank you, and I'm so honored to, in some little way, shape, or form, be a part of this amazing thing. I can only imagine what you have in mind and what's to come. Sean Moore, thank you so much for showing me that place, even though I was so far away. Bringing me to the leading educational institution in the world of entertainment. Our very first call was almost 20 years ago, and it was a call that changed the course of my life. Ever since then, since that very first call, my friend, you have given me an extraordinary level of commitment, support, true, genuine care, the kind of support and care that usually you just find within your family. You, Sean, are an excellent representation of what makes this institution unique and wonderful. You know, as we embark on our professional journeys, we very, very quickly come to learn that there's so much more than just learning technical skill. You need to have a foundation. You need to build a foundation. And people with a heart of gold, like Sean Moore, you, life changers. You help those of us with dreams make them come true. So thank you, Sean. To my papa and my mama, minha mãe, thank you for believing in me. And thank you for doing the impossible to give me the opportunity to pursue my dream. Today, as a dad, I understand the sacrifices, and I understand what you went through to make sure that I could do this. I thank you for my education at school and at home. I thank you for teaching me the importance of loving God and having values. I thank you for teaching me the importance of grit and perseverance, even during life's hardest moments. And for teaching me the importance of always giving back, support others, and positively impact as many lives as possible. Gracias de todo mi corazón. Sarah, my wife, thank you for everything you've done and continue to do each and every day for us this day. Without you, this just would plainly not be possible. You're not only an amazing mother, but an incredible business partner. And this is happening real time, guys. You know, like, this is happening real time. And I thank you for giving me a family, for believing in me, for giving me your support, and for understanding me. I am truly grateful for all your love. For Leo and Camila, which you saw in the videos, I hope one day, I hope one day you can look back at this and know how much power and influence you guys had over me to make me continue moving forward and trying harder every day. For today, though, what this means is that this weekend you can get to have all the ice cream you want, if your mom says it's okay. Stefano and Annabelle, I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here. I know, the sacrifice to be here, and I'm just so grateful. It means the world to me. Stefano, man, like, going over these and just having that chance to grow with you and remembering the games and the plays we used to do and, like, back with that. And I get to have such a pleasure to continue walking that road beside you now in a professional world. And how lucky am I, guys? Like, this is something that I think that very many wish could have, but I get to enjoy and nurture and grow within, my family and be very proud of it. So thank you. To Carlos, where's Carlos? Carlos. Thank you so much for giving me the honor of being my inductor. I have so much admiration for you, man. Like, since we first met, I knew you're bound to soar. I love seeing each one of your successes. I love seeing how much you've come to grow. I love the fact that we get to do so much and that you've played such a fundamental part of my life. You're not only my friend, but you're a part of my family, and you know that. Yeah. There's some other people that have played such a vital part on my life, and so many have done it, But there's some that have really left a mark on my life, and I want to name them. Zachariah and Allison Inks, Morexi Morejon, Beth Morgan, and Barry McCall, who's here today. You have played roles in my life that I'll never forget. Your support towards me, personally and professionally, has been life-changing. Know that I'll always be there for you. I want to thank to everyone in our companies, Nuestra Visión, Radiant Studios, guys. Without the work that each of you has done to get us here to this moment in time, I would just, I don't know what I could do. This is something where we really come to understand the value of people as to every little thing we do, and just like Brandon was saying earlier, everything that happens without the scenes, and we tend to be of the ways of knowing that if you don't notice us, or if you don't notice how it came together, we did a good job. But it's so important to understand the work that goes behind the scenes, because these are the real people that make the magic happen. And with that, I want to just have this moment and take this opportunity to thank everyone here at Full Sail University, our executives, directors, our faculty, our staff. In particular, Jay Noble, Sherry Tanaleff, our career development team, guys, Jesus, the heart I have and the heart you've shown us each and every day, each interaction. I can't say enough words to express the gratitude that not only you displayed to us, but to the people that we had the opportunities to give a little bit of ourselves this week. Guys, seriously, what you do is invaluable. You're changing lives, you're changing outcomes, you're positively impacting each and every one of these lives, and I'm really grateful for you. To those that have made a great impact through the programs that I had the opportunity to attend, both on the game development side and on the entertainment business master side, Rob Cotto, Michelle Long, Liam Hislop, Justin Gallo, guys, you guys have left such an impact in my life. Heather Torres, wow, absolutely amazing. Lester Frederick, Bill Thompson, my friend, if we could get to just express how many times during the course of our daily and professional lives we just come back to things that we learned in the course of a month, my God, it's something that it's really hard to convey, but it's such a big part of who we are today and we carry with on our heart every single day. Stephen Burho, the list goes on and on. I couldn't finish this without thanking the team at Platinum Creative. You guys have truly taught me how quickly you can make friends that will last a lifetime. You guys are absolutely amazing. Your talent knows no bounds. I don't know how many seconds it took for me to just be pouring my heart out. James Donmoyer, Kevin Abel, thank you. Thank you. And all of your teams, you guys have connected with you in such a way. Jason Ferguson, man, the work you do is absolutely incredible. Thank you as well for teaching me what the tissue box was for during the interview, and we perhaps should have had one here today. Luis Garcia, Krista Thompson, Brandy Waters, you played such a fundamental role into allowing me and giving me the opportunity to give back. E Carol Olival, beijo muito grande até o Brasil. To my new Hall of Fame brothers and sisters, thank you so much for welcoming me. You represent the very best our industry has to offer. You work on projects that, man, we all dream of to be a part of one day. I hope that we can continue growing together, giving back together, and I look forward to a future of great growth. To my dear students and alumni, continue growing and building our industry. Create positive impact. Doing things that improve the world in a moment that it needs so much love, so much care, acceptance, representation. These are things that matter and that we should be actively working towards to leave this place in a better way that we found it. Follow your dream. Follow your dream, as impossible as it may seem, and don't settle, ever. As you continue building and growing, and you're learning from some of the very best that our industry has to offer, you will find that you'll soon be ready to embark on your very own journeys. You'll take off on your own flight. And you'll be taking off on a plane with exceptional qualities to guide your dreams and goals. Your very own DC-3. And in this flight called life, you're gonna find ups, downs, turbulence, new manuals, new buttons, things change every day. But trust that plane and that platform that you'll have built, and the crew that's flying with you, because we will be there along the way to help guide you to your destination, your Full Sail University family. And when you least expect it, just like me, you may be standing here, and we will cheer you on. So I accept this induction to the Full Sail University Hall of Fame with all the gratefulness in my heart. All the glory goes to God. You are all supernatural, and I'm just so grateful for all of you. Thank you so much.
Yesterday, I had the opportunity to tour the Full Sail campus, and to say that I was amazed is a complete understatement. And although I was impressed with all of the production and everything Full Sail has to offer, what I was most impressed by was the culture that has been created here by the staff and the students. I've never been somewhere that promotes creativity as much as Full Sail, that encourages every single person here to strive to reach their greatest potential. That is a huge testament to all of you here. So please give yourselves a big round of applause for being a part of the Full Sail family. It's amazing. Amazing. Now, we have a few photos of members of our Full Sail family. We're gonna put them right up for you. Now, you may know some of these people, you may not know, but again, they're all part of the Full Sail family. Now, this magic is gonna happen to everyone out there, and you're all gonna make your own decisions, starting with, you're gonna choose someone's photo. You see photos that are in color, you see photos that are in black and white, and you're gonna choose a photo that's in color. Any photo that you want in color. Now, if you see yourself up there, don't choose yourself. Choose someone else, okay? Now, all of you are making different decisions, but you're thinking of a photo in color. Now, the next decision you're going to make is you're going to move right or left in your row to the closest black and white photo. Right or left, go ahead and make that decision. Now you're on a new photo. The next decision you're gonna make is you're gonna go up or down to a new photo in color. The next decision you're gonna make is a diagonal move to the nearest black and white photo. Now, at this point, you moved all over this grid. And the final decision you're gonna make is move either down or to the right to the nearest photo in color. And stay right there. Now, all of you made your own decisions, and I have no idea where you began, so it's impossible for you to know where you ended up. But where I ended up is on Mr. Dana Round. And if you ended up on Dana too, give him a big round of applause. I think we all ended up on Dana Round because of the absolute vital role he has played here at Full Sail University. Congratulations, Dana.
Dana Round, he is the man, the myth, the legend. We love him very much. You did fantastic. Let's give it up for Alex again. Dana, I tell you this, you are something else. Gary and I are just amazed by everything.
Amazed.
Yeah. You are truly our mentor, our teacher, designer, an artist, an animal lover, a man of faith, and mostly a friend to us all. Your retirement from Full Sail has us very much saddened, but we're very happy for you on that. This past week, we shared and had a wonderful video icon ceremony that we put together, and I would love to show that video right now. So let's roll that. We're going to step to the side.
Thank you for your leadership, Dana Round. This is a very appropriate award for you. I cannot think of anybody more deserving than you. So I admire you, I love you, and thank you, brother, very much.
Our students' dream and their success is what makes us so proud and gives us any credibility. The fact that we have credibility is because of every student that goes out and pursues what their dream is. I love you guys. Thank you for trusting me.
Yay, Dana. Just a really little snippet of history for those of you who haven't traveled the journey as long as some of us have with Dana. Back in 1981, Dana was touring the world with some of the biggest acts out there. And the founder John reached out to him and said, Dana, could you possibly come up with some content, a course maybe, in live sound reinforcement and show production? And Dana said, yeah, I can do that. So Dana wrote the curriculum, and then he would come off the road for a few years. He would come off the road and teach a group of students that first rudimentary course in show production, live concerts, right? And that led to him running the audio division, all the degree programs within the audio division of Full Sail before he retired. And so I would just tell you that Dana is one of those unique and beautiful people you meet in life that is both brilliant and soulful and has integrity and just loves to create. And so he's been a gift to our student body, a mentor to our student body. You've heard his name called out earlier tonight. And it's just a wonderful opportunity to share our latest Full Sail University industry icon with you. Let's go get him, Dave.
All right,
come on, Dana.
Bubba, stand up. We need you. Give it up for Dana.
Come on, let's go.
We're going to take you up there. Oh, he's a tricky step. Good job.
Nice.
Right here, Dana.
Right here.
Right here on this spike mark, Dana. Right there.
I got it.
We're giving him, he's always yelling at us about production. So Dana, tonight, just as a way of celebrating all that you've done, we're going to do something that nobody ever should try to do. 3, 2, 1. We're pulling the plug on a live event, live with an audience, which Dana would shoot and strangle every one of us if we had done that accidentally. But instead, this is a moment for the crew. Look behind you, audience. Look up there in the windows. Dana, this is for you.
That's so cool.
Look at all those black shirts. Those are all Dana's crew out there. So Dana?
Yes.
Would you count us back into show mode? And maybe do you have a word for us?
Yes, wait a minute.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No. The countdown and the word.
We have a countdown. Ready? 3, 2,
1. Excellent.
Woo-hoo-hoo! And we are back.
Yes. Perfect, Dana.
Love you, brother. Love you. Love you, Dana.
I know you're good.
Thank
I
you,
know
my
you're
friend.
good.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to read a couple of things to you. But first, let me just tell you about a philosophy that lives, that is alive and well at Full Sail, and it has been from the first day and the first 13 students that walked through our door. And that philosophy is we can never be the same tomorrow as we are today as an educational institution. That is the most perfect path to irrelevance. Instead, Full Sail has always embodied the spirit of innovation, of learning, of growing, making mistakes, fixing them, make it better the next time, being on the front of what's going on. And that's earned us so many awards. In the last 2 years, Full Sail has been recognized by for over 220 awards by third-party people out there, entities, writers, journalists, for the things that go on here by our students, with our students, by our graduates. Just since January 1st, Full Sail has been named as the top game design school by one of the top game design schools by the Princeton Review. We've been listed as the best cybersecurity education provider by Cybersecurity World Awards at that ceremony. And we've been ranked as one of America's top online colleges by Newsweek. Now, hold on. You don't get there by accident. Nobody does. You don't earn those kind of accolades because somebody knows your name. You earn them because somebody at this place is paying attention. And their names are John Phelps, Ed Haddock, and Bill Hebner. Those are the 3 co-chairmen, the 3 co-CEOs. John is the founder of Full Sail. And 43 years ago, he's the guy that came up with a very unique educational model and thought that this is a way you could do it for people who already know what they want to do. For people maybe that don't want to spend 4 or 5 years taking courses not very related to what they really want to do, what they're passionate about. And that model survives today with over 100 degree programs here that span the horizon of entertainment media and of emerging technologies. And so I would like a spotlight and a camera. Bill Hebner could not be with us tonight. John Phelps, John's wife Esther, was the first Full Sail employee. Back then she wasn't Mrs. Phelps, she is today. And she was one of the pioneers as well. Edie, you've been amazing. You stood right by us through thick and thin. So Ed, Edie, John, and Esther, would you please stand and be recognized? You guys believe in your crew that's on the front lines every day with our students and our graduates, and it matters. It matters to all of us. Thank you. So tonight, today, this week, this whole Hall of Fame thing that you're participating with us, and thank you for being here. Is anybody, is your rear end numb yet? Getting close, huh? Yeah, I see some, yes. Well, we're closing in. We have 2 more inductees, and we're getting close. But let's take just a moment here to recognize the sponsors. These are organizations, you'll see them on the screen in just a second. These are some of the many companies and organizations that support our students and our graduates year in and year out. They've also been kind and stood with us to help support Hall of Fame Week. So thank you to our sponsors. How about a round of applause? The inductees, oh my God. Like really, my God, you guys are wonderful. You're wonderful. Let's learn about the next one.
I love being a storyteller. Storytelling for me has always been a way of sort of exercising my right to have a voice. I feel like when I was growing up, I wanted somebody to tell my story. I wanted somebody to see it from my point of view. My mom was a single parent, and so it was just the two of us. I have an older sister, but we're 14 years apart. She had long gone to school, and it was just my mother and I was a latchkey kid, so I was involved in a lot of after-school activities. And then by the time I got to high school, I was the president of the drama club. I was all about it. There was something about performing, there was something about writing that made me feel like, okay, this is something that I could see myself doing for the rest of my life. Bridget is my former drama teacher from high school. She would give me the best advice. She was like one of my first mentors out the gate.
Devin walked into my classroom. She was extremely confident, just always a go-getter and an extremely brilliant young lady. I put her in contact with a young man named Cody Canty, who was also alumni of Full Sail, but he and Devin became really close friends.
Every time I talked to him, he was talking about how great his classes were, and I was just like, I'm so jealous. I've gotta get out there to see this school that you keep talking about so much. By the 6th month of Full Sail, I was rocking and rolling. I had friends, I was loving my classes, and I was just like, I can do this. And being at Full Sail in those early years, those are some of the best years of my life.
She graduates from Full Sail, and she's like, yeah, I'm getting my master's. And I'm like, hold up, this young lady's getting her master's before me. And I'm like, this is amazing. But again, it was inspiring. Devin was really living her dreams, and she didn't allow anybody to tell her no.
You have to be a little bit mad, like, to go after some of these goals, because without that madness, it won't propel you forward. I was asked to be the script coordinator for a show called Delilah, and the showrunner came to me and was like, I want you to have some writing opportunities. Why don't you start writing some material? And I was like, wonderful, this is great. So I'm writing and I'm script coordinating at the same time, and then he gives me my first episode. We get to the end of the season, and he says, I want you to write the season finale. It was such a defining moment in my career. This was my time now. It was like, this is what it's all been leading up to. You gotta put up or shut up. You have to step up. And I pulled it off. You get to a point where you have to make your own opportunities. You have to make your own work. And I was like, I'm gonna start my own production company. Yes, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna boss up and start my own production company. After all these years of kind of working on whatever would come my way or taking every opportunity that I was given, now I can actually create opportunities for myself that make me feel like, okay, I'm the boss. It's important for me to give back to the community because somebody paid it forward for me. The feeling that I get when I work with the students at Kids in the Spotlight, when we take their just initial conception of an idea and we produce their film, I get excited by teaching, and I get excited when they get excited, and your students always end up teaching you something.
It's not often that older people talk about how inspiring younger people can be to them, but it's different with Devin. She's just really inspired me. I'm so, so proud of her. She's the person that makes me say, okay, I was there for a reason. And I'm so grateful for that.
In a way, I feel like being inducted into the Hall of Fame means like the work that I've been doing the last 10 years has not gone unnoticed. It means the world to me to be able to have my university recognize me in this way. People see the work that I've done and they want to highlight me for it, and it makes me feel good about myself. I'm going to be a storyteller until the day that I die. As a writer, you can think, wow, everybody showed up to set today because of me, because of words that I put on a page. Getting out this release of emotion and being able to share it with other people and have them understand where it is I'm coming from, there's nothing like that.
To induct Devin Renee, please welcome multi-genre author, curriculum designer, writing workshop facilitator, and poetry editor, B. Charisse Moore.
Greetings, lovely people. I am B. Sharice Moore, and it is my wonderful honor to induct Devin Renee into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
Alrighty. Aaron, I got my cards too. I'm ready to rock and roll. Good evening, Hall of Fame voting committee, fellow inductees, faculty members, and esteemed guests. I'm so grateful and excited to be here this evening. I want to first start off by thanking God for this moment. I would also like to thank my loved ones who have traveled both near and far to celebrate this monumentous occasion with me. I can remember wanting to make it into the Hall of Fame when I enrolled as a student at Full Sail. But before there was Hall of Fame, there was the dream of wanting to work in the entertainment industry. And it takes me back to the day I stepped on the Full Sail's campus for the very first time. I knew immediately that this place was special. My dear friend Cody Canny, who is here tonight, had told me about this amazing university that had changed his life. And I too was eager to find a home where I could discover the true artist within myself. That sentiment carried its way through 3 degree programs over the course of a decade. And I now stand before you living proof that dreams are possible. As I always like to say, dream chasing is a journey. It's not a destination. But as my grandfather would say it better, and a lesson I've learned to live by, is you can't go wrong on the right road. The road I've traveled on this journey hasn't always been easy, and there have been many times I wanted to take a break, retreat, or give up altogether. But it's through the continued support of those closest to me, like my inductor and mentor, Bridget Sharice, and my dear friend Hattie Williams, and of being in service to others, that I've found the will to preserve. It's a strong will, which I inherited from my mother, who is the epitome of strength and resilience. She taught me early on to be my own boss and to carve out my own destiny, no matter what the obstacles. And I am so blessed to have been reared by such a fine example of a strong, intelligent Black woman. She has been my biggest champion since day one. So tonight, I dedicate this award to my wonderful mother, Brenda Martin. There have been so many people throughout my career who have helped me along the way. So to my mentors, friends, and networking contacts who have assisted me along this journey, thank you. Thank you to my friends at Warner Brothers who took this young artist under their wing and showed me the industry ropes, specifically WB EVP Kevin Fortson, who gave me my first job in the industry, and showrunner Melissa Carter, who gave me the opportunity to work in my very first writer's room. To Tiffany, Kiera, Quisha, Javetta, and Robin, thank you for being my sisters and for always having my back. I love you all. You are queens. And to Gary, Jay, Sherry, Katrina, and Peter, and the entire Platinum production team, thank you for your support and your love. You guys are simply wonderful, and I love you all. To my new Hall of Fame family, I want to express my sincere appreciation for each and every one of you for welcoming me into this family full of rock stars. I am so grateful for the genuine love that each of you have shown, and I can't thank you enough for making me feel like I belong. You've made me feel like I was 10 feet tall, even if I am the only inductee standing on an apple box tonight. To the current students here at Full Sail, Thank you for allowing me to share this special time with you. I cherish the time I spend with you guys, and I feel so privileged to be both considered a mentor and a friend. I pontificated long and hard over the advice I wanted to leave you with, and I finally settled on this. Go forth and be victorious in all that you do. Remember that you are here for a reason and that you possess more power than you could ever imagine. Know that when the road gets tough, you are still worthy. And remember to take comfort in knowing that you are not alone, because we are all family. Looking to the future, I see positive change on the horizon. I see this moment as a career milestone that will continue to propel me forward towards my dreams. And I can only hope I'll be able to continue to support others along the way. I see this moment as the start of an amazing chapter, which I'll look back on with fond memories when I'm at the end of my life. But most importantly, I see this as a moment in time where others were really, truly able to see the best person and artist inside of me. And for that, I am eternally grateful that God has allowed me to share this special moment with all of you. Thank you. We did it, Mom.
I was told early on by one of my mentors, Rodney, is that when somebody calls you up like an artist, just as much as we're a fan of them, they're a fan of us. They're coming to us to get a recorded song. I always felt like I could hear things as a kid growing up. I would listen to certain songs, and I felt like I could point out certain instruments that people weren't hearing in the song. I kind of got sucked into music. For me, it was more about being with a group of like-minded individuals and creating, a musical piece. I loved it. I definitely credit it to where I'm at today. Coming out of school, I was very focused. I was like, I want to come here to Full Sail University, do music, and that's what I want to do. 9 months into the program, I found myself like, oh, I like audio post-production. I want to do that type of stuff. When I graduated, I had an audio post internship. I went and did the audio posting, and it didn't work out, but it allowed me to kind of explore something like quicker editing skills.
One of his supernatural skills, I think, relating to people, making them feel comfortable, bringing out the best in that client.
Like, all right, well, what am I gonna do? That career started to develop. Let me go back to music. It just kind of openly spun out by itself. The projects kept on getting bigger and bigger. Destiny's Child to Beyonce's solo album to Mariah Carey.
He'd have 3 different sessions going on in different rooms. Jeff actually mixed, tracked, set up mics. I mean, everything in that studio.
It came to the point where, I was dealing with music and loving it. I never wanted to leave the music career, but I also realized I was getting to a point where it was getting a little bit hard on me.
Every journey, you have transition, ups, downs, and there were times where when that season comes to an end, it's just being able to juggle and to diversify and not be afraid, not to hesitate. And Jeff is never, and I mean never, he figures it out. He's there.
The skill set, my ear training and everything that I've developed over the years was something that was cross-relatable to all these industries. When I stepped into the touring arena, when I stepped into the gaming, and now this new endeavor with Hi-Fi Studios, I'm a sound designer / recording engineer. We do everything from major theme parks all over the world, special events, from press events, all the way down to the background music that you hear at a lot of these theme parks attractions. It's been a really great challenge for me. It's taken everything that I've learned and developed the last 25 years. This is allowing me more times to be creative in my own space and try to capture the best recording. Now, currently in theme parks is no different than what I did back in music. A lot of times I spend a lot of my days in theme parks on my off days with my family, looking at to moms and dads and to little children when they see their favorite character come onto stage and there's a little trailing sound effect or a theme song that associates with that character and how does the crowd react to it. Seeing those people's eyes light up, it's the same in every genre, right? There's an impact that you put, whether it's a memory, whether it's a smile, and I think that's what's magical about sound. Now we're here, close to 25 years later. I'm just keep on reinventing myself. Not something I planned, but it's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Taking those tools with me to these new jobs has helped me to be more open about exploring even new opportunities. Who knows, maybe they'll need sound on the moon one day. You know, I'll be the first one to go up there.
To induct Jeff Villanueva, please welcome Chief Executive Officer of Image 3 Management and Promotions, Rick Adams.
How's everybody tonight? Hey, before we bring up Jeff for this amazing honor, we've got a few short videos to show you guys, so check it out.
Hey, Jeff, it's Indy, and I want to congratulate you on being inducted into the Full Sail Hall of Fame. This right here means a lot to me because I've seen you work so hard. I've seen where you started from and where you are now. And you've been a major part of my career and where I am now. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Enjoy this one. Live it up. Love you forever, my brother.
Hey, just wanted to say congrats to Jeff, my dude. You're doing this. Big, big things. Listen, Hall of Fame. That means you're old, brother. That means you're old. Welcome to the club. You're killing it. You're an amazing, amazing creator, but you're also an incredible human being. So keep it up, and Full Sail is just lucky to have someone like yourself up there, man. So enjoy your day and continued success. And man, congrats again.
Hey, yo, bless up, Jeff. Congratulations on your big, big blessing. Hall of Fame at Full Sail Hall of Fame. Congratulations. When I was a kid, I used to go to Full Sail, not actually go to the school, meaning as in, you know, was a student over there, but I used to go visit. And I was blessed to see the amazing people over there, and friends of mine used to go there, and I used to come over there and cook up once in a while. I want to congratulate you, brother, and salute on your blessings. Jeff, you know how we do it already. Love, brother. Love is the only way. Keep winning. God bless. God did. They ain't believe in us. Full Sail did.
Yo, Jeff, a.k.a. Super Jeff. Congratulations, man. This your boy, Maine, one half of the Runners. I just want to say thank you for everything, man. You've contributed to my career. You helped me grow as a man. You helped me grow as a producer. We spent so many nights in those studios, man, grinding, talking, you know what I'm saying, dreaming together. Thank you so much for your contribution, again, to the music industry. Most importantly, thank you for what you've done in my life. I love you, man, and congratulations, man. Full Sail Hall of Fame. Well deserved, brother.
All right. It's my greatest honor in life, seriously, to be able to induct this kid. Well, he's not a kid anymore, but he was when we started this journey. But I'd like to introduce Jeff, Super Jeff Villanueva, to the Full Sail Hall of Fame.
Wow. Wow. God is good. God is good. It's been an amazing week, man. Congratulations to my fellow inductees. You guys have been so fun to hang out with, to get to know each other. And I know we got our thing, and we feel like we're an amazing class, but I feel like we even got each other's backs for life. So congratulations to my inductees as well. I want to start out by saying good evening to everyone here. Thank you for being here tonight. You know, seeing so many familiar faces in the audience, it truly means the world to me. 25 years in this industry, and I would have never imagined that my life's work would afford me the opportunity of being here in such an esteemed company, let alone being inducted into the to a Hall of Fame of a university that has given me so much. From my first day as a student, the Full Sail community has given me a sense of belonging, and it gave me a platform to make my dreams a reality. Seeing all the inspiring work of the faculty and students that have come before me taught me that with hard work, dedication, and perseverance, I too could achieve great things. But as we all know, life is very, very unpredictable. And although none of us may know what obstacles may lie ahead, they will ultimately make us grow stronger if we use them as a means to grow. And my life experience with adversity has taught me the importance of holding this mindset. And that is, it is not where you are in life, it is that who you have by your side that really matters. I would not be who, what, or where I am today if it weren't for my family, friends, and colleagues. Throughout my career, their words of encouragement, support, and wisdom have helped propel me forward. When people say it takes a village, they aren't kidding. So I want to quickly thank those of mine, and this may turn into a city in a moment, but but first and foremost, I would like to thank my wife, Mary Annie, and Mary Annie, you have been my constant support, lifting me up when I needed it the most. I know it hasn't been easy at all, but your selflessness and your strength have helped me shoot for the stars. As we like to say, I've got you and you've got me. Thank you. To my beloved sons, Gavin and Nolan, the world is yours. You have the power to do anything that you set your mind to. Never let a no stop you from pursuing your dreams, and remember to keep God first in all that you do. To my mom and dad, thank you for being the best parents that a person could ask for. And while my mom hasn't been with us for quite some time, she's up there with the good Lord. Her love and guidance has helped shape me into the man that I am today, and I'm forever grateful for the memories that we shared together. Dad, you continue to be my rock. You have always been my strongest advocate, and I couldn't have done any of this without your unwavering love and support. To my inductor, Rick Adams, thank you for going above and beyond your duties as a manager, navigating the highs and lows of my career, often serving to me as a mentor and a confidant and a friend. I also like to thank two special individuals, Debbie Franz and Tink Abraham. Debbie and Tink from mentorship and advice to helping me identify career opportunities within the industry. You have both played integral roles in my career from the very beginning. To Rodney Jerkins, thank you for believing in me. Your skills and knowledge have without a doubt helped shape my career, and I will always cherish the memories of our success together. Now, I would be remiss not to express my gratitude to an incredible group of individuals who have been with me since day one. They are DJ Nasty and Lenny of the Nasty Beatmakers, Dakari, The Runners, Chris Anderson, Jason Ross, and Patty Rosario. Together, your collective talent, hard work, and willingness to support each other have pioneered the music scene and helped continue to take it to new heights. And finally, I'd like to express my appreciation to my colleagues at Ti-Fi Studios. Dan Fontana, you were right. We're a crazy bunch, right? But I tell you what, is that spirited energy is what makes working here so special. Thank you for making Ti-Fi Studios feel like a home. And to Tommy Bailey and Stephen Morrow, you guys have quickly become brothers to me. I am so grateful that I have the privilege of working alongside each and every one of you day in and day out. Your work has inspired so many, including myself. Thank you. If I've learned any of these things from all the people that I just thanked, it is that passion will be the fuel that will carry you through any obstacle. I remember about 3 years into my career, my father and I were sitting around having a conversation as I was visiting at home one weekend. And as a dad, who loves his children, he turned to me and said, "You know what, Jeff? I want more for you than this impossible pursuit." And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, damn, because I had this gut feeling of being so close. And I knew where this conversation was going, right? But I also knew that my passion would not let me fail. And so I said, Dad, and I took a chance here. I said, give me one more year. Not even 3 months of that conversation, I had secured my first major gig, engineering on the Destiny's Child album. This is just one of the experiences that continues to remind me that you must dream big and you must believe in yourself. And I encourage each and every one of you to do the same, including you Full Sail students. Tonight, as I close up, and what's been an amazing week, and I really don't want it to end, but the love, gratitude, and appreciation is really all the things that I feel standing up here in front of you all tonight. And simply, the words just really can't express what an honor it is to be inducted into the Full Sail Hall of Fame. Thank you.
we're back here at the Fortress. Hello, Fortress. Well, all week long, Hall of Fame 13 has truly been a supernatural event. And this is just hot off the presses. We just want to show everyone all the fun, exciting, and wonderful learning that took on this past week. So if you don't mind, we'd like to roll this video now. Thank you.
During Full Sail's annual Hall of Fame, students, alumni, faculty, and staff come together to celebrate the importance of professional growth, reflection, making connections, and honoring our accomplished grads. But beyond that, Hall of Fame is a time for students to learn, create, and focus on their career goals. We caught up with some students attending Hall of Fame 13 to understand the event through their eyes and see just what it's like to experience this week as a student.
This is my first Hall of Fame experience. I've never been out to nothing like this before. They got the food going, they got the music going. If you want somebody to play your music, they got that over there too, basketball, all that. Like, it's a real experience out here, and I love it.
I had a friend come and just to see, what Hall of Fame is like. And she was like culture shocked. She was like, wow, the community here. That's like a key point of why I wanted to go to Full Sail. It's the community, the networking.
I love seeing everybody come together. You have so many mixes of degrees and just different personalities that all just mix well together, whether you know it or not. That's the whole point of Hall of Fame. It's just a great place to be.
The Hall of Game was awesome. It was really cool getting to see the current varsity teams go against past alumni teams who have really just helped build the program to what it is. Everyone's here for each other, to support each other, and that's the biggest thing you have to look at. I mean, I went to a camera setup, I went to a Shores setup. It was just, again, such an awesome opportunity to see the newest, latest, and greatest in technology, and all around, all the vendors had something cool to show.
This week, I'm definitely looking forward to the ceremony itself, hearing their stories and stuff like that, where they came from and how they got to the level they're at. It gives me hope that I can do the same thing one day.
I went to so many of the seminars they have there, the informative stuff, just meeting people and just getting to have as much fun as I can at school.
The biggest thing I can take away with is specifically in the networking part and how you can meet people is that everybody can make it. Because you walk by, who are regular people, you're like, yeah, I was a student here 5, 10, 15 years ago, but now I'm the person who I dreamed of being. You can make it. You can make it happen if you dream and if you work hard enough.
I really saw the heart of the school and why everyone comes back and the whole reason why they're so committed to giving back to the students that come here. They all have a passion and love for this, and it's now, to me, I see it, that it's one big happy family. Everybody's hugging whenever they meet. It's such a great feeling to be a part of that.
Wow, what a great video. Put your hands together. Hey, we have a superstar. You were on video. Yeah. Good job, students. That was beautiful. Thank you, Platinum, for putting that together. Oh, my goodness. We're getting ready for our block party that's taking place right outside here. Yes, right outside of the Fortress for lots of giveaways to our student body. But before we do that, I would like to bring back your president, Gary Jones, and Alex back to the stage. So back to you guys in live venue. Thank you.
Thank you, David Franco. Awesome. Hey, can we talk about Alex the illusionist for a moment? We got to talk about him for a second. So you and I need to know that Alex is a recipient of the Illusionist Award, which is and he's one of only 20 magicians in history to win this award. He's worked with Penn and Teller on their hit TV show. He's worked with Taylor Swift, Grammy Award-winning artist, for her debut performance of Blank Space, for which he created some magic for that. He's consulted on world-class productions like Steven Schwartz's Magic to Do and Sesame Street Live, a section called Make Your Magic. He's won the coveted Lance Burton Award and was named International Magic Champion of the World named International Magic Champion by the World Magic Seminar in Las Vegas. Currently, he has a residency at Harvey's Casino in Lake Tahoe, performing 5 nights a week. And he's headed back to work with Penn and Teller soon in something called the Foolers Tour, debuting this fall. Now, Alex, if you don't mind coming out for a second, you can do thunderous applause if you want. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
What a great evening this has been together.
Thank you.
Now, Alex, you may not know this, but I actually have done a little magic myself. And I've got a couple of tricks
That's never a good way to start a sentence. Okay.
Well, no, wait till you see it. Wait till you see it, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
I can actually make people appear before our very eyes from out of nothing,
Okay.
right?
No camera tricks.
No. I'm just going to do it by the sheer will of my mind.
Okay.
Okay, so check this out. You can use this if you want. It's not...
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm gonna pick 6 people in the audience that I'm really fond of, and I'm gonna work at getting them up here right now. Okay, I need to concentrate. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm starting to get something here. I'm getting close.
Wow. Wow.
Are you feeling it too? I have to do this with my eyes closed.
I'm thoroughly impressed.
I'm feeling, yeah?
You can open your eyes now.
Hey, we made it! My buddies, this is awesome. Awesome.
Gary, don't tell me how you did it, okay?
Okay.
I don't want to know.
Okay, good.
I have
good.
no idea. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Gary Jones and Full Sail University's Hall of Fame 13 inductees a big round of applause.
Amazing! You guys were fabulous. You are fabulous. Woo! Awesome.
Congratulations to all of you. Now, we hope that this has been an evening you'll always remember. And I hope that means you took some photos. I hope this is going to be an evening you all remember. I hope you can hear me. Dana, what happened? I blame you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy.
Really? This is the last. I'll stay right here. I won't.
Oh no.
I'll stay right here. I won't move. Very good. And there you go. Oh, amazing. Come on to this. Hello? You guys got? No. Okay.
Should we try mine, guys?
Yeah, we're gonna get right here. Don't worry. You guys can sit down. This might be a moment. All right, let's try it again. There you go. All right. I hope you can hear me. Finally, you got me. There you go. Come on.
Yes.
Very good. Look, I hope this has been an evening you'll never forget. So that means I hope you took some photos. I did. Right here. I have a picture of our 6 inductees. That's right. Now, a photo is a moment in time. It memorializes a moment in time. And this moment will never happen again. And to memorialize this exact photo, Gary, you better come to me, because I don't want to move.
Okay.
I'm going to have you write today's date on this very photo. Here you go. April 20th, right over here.
Okay, got it.
Yep, April 20th, 2023. Perfect. You can keep that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Now, this photo of our 6 inductees will be on display here at Full Sail University. You can see Gary's date, April 20th, 2023. And as I said, this moment will never happen again. This moment will never happen again. You may never be in the same room as these people again. So make the most of it. Talk to somebody you don't know. That's what Full Sail's about. Make sure you talk to our 6 Hall of Fame inductees. Talk to them all. Because you're all part of the same family. And I want to leave you with one final thought. If you live each day believing the greatest thing you're going to accomplish in life, you still haven't even done yet. Your life will be filled with magic. Now this photo is completely restored. No tape, no glue, but I made it unique because I want you to notice the edges are torn. Because I put the outside edges on the inside on the outside to make this photo unique. The same photo Gary wrote today's date on. Way. And this photo is going to be on display. It'll be on display at Full Sail University for future Hall of Fame events, maybe even yours.
Wow. Phenomenal. Alex, what a magnificent job you've done. The thing that we celebrated so much about Alex when we began rehearsals and found him, he found us, we found each other, was his heart. We just knew that his heart was so much like your hearts and the way Full Sail thinks, and you have been just wonderful tonight, brother.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are closing, and I'm going to close with a really simple thought, but a profound one to leave with you. When Jesus was on this earth, he said, you know, God provides many gifts for us, but the most important one of all is love. Hall of Famers, you embody that every day. With every move, with everything that you do, you put that forward. You give of your hearts, as we've talked about before. The rest of our Hall of Famers in the audience, this is true for you too. Thank you for embodying that thing that is so much needed in this world, which is unconditional love. You guys are the best. This is a wrap. Thank you for hanging in there with us, guys. Happy! Woo!
Hall of Fame.
We can't hear you.
He said you don't press a button on this one.
Here, use mine.
Ladies